Contender status. The bottom 8 teams will be eliminated. Let the games begin.
Let the games begin indeed, but not before we talk about it, because that's what the desk likes to do, of course. Now, when it comes to the Swiss format, of course, we have a lot of games today to start. We'll have 16, we'll have 8 to start, then, of course, the redraw, and then we'll see. What are kind of the pitfalls, possibly, from a Swiss system, even if you're a good team?
It's really hard to find them. I mean, there are so many chances to go through, right?
Yeah.
There's so many chances to bounce back. I think the biggest issue is maybe the early BO1s. That is where maybe a decent team can surprise you if you go to a map that is very comfortable for them. I think it's just being prepared and not doing those mistakes. You know, playing against Woxic on Dust 2 or something like that. I hope that we don't see that for the favorites at least.
Yeah, day one could really determine where you're going. If you're either having a very good run or not. I mean, you could be 0-2 and you've just played literally 2 maps of Counter-Strike, and now you have to fight back. You have to win 3 best of 3s back to back to qualify. So it is a forgiving format, but that first day is very much determinant.
Yeah, and that is why it's so exciting that we're here today. This is a schedule for at least round 1 on Stream A and Stream B, and I'd like to take the time that we have left to talk about some of the big things, not just coming into this RMR, but possibly stories we're going to be following all the way through the major. I'm going to start with FaZe, obviously best team right now at the moment. They might have a pretty tricky first game on their hands against Eternal Fire, but overall, what are your expectations for this major cycle for them?
Talk about FaZe. I mean, we expect them to be the team competing for the title. I think that's the only reasonable expectation after what they've set so far with Robs, looking amazing, winning Katowice, winning Pro League. Yeah, they need to be there. They need to be in the finals and top 4 at least, I think.
Oh, absolutely. They have established themselves as the best team of 2022 so far. It's unavoidable. But you look back to Pro League and they started 0-2 in the group stage. So I think we have to keep that in mind, and we have to keep an eye on FaZe and how they do early on in the tournament. If they could avoid breaking the hearts of their fan the first day and you know, making it easy for them. But anyway, yes, a title contender for sure.
Yeah, we need to talk about FaZe, then we need to talk about Kerrigan, of course, right? 32 years old and getting to new heights with his career, an example for all his oldies out there. And he's up against Woxic as the IGL coming into Eternal Fire. For this one, I feel like besides the stats, this is just kind of a huge difference between IGLs. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's itching my brain. Honestly, okay. It is itching my brain just to imagine that now Woxic is actually pit against Kerrigan in an IGL.
Former teammates as well.
Yeah, absolutely. MOUZ Sports and Woxic, a player that I thought was just, you know, a superstar fragger with the AWP, super agile, super aggressive. Being an IGL requires different qualities, sometimes having to be level-headed, dealing with the stress, dealing with the emotions. I am very much looking forward to seeing what Woxic can do in that role.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, seeing Woxic on LAN, like he has always been a LAN player. The pandemic kind of blocked that. There was a Cloud9 move that didn't pan out for him. Then kind of finding his own spot, coming back to a full Turkish lineup. That is probably the most exciting one that we ever saw, even comparing to Space Soldiers back in the day. And the story is, can they repeat that? Can they give like the Turkish fans something to cheer for at the major?
Well, definitely so. Now you say that, right? An explosive fragger can be. I think we don't necessarily equate that with Kerrigan because he doesn't need to. He's a kind of IGL that likes to make space. How do you think Woxic is going to fight up to that? Do you think he's going to still try and have that high impact for his team whilst also calling, or is that the big question mark today, Maniac?
I think he has to. I mean, obviously, if you talk about Eternal Fire, then Xantares is a go-to because he's going to be that never-ending machine providing frags, and that's what he got to do. But when you Woxic and you go up against Kerrigan, there are so many levels to the game. It's not only about fragging, it's about the rhythm, and Kerrigan is probably the worst IGL to play against. You will lose yourself, exactly. It's very complicated to play against Kerrigan, and I don't know if Woxic has the shoulders to take the mental chess game.
Well, this first game will show us a lot. Let's talk about Xantares just a little bit. You touched on it already. Really a player to watch here, needing to bring that firepower.
It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous.
1.30 rating. I think when you look at, of course, these are mostly played against not the highest caliber opposition. As we said, they haven't played a LAN in some time, or haven't played a single LAN actually as Eternal Fire. I think overall, if you look at all the stats of the year, Xantares is probably one of the best players in the world. Like he's top 5 just with these stats.
Yeah, with a pinch of salt, but yeah.
But with that caveat, right? But now that he has the opportunity to play against the best teams in the world, how will he perform? I feel like it's still going to be pretty sick seeing him play.
Oh, absolutely, and he's here. Big is here as well. Remember, Big reached the height with Xantares, and now he got the opportunity.
Number 1 team in the world,
I know. At some point, just don't tell that to Pim. He's going to be mad about it. Just keep that between us. But exciting to see Xantares. It is the most exciting Turkish project we've had in a long time. I just don't know if it's too late and if my hype is outdated because Calix, Woxic, Xantares all together in a team. I wanted that for Space Soldiers.
Yeah.
But what was that, 2017, 2018?
Yeah.
So maybe I just missed the train. We shall see.
Yeah, we shall see. I think for a lot of teams, you can talk about windows, right? We had the roster mania coming into the year. Some teams decided to bunker down and stay with their roster, but they haven't all necessarily found the results yet. And I want to talk a little bit about two heavy hitters generally, Simple and ZywOo, coming into the RMR, looking into this major cycle, and how they both started 2022, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, these stats, I think they don't tell the full picture for sure. ZywOo this year has been performing decently, but when you compare the stats against like top 20 players, then we see ZywOo dropping off to like a 1.04 rating. Top 20 teams, that is. While Simple is, yeah, he's performing still, even though Navi haven't been winning tournaments. He didn't like add more MVPs to his list, but he's always there and destroying opponents, right? It is a very different ZywOo that we see here with this Danish mixture for your boy.
The matter of the fact is that if you look at 2022, that comparison doesn't have to be anymore.
Yeah.
In 19, in 28, even 21, that was the duel that everyone was talking about. Simple versus ZywOo, Ronaldo, Messi. At the moment, ZywOo is not up to par. He is not. He's a shadow of himself. 117 past 3 months. He's just a good player. And that's, I think, it's the story that we have to get across. ZywOo is still playing good Counter-Strike, but we are so far away from what he could do and what he has to do.
Let's try and contextualize that a little bit for maybe people that are coming in and are like, hey, isn't he a fantastic player? Obviously, there's been a bit of a shuffle for a while now for Vitality with that Astralis core coming in. How much do you think is due to this is now someone who together with this other team has to put this puzzle together, different languages for the first time, of course, that structure, also maybe discovering newer ways to approach the game or different ways and making that all mix. Do you think that's a fair kind of, I don't want to say excuse, but,
no, but
like period?
It is a pattern that we have to consider. I think for ZywOo, it's about knowing how to play under a little bit of uncertainty, which he didn't have back then in the French Vitality lineup. Things were clear-cut. He knew what his teammates were doing. He knew what was going on in the round. And now you add that element of chaos, right? There's a little bit of English. Probably the communication isn't as good. And then you bring in dupreeh and Magician. Obviously, you're going to give them a little bit of space. You're going to allow them to play their best Counter-Strike. And it is the first time in probably 3 years that I see ZywOo in situations looking lost. Not knowing what he's supposed to do, what's the way forward. He used to make no mistake. A mistake every 6 months.
Yeah.
And now there's 6 in a game. So it is an adjustment period, and we need to see better here.
It must be down to the communication and a bit of the style clash between the two teams. But I think the communication is a big part. Just knowing how ZywOo performs, it is that game sense, always knowing, as you said, like always being in the right position, and not even the okay position, but the position that, oh, that is the one way you can win the round.
Best one.
Right? So that is what he's been amazing at, more so even than Simple to some degree. I think even Blade said this at some point, right? Even he agreed to some degree that is maybe ZywOo's strength or Simple. And when you change the communication, not only for him, but for the other players as well, even the Danish guys, it just the information isn't going to be flowing as well it was before.
Yeah, I think that's natural, and that just means it's up to the analysts and Zonic and everyone around it. Neo did come out and said, don't expect too much straight off the bat, right? Give him 6 months, maybe not even this major, but I think with the names on this roster, you do have to expect something.
Yes, and I want to put a halt to it. I want to put a stop to this. It's one thing to say, yeah, let's give them time. But when you are Vitality, when you have major winners on your lineup, you brought in Sonic, dupreeh, Magician, you have ZywOo in your team, you cannot miss the major. Like, let's just open this incredible window right now where Vitality doesn't make it. It would be unacceptable. Doesn't matter how soon it is, how recent it is. So there are certain demands as to how they're supposed to perform, and they haven't met them so far. And now is the time. It's now or never.
Yeah, I'm not calling for heads instantly if they don't make the major. I'm not saying they have to change players.
All right, fair enough.
Could be a thing, but I feel like it is definitely a time to like look back, look internally, and figure out some things, because the results so far have been really, really abysmal. Even playing online cups and being eliminated instantly, practically. Yeah, in Pinnacle Cups, that's the tier 2 is scary, and like these are kind of the teams that they're gonna play here as well.
That's a great point. So I think we're really looking at what they are going to show us starting from the first game in the RMR versus Dignitas. Might be tricky. We'll get to that later, but let's start by focusing in on our first game of the day. We'll see here on the A stream, Navi versus Team Quazar, and I feel like we have two teams of the one we know almost everything, and the other one who is really kind of an unknown factor, right? But let's touch on Simple and Navi once again. I think we do always.
Yeah,
Yawning,
exactly.
great start. What do you see?
Look at the two players we just had in our screen. I think they tell the story of Na'Vi in the last few months. We have Bit yawning and we have Electronic just chilling. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have the biggest, hugest respect for these two players. And I think next to Simple, they were always the key factor for Na'Vi to grab these titles that we were hoping and we finally got to see. Matter of fact is, in 2022, they have slowed down just a notch. Simple hasn't. Simple is still Simple. His numbers are insane. For Bit and Electronic, we're seeing bit more of a shadowy, more modest performance, and that is the difference between Na'Vi winning and Na'Vi just being a very good team.
Yeah, but thankfully, I think the opponent they have today is like that is not the level of expectations that we have. You know, it's not like they're playing FaZe in the playoffs of EPL, right? So I think even if Bit's yawning, I'm still confident that he's gonna be
read
on
into
point.
it too much.
Yeah, I mean there are certain people that really read into that a lot. There are some theories. I'm just saying
Armchair
out there.
analysts. Oh, really?
Out there.
Are you taking notes of the body
Yawning
language?
equals bad game. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I see. Well, I saw a lot of people yawning in the green room.
Also,
before,
like
so.
Na'Vi really don't like the early games. We know that historically. So they're.
So what you're saying is Quazar is going to win, right? Is that where you're going with this
Look,
yawning and the schedule?
Is this your one
Look,
prediction?
Hot take of the day.
We need to give him something, right? We need to give him something. But yeah, complete underdog team, Far East Asia qualifier, Far East Russia actually, getting that one spot that is kind of a. You don't really expect an amazing team to come from that, right?
No, you talk about give them something. Let's give them a game against Na'Vi on LAN.
Yeah?
Like, I'm serious. How many times do you think these players right there will get to play against their heroes, the best players in the world, here for the major? That's what they have. And that's what they should do, just enjoy the moment to its absolute fullest.
You're making it sound like a Make-A-Wish Foundation thing going on.
Yeah,
It doesn't
that
have
was
to be
actually
so bad. It doesn't have to be so
I get
bad.
what you mean. I get what you mean. Like
Fair
this
enough.
chance,
I'm
and
never
also
going to be pathetic anymore.
using the momentum, of course, as we see the veto roll in as well. The expectation is that for some of the players that you mentioned, also like Electronic, like Bit on LAN, this is usually where they shine. Obviously, Katowice, obviously influence of the global situation for both of these teams, but we're expecting it all to be cleaned up coming into this most important part, I would say, of the next part of the year, being the major for every team.
Yeah. I mean, I do like my underdogs. Just talking about Quazar, obviously this is a massive.
You said
massive
Make-A-Wish, and I will remember that.
David and Goliath situation, as Kassad would like to describe it. I mean, these guys have 3 HLTV matches played in this whole year, and 2 of them being the qualifier for this, and then 1 single game that they lost as well. So most of these players don't have over like 20, 30 HLTV maps played.
Sure.
Lazuka is the only exception to that. He played with a bunch of tier 2, 3 Russian teams over the years. But yeah, that's it. The veto down
By
to
the way, to start the day,
Ancient.
an Ancient, the best of one.
That makes you happy?
It kind of makes me happy, yeah. I'm used to the usual, this is going to be a middle ground, best of one. We're going to play Inferno Mirage. I've probably said that 55 times in my life already. But Ancient as a best of one, now that is interesting. That is intriguing.
Does that make you interesting because you feel the underdogs have a bigger of a chance? Or we might see
Okay,
Na'Vi shine?
we're reaching. I see what we're trying to do here.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
trying to
You
paint
know
a
we got
picture.
to, right?
Listen, given the side, winning the gun round, the first pistol round, but I don't think there's any chance at all. But Ancient is a cool show for us to watch. That is great.
I love that. Even in this, Na'Vi have like the printouts for everyone playing against a massive underdog with almost no tape to kind of look on and prepare for. It's just a kind of an interesting part. I feel like Ancient is such a weird map to play as an underdog. It's like one of these maps that hasn't been developed as much. But is it Inferno?
No, I was actually reading behind us,
Yeah,
and I
behind us it
saw
was different.
Inferno as a
I did
decider.
too.
So I'm not exactly sure. We shall see. Maybe there's a little bit of shenanigans, bamboozle happening
Maybe
going on.
production would care to enlighten me. if
Inferno in the best
that's-
of one would be make a bit more sense.
HLTV says Ancient. So
Oh, but then if HLTV says,
If
then
HLTV confirms,
obviously
yeah.
as they say.
there can't be any mistake.
Yeah, they apparently have
He's
to
the
listen
man.
to podcast too. There's some up-and-comers on that one.
Don't listen.
They don't say that?
No, I love to listen to them
No.
talk.
But yeah, it is Ancient. I think just behind us,
Fair enough.
it was different in that regard. So we'll see. When it comes to Na'Vi, obviously, we're thinking about how good it was in PGL Stockholm, right? So I'm thinking, what are they going to be able to show today? So if you'd have to look at yourself and think, okay, what do I want to see from Na'Vi to tell me that they again have a shot at making a run for the major from each of you, what would that be in this qualifier?
I'm going to be honest. I don't think we'll see that today. I don't believe the level of opposition is good enough for us to determine whether we have a title contender or not. I believe it's about the fashion with how Na'Vi qualifies, not if or how.
Right.
I think it's about making a clear statement, winning 3-0. The 2-0 game, if we go there already, would be very interesting. You can have some quite sexy matchup coming up. So these would be the moments where we're going to talk about Na'Vi and their abilities and possibilities.
yeah, I think they can only give us bad signs today, essentially. Like if it's a very close
They
game
can't
or
win.
they somehow lose, that would be a bad sign. But if it's like a 16-3, it'll be like, okay, just move on and that's it, right?
Well, a lot of negative energy coming out of your profile.
I know.
I think it's my fault. I was like hyping up the underdog.
it was also like
how do these
I've
teams
been
have
hanging
to
out
bad
with
times
him
today.
the whole
Yeah.
week, man. So it's
I'm
rubbing off on
bring
me
a bit
at
of
this point.
sunlight to you.
Yeah, what we hope is that we see in this first, because you're going to see 4 best of ones actually, all on the A stream or on the B stream if you so decide. So we'll be able to come back and really, hopefully, talk a lot about each of these teams, and hopefully we'll see some upsets on the first day already. But my inclination of Analyst on the desk is not that it's going to happen necessarily. So if you'd have to pick one of the other ones, I'm looking at, I don't know, like Vitality, Dig, maybe Forza, Heroic.
I mean, I think there's an obvious one that could be quite dangerous. Is the Gamer Legion Fnatic. I mean, Fnatic
True.
come here with a name that is supposed to be part of the major. They have Crims, of course, but actually, in the way to the event, they lost to Gamer Legion, so not win by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ OG, that's like a coin flip almost. I don't even know who the favorite there is. OG haven't played the game since they qualified. They took 2 months off. And yeah, that's a very good match to watch as well.
A lot of questions coming into this RMR, which is exactly what we like, and we're going to get some of them answered straight off the bat as we head over to our casters, Dinko and Sponge.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm glad Maniac and Shox are here. The rate of positivity to cancel out Prof's negativity chat as we head into the best of one.
Prof's just trying to keep it real, you
just
know,
keep it real, right?
by
The
Prof's
realist.
real standards. But look, I think that the sentiment of Na'Vi can only really disappoint us today is true,
Yeah,
right? Because you're
absolutely.
expected to win in a game like this, and you're expected to win by some margin when you get to start on the CT side of Ancient. That veto right there, when you see how it boils down to Nuke and Ancient and Na'Vi, no matter which map they get, they're getting the CT side start. It couldn't be more perfect for them to kick off their campaign here at the RMRs. And this is one of the top dogs in the Counter-Strike world, and the top dog sitting front and center right there. So I think one of the key factors here that could be a bit of fun on Ancient is if Quazar are able to pick up the pistol and then have a bit of a funky first gun round, right? That's one way that you could kind of skyrocket yourself up on the T side, but otherwise it's going to be hard.
And Prof brought up the point, there's not a lot of tape to look at for this Quazar team. This is a team that have barely played any matches on HLTV, have barely played any officials together. And you look back at Ancient, they played it one time, and it was a 19-17 win in overtime. So versus a team called Y-Kick. So yeah, they're not playing against very high opposition. I think a couple of these players have maybe had some experience throughout the other CIS RMRs last year online, but this is a team we haven't seen a whole lot.
I like the sentiment from the desk as well about the importance of this event here, right? We had the Americas, we had the Asian RMR, we've gotten them out of the way, right? And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I think they were a bit more clear-cut in the names that we were expecting to make their way through, as opposed to IHZ, right? They were one of the, I guess, teams who threw a spanner in the works for Tai Lu. But over here is where it's the big boy Counter-Strike, right? This right now is the most important qualifier in the year. In the Counter-Strike calendar, you can look at every single qualifier there is. Sure, you got to qualify to get here for some of these teams, but this gets you into the major. A bad performance for a big team, right? Or even a team who is on one of those cusp names that are at least a household name of an organization. If you're a MOUZ, if you're an OG, if you're a big, there's a chance to have a footfall here and not see yourself hitting that dream run of majors, especially for PGL Antwerp.
Yeah, when you look at the Swiss system, it is a relatively forgiving format for the teams that should be able to pull through. Yes, you have the best ones to start with that can be banana skins, but from that point onwards, after you either go 0-2 or 2-0, you have best of threes from that point onwards, which should favor these better teams coming into things.
That's a pretty small mouse pad going on right there.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It must be a high sensitivity gamer.
High sense gamers around here. We're not used to seeing them that tiny, but yeah, I'm excited to see what the individuals have, because one of the keys when watching these more underdog teams play is there's always a diamond in the rough, right? There's always a fun, funky approach. It's a cool piece of utility, right? You can always grab something like that, and as mentioned again, for Na'Vi, this is an expected victory. So if the game gets close, if it turns at any point into a 12-12 scoreline, right, we're going to be popping off, because you have to give respect to an underdog team to push a big name. If it's a drubbing, well, like Na'Vi did what they came here to do, right? So no matter the way you split this one right here, it is going to be hard to see it delivering in buckets and spades, but it always can.
Na'Vi always start slow at tournaments. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Not so recently, but in their history, have started slow at competitions before. But it feels like Na'Vi quite often get Ancient in their best of ones that start these tournaments. I remember back, even at the last RMR we had at IM Fall before Stockholm, they had an RMR start in the Ancient best of ones. So, I mean, they're no stranger to playing against some of these weaker oppositions in their opening games. And I think getting a CT start, there's a very real possibility that Na'Vi just take a significant half right off the bat and really just have a few rounds to try and close it out on.
Yeah, and we have to also talk about LAN environment here as well.
Exactly,
That's
that's a
going
big
to
thing.
chop and change, obviously. We've got cameras on you right now with you of the boys over there from Quazar. So it definitely shifts the mentality of how you approach the game. If you're able to keep cool, that's quite a key thing as far as we go. But I can see right here, right now, freeze time is ticking on down. The game is live. Na'Vi starting on the defense of Ancient, and Quazar starting on the attack right here. We'll get to see what they're able to bring to the table within the early stages of this one. If they can get this T-side pistol, it's a great foundation to work on for Ancient, which we know is a CT bias map.
Well, here we are. The European RMR getting kicked off. The most important qualifier of the year so far. The first time we've had these big teams having to qualify, have to earn their spot at the Major in one competition. Na'Vi, second in the world right now. The top dog opening things up versus Quazar.
Fast.
And it's a quick play up towards Perfecto. Playing from first pyramids. The flash is coming through. Simple on the dual Beretta is now swinging out into the site. And with Perfecto, will shut down the initial attack forward. Perfecto doubles up with his teammates. And the rotation is here for Na'Vi.
Batten down the hatches now, Perfecto with another shady falls, and so does Lazuka there towards the end. So almost clean, Simple the only one to go on down, and no dramas. An easy start, and a bit of a call from the Pug environment, right? A hard B. It's a bit of a maneuver that you're hoping catches off a team who isn't going for a stack, but Na'Vi had more than enough players there to deal with that one. And now you go into what is going to be an eco by the looks of things here for the Quazar side.
Yeah, Simple throws the M4 over to Electronic and takes the UMP in hand. Simple did start with the rifle. Electronic playing in mid, throwing some utility down towards the elbow.
Oh.
Peek and shady immediately to the headshot. So it is Simple who will get that M4 back as he treads out with the UMP.
Yeah, disrespecting the utility there in mid as the Ts, if they're quick, if you can get ahead of it, if you're avoiding the HEs, the mollies, the smokes, the flashes, you're able to take a fight like that. So the clothesline to Electronic, but now the spam on through. Simple has all four on his plate here.
He's out of ammo now, has to reload, has help at least from Boomich coming in from the left side, but Simple does get shredded out. Good damage being done here by Quazar on the Glocks, but Boomich and Bit have come in to pick up the cash. Now just Lazuka left alone, and he will fall to Perfecto. A 2-0 start for Na'Vi. Good little bit of damage there, and you almost have to disrespect the utility if you want to play in the early round out mid.
Yeah, we've seen some teams develop a few smokes to be able to deal with that. I know that Complexity has one that they deal with the deep Molotov with, which allows them to have the AWP post up. Hobbit likes to trickle one out to deal with the closer Molotov, at least to the CT side, so that he has a buffer zone to work with here. But the guns come out. Third round of play. The rebuy is essential for multiple members of Na'Vi here. They have 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, Doors smoke, I believe, being lined up here from Electronic, and not immediately so. They're actually going to wait for the early push to come on through. Smoke will land, and over towards A with a bit of a contact play.
Coming through and towards Simple. You have to challenge down Simple to try and get in towards the site, and he'll happily collect himself 2 and nearly flicks back for the 3rd. Spirit taking damage down to 9, but Electronic on the rotation back has been caught towards CT spawn, so now dropping back. Quazar at 3 versus 3.
Doable now. Lazuka here on this late flank. The donut
Boomich is
presence
watching.
onto Boomich. Yeah, but he's got the MP9. How's he meant to fight this?
He can't. He has to just try and stay alive towards Donut and cut off this access point. There was the flash forward. And now they have to start moving back into play. Bit immediately to the headshot. Spirit's position held at a man. They know there's one player in middle, so they just have to try and find him. And now the defuse being stuck inside of the smoke. Boomich just holding it. His teammate sent out the legion of Na'Vi players, taking out Spirit, and Lazuka hanging onto the AK. Has to call this one quits, and Na'Vi with 3.
Surprising he didn't give that one a go there. There was an opportunity to get stuck in, right? If he was able to push in through Donut, they had left him. They had left him hanging dry over towards middle. They were focusing towards the site, and the defuse comes on through. So Electronic and Simple are the ones to go down again, but they'll still mop up the mess over there for Na'Vi and grab that first gun round. Now retaining the AK in the hands of Lazuka, the bomb going down, it is facilitating yet another buy here. More AKs around, a Galil and a MAC-10, and fast over towards the B-bomb site again. 4 players to put some pressure on Perfecto here.
Perfecto turns out to Molly to slow things down immediately. Na'Vi trying to deal with some pace, and is Boomich sent in toward Jaguar with the XM. The auto shot getting the first kill of play.
Good weapon for the job here for Boomich. Simple has the AWP as well. That's found a kill onto Faxor, and now it's down to a 3-on-5 situation. And we still have 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock. This one stings for Quazar.
Yeah, Na'Vi have been able to deal with this quick pace that Quazar are trying to throw at them time and time again. Na'Vi dumping utility early, cutting off choke points, allowing easy pushes, and feels super comfortable right now for Na'Vi. mean, if you're Quazar, you come into this and your game plan, the initial rounds is pace here. It's speed. Try and catch Na'Vi sleeping, and it hasn't worked.
Electronic has one hand just jiggling
Look at
right
it.
there.
This is unreal.
He is so blasé about that position. He didn't even need to have his hand on the mouse.
That just really tells you everything you need to know about this matchup,
Yeah,
Chad.
and when you're starting out in a 3-on-5 number advantage because of a pick with a shotgun and then the AWP ringing on through, sure, you've given some space over to Quazar, but what else do they have? Wow, okay.
That's a great visualization as to how the mood in the Na'Vi camp is right now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Electronic. Well, a short smoke lined up here from Frothy.
He's going to throw it on in. Perfecto. Takes up position at Cubby. Now the rotation back from his teammate of Simple. And a push from Boomich, of course, down in towards Frothy. Now Perfecto swings out with the distraction set up and happily collects a couple. Yes, Boomich goes down, but he only had the XM. He's made more than enough money to buy, and we've got a 4-0 start for Na'Vi.
Well, they can buy again on Spirit. He has enough, so does Shady. We could get out a couple of rifles here if we wanted to see a continued buy, but what we need to see early from Quazar is them being able to grab this territory without losing a player, right? That's going to be key, because if they want to function within the mid-rounds, they're not going to be able to operate at a two-man disadvantage. They are going to buy in again, so making sure they can be threatening. Molotov thrown out mid here, over towards B, all 5 again.
Spirit is very quick on this one. Flash set up again. Perfecto. Perhaps should have found one there, but ends up not getting something. And 3 under the site now. Boomich smoked off. Hasn't been able to gleam a kill, so Quazar into the site.
Good push. They put down the deep smoke here towards the back of B lane. This speedway position, they try and rotate through quickly, and Spirit's taken down bit. Easy as you like. It might actually be a safe call from Na'Vi here.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel that competitive at the moment here for Na'Vi. You have to drop back surely at this point. AWP in the hands is Simple. You don't want to throw that over. Yeah, best just saving this one. Hang around, see if you can take a few rifles. Maybe here on the way out for Boomich. He does get a chance onto Shady, but the headshot immediately land. And that's great from Quazar. It's a good response.
Yeah, just brute forcing their way into B. Right, it was very simple stuff there, just launching up the ramp, avoiding that initial flash that was thrown out to enable Perfecto's peak. They get the trade there. Boomich gets smoked off towards Cave. So a really good decision. Right, the deep speedway smoke with the Cave smoke completely negate any of those rotations. You can see Boomich has an option to try and spam to find some damage. Does find a bit, but nothing lethal. And they will get their first round on the board here for Quazar.
That is a very small mouse map, Chad.
Yeah, it has to be a high sense, doesn't it? You're going to run out of room.
Well, Quazar, at least the 16-0 nightmare doesn't exist anymore, and a good round. Very clean.
Well, that's some. It does seem strange to say, but when you're in this environment against such a favorite like Na'Vi, first of all, getting a couple of kills is nice, and getting a couple of rounds feels even better.
Absolutely.
It makes you feel competitive in this type of environment. So they're chopping and changing the pace right now. They bought the respective B, which means that Na'Vi had to start there with 3. Going to have a bit of a jiggle here. And Simple's AWP is posted up over towards Temple. So this means they don't have to use any smoke, so they don't have to try and deny these choke points with too much utility. Simple could just stay posted with the big green. It does remove him from the play, right? It means he won't be able to move around the map so freely over towards Cave for a pick, mid for a pick. He's kind of pinned to this position. But this is great. Quazar, with 1 round win, have bought the respective Na'Vi that they need to start playing out the mid-rounds. Right? They're taking their time.
This gives Quazar a bit of space to maneuver, play perhaps what they've practiced so far. We get to see a bit of what Quazar have brought to this RMR, and also gives them a bit of confidence, right? As soon as you start, oh, damn, they're not invincible. We can take them down. We can win rounds. Get you a little bit more warmed up into this as Quazar now focused back over towards B.
Well, they've completely cleared out the lane, so they've gone through middle, given them multiple access over towards this cave position. And now as they start to live forward, they will just wait out this smoke. Boom's just going to get flashed forward for a peek.
A4 user, Chad.
I hate to see it.
35 seconds.
It's going to be a B finish.
Smoke's flash is starting to go on up. Boomich takes up position in Cubby, this time a little bit more passive, but Boomich extends from his corner, and immediately to the shot is Spirit. The headshot collected, this time on Electronic, who was spotted out to the left side of that smoke. And now Perfecto, well, you can't really compete for this one. It's a done deal again, that big side. It's
another
open.
save. And this is the difference maker. Quazar weren't pushed, they weren't taken out earlier, they weren't put in a 3-on-5 situation. Flashing Perfecto out, I think he takes a pick, but he's unable to backpedal here. They would love to hold on to these rifles because the cash is already strapped over there for Na'Vi, and this is going to be 2 consecutive rounds for Quazar. Simple hanging around to see if he can find anything to try and punish here, but as Spirit slinks away in towards the cave, it is going to be called on off. Perfecto needs to backpedal, needs to get out of the radius
No,
of the bomb.
no.
Is he considering a defuse? He
Oh
is.
my God.
He's considering. Ooh,
Okay. Yeah, I think he realizes maybe the time a little too far. Maybe someone's still on the ramp, so...
Is he even going to get away? No.
No. Okay. Probably would have been better trying to defuse that.
Yeah, at least it would have given us something to get excited about. Perfecto will go down with the bomb. They can drop a gun or two from Bit and Simple. But yeah, that's unsilenced M4, the M4A4. I'm sure if you're Bit, yeah, you know, if you're a headshot machine, you can justify it. But everybody else, I find it very hard to even have that discussion. It doesn't even feel like it's worth it. We all say personal preference, but one is clearly better than the other.
Absolutely. I mean, just use the A1 right now. It's so good. It's so cheap as well.
Yeah, it enables a couple extra buys here. Like when you're having like max loss bonus come on through, you can drop one and even have a couple left over for nades if you do save a gun. So,
but even the little details of not being able to figure out what your opponent's shooting you from.
Exactly.
Like, just lots of little benefits.
The argument I had with Rush about this the other night, it went on and on and on.
But you're never going to change his mind, chat.
No, I think I forced him to change though. So
okay.
Whether it was through pure will or he actually saw the light, I guess it doesn't matter. But this is just taking the pace out of things again here from Quazar. 3 in towards A main. You can see the bomb now just slinking past middle, trying to join the back of the pack, and through T-spawn is going to come Faxor. So this time misdirection, and A's wide open right now.
Yeah, it's a good round here again from Quazar, just manipulating Na'Vi. If they had not done that, the rifle would have been on this side of the map, and perhaps Bit is able to take a couple of kills. But now they realize it's a bamboozlement, and they're coming back to try and fight. And Bit swings out from Temple. A double kill collected before the smoke goes up. Luckily, Lazuka and Faxor, they pull the kills back, but it's still a 3v3. An opportunity set up here for Na'Vi.
They're going to put all the eggs into this basket if they go for this retake right here. Still going to be hard to unravel. I think Boomich is the linchpin of this on the flank.
Yeah, Boomich spotted out Faxor, but unfortunately for him, will not get the pick. And now Simple's AWP, well, it can't be thrown into battle just yet. They're sending Perfecto in to try and gather a little bit of space. And an awkward fight that will go the way of Perfecto. That nade does not remove him. And they know where Faxor is likely playing from. And Simple goes into the peak. Lazuka now into the 1v1 because he's taken down Perfecto, but it's up against the Grip one, and he will find the headshot. Lazuka cleans it up. Quazar have a third.
Beautiful stuff right there. And third consecutive round. It felt like Na'Vi were baited into that after that laboured fight over towards the donut position. Not a fight that the T's necessarily had to continue to take either. So giving an opportunity to Na'Vi there to at least get back into the round, but it's going to be that third conversion on this attacking side. And already on the T side, 3 rounds with a 1-round differential, it's pretty good. If they can get themselves up to 5 or 6, a real opportunity here to at least make Na'Vi sweat. Lovely little Molotov bounce off the skybox there. That's going to deal with mid-aggression. Make sure that the CTs can't just jump on up, perfectly highlighted. So that players like to throw into tends to be the one to lob that one out. So it's going to be a 3-man beast again, and Simple to be tested here. Swinging on out, and Faxor goes down. So they know where the AWP is. How quickly can they regather some map control right now? Shady has the AWP on the other side of things. But I think they're just going to take the pace out of this one again.
It's been working for them. Na'Vi have been giving them the space to play with and the respect, but now that they've got the advantage, Na'Vi can sit back with an expendable player. They send Bit in towards Donut. Looks like they want to try and get some A clearance again to see if that AWP has rotated off. Lazuka now making his way up through B lane. We've got Boomich on the right side of Jaguar with a double setup with a Perfecto. A minute left on this clock now. Quasar's bomb now makes its way towards the A site, and it's alleviated. They haven't got a single player over on this side of the map, and it is towards Donut for Bit. As soon as I say that, though, Electronic begins his rotation back.
Oh, the boost up over here. It's a power position.
It absolutely is. See if Electronic is going to extend from the Temple. Utility making no secret about the play forward here. It is Bit to swing out from Donut. Now Electronic alleviates his position from Temple into the fight. And Boomich now extends through B lane. Kills coming in across the board for Na'Vi. Not a single player goes down, and that is much more like it.
It was well handled, but it was actually a nice little piece there from Quazar. They just hit the pause, right? They cut all the audibles. It forced that rotation that you were highlighting there. But once they get boosted up towards that tree position, and then you drop that smoke on down towards Temple, they get the CT smoke in as well. If they had one more over towards Donut, at least they should have been able to guarantee themselves a plant. But not to be the case, and Na'Vi back into the winning ways. Both teams to purchase again here. Nothing missing in the buy for Quazar. Everybody into AKs or the preferential AWP for Shady here as he pushes on quite quickly up towards the B lane, fast as you like. The AWP getting ready to take a fight against Boomich. Through the fire he goes, but the flash from Frothy That's the problem. You could see there the flashbang dance. It was either miscommunicated, mistimed, or missed in general, because that one right there is a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Smoke goes down for Boomic. Slim Shady standing up at the wrong time, and now Boomic is just going to hold down. Looking through the little gap here. So if you wonder what he's looking at, there's a little gap you can see as they cross on by.
It is crazy that this has stayed, right? These gaps over here in towards the cave section.
Yeah, there's lots of little details like that.
Yeah, the spam is great, but those little gaps, it does make things curious. It's almost like scaffolding on Vertigo in a way.
Yeah, seen some cool moves from Danking yesterday dealing with that. Lots of little details. Frothy looks to be set up with a flash here. Molly clearing out to the right side, and now Boomic has decided to extend, but there's no flash come in. Boomic gets away with a double. Perhaps that's the only benefit for the A4. Boomic runs out of ammo, and now Perfecto holds for Faxor, and Spirit will go down to the hands of Simple. So Na'Vi is starting to feel much more comfortable.
Yeah, and if they could now establish a bank here on this CT side, right, they've already lost a couple of rounds. You know, you don't want to fall foul. As we're talking about, you're expecting this team to be winning with the 16-5, 16-6 type scorelines, especially with the CT side to start on Ancient. If the game's close, we consider that a worrying sign for Na'Vi. If they're able to get across the line cleanly, we consider that to be par for the course. Right? The only way that we go, oh, this was awesome, if they won 16-0, right? And unfortunately, when you're one of the best teams in the world, the bar is set crazy high. That's just the way it is. But they're going up B long again, up the ramp.
Pace change this time, much quicker. Perfecto fell foul to this earlier in a round, but this time will hold for just one. Damage has been set up though, and so Boomic will happily mow them down. Boomic keeps it clean. Na'Vi with her 7th, done in style from Boomic.
And he's getting fired up there, Boomic. You can see that the yells, right? He's actually enjoying this one right here, and that was a round, as you mentioned, that they had lost previously. So he knew that he needed to get stuck on in, could not allow them to scale all the way back up to the death cube. And had to make this push and this perfect play.
Yeah, just clean aim here from Boomic. Headed this round as well with very vocal. Him and Simple having a conversation just as they headed into this round, perhaps expecting this kind of play, how to deal with it perhaps. But 3 rounds for Quazar. Back to the rifles. Elbow being stopped. Shady holding and then forced back with a deeper Molotov that'll force him further back. And now Spirit takes up position and they made Bit with the AWP here. Double upset it for Na'Vi.
And I liked it when they took the pace out, right? When they started to go slow, they waited out all that early utility. Like, Boomic's position could get found out here. If they just take their time, they get the same main control. Now they return towards middle. They drop the donut smoke. They drop the top mid smoke. That means Boomic is going to either have to stand and fight or slink back through cave. They'll have that space. They can regroup. They can execute. And, well, a B-door smoke is going to land here. So that will be called out right now from Faxor. He's just doing his job. Think about this position as maybe anchoring outside long doors. Oh, the boost. It won't be bad. It won't be bad. It could have a shot here against Simple. It has to flick on up, sees the elbow, takes the shot, gives us the signature wiggle, and does back off. Electronic's yet to get a kill.
Yeah, he hasn't really been. I mean, he was out tempo in one of the rounds where Bit and him were holding down the A side. He mainly just acted as a human distraction to set out Bit. Boomic is having a good time, though.
This is what I talked about, though. They do the donut and top mid smoke. They crawl across mid. They come at K from 2 different angles, and now they can actually reposition. So if this is part of their late default, nice. But problems with the time, 35 seconds.
The walk on by, Boomic has just missed that upon his peak. 29 seconds, in fact, here for Quazar. Bit's position with a double AWP is holding towards Donut. If they go in dry, it's going to be an easy kill for the AWP, and it will be. Bit dodges any utility thrown at him and now repositions to the close right ankle. And again, remember, Electronic is up on the boost. So this setup is so well placed to deal with a 10-second play forward from Quazar. Electronic peeks out, kill for him, Bit finds the follow-up, and now just Lazuka not in a position to contest, doesn't want to die after the time here. He has $300 in the bank account, goes into the fight, risky business, but still will come out with his life.
I can't believe he took that fight
That's
at
mental,
all.
isn't it?
Yeah, I guess he didn't want to get closed down on right there. It does take away that secondary AWP from Bit, but he has 11k to his name, so no dramas in buying that one back on in.
Lazuka's got the style today, hasn't he? He's got the dress shirt on, the hair's looking good. He's got a vibe going on here.
Yeah, he's definitely got a look about him. But great stuff from Bit. And the setup that you're pointing out here is so difficult to rumble, right? You could see the smoke fading over towards that main position, and it felt like there was no time left on the clock already. But we return to B. We like the pacey stuff around here.
Yes, this time it's not up the ramp. Instead, it is pressure towards Boomic, and this time they will catch him. They go through the molly. Boomic and still got one from the grave, and Simple decides to re-peek into the rifle that was picked up off the corpse of Boomic. So kill has come through here. 2, in fact, for Quazar. The rotation back is quick from Electronic and Perfecto. Cubby set up again. It's being watched. He's going to be forced into the open. Lazuka turns back to the headshot, and now Electronic goes down.
Wow.
Lazuka, a 2-quick double. And for the first time today, I'll use it. Lazuka, the bazooka, and now Bit. A 1v2 goes into the open, and Frothy ready for it. A round picked up for Quazar on the pistols.
Wow, they threw everything and the kitchen sink right there at that cave position, right? Flying through the incendiary there, just really putting pressure on that flash. You can see how potent it is. It just pops as they're rounding the corner. So if you can get a good timing on it, not like we saw before with poor Shady and the AWP, you're able to get an opener. But it's this one here from Frothy. That molly as well that comes banking out and lands over towards the cubby position. It's going to put so much pressure on poor Perfecto. Great stuff. And it was that Lazuka double, right? It was that shot towards the quick. It was so fast. So the mechanics there looking beautiful. But no double orb setup now.
Electronic. Got one kill on the board now. Let's push this way down into middle. Looking towards elbow smoke. Decides now to drop back. Bit, this is a very close position towards the smoke at A main. It starts to fade away, would have to drop back, and now shots ringing out. Confirmation of players' presence inside that position, but the bomb is still outside of B.
I do like this default, right? This is where I think that Ancient will be headed. If teams are going to be so suppressing with the utility over towards B lane, right, and have the aggressive cave maneuvers, they're jumping up mid, they're harassing, right? That's pretty much how Ancient is being played at the moment with this door smoke. You have to wait it out. And then as soon as the utility's gone for the CTs, it's much harder to linger, right? You can leave Boomage in a position like this to be a sleeper net, sure, but you're going to rotate players back, especially when pressure comes in towards A.
Well, the bomb is not with them. It is a play forward, and Bit has got good spacing on the other side of things to deal with. So he takes the headshot. There's no quick trade. There's no opportunity to do so.
Gap in this donut smoke here.
And Bit, we'll see if he can use that. It's not too big on this left side, actually, so will be Electronic inside of the site. Elsewhere, Simple has taken down Lazuka. 30 seconds left. Electronic now plays forward from his advanced position. Frothy should be checking in. Vector, still reacts to it. Looked like he was about to walk around the corner and go down. Faxer on the other side of things. Bit disjointed there from Quazar. The call to go, I feel like came a little early.
Yeah, I just strolling on out, right? I think they're hoping that a rotation was forced, but Boomage had all that information still. So before they'd taken back B lane, they were already exploding it towards A. So, right, they're not playing the information game very well for Quazar. But now we're up to 9 now, and maybe we see something pacey again back towards B. Not everybody is going to be able to afford all the gubbins that they're looking for here.
2 of the rounds, 2 out of 4, have come off the back of catching either Perfecto or Boomage off guard with a quick play. And that just gives them that opportunity to follow up upon. So perhaps that is the call to go. Perfecto, this time nearly caught out, but will survive.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit frustrated about that one there if you're Perfecto, that they're willing to just keep running at you, right? So it's important for him to step on up and shut them down. Actually, he gets thrown the AWP as per Bogdan's law.
All right, Boomage does put some damage on towards Lazuka, but now it drops back in towards Jaguar, and he's actually going to go forward. All right, Boomage, you could get caught here, no problem. If Lazuka decides to disrespect this smoke, it fades away, and Boomage, Simple, is his bodyguard.
Wow, okay. Yeah, that smoke, the fact that Lazuka was playing in and around that almost found them a way on in here, but now it's the AK, the AWP, and the Deagle. Nice shot there from Frothy on towards Electronic. He's down. The bomb needs to be collected, though, and that's the next problem.
Nice kill from Boomage. Finally, Simple traded out. Oh, that is quick from Shady. And now he wants to go into the fight. Perfecto holds. Oh, there was a chance there for Shady to make something of that, but Perfecto had the iron goal. 10 rounds now for Na'Vi.
Okay, made it a little bit threatening, didn't they? Remember, there was a couple of Deagles in the mix right there. Now they get out the full guns again, but it has really felt like a big part of their success coming with those openings that you were talking about, or just scaling quick to learn towards that B site. If they want to go back to the patient play, they will need to make sure they consider all the information game before they just start walking or leering on out onto either bomb site. But Na'Vi have recovered this one, right? It was 4-3 at one point, and now the scoreline's 10-4.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a sign of life for Quazar early, but Na'Vi have kind of dampened the fire. We'll see if they can take a round at the half here. 5.
What?
Could possibly make it happen. Lazuka's burned away Perfecto, and Boomage looks to claim it back. Again, Simple and Boomage with this advanced setup down in towards B lane, and they're putting pressure on Lazuka. Gap on the left side of the smoke.
I don't think Perfecto got the extinguish he was looking for there, potentially, right? Because how did you just burn on down? There must have been some bullets coming on through as well. And look at this mid-space taken now. Another standoff towards main. Push on through Bit.
Oh, he phases the smoke. And Frothy, with the disadvantage upon the player being inside the smoke, ends up going down to it. Spirit nearly had a chance to remove Electronic. And now that Electronic has the power position of Temple and the help from Bit towards main, he can flash him out and reposition behind the big box. Oh, under a minute now left. Bit turns. Shady at least trades him out 1 for 1. And Faxo has found position up in red room.
Okay, well, the bomb is dropped outside of A main here, so they need to scoop that up. And if they catch Boomich off guard, who is currently looking the wrong way, he's in a bit of a hard-to-clear spot if they do push down this B lane. And they might even circumvent him and go straight in towards Cave. Jumping up over the AWP of Shady to join the party. And Electronic is accounting for this potential red room leak. And they're just going to walk on past Boomich. So he'll be able to hear the bomb going down, but won't be able to deny it from here. They might not expect a flank so quickly as well through Cave. So depending on the decision-making of Boomich here, that he could shut down the round on his lonesome. Util coming in, that's going to set the alarm bells ringing.
And now Boomich begins to look to the side, but
okay.
Shady swings and considers. And Boomich down. Faxor now cutting off rotations. Electronic, the supply line is cut off completely. But luckily they have the Armageddon weapon of Simple to see if they can win this 1v3. He'll start to come back up through the ramp itself. Deagle in hand. Searches for life, but no one coming in towards him. Looks out to the right side, and yeah, will be caught. Shady had the angle. Considered it again. 5 rounds for Quazar at the half.
Some good moments from a few of these players here on Quazar, right? The scrimmier rounds to be where it's a rush. It's going to come down to whoever's trading better, right? Or if you're getting that crazy opener. But Shady had some quick moments on the AWP. I think his awareness right there to account for Boomich in a pushed up position flanking. I can't believe he was already ready for that. Okay, so Perfecto gets caught into a spam battle and between the Molotov. So that's the problem for him right there. A nice shot from Bit. I think there were some really nice shots out of Lazuka as well. He had some bangers. And Faxor with a really important linchpin position of that red room. So good stuff. As they will get 5 on the board here for Quazar. Now they're on the easier side. They're on the CT side. Let's see just truly how many rounds they can post. Can they make Na'Vi sweat?
Let's see what Na'Vi have decided. Is the call for the pistol for Quazar was a simplistic B rush. For Na'Vi with some utility you would expect a little different. Bomb goes outside of B. It's a quick play through elbow to assert some control. As the smoke up towards red room popped already. Simple goes onto the ledge. Bit push forward to Donut already and jumping around, making no secret about this one. Shady removed, and now the play forward from Cave as they leap into Boomich. It is at least a kill, but again, Simple alongside of him, trading it out. So Spirit and Frothy, the last 2 remaining players for the forces of Quazar. And they now go swinging to red room. It's Frothy is the next victim. So Na'Vi just claiming the lives. And a single player left, and Spirit running back into spawn. A lovely little headshot there onto Bit, but plenty more to find where that came from.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. There's 2 players posted just around the corner here, both playing behind the tall box. As soon as Spirit swings, they peer on out. He gets 1. Not bad at all.
That was away.
Yeah.
Which he maybe gets a second there too. Had a split second to react.
Good game so far from Simple and Bit. 17 for Simple, you get 16 for Bit. Boomich is also on 15 frags, 12 for Perfecto. It's really just Electronic who's been having a bit of a rough go, I think. Bit was great on this. You can see Simple there just munching away on that P250. And every time you see Bit get these kills, they're just instant, right? You see those 2 frags that we just had in the highlight reel. Just instantly, bang, bang. Infinity Molly comes out towards the donut position from Bit. A bit of light utility as well. There you go. You can see exactly what we're working for as far as the mid control looks. They have B lane. This is both mid established and B lane with early Cave control immediately. The biggest problem is this A main push, and Bit's just starting to peer on back, adopting a more passive angle.
Takes a lot of patience to play this kind of role. Bit's just going to be holding for it. The easiest kills of his life, surely.
Uh-oh.
What?
Look where the bomb is right now, Dinko. The bomb is just around the corner. If they keep pushing, they will spot this. They haven't had eyes on it just yet, so they're actually going to push themselves forward. They have the bomb, and they don't know.
Oh, they have no idea, and Simple takes down 2. Boomich now realizes with a distraction, it's time to go back for the extraction. And the bomb is going to be picked up and put on his back again. There was a chance here for Quazar. Still is at a 3v3.
Oh, Boomich is trying to get tricky with this right now.
Trying to fix the smoke, and luckily, Frothy will get caught. Boost going over the top here. The 8K being posted, but Boomich solo running towards A.
Oh, hold up a second. Is he going to be heard by Spirit here? No, the audible not picked up just yet, and he's actually starting to consider a flank. So the bomb will go down towards A, but Boomich is currently on his own. If they started to run down Boomich's position, they could have a fight against him here because the rotation is coming in late and slow.
They do have the bomb planted for them from CT, though, so they certainly still have the advantage in this position. And Boomich making steps. Spirit has actually got behind him, and Boomich now down.
He's got a smoke.
He does, and a flash available too, but Electronic has got into Temple. It's 2 MAC-10s here against the rifles of Quazar. Spirit need to get onto this. It's not a kit on their back at all. There's a limited time to play with. Smoke goes down, and Perfecto peeks out. He swings again. Recovery mission for Na'Vi, not the cleanest of rounds. But that shot onto Bit, man, that I said it was the easiest kills of his life. Absolutely should have been, but that shot, that is nuts.
Yeah, banger right there. And as I mentioned, if they knew that the bomb was down, they could have started to fortify T-spawn. Could you imagine having to come back and clear all of this territory?
There's so much.
Yeah, so that wouldn't have been an easy round either way. I think right there with the smoke on the bomb every time, right? Smoke on the bomb with the tap. They have to spam. You draw them both out. Oh, beautiful camera. Call me impressed.
Love that.
Yeah, we're going to follow that one through towards mid. We're fast, we're fighting, and we're furious as extinguishers go either way.
Faxor has his teammate down. This double setup in mid is actually quite difficult to deal with sometimes. If you disrespect the utility, you swing out into the fight, dealing with a change in elevation is usually going to give the CTs a confirmed killer too.
It's actually an interesting way for them to deal with this, right? Because when you throw that molly from spawn that lands just in front of Donut, they've extinguished that and then played above it, right? Obviously, you can get flash. That can be one of the bigger issues here, but it's not the angle you're clearing first. You're looking more towards the right side, anybody trying to swing towards cutout. So it might be a bit of an opportunity here if we get to see this come out again from Na'Vi's mid take, but a deeper mid smoke comes on through. This is going to deny the vision of Shady. 2 towards A, 2 towards B, as Na'Vi are picking up as much real estate as they can. And
yeah. The slower start to the round here for Na'Vi is great because it draws out whatever utility Quazar had. Now we look at what they've got. It's 2 smokes and an HE left, and still just under a minute left as Na'Vi start to look at B.
Yeah, no kit here either, so it's going to be a difficult round for them once the bomb goes down. They need a multi-kill on the site to slow this. Na'Vi is starting to posture and set on up. Cave control is simple on the jiggle. Hasn't caught any info just yet. Defensive smoke dropped out here.
Yeah, well, Lazuka is taking up position at pillar, perhaps distracted by the smoke, but no. Lazuka. Oh!
Made a meal of that one.
That is, yeah, that's a big meal. Hard to stomach that. And now Bit commits to the plan. A couple of kills going back and forth has put us at an equilibrium. A 3v3 as they begin their retake, but again, a smoke and an HE and no kit that has to be quick.
Just smoke top cave, could smoke off the ramp, one of the two. Pick your poison here, but you still have to take Bit out of the equation. Behind the pillar will be spotted out here on a jiggle.
He has to go swing, and he has. He's taken down Faxor, takes up position at pillar and allows Perfecto to take the second peek, and now in Spirit trying his best, and nearly through the smoke at cave, takes another, so goes on to the bomb. Low HP, or low ammo rather, in the weapon. Simple will spam him down through. And 13 rounds now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, a little bit naughty there from Simple, right? Catching him on a bit more of a tighter angle there with the wall bang coming on through. So good stuff from Na'Vi. They handle it. Look, there was a moment where it got a little bit wobbly. I want to give a lot of praise here to Bit. Playing around that pillar, if you over-jiggle a tiny bit, you're going to get mowed down, right? It's so difficult to play around this position, and he just he stuck to his guns, was able to step out, get one, stay alive as well. It set Perfecto up for a second kill. So really good stuff there. Going to see a swag 7 for Lazuka here.
And a mid-fight for Faxor on his Deagle. He's going to actually catch Electronic. Looking the wrong way. Simple trades it out immediately. So Electronic's having a rough time here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not having a good game at all, Electronic. Like his teammates are. Simple and Boomich stand tall. Boomich down to 13 points of health, and a deep Molotov towards Donut to hold them at bay now. But this is a 3-on-4 situation, and it is going to be difficult to see how this one gets out of control. Hightailing it back on the rotation, you can see here. Shady alongside of Spirit. They want some space to work with. They have no idea where Na'Vi currently lie.
Also today, running alongside of us is going to be a simultaneous secondary stream. We have Outsiders versus Unique happening over there right now on Dust 2. If you're interested in following that action, you can head over there to PGL_CSGO. But 13-5. Chad, you told me some interesting facts this morning. I do like those. About Quazar.
Oh, about the definition of what a Quazar is. Now, it is a laser tag institution in Perth, Western Australia. Okay, well,
laser tag? Well,
yeah.
This one's a bit lethal. The Deagle's out of nowhere. Suddenly, a chance in the round for Quazar. And Bit now tasked to clutch. He goes back up towards B lane, and they have the bomb.
Noisy about this.
Bit goes into it. Pulls the smoke. Very lucky to be alive here, Bit. Flash that up. Shots ring out. And Bit now goes into the fight to get closer and closer, but 20 seconds left. It does become quite chaotic here for Bit. Smoke is up to try and allow him to get that, and he's actually dropping
He's faked the sound. They don't know that the bomb's not picked up yet because it's in the smoke.
Yeah, but did they confirm that? They walk on the other side of it, so now he has to come back in 10 seconds left. They know they split up, they drop back, and Quazar on pistols take it versus Na'Vi.
Some smiles on the faces there as well. Some bangers of shots here, right? We talked about the individual ability of some of these kids and the moments of brilliance. Well, here it is from Frothy on the Deagle. Bang. Ready to stand and deliver here. We knew that Boomich was low from the mag 7, but the second one onto Perfecto was great, and then Spirit does the same thing. Locks them down.
Absolutely a black hole there, just pulls them in.
Yeah, and look at what it's done to the buy here. Na'Vi have actually been able to bring out an AK, a Tech 9, a Deagle, a P250, and a Glock for Boomich. So a really important round for Quazar to win as far as the economy struggle goes.
Machete, this is aggressive, it's confident. It's going towards B lane with the AWP, but you can't really hang around here too long.
I was watching him during warm-up. He was actually just doing the jump, right? He didn't even need the boost. He was just doing the jump off the top of the ledge there. So if you have that type of movement, you can make that consistently through the fire in the flames, similar to doing the Mirage window jump, right? If you're able to get away with that when you know utility's coming your way, it can set you up for a bit of an early fight like this. But they have backed on off from that aggressive stance. They're into more of a passive 3-2 split of the defenses. Oh, and Simple just creeps on up, takes a bullet or two, and is chipped on down to 27 points of health. So that AK already in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, the hero AK invested into needs to find something if Na'Vi are going to compete here. I'm going to start thinking about the A plays, begin to congregate over here. Spirit might be able to get some kills against the lower buy. Faxor tasked with Donut, he can be drawn back once that initial attention is taken here.
Yeah, this is a really good setup because normally a team is going to at least give away a sound cue as they're exiting main. A smoke, you can see that flying through the sky.
Oh,
Spirit out.
He swings into it. 3 down to the AK. Bit Simple and Perfecto. They just all line up.
Well, there was the cue, right? There was the cue for the go. Spirit has got 4 kills, but even find the ace here up to 17 frags, and not going to find the final. That is going to be Lazuka top mid taking down Electronic. Okay, 13-7. And there has to be a save here from Na'Vi unless they want to have another hodgepodge buy. So 13-8 almost destined to be the case unless a couple of Zingerberger Deagles are coming out from Na'Vi. They want to take a page of that Quazar book.
If you want to buy your tickets to the PGL Major in Antwerp, you can buy them now on screen with the QR code. 13-7, utility now thrown out towards middle. Smoke towards red room, but they're disrespecting it here, Quazar. They've got out before it. Utility bombarded towards elbow. A double molly setup. Boomich tickles in the fire as he moves his way up through the B lane. He has actually got himself quite a strong position alongside Perfecto up in Jaguar.
Yeah, it's a good piece of real estate to have early here, but they only have a smoke and a flash to work with, and Shady, well, he wants this territory back, and he wants it now.
Shady stands, swings his Lazuka with the flash. Shady at the ready for the second pick of play. Now the play into a Donut continues to move full for Simple. And the headshot for Faxor confirms the kill. So now just down to 2. A bit now look at a task and try and deal with the rifle. Unfortunately, won't be able to do so. And nice and clean here for Faxor. Quazar getting into this one now, Chad.
Yeah, and this is where I'm curious, does Blade want to take a timeout, right? It's going to be a buy for Na'Vi. Do you want to just make sure that the team is set in the right direction? And as I say, a timeout is called. So Blade will be chipping on in right now, the coach of Na'Vi, just to make sure that they understand that, yeah, look, the scoreline currently 13-8. This is looking great, yeah, but we need to close. Let's get it done, right? It's already starting to get a little bit worrisome now. This is the CT side of Ancient. 3 consecutive rounds after the pistol with the conversions for Na'Vi. The last 3 have been one-way traffic for Quazar.
The hand warmer's out.
You got to be careful with those. Don't want to spill them all over the place. Then we will have a technical issue or two.
I mean, I wonder why Electronic was maybe having a quieter game. We have to have the B stream update. Look at that, 16-2 versus Unique here for Outsiders. They've dealt with their opponent pretty easily.
That's what you want to see, right? That's the conversation that we're having a little bit earlier, right? For Na'Vi, you want to see them come in, you want to see them beat down on their opponent, keep it as quick as you like. That's a win, right? That's a victory. That's probably one of the only victories that we are thinking these top-tier teams would have. So good to see Outsiders taking care of business.
Well, now it begins the difficult part for the second half. Now we've got rifles out again for Na'Vi. Quazar are going to have to deal with that.
If Quazar wins this and they deny the plant here, they're back in business.
Absolutely.
They could be up to 10 rounds. And then we have a game. And this is what we talked about, right? This is what we spoke about, the idea that this could be possible. And once you're getting close like this, it's on. It's anybody's matchup. Forget the names. Just worry about the play.
Flash goes out for Lazuka. Blinds Boomich. Not going to be too effective. Lazuka has to alleviate his position. Now Boomich looks to claim it with a flash. And I'm only used to the left side. A minute left now. Perfecto holds for the B ramp play, and Frothy is close to it.
Yeah, this is a bit of a standoff here, and they don't really know. You can see that AWP is overseeing the boost. It means that Frothy just has to worry about the low ground. And in this type of situation, if he can catch a player off, because as you pre-fire that corner, it's traditionally, oh, he's been caught with the bomb, dropping back. They've seen that. 40 seconds now. A decision has to be made. He was trying to reroute back towards A. He still is.
They're committing back to it. We'll see how Quazar react to this. Again, they've got a two-man setup over towards this A side of things. That bomb not really making decisions just yet. There's very limited time. They're waiting on Boomich to make the play forward, and he has got a bit of info towards the cubby, so that should signal towards this A play for Na'Vi, and they will dodge the stack majority, but there's still two players here, and Faxo has to deal with Donut and Man, and he will swing out from the side. He's able to take himself one, but finally Simple will arrive. The SG comes in and takes down two in the site, and now the commitment to the plant. Simple body blocking any potential bullets that could come through, and now plays inside of the CT smoke. He goes into Lazuka, and Simple goes down. It is just Perfecto for the clutch. The Galil with the first. Perfecto not ready for the second player, and Frothy catches him looking the wrong way. Na'Vi will lose the round. They do get the plant though, but Quazar absolutely competing against the world number 2.
Beautiful stuff right there. That setup was great as well. They were baiting them in, leering them in towards A. They had all the information thanks to Frothy there with that aggressive maneuver, catching the bomb high time. Smiles on the faces because, yeah, why not?
You're having a great game versus the number 2 team. These guys will be inspirations for these guys, right? You're coming from the same region. You look up to these players, and you're now competing against them on LAN. It's great to see.
Yeah, that's it's never fun when you see Na'Vi having to have conversations like those, right? They're starting to take things a lot more seriously here because, as we have outlined, they understand the same situation. This is a game that they should be winning with ease.
But now it becomes the difficult part because Electronic has put his other hand on the MOUZ chat. So
he only has 3 kills. He's really having a rough go, isn't he?
Yeah.
What is his ADR? Let me have a look at it. It can't be great. He's having a real stinker of things, his old Electronic. 32 ADR. Yeah, that's the lowest in the server right now.
3 and 13. Other than that, Simple 24 and 12. Continues to have a good performance. Was really what got them into a position to get the bomb plant in the last. 13 to 9. Na'Vi still only 3 away, but they've had to go for a bit of a half investment here. Tech9s, Deagles.
Well, this is a type of round... Oh, hold up a second.
Lazuka needs to be careful. They're going to disrespect that Electronic. And Boomich fighting out, and it will be Boomich who finishes off the kill with the Tech9. But Electronic tries to get away with the rifle and ends up going down through the smoke.
Well, he's given up his life, but they will get the rifle off the ground, right? Could have just taken his time about that.
Absolutely.
Didn't need to rush it. They could have really taken the pace out of it, but now they're down a man. And
look at Simple.
Yeah,
look
at Simple. This is a very, very forward position.
Is this Glass's teleporty guy or something? He's just how he found himself in here.
This faster play has drawn a full rotation, right? And as Faxor comes back towards A, he has to be aware of how much space is possibly being given up. They just have to be aware. He's not even glancing on over. Doesn't feel like he thinks this is the case whatsoever. So Faxor backpedals in towards a Simple position. He will go on down, but the question is, how do you want to handle a round like this? Do you allow Simple to come through, clear out the side? The info play coming out from Quazar. Now, this is all going to come down to timing here.
Well, Faxor is looking towards mid.
It's actually fine just to play retake A. Why not?
It absolutely is. Yeah, you have the better weapons here. You've got some utility. Simple's position no longer that strong, and he will start to try and fly out. Donut ends up going down, and Shady, he'll remove bits. So suddenly Na'Vi down to just 2 players. Perfecto can't plant because they're watching from CT, and knife out as they come through the donut. Quazar go on fire, and Na'Vi kind of discombobulated in the site there.
Yeah, this is getting mental now. I was starting that round off by saying this is the type of round that got Quazar into these winning ways. It was the Deagles, right? It was the Deagles right there that we didn't think were going to offer a whole lot, and then they pull out a couple of massive shots, and now it's just been round after round after round. A tight affair right here, and well, back into the buys. We've already seen 2 Na'Vi timeouts called. They haven't called another just yet, so thinking now that the rifle's out, they can get this one done. Simple into the big green. AKs for everybody else, but a bank built now for Quazar. They are in this one, and ooh, didn't get the run boost landed. They're going to try again. They're going to give it another crack. There's so much utility coming their way. Maybe call it off, boys.
Well, they're just now fighting, and they will beat out Electronic. Faxor just goes into the dry peak, and Electronic not able to compete at all.
He's going to keep pushing. He's playing in this mid-smoke right now.
Shady's taking out Simple.
It's a 3-on-5.
Now they're pushing up B. It feels like Na'Vi, this is the only play they've got available, but Frothy swings out from the cubby. Perfecto doing a bit of work here. God's work, in fact, for Na'Vi to try and keep them competitive. Shady plays back to second pyramid. Oh, gets removed. Perfecto He is done with losing rounds like this. He is pulling Na'Vi back into this one. But Faxor comes in and the flank bit hits the headshot. And now just Spirit left. This looks so good for Quazar, but it's not done yet. Spirit has a chance to win it.
Yeah, well, they're not ready.
They're doubled up in the ramp. Spirit creeps out. Just a flash, no smoke. If he had a smoke here, maybe some pressure could be put on, but Spirit now goes into the fight. Bit will peek for info. Ends up getting caught, and he read Perfecto's position, but couldn't quite find the kill. Perfecto carries Na'Vi through this round.
Wow, what a round right there to pull on back. That one started miserably as well. That was 2 frags. Yeah, Vaxor just swinging wide and dry, and Simple goes down to the AWP. So an opportunity there for Quazar does go missing, but Na'Vi, they work hard for that.
You don't want to have to win gun rounds like this, though, if you're Na'Vi, right?
That's true, very true.
You don't want to just have to rely on Perfecto taking every kill in front of him. Well, here we are, nonetheless, 14-10, a round win, yes, for Na'Vi, but they have to compete again. And this time, Electronic gets away with a double. He's got fire protective boots on, he doesn't burn away.
Yeah, well, they're going for that mid play again, and they get caught off guard. Electronic down, skyrocketing on towards A. Spirit up over, he gets one back as well.
And those kills that Electronic got are now cancelled out, but now even. Boomich swings, catches Spirit in between the smokes. Now
Everyone's
Utility
here.
Dumped on into the A site. Bit actually takes the brunt of the damage of that.
Look at this push.
And Frothy, yeah. Tries to play forward, unfortunately, on the initial peak. Didn't find anything.
Might get the bomb here.
He is actually going to find the bomb. And now pressure for Na'Vi. 2 smokes available here for Quazar. He goes in a clear close. Perfecto actually getting tagged up, down to 53 HP. Boomich's position is everything as he gets into tempo, but you can see they're considering it. In fact, they're holding for it. Boomich might think he's got the time in here, but Lazuka is wise to his tricks, and now Perfecto needs to do it again.
Oh.
Needs to carry them through and save their bacon once more. Perfecto with 1 and can't get the second this time. Cancelled out by Quazar.
Wow, back and forth we go here, and I can't believe a round where Electronic finally starts to get some impact. A double kill out mid. Falls foul. They drop the ball. They can't convert. The pace towards A, it's dealt with. It's handled. Na'Vi starting to sweat now. Quazar have come to play today. The extra cash left over, they can drop some guns. Their buy is going to be everything they want and more. 3 more rounds to tie things up here against Na'Vi.
Oh, look at this buy for Na'Vi. It's Electronic and a Galil Perfecto to the AK.
It is a half buy, right? So they're going to still be able to purchase in the next here for Na'Vi. That's why they've kept it at this middling of the pack level. But you need to do damage. A round like this, you have to get a couple of frags because you can still keep Quazar in this position where their money is going to be brittle. Where if you do win that one, then it's going to be easy to find that 16th round to play. Na'Vi only need 2 more. But only on the T side here of a map like Ancient, it's not easy to find. And as you mentioned, a round like that where Perfecto has to hit a couple of bangers, bit alleviates the pressure on the flank. It's hard to replicate those type of scenarios, but they found a gap. They found some space. They're scaling out mid here.
Shady to the shot. Boomich swings.
Sees a lot there.
Gets the info, yeah. Goes in for the repeat. Needs to be careful he doesn't get overrun.
Quick on him here. They've taken the space, but Shady, the AWP, perfect weapon for the job to, from the CT spawn position to take another fight and fall.
Oh, Flash is fantastic.
Running him down. No, no, no.
Lazuka covered him off though, and Lazuka able to double up. Bit and Electronic. It is now their graveyard. Perfecto and Simple into the 2 versus 5. 45 seconds left in this timer as we now transition into Na'Vi's attempt at B.
They've been given an invitation into the site by this passive stance that Frothy's currently in, so it's, hey, come on in. At least have a look at what's going on. They will have to now they're committed to this position.
Problem is the bomb's going through the cave, so he can spot that out. And Simple now
look at the rotation.
to try and take the fight.
Look at the rotation. It's coming in thick and fast.
Simple to the headshot. Bomb plant would make a big difference here. You get a lot of money going into the next. Perfecto extends out long. Bomb does go down. Perfecto needed that kill. Still has a shot for it. AK in his hands. Now Simple with 1-2. They double up towards long side.
Perfecto has a smoke. He's used it to actually block off their line of sight to the bomb. They can just hit the defuse.
Yeah, they can't just stick it in. Now they are. They need to swing and deny this, and they're not going to do it. The defuse just pulled through, and Quazar, that's as easy as you like.
Thank you very much, Perfecto.
There we go.
Thank you very much indeed. That's one way to get the defuse to come on through. A little bit quizzical right there. I think he wanted to guard himself so they could focus on a fight in a certain side. But yeah, like...
Simple.
Yeah,
It is,
stressful times.
I think he's either stressed or just completely bewildered as to how this is happening. Na'Vi having a very slow start here with the RMR, and let me just tell you.
Look at the smiles on the other side, right?
They're loving it right now.
And why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, Na'Vi, the defending major champions from the last PGL major we just had a few months ago last year. So, yeah, this is the RMR. This is the qualifier for that major. Everyone has to get there via this. There's no free invites, even for the last champions. And Na'Vi still in the lead, yes, 2 rounds away from victory, but let me tell you, Quazar is certainly in a much better position in terms of the momentum at the moment. But this is a good round. Na'Vi now picking up the bye. They are going to have the AWP out for Simple, but a timeout was certainly needed here to discuss what they want to do ahead of it.
I'm getting some information coming in thick and hot on the Twitter sphere here.
We did.
Well, the pronunciation of Lazooka is Lazika. It means loophole in Russian.
Lazika.
So, our apologies for that. My Cyrillic...
Well, I'm glad I got the bazooka out of the way,
yeah,
Chad.
yeah. But we can operate with Lazika.
Lazika.
It's probably still wrong. I'm sure that we're not close enough, but we'll give it a go.
You know what? Yeah, we tried. And Bit's gonna swing in towards main.
What? Oh, how does he get that? He flicks on back and gets the insta dink on a Bit.
That is ridiculous.
Didn't even look like he was considering that, right? He was ready for a second player on the close left. So 1 for 1. 14 to 12.
Oh, now Shady holding towards Cave. Boomic, if he goes into that, surely dead to rights. A minute left here. Na'Vi taking their time. They've got mid-control available, thanks to the play out from Electronic. So they can feel comfortable about extending their play forward from there, and Boomic just holding off any possible aggression from the CTs late into the round to gather info. But Na'Vi taking their time through mid here. It is tentative. Now they send out Perfecto. Perhaps off to main with Simples. They might try and split this A site from 2 sides through Donut and main. And Faxo would be the player who has to hold strong here for Quazar. Boomic swings and fights him. Down to 6 HP, but Faxo will stay on his feet.
Retake A again here. This is a little bit more problematic, however. The low HP of Faxor is going to be an issue. The bomb should be getting planted. Wait, this timing
Okay.
from Lazika here.
Lazika going forward.
Denied, at least.
Yeah.
So they get the bomb down, the 40 seconds thrust onto the top.
Now Perfecto holds towards CT and Boomic alongside of him. So if they come in towards this mincemeat, really, for the CTs, unless a good piece of utility is used right in front of them. But now they move forward. Perfecto, the first point of contact, shoots it up Boomic, no problem. They're not swinging immediately because the second player had the AWP. So 2 easy kills for Perfecto. And now Quazar, 2 players left trying to pull off the incredible, but it's not looking like that's even a possibility. Much better for Na'Vi now after the timeout reached 15.
And that should be it. It's been stressful. We've had some fun moments here, but all in all, now the buy will be broken for Quazar. They're going to have to buy in with some SMGs. They're going to deagle for Spirit. They're going to have a shotgun in the hands of Lazika here. But all in all, it's been a fantastic little showing here from them that started with that deagle round. But all it took was Na'Vi to break the bank here late within the piece, and the CTs are under the pump. They'd need 3 consecutive rounds just to get this one to overtime. And it doesn't feel likely now.
Yeah, the excitement was there for an extended period of time. And we'll see what Quazar have left in them. Do they have any magic in the tank? Are they out of mana? Smoke goes down into his elbow. Boost might come up here for Faxor, just appear down into his B lane. Nothing being gleamed just yet, but perhaps he will get an opportunity if he holds it for a while. Problem is, there is a timer on the play due to that smoke down an elbow. It gives you a little bit of leeway, but that will eventually fade away, and then you're susceptible to being peeked from behind, so you can't really hang around in that for long.
If they isolate Boomic here, that's a rifle over.
The timing looks away, Chad.
Oh!
Still gets back to the kill.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mike 7 goes in. Boomic down.
Okay, well, that rifle that's gone on over doesn't matter when there's a dead body on the floor. Sure, there's one available, but the fight's coming in elsewhere. Slinking through A main. Bit's going to slide on in.
Oh, Spirit immediately down. Bit's headshot, absolutely perfect. Spray down from Shady, but this time Simple turns for the headshot. And as you would say, Chad, Na'Vi scared for a little while, but have recovered and looking to try and close this one out.
Yeah, Perfecto has this late mid play here as well. He's noted it. He doesn't even want to take the fight. That tells you how serious they're taking this 2-on-4 situation over towards A. Position noted. Simple now gluing in on their angle, and well, there it goes. The last 2 headshots for Bit and Simple, the ones in the name, and they're going to pick up their first win here. Now, a stressful game, right? It definitely wasn't easy. They had to work for it. I think they should be content with getting it done, but there was a couple of moments there that you could see were getting to them, right? The looks on the faces, a couple of little situations which they feel like they should have converted, and it all started, we'll highlight it again, with a nice deagle round. That's where the comeback started. It was a deagle round that was able to at least put Na'Vi under the pump, financially speaking, and they can show that this team here, they got some smiles on their faces as well, right? They're going to think they're going to be happy with pushing Na'Vi to double digits.
And that's going to give them some confidence moving forward in this competition. But for Na'Vi, they didn't excel. They just got the job done. And the best of ones, that's really what you have to do for Na'Vi now, because they are now another best of one available. If they go 2-0, they're right into the best of threes. But first one out of the way, definitely made them sweat, which is what we were hoping Quazar would be able to bring to the table. And great mechanical ability, I think, out of a few of these players as well.
Yeah, their T half, right, it seemed a little bit puggy, and some of the approaches quite quick. There wasn't a huge amount of set pieces with those faster B plays. But then their mid default, it wasn't too shabby. They had a good idea of how they wanted to approach that. So it's setting up a good base of maybe what we can expect for this team going forward. But for a team like Quazar, they're going to do their absolute best work in best of ones, right, where they're unknown quantity, where people aren't going to be able to watch too much of that tape. They're not going to be able to prepare for their approach here. And I think as well, for them to be playing on LAN in this type of environment, it's good to get the nerves out of the way with game number 1, as they will be now moving into the 0-1 column. They'll have another game later today, whereas Na'Vi are going to have that 1-0, as you were talking about, to set them up for the best of 3s. So it's going to be curious to see how this one unfolds. We did have Outsiders just absolutely destroy their opponents on that secondary stream, but here's the stats on the mainstream. I think the standout for me, it's hard to call a bit of a standout overall. I think in the first half, Simple and Bit were doing great stuff, and then I think Perfecto's impact kills late was key in the rounds that they were converting.
Yeah, Boomich had a couple of important rounds as well towards Cave and the CT side, made it a little difficult for them to have multiple access points, but absolutely, I think just getting it done was the name of the game here in Electronic. A slow start, but I'm sure it'll warm up through the rest of the tournament. Over for the side of Quazar, I mean, I think everybody kind of had the little moment.
Everyone had a moment, for sure, yeah. I think so. I think everybody showed that mechanical ability you were talking about there, but you're going up against Na'Vi. A 16-12 scoreline, very respectable.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we look forward for Na'Vi. Again, we're talking about the fact that they are 1-0 now. The best of 3s is the way the Swiss tournament format is the comfort blanket, really. And Na'Vi, just one more map, they'll be heading there. It is going to be not as easy, perhaps, as we might expect for Na'Vi heading to these best of ones.
Yeah, Electronic might need to start putting his hand on the mouse here when they play their game later today. But speaking of games later today, we got another one coming up, FaZe versus Eternal Fire. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Thank you for joining us here in Bucharest this morning. We've got ourselves the European teams touchdown and ready to go. We've had one series out of the way already. Na'Vi forced to sweat a little bit, but have taken their win. And now we move into FaZe versus Eternal Fire. It's great to see Eternal Fire on LAN, Chad. I think they've been having the online gauntlet problems for a long time. And Woxic in particular, always the story around him is he's better on LAN. And he's finally back.
Finally got him back here, right? I think everybody remembers that little time he spent over there in Cloud9, but that seems like a lifetime ago now. I was just having a little bit of a look. The last time that we had Woxic playing on LAN was Katowice in 2020 when he was still part of MOUZ Sports with Carrigan against 100 Thieves. So if that doesn't put it into context how long it's been,
really,
right? This is as per recorded on HLTV. Maybe he's been able to get into a LAN here or there that wasn't covered by HLTV by any means, but this is where he does his best work. Right? He's the in-game leader of this team over there now for Eternal Fire. He's with Xantares and Calix, which a couple of years ago, I'm going back maybe 4 years ago, would have been an exciting trio to have in the server together. You're going to add Immor to that with XFloud in the mix right there, and that's the squad that they have representing Turkey, which we know has a fan base that wants to see these boys do very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eternal Fire, I think the problem for them is they don't have the big backing, so they're not a partner team. So we also know that they have to play the online qualifiers, and if you look at those online qualifiers now for ESL Challenger events, etc., they're insanely stacked. So it's hard to get through those consistently, so you're never really getting chances to go for Pro Tour points or have opportunities to be seen at big events all year round. So for them, this is a massive chance to show what they've got.
Yeah, and I guess we have the polar opposite of that, a team that has a massive fan base and a massive backing, FaZe. We get to intro them.
Well, the Rockstars of FaZe clan, you can see some of the real fear being put into the opponents. And Brokey, I mean, he's just sitting there. You know, he's just like, well, I'm just here to play Counter-Strike.
I probably could have a bit more shine in this team. The world #1s right now. They just won Katowice. They just won Pro League. They've got their manager behind them as coach right here. Robin is not able to be in attendance as the coach of this one. If you all want to look into that, you can have a bit of a Google about things. But this team did just pick up the Pro League trophy over ENT in a best-of-5 just the other day, really. It feels like a lifetime ago now, but it was less than a week ago.
Yeah, less than a week ago. That is wild to think about. But yeah, this team has just been on an absolute tear. That probably the team that has benefited most absolutely from the roster change. The man on your screen, Rob's coming into place, Olaf Meister. Everybody knew it was going to be an instant upgrade, but to the extent that it has been, it's just been incredible. Carrigan with all the pieces to play with. His mastermind plans can be put on really display. And Brokey, let's talk about him in particular, right? He's having a performance that people are calling him the best in the world at the moment.
Yeah, his AWP has been on fire, but we're going to have to see the AWP and put the faces to the names of Eternal Fire that we just mentioned.
Xantares and Woxic return from greener pastures, perhaps back to their own home country to play within this roster. It hasn't been the smoothest of runs for Eternal Fire, lack of opportunities out there, but we'll see what they've got against world #1 FaZe clan this morning here in Bucharest. We get into the map vetoes, Ancient out the door immediately.
It's quite an interesting amalgamation of international Counter-Strike coming together here, right? Because Woxic, we're talking about him over there with MOUZ. We obviously have the likes of Xantares, who was playing with Big, and then Calix, who was over there in North America playing for Envy, right?
Playing, playing.
Yeah, oh right, representing
He was
Envy.
there. He was there.
Yeah, they were. It was part of the roster. But here's the videos coming on down. Ancient Inferno removed. Vertigo Dust 2 coming out. No crazy Vertigo play coming through from FaZe this time round. They're going to actually take Mirage out themselves. That's going to leave us with Overpass and Nuke. But either way, FaZe here will get to be starting on the CT side of Overpass or Nuke, and Nuke will be removed, so it will be Overpass. Now, the last time they played Overpass was against ENT, and they actually lost that map. That was the map that they lost in the best-of-5 final. They won Vertigo, and then they won Mirage and Dust 2 to close out that series. But Overpass, I believe it was an overtime game, so maybe trying to sniff out that weakness. Eternal Fire, coached by Bishop.
We can talk about the context of what we expect in this matchup, and absolutely you should say FaZe Clan should be taking this, but you look at Eternal Fire, the mechanical skill in this team is going to be impressive, but I think the calling side of things, there's no comparison really.
Yeah, I think that Karrigan should have their number, at least in that regard, but if Wox is sitting on a heater, if Xantares has a pop-off performance here, they're able to make FaZe sweat. There is a chance, right, in this type of a best-of-1 environment here. We just had the world number 2 of Na'Vi go double digits against Quazar. Well, the same thing could happen here with Eternal Fire. I think that they're coming in with a lot to prove right here. Now that they're back in the big boy environment to qualify for the major, we've already put the context on how much this event means. They're going to be playing hearts out here.
The boost immediately from Twists, Brokey pushes down in towards water, and this double setup is really difficult to deal with if they come that way. But Eternal Fire are turning their attentions in towards the B-Monster play forward. Xantares takes the fight at barrels, waiting now on the forces to join them. Flashes available here for Calyx.
Yeah, everybody was anti-flash for the same moment there. That could have been problematic. Karrigan will extinguish and stay alive.
And now Twist staying on the boost, actually. They're expecting to run back into short, perhaps, but Eternal Fire taking their time here.
Yeah, this is going to get very difficult when they do push through Monster. Not an easy fight for Twist.
Well, Rops will have the first headshot of play. X-Flout down. Now they move forward, and more to take a little bit of space back with the Glock, and had actually found that kill towards Robs. Brokey now comes into position from short side, and the headshot on Xantares lands. So Eternal Fire desperately trying to get towards the site. Twist, he is inevitable. He'll find everybody else, sweeps them up, and FaZe with a pistol.
Yeah, multiple little positions there where they could wombo combo and play off of each other, right? And the fact that that boost can be dismounted to focus towards Monster, and you still have Brokey over towards the sewer position, he alleviates all the pressure. He means, boys, you can just keep your focus fire down in towards the canal that is Monster when they break on through, denying the plant, picking up the first round, and FaZe are looking good for the second here. They will have to contend with this force buy of Eternal Fire. They have a Galil in the mix, a Scout out in play. I think that 2 Galils, 2 Deagles along for the ride.
Oh, flick up chance there for Woxic.
And this is the moment where we get to see what type of form Woxic is in, right? It's been a long time between drinks as far as lands go. It's been a long time between top-tier opponents, especially in an environment like this. If the Scout can start ringing out early and finding some tags, it could be exactly what Eternal Fire are looking for.
I'm sure it feels pretty weird to them, not playing like 100 ping.
Yeah, it is quite a disparity there, isn't it, from that part of the world? But creeping on in, dead. So that was a contact play that has already fallen on over.
Well, Karrigan flies towards the hole in the door, and Calyx will dance with death and happily claim the life of Karrigan. Elsewhere, Rain takes out Woxic, and looking good here for FaZe.
Yeah, so that's Scout now removed. The biggest problem is this Galil left over. If Calyx or X-Flout were to try and pick up the Galil, they don't have any armor to go alongside, so they should get punched to help. And they're back, and, well, time starting to become a bit of a conversation. We're at the 45-second mark. You can see the bomb pulsating on the radar just between the 3. Has been scooped up now by Calyx. And they need Xantares to crack this one open. 2 players reside on the bomb site here.
33 seconds as Ren holds. Smoke. Blocked by his feet.
Perfect.
And he can use that now. It gives him a bit of an extension out to the right side. And you can see how just quick and mechanical the decision is here for Rain. Happily collects the life of Xantares and the swing out from Rops. Oh my god. This guy's just insane, isn't he? Just makes it look so easy. Headshots picked up, FaZe Clan 2-0.
Hopefully there, the Eternal Fire can realize that was blocked and not actually a missed throw. Because if they think that they had misthrown that right there, then frustrations might start to come in very early. That, boys, we're struggling to throw a basic smoke towards the drop-down position. But this was very easy, and Maul was just trying to play with the timing of that little maneuver, see if he could find a gap. Well, no gap to be found, and those shots again from Rops is just as impressive as the first time round. This will be an eco. Deagle for Xantares, Deagle for Calyx, Deagle for Amor, and 2 Glocks for the other 2. A couple of flashes to work with here as well, but kills is where the department is struggling the most, only 2 of which have come on so far for the Turkish side.
Well, Rops playing towards connector goes down, Xantares looks away, and Rops, the robot, has found himself a headshot.
Yeah, mechanically gifted, this kid. One of my favorite players to... Actually, I would say he is my favorite player to watch at the moment. Just because of how diligent he is, but how simple he makes it look. And it isn't at all. What he does is crazy. The level of focus required to clear the way he does, take the fights the way he does, and he's doing it all on native res.
That is a crazy thing. I tried to play with his crosshair, Chad, and I couldn't even see it.
That tiny, huh? How close were you sitting to the screen?
That's the problem, right? I sit with like a normal distance in the screen, I would say. Something that's healthy for my eyesight.
I think, are the 2 closest. right? I think they sit probably the two players who sit the absolute closest to the screen.
Who was the player back at the E-League Major where we had it literally just sat with the monitor like this, like right in front of his face? I think it might have been Bondic.
Bondic used to like sitting on the end, right, and he would like kind of straddle the edge of the desk and be very close.
I think it was a Space Soldiers player. Might have even been Xantares, actually.
Okay, yeah, Xantares likes to sit close as well, actually.
I think it's like his nose is literally like touching the monitor.
Yeah. Well, I've brought the tape measure out on a couple of players, but I don't have the exact measurements with me. But we are into the first gunny.
Here goes Utility out towards front bathroom. Six Cloud trying to be quick and beat those mollies. Nails him from Rain, and it is going to be quite chunky there onto Woxic. He's down to 64.
Not sure if that one landed over towards Divided there. I think the util set that was just being lined up by Xantares is the same one that we have seen Rain throw, where you can jump throw the Molotov back from the T stairs as you start to push up to either connector or over towards the playground position. It was a combo that Nat here highlighted just the other day. I tried to throw it myself, and I'm definitely not the most mechanically gifted, and I thought it was a bit difficult.
It's pretty hard.
Yeah, you have a very small margin for error on that one.
And then, of course, you try and do it in 64 take, and it just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, two different games as far as the util does or is concerned. Now, one of the keys here, which we need to know early, is just how much of a menace that FaZe have as Rain up towards the bathroom position, right? He can be very hyper-aggressive. He plays around the tree up in towards Party. Now, right now, it's much reserved, and Eternal Fire is spending all this time trying to clear him out. We have 45 seconds left on the clock as of now, and Rain is just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, just biding his time.
There's two players here on the site as well, Brokey as well as Rops. This is quite the potent trio.
Yes, the trifecta of death on the site. Rain now swings forward.
Team flash.
It's going to set them up. And Rain happily collects a couple. On the way out the door, Woxic will find him, and now 27 seconds left. The call to go here for Eternal Fire. They need to run into the fight, and Rops is ready for them. Broken has actually found this one as he now puts more pressure on towards him once again using that smoke. And now Woxic left trying to fight, ends up just dying to Brokey as well. 4-0 start here for FaZe, and making rotations in time just to have significant numbers ready to deal with the final play.
Couldn't have been an easier first kill there for Rain. It was a team flash coming on out. The timing on the call, either the release of the flash, the step coming forward, maybe some land jitters here, but either way, giving over an easy one. You catch it again. You see it in the kill feed here. Calyx has actually flashed up his teammate, and then he goes down as part of the double. And this is fantastic for Broke. He gets to scavenge that AWP out of the cold, dead hands of Woxic and carry that one forward. FaZe are looking clinical early. A 4-0 start, but we can see once the Deagles come out, just have a look over there at what happened with Quazar versus Na'Vi. That might be all they need to restart the engine.
Yeah, the problem was there, Chad. They found a lot of pace, right? They got through, but the FaZe utility's been so good at slowing them down, and Rops has just taken the middle part of the play out, and Rops with a third. That's done.
Yeah, and Rain, still that pillar over towards the A side of things, is just residing in the bathrooms. Should be looking to lock this one down single-handedly here. Steps on out, grabs one, and the second. Woxic dead too. This is now a massive issue, as we're talking a total of 4 kills in 5 rounds of play.
The vibe just looks so good on FaZe Clan right now. They all look like they're having so much fun together.
You see the voice comms from when they won over there in Katowice. Now, obviously, JKS was standing in for Rain, but like having Carrigan next to you, like having him firing you up, it would be awesome.
I think he gets the best out of every player on the team, it feels like. He puts them in a lot of comfortable spots.
Yeah, we obviously have those parallels, right? We spoke about it earlier. Carrigan used to in-game lead Woxic back in the MOUZ Sports days. That was late 2019 where they became the best team in the world, which is crazy to see for that roster.
That was wild.
Rops was there too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you also have Envy when Calyx was over there, but I don't think Calyx was there when Carrigan was there. Remember Carrigan had that very short stint on Envy?
You've just opened up a complete memory.
A lot of people forgot about that one.
How was that a thing? Wow, that's crazy.
How many rounds until Eternal Fire get an opening kill? Because it's currently 5-0. This one now that I've said it, the Caster Curse.
I mean, they've got an AWP for Woxic, right? So, I mean, there's definitely a chance there. Problem is, Rops has just been unbelievable, really.
Yeah, he's 3-0 in the opening duel department right now, Rops. It is very early, right? This can still shift around a lot, but it
has been a couple of gun rounds now, too.
Yeah, well, let's see how this one unfolds, shall we?
Lots more, who's gone in towards water very early on. Brokey holds this time. The AWP, another opening here for FaZe.
And Immor's actually given up a couple right now. He's 0 and 3 in that category. You saw him go first when they went for the AX cube before. You saw him go first on that timing play with the glue on the force by the second, and now into the 6th round doing the same. So he's not afraid of trying to find the openings, but he's not being facilitated here. He's actually putting his body on the line without you two. Calyx has found Rops. Now it's Rain's turn.
Well, Rain should be taking this, but Xantares gets the Xantares peak. Rain down. It's got a big community there, Chad. The Xantares peak organization.
Everybody loves the Xantares peak here. I'm sure Brokey is hoping to avoid one of those. There's 3 Trundle up long. Calix is taking down Twist. B's open.
Oh, Carrigan's with the smoke there has dished out quite a bit of damage. Xantares down nearly a second there on the X-Cloud. But
if they fall back through the bath,
yeah, they
okay.
would have gone down to Brokey, absolutely. But now they're going long.
Well, if Brokey parks the bus here, he could find X-Cloud. And right now, Carrigan knows that he has to rotate back and deal with B at some point. Timing on this.
Oh, Brokey has looked away.
Still could work in his favor, I suppose.
X-Cloud hasn't continued to move forward. Bomb now going towards B. Brokey does need to pick this kill up as they drop down to connect it, but the timing. X-Cloud now creeps up on the AWP of Brokey. He's close to it, and he has to jump on Brokey. Now Carrigan into the clutch.
He thinks it's going to be A now because of that kill. It's definitely not. The bomb's going to get planted. 40 seconds thrust onto the clock.
17 bullets in his gun.
Yeah, I don't know if Carrigan really wants to give this one a crack. Damage is fine, but how are you going to win out this one on 3?
All the spams that Carrigan's been dishing out has left him with barely any ammo left over. He can't reload because these are the last 17 bullets in the rifle. Woxic has the angle held, and even though they had the disadvantage early, Eternal Fire turn it around.
Yeah, that'll feel good, right? It comes off the back of giving up an opening death. They're able to get their first round on the board, and a nice little couple of kills there from Calix over towards the B side of the map, and handled, right? And that was off the back of a timeout. You take your timeout, you take the breather, you get Bishop on the mic, the coach is able to chip on in, and you get underway.
I'm still just mesmerized with the fact that Carrigan was an MV, Chad. I can't believe that was actually something that happened.
Yeah, it was only a short stay, right? You're forgiven for forgetting. It was quite quick. He wasn't there for long.
Here we are into the gun rounds again. Both teams with a solid bite. And Woxic peeking down in towards Connector. Ooh. Not too far off. He was a little wider there. Perhaps maybe a couple of bullets there from Twist would have landed, but Woxic now crosses.
Yeah, just slow again here. And I think the key that I was pointing out before with Rain's aggression, you would be on high alert if you're Eternal Fire, right? Within these early stages, you want to make sure you're diligent with your clears. You want to make sure that he can't just be up close and find the timing. Because if he goes unchecked, you go long, he's in bathrooms and then plays party, he'll be behind you. And he'll get multiple kills. He will punish you. He turns this part of the map into deathmatch when he wants to go aggressive. But right now, being restrained. Tucked in with Brokey, a 2-man bathroom setup available here.
Yeah, Brokey to take that initial pressure away, he can drop back and set up the rifle of Rain to just unleash hell upon the Eternal Fire players. Perhaps Eternal Hellfire as Brokey with the first. Smoke goes down to fake the drop back and sets them up for the pick on Rain. Easy kill onto a Mort. 2 players picked up here for FaZe, and Eternal Fire tossed into the fire right now.
Yeah, this is really not going well. Brokey takes down Woxic. It's one at a time. The trades don't feel possible. And what the difference maker is Calix doesn't get a double kill over towards B. It doesn't give them any avenue of assault. It is just an absolute shooting gallery right now. And Brokey, well, has to flick in either direction. Divider or Connector are the positions of the remaining T side here.
That was a very simple setup right there for FaZe. Not enough utility was really used to even break it apart, right? It just played into FaZe's hands perfectly, exactly how they wanted it to go. Somehow, X-Cloud, it goes to get tied up, but he's still alive, still walking, and perhaps a second chance here he will take down Rain and Brokey. 10 seconds, not enough time to get to the site with a bomb, but a couple of kills on the way out.
Actually, not bad financial damage. Look at Rain has $650 before the round win bonus is going to come on in, and Brokey, they get the AWP back thanks to Rops, but that could have been much worse if it wasn't retainable. So good stuff, good damage, but 6-1 and still yet to find an opening kill here. Now, as mentioned earlier, we do have the secondary stream, the B stream going on today. Heroic versus FaZe is currently the matchup over there. We have 8 best of 1s today on either stream. We have, right now, 0-0 matches. Later today we'll have 1-0 matches and 0-1 matches. That'll set us up for tomorrow, where we can start getting into teams from Group A either qualifying or being removed from contention here for the PGL Antwerp Major. But back into play, and this time a bit more of a B-centric setup coming out of Eternal Fire. 4 players quite early over towards this side of the map.
Brokey's taken this angle before. We'll see if they learn from it. He's going to hold. Xantares swings on by, dodges the shot. At least they're given some control of water to play with here, Eternal Fire. Carrigan positioned outside of Monster for the time being.
They could set up and go quite quick on this, right? They have a lot of territory right now to work with here. Oh, resmoke on Monster. They're going to have to go through.
Oh, they're going to have to disrespect it, absolutely. Flash setup for Calix. At least the majority of the force is now going through short anymore. Cracks open the first, but Twist, even while blinded, is able to take down 2, and it's the team flash again. Going through that. X-Cloud has got himself a pick back, and now Calix emerges from Monster. Carrigan down alongside Twist. Ren and Rops, the RR combo to see if he can make this one work. And it is one from Ren. Rops now into the clutch. And he's on the flank. He's around the backside.
Now, they're not expecting this right now. Nobody's looking in his direction. Woxy wants to oversee business in case there's a pecan up through the water position, and Xfloud is actually going to clear that one out. So taking their time, trying to make sure that Rops isn't up close and personal, but we can see the flank around the world is finally being considered here.
The cogs turning in Rops' head right now. Comes down to timing whether or not Woxic is looking the right way, but now with that bomb down he can commit, and right into the fight he will go. Rops wins it, and now 1 versus Xfloud. Rops looks for him, trying to figure out which side he's crossed to. Where is he playing this post plant from? Xfloud has decided to stay on the site itself. Rops now goes into the peak, and the headshot for Rops. You can never discount him in the clutch, and that's exactly why.
Look at the crosshair placement from him, absolutely beautiful. Gonna get the defuse coming on through, a nice 1-on-2 to win here. Around it, almost gets out of control out of that twist double. But beautiful stuff here from FaZe. Quite a commanding lead at this juncture. Look at that. Bang, straight in the head of Woxic. The second, taking his time, no dramas, and onto the head of Xfloud as well. Didn't seem like he was in doubt at any moment there. But there's an opener. The first opener for Eternal Fire. That one came through MOUZ, just cracking the way up through the short position. Here's a curious little fact. Maybe you're a left-handed gamer out there. Well, so's Woxic. Mouse in the left hand. High sensitivity. Maybe you can be like him one day.
It's interesting. You know, it's like golf, right, Chad? You watch golf a little bit. Well, anyway, there is a couple of right-handed players, and then like Bubba Watson, I believe, is left-handed. It just looks a little funny because he's not used to seeing it.
Yeah, well, it seems very strange, right? I'm sure some people haven't even seen a mouse being used in the left hand before. It's not something that you necessarily think is like sport, right? But of course, it's your dominant hand. It's going to be preferential in a lot of these situations. But this is the aggressive maneuvers we were talking about from Rain. Look at the trading places right now over towards A. Hey, boys, playground's clear. I might be behind 2 of them in a second, but Brokey, you're the first one up to the plate. Batter up, Calyx down, and another one spotted here. Step back, I dare ya.
Carrigan happily with 1, and the second collected through the smoke. So just snap back right again here for FaZe. It is Woxic alone. A 1 versus 5. Not a single kill found in the round as Brokey will close. 11-3 right now on Brokey. He now takes the top spot on the server, and FaZe having no problems.
They have to crack through at some point here at Eternal Fire. They've had the money in a position where maybe, just maybe, with consecutive rounds, they could start putting FaZe's finances into question. But at this point, they've been able to earn that cash back. Rops wins the clutch. Then they have a clean round to follow on up. Now a timeout taken from Eternal Fire. If it's going to start, it needs to start either in this round or the next.
Just taking a little time out here. Xantares being very vocal. Had an Uber one time, Chad, not so long ago at home, and the driver was a student from Turkey, and we started talking about esports. Big fan of Xantares. Just it's pretty crazy, just having a conversation in general public about Xantares.
Yeah, that's like when you're with in Poland and you talk to a driver and you say Pasha biceps. Everybody knows Pasha biceps.
Absolutely. Even if they can't speak, you know, you just do the big arm, and they know exactly what you're on about.
Yeah, he's done well there, Pasha, hasn't he? Good branding.
Big arms. Now, Eternal Fire. Xfloud's got a Galil. They've got Deagles across the board. They've decided to half invest. They've got some money left over.
Yeah, max loss bonus, right? I feel like it doesn't even have to be said when the scoreline is at rest right now, but you can understand why a half buy like this is possible. Rain, aggressive again. So he's changed since the earlier rounds where he was just lulling them in, playing a little bit more of the crossfire setups, the trap setups with Brokey across the map, but now they're preparing for what is a bit more of a B play early, right? You can lean 4 players over, you send Rain out, you allow him to play the round however he feels, right? Your little A anchor, when they go aggressive like that, it needs to be in fights where they're confident and comfortable. You don't want them to be necessarily putting themselves in positions that are good in terms of space, but they don't like taking those duels. And Rain, when he wants to turn it on, he looks absolutely phenomenal. He can just shut teams down, drop a quick little 30 bomb, remind everybody who he is. But again, a little bit of space. They're creeping ever forward in towards this Brokey AWP. Smoke about to fade, so he will have to drop off this box. Or maybe he won't have to drop off this box. Brokey.
It's wild, isn't it?
Taking a big risk here.
I mean, you're not going to expect the Opera to be standing on top of the dice box. Flash will force him away. Now sets up Rops' peek out. Oh, and yet getting a pick, and Eternal Fire getting a lot of ground. That flash is good, and not a single kill for Rops in the hold. Luckily, Rain has got a double, xCloud and Calyx still slowed, and that bomb is now loose into the open. They have to cross, and now the swing out from Karrigan alongside Brokey. Oh, it is an unfortunate place for that bomb to fall, and Twist in the flank around the backside confirms a 9th for FaZe.
Bit of a sweaty round there. Yeah, that's what happens when a couple of shots go missed, right? Normally you'd see FaZe, they just pop all those heads, and then you don't worry about that scaling getting out of control. But then the trading comes in because of that space that was taken. So you get to catch it here again.
What?
Nice shot there. It was
He
just
got
a
the
bit of a
sick
body.
animation.
Yeah, well, that's why he was able to land that one. Just a body shot. I thought it was a headshot at first glance. But real trouble now for Eternal Fire. 9-1. I feel like they're going to need 4 or 5 to even make this one remotely competitive here. The double Incendiaries to stop anyone having a bit of a play in the playground right now. Sit, wait, hold back, and this is chewing a lot of time off the clock. Look where Rain's gotten to this time, down and in towards the sewer position, fortifying over towards B early.
Flash, through. Oh, it's absolutely perfect. The flash to Twist sets up Rain's peak, and Calyx had nothing he could do in that round.
Yeah, stomaching another opening death here. Have to battle back with so much territory to take. Time slipping by as the seconds pass.
It's FaZe actually dictating the pace right now.
That's beautiful. It's what you want to see.
And that's what you can do on the CT side of Overpass as well. You can go for different aggressive maneuvers every round. And Eternal Fire, it feels like they're just kind of sitting back. And it's rough here for them to try and figure out how to get it back. And you start having individuals thinking they need to make some space. And then you have a more walking into Rain. It just adds to the advantages here for FaZe. And now we're down to 3 players.
Eternal Fire or Internal Fire as the T side is burning down right now.
Yes, it is not even spontaneously combusting. I think FaZe is a bit arsonist right now. Just piling on the lighter fluid. Woxic and Xantares, you can see just look demoralized in their cam right now.
You just can't operate. You just can't operate with one opening frag. Like, it's just not going to happen. And if your trading is pretty poor, which it has been, how many of these kills, right, have even seemed tradable? It doesn't feel like a lot. And when they have had an opportunity, they've just been multi-frags. So this is not what you're looking for here if you are a Turkish Counter-Strike fan today. A very slow way to kick things off. Now, it is against the world #1. So if you want to make, you know, a rationale of why things are starting so poor, then there you go. That's a great one to look towards. They are getting battered and bruised by the best that Counter-Strike has to offer right now.
Xantares, this is quick, more assertive, has got teammates
Second
behind
opener.
him.
There we go.
That's an opening kill. They've had enough.
You have to start playing like this eventually, right? You can't just keep going through the paces and playing their type of game because, as you mentioned, they're dictating the pace. Change that tune.
Well, Rops now just going to deal with Calyx. Oh, first bullet inaccurate, but still recovers the spray, and Calyx down, unfortunately, here for Eternal Fire. That means their advantage is now equaled out.
But where do you go, right? Do you want to try and push the issue towards A? You know that Brokey's AWP has been a bit of a menace to deal with here, and actually, Rops is continuing to push right here. He's up the ladder. Xantares to deal with this, misses the initial shot, but does get the lethal damage on through. So now, a number advantage to work with here. And this is a good place to find yourself if you are Eternal Fire, a chance to change the dialogue in all of this. It is Karrigan now searching out info towards B, clearing out the sewer position, calling nothing home. This is going to allow Twist, who's actually pushed up long, to sit quite pretty here. Brokey's coming back over, should make it back with plenty of time to spare. Has an incendiary as well to slow things down.
Twist holds as the swing out from xCloud gives him the easiest kill he'll find.
They know there's 2 here.
Brokey just hiding behind Dice Box. No problem here. Flashes again are a bit of a nuisance, but still recovers in time. Goes out for the double peek, and that will cost him. Woxic happily collects that, but Twist out long. Position still strong. They're going to plant the bomb on the other side of Dice.
It's a good plan
for Bank.
Yeah, they're both on the flank, so it is a very good plan. If they're able to fortify themselves in towards CT spawn here, this could be great for Eternal Fire's second.
And Woxic is going to be holding for that walk up via middle. Again, you have to worry about Twist from long, and the flash set up does connect into Woxic, and a damage done here for Twist. Oh, run out of ammo. Woxic goes down, and now just Amor. He's actually pulled that kill back, and immediately to the headshot of Twist. Finally around from Eternal Fire, and a moment for Amor to get involved.
Yeah, they're not looking too happy with how things are unfolding right now, but they should be content with that one because they handled the round well. The fights came their way. They converted those kills. That's what you need to do. If they can get this engine whirring into action right now, another round consecutively is enough to at least put a couple of the buys for FaZe into question going forward, and we are at the tail end here of this first half of play. So both teams back out with full buys. Sure, Galils are in the mix, but do they want to have a bit more pep in the step? You saw the pace in which they took that initial fight, found that opening frag. Here we go again. Rain with the alley-oop of the nade. Deep down the gullet right there. Xfloud going to cop a lick of damage, down to 72 points of health. Thinks better of going forward on his lonesome. Drops the bomb. Waits for Woxic to come and fortify that long position. And well, Calyx down here towards the underpass will be dealing with any pushes that Rops might be considering. It's not Rops this time. It's Brokey.
Tough position for an AWP.
He seems to handle it quite well. And it's curious that he's happy to play in this limbo state where he has to worry about party and the underpass crawl. Like both are a threat.
Oh, this is a threat. He got out beyond the smoke, but Carrigan deals with it and nearly takes a second down through the smoke. Now Calyx moves forward through connector. Brokey in limbo, begins to look down. Spam down. That's info. That's sound, and Brokey pulled the pistol to go into the fight, ends up going down to Calyx.
Well, give him one back over here, and they're already up long. They're going to grab that bomb. They're going to start making their way towards A.
Xfloud got caught here a couple of times, and now coming out long. Rops alongside Rain.
It's a tight crossfire.
It is indeed. Rops holds the initial peak, and Xfloud happily goes down. Now walks in cold. Swing out for Rops will allow the op the easy pick, and now Rain flash forward into the fight. Carrigan is able to get a kill assist on that one, but Rain out. And Woxic now with the AWP, gleaming at least a frag to play. His teammates on the flank are coming back to play as Carrigan and Twist now move their way back up.
Yeah, this is a very winnable clutch again here for Eternal Fire. A very winnable clutch. They've both picked up AWPs for this. A smoke on the bomb would be great right now, but they don't have one.
Yeah, they don't. They're just going to have to tap and play and hope overextensions come in. Utility for Calyx actually is enough to get them off the defuse, and information confirmed upon that on the peak. And now, well, it's Carrigan that's gone into the long fight, and Twist finds Calyx. They peek, they give fights, and that's exactly the only way FaZe could win that one.
I don't think Calyx actually saw that they were off the bomb. Right, because he took the shot, and then he had to quickly just pace back around the corner. I don't know, because Woxic was, yeah, that's an odd one right there, isn't it? That is a bit of a curious one.
Surely you had to absolutely see that there was no one on the defuse, because when you take the shot with the AWP, it unscopes you for a moment. You're still caught in that position, so you see that no one is actually on it.
It just seems strange that Woxic's going to push forward in that situation if they're off the bomb. I know that he probably feels removed from the pack, and the fact that they both went into AWPs there means that there was a lot of things that could have gone wrong. But, yeah, an opportunity does go awry. 11-2. I can still get 4 here. It is still possible. Rob's now aggressive.
Yeah, Rob's very aggressive. Goes to the playground peak, and Woxic puts one between his eyes.
All right, it's going to be a bit of a change in conversation as far as the openers go. And here's another.
Oh, get out of the fire. Throws the smoke down, drops back. Now Xfloud moving this way. Rain hears all of this. Rain, we've seen him in this position before. Lets one go on by. Xantares taking his life out. And could have held for Woxic, but decides to take the first and just confirm it.
Yeah, I think you get worried about getting cleared from behind, right? Because you're going to have to keep tabs there on Xantares, so you want to see where he goes. But a player could always swing behind you over towards the tree position. So gets the kill that's guaranteed. But this is another opening for Eternal Fire and another number advantage. So really, if they can convert this one, it would be great. And I think with that re-smoke over towards Monster, it might even start lulling Twist into an A stack, right? He does start to creep on back through lower tunnels.
Oh, a shadow there. Xfloud still swings upon Carrigan.
Bomb's going back to B, and B's currently open for business. I think that Twist and Brokey might want to save here. Missed Molly. Good flash, but no attack behind it, as they are just going to walk into the B bomb site. So, profiting right now, Eternal Fire. These aggressive moves are getting punished now from FaZe. You're seeing the shots aren't just going their way anymore. They're going to really give this one a go.
Brokey was 3 HP. Now he's gone, and Twist, a 1v4 really not going to happen. He goes out. Third round now for Eternal Fire. Let's look at the buy here. If they had saved a weapon, they could have dropped over for Rops. They could have had a much better buy.
Oh, here is the B stream update on your screen right now. Heroic taking on 4s.
That was close for a while.
Yeah, and then quickly ballooned on out there. And that is also... What map have we got that one going on right now? I thought it was Overpass. It is Overpass, yeah. They're going toe-to-toe right now on Overpass. Great performance here from Tessa's 23 for him. 17 for Shush, KDM with 16, 15 for Stound, and Refresh on 12. If you want to find that, you know where to find the stream. Twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO. Now, you're right. They could have definitely saved one. But I think FaZe are feeling very comfy. That's what it tells me.
Yeah.
here
and
we go.
Look at this. That's even
Yeah.
more comfy, right? Twist just pushing through Monster, catching out more. They've got that first kill. Even though they may have got punished for the aggressive play in the last round, they do it again on the polar opposite side of the map. We'll see if that acceleration from Eternal Fire is caused to as long it will be, as they now clear out bathrooms.
Yeah, well, they haven't operated in the best of times when they've lost a man early. They would just seem to simmer on out and walk in one at a time and not be able to trade on back. And we've seen this bathroom setup before, this time without the AWP.
Rob's holding for them to round the corner. Draw attention away, and then Rain can be pulled into play. But Xfloud is ready for that setup. Rain goes down, not a single kill here in the bathrooms for FaZe up until this point. We'll see if Rob's is able to pull something back. He has repositioned towards Divider. I wonder if they think he's just fallen back or if he's still here. Oh, Calix gets caught. Robs could have doubled up, but Woxic and Xantares finding kills, and now Brokey.
Scrappy.
Oh, it is certainly scrappy, but Brokey still gets away with it. And a stylish way to close the first half.
Wow, just on the move right there. And Rain getting fired up about that one. A big round for Brokey. A nice play from Brokey. And a good way to close out that half, because realistically it was one-way traffic. A couple of opportunities for Eternal Fire. Couple of moments there. They did capitalize on a few, but it needs to start now with this pistol. Turkish Counter-Strike fans need to see their boys pick up the CT side pistol and then just start to slather on round after round. Here's this three-piece again. Just continuing to move as old Brokey, and the final one onto Xantares there. Nice couple of bullets between the eyes. Let's see how quick this one can get done and dusted. It might get us back on schedule with the secondary stream if we close this one down 16-3. Util for Brokey, util for Carrigan.
We'll see what's up their sleeve here in the pistol.
P250 for Robs. Makes a lot of sense.
I think you almost have to buy a P250 on T side, especially on overpass. The angles to compete with the USP, some of the range you have to surely get one out.
Oh, here's this initial fight. The P250 more than happy to go toe-to-toe with that USP on the other side of things. You can see that in the pathing that Rops is taking.
Yeah, he
just
just wants to fight.
Yeah, and the CT pistol is very common to send a player up to jump party for early info, right? It's almost similar as on Inferno when you run across and jump second mid, just to see if it's going to be that player, because a lot of teams like to do a four-man B-lean on the CT pistol of overpass, just in case there's a rush through connector, something very heavy A. Little jump peek here from Xantares. You can see quite deep in towards the bathrooms and over towards Divider. But if they catch him here, they can scale quickly. He's had multiple members rotate back on over to assist him over towards the site. We have two smokes.
One actually dodging him.
Yeah, actually, hold up a second. If he continues to push forward, he can find a kill or two, and not to be.
Rops holds forward. Woxic now at the back of Dice. His teammate out of play. That weakens the defense massively here. And FaZe continue to move forward. The bomb plant will quickly ensue. Rops gets another pick for the round, and FaZe into a comfortable position here. Two players up, bomb down, and forcing Eternal Fire, all to come from the same side.
I really think they should save their Kevlar. I know it sounds like a miserable thing, but watch how this one's about to unfold.
It's about to be a massacre in favor of FaZe. And also the stairs swing. Calix to the headshot. Carrigan now holding from Dice box. We'll see if they can dig deep here. Eternal Fire get a couple. But Carrigan and Twist alongside Brokey will clear it out. 13-3, 3 rounds away now. FaZe and taking their first win here in Bucharest. We'll see if Eternal Fire can put up a bit of a fight to at least make this scoreline somewhat more respectable.
Yeah, the only one there that could have made an influence, especially with the bank and the drop-down smoke coming on through, would have been Amor, and he goes early. He going early on that connector push, right? If he goes late, they had a kit. I don't know what the rush was. Of course, they're going to be accounting for a flank. You have some very diligent members of FaZe here. He was the only one who could have caused any issues. So even going down and making that a 3-on-5 situation, it was never any chance right there for Eternal Fire to get back into things. And they force bought in the first half, got away with absolutely nothing. They've now force bought in the second. And this is the quickest way to guarantee this one closes down ASAP. Double tag from Amor. Here we go. Now we're starting to cook with gas.
Yeah, good opening pick. No reply yet for FaZe to pawn Amor. Weaker weapons in play. That can slow down a bit.
Well, there is another scout in play. So if Woxic can find some tags too, these Deagles actually become a real threat. This round, what could have started very easily for FaZe, is now a micromanaging puppet master situation for Carrigan from the grave, right? How much is he going to control the troops here who are left alive, and where are the gaps that he can see without his presence on the map? Calling everybody back towards B. They've got plenty of utility for an execute, right? The smokes are plenty. Being thrown on over, deciding who's going to throw out what here. That's a heaven smoke being lined up from Twist. They can molly the barrel position from Brokey. They can flash on through and go. And the rotation coming back now from Eternal Fire.
Our ops team has been incredible today, showing us the execute here in full force. Xcloud Looking to get in the midst of these smokes and create some problems here for FaZe. Again, reminder, they are down a player, and Brokey has decided to pull that back.
With the
and
bomb.
not only that, with the bomb on his back.
That is crazy.
He is mental, isn't he?
That is crazy.
He's unhinged.
If he went down, the bomb would have got thrust forward into that pit. And it would have been lost. It would have been loose. It would have been exactly where the Pistols want it. I cannot believe he just made that play with the bomb.
Oh, Woxic finding kills with a scout. It's actually pulled back the numbers to, you know, a position where you do some damage, maybe. Think about it, but it's still very difficult to get around that corner against Twists, who will happily collect for 14. Yeah, Brokey makes some plays sometimes that are just unthinkable.
Yeah, because if it goes wrong, you can only imagine what the conversation would be after like that. But just 2 more rounds required now. 14 secured. And this should be the easiest 15th you'll see in a while. A couple of Deagles invested, a Smoky of X-Flab, but it's mainly going to be walking over the upgrades without armor.
Happy Easter, chat, by the way. Forgot it was that day.
We've made it, Easter Sunday. Congratulations.
Well done, another one. It's Monday tomorrow, which I guess is
another
Easter
one
Monday.
of those too. Just keep on coming, don't
Didn't
they?
get
The
an Easter egg
Mondays.
this year, Chad.
Is that the first?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay. We could maybe sort that out.
That would be nice. Ren, he's looking to find a little bit of a surprise on an egg hunt right now, and he's going to find some heads instead. Ren to 1 and 2. A lot of damage done to X-Cloud. Last bullet, of course. Nice and clean.
Just tap it in. Bomb planted. 2 more to find. And this one, it hasn't had a lot of excitement about it. There was moments, we built this one up like there was a bit of a upset potential. We do have Vitality versus Dignitas on the main stream coming up next, and over on that secondary stream, once heroic, well, assuming heroic takedown 4s, they are up to 15-9. It will be Gamer Legion taking on Fnatic, and the obviously embattled Fnatic right now, who have a couple of changes in the roster since maybe last time you saw them. We've got Poison and Pepsor alongside of Alex, Mezzy, and Crims. We're taking on Isaac, Rusty, Era, Zero, and IM. Our Dignitas game is a couple of Swedish legends in the mix as well. It's Forrest and Freiburg. There's the B-Stream score. It has come to its logical conclusion. Heroic do pick this one up, 16-9, so the favourites are having no dramas here today. But as mentioned, it's Forrest, Freiburg, Lekro, Heap, and Hauser will be bringing you that action against Vitality very, very shortly. But here we go. How many more rounds of play do we have here? Charging through, Rain goes down. No extinguish there. You can see smoke off towards the door position. Carrigan trying to apply a bit of pressure up short, but they are a number disadvantage right now, FaZe. So an opportunity for Eternal Fire to keep play going for a round longer.
An opportunity, but FaZe have shown that even in these disadvantaged situations, they have been able to pull themselves back, so really can't count them out. Xantares, though, following up, puts themselves in a very good position here at Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this should be a conversion now. Unless
if Twist, Rops, and Brokey. This is the
trio.
trifecta.
Yeah, there we go.
Death.
I think we both thought, how can we make this one even remotely exciting?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you just look at the players, you never really can count them out of any situation.
Oh, come on, boys, do it now. We've bigged you up.
The brain power involved in this clutch is crazy, and then you've got the firepower on top of that.
All right, talk us through it. 50 seconds.
50 seconds left. Twist begins to clear bathrooms. There's the first checkpoint of the clutch. Now that it's clear, they focus on long. But the rotation now has come up. And the peek out from Amor has spotted the remaining forces. That alerts Eternal Fire's warning system to come back and try and deal with 3 remaining forces that are incredibly strong, but they are now going down to the big green weapons. Single player left to Brokey, and 1 versus 5 in 30 seconds, happily cleaned up and shut down. 5 players stay up for Eternal Fire.
Okay, well, there you go. Taking care of business. We will see FaZe be able to get into a buy again here. Can get all the purchases they desire. Brokey's going to go for a Deagle. He couldn't afford an AK, didn't want a Galil. The rest of which will have the AK-47s, but still just one more round necessary now. The double op setup of Woxic and Amor is now known, so if they want to go for something very execute heavy over towards B, you don't have to rush this. You can just wait out that early stop utility over towards Monster, and then you're good to go.
One player of Carrigan going out towards mid to try and throw some utility, but everybody's going towards B.
Rangers through that util set, you can see actually... Hold up a
Moore's crazy, man. That is so good. Aggressive and short with the AWP, and nearly gets away with a second shot. Carrigan's decided, you know what, screw it, let's just go. Ops push short, let's get him. Just punish him. And Carrigan has indeed done that. Carrigan hard entering, finding himself 2 kills, and is not done yet. He wants even more. Xantares is short in the midst of the smoke. Rops go back into the rifle of Xantares, who's close. It's possibly denying the plan, but a 3 versus 3. And Calyx, oh, he's found Twist, but Karrigan's headshot continues. And now it's Woxic and Xantares left to see if they can pull it off versus Brokey and Karrigan to stay alive here on this map. Otherwise, FaZe have closed and taken their first win. Karrigan finally runs out of ammo, but Brokey thrust into the 1v1. Won the kill on Xantares, and he switched out to the Deagle for the clutch. Wants to close it with a hand cannon himself, and he's playing close to the pillar. Woxic trying to figure out where he's gone, but Brokey just executes him. 16-4. FaZe have their first win here in Bucharest, and it is done in an easy fashion.
Easy indeed, and I love that clutch from Brokey right there. He plays the sound cue, right? The spot that gets shot is as he's making his way back towards Monster, gluing in on that position, assuming he's going to go roost a little bit more passive. He plays up towards the pillar, gets a kill on a player not expecting, and a great win for FaZe. Exactly what you'd be expecting out of the world number ones here, and a bit of a rough showing for Eternal Fire out the gate. You draw a team like FaZe, wouldn't be too much point being too upset with things if you're a more. You've just gone up against the best team, man. This is not the level of, I don't know if he's frustrated. I don't know. Maybe he just always looks like that.
That's his personality.
It could be.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's into heavy metal and stuff. He's got that vibe going
True.
on. Maybe he's just full of aggression. And, you know, was aggressive in that game, right?
He was giving away a couple of openings, that's for sure, especially on that T side. But it felt like they were just going to take care of business the entire game they faced. There wasn't a single moment in that game that felt even remotely threatening. They did hand over a couple of rounds when they started to take some more liberties in terms of their pushes. But you get the highlight reel here. It's a bit of a FaZe frag movie. So you guys can watch it all back in, well, probably 30 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're watching on PGL's YouTube channel, you're probably watching this at 4K, seeing all these crispy shots. Maybe in 4K, you would be able to see Rops' crosshair. Not quite sure about that, but yeah, I love just the aggressive maneuvers we've seen out of FaZe throughout that entire first half. They just dictated the pace. Eternal Fire struggled to get openings, and we're losing map control everywhere. And you see a couple of rounds that looked good for Eternal Fires when they just decided, right, let's just force everybody through a choke point, see what we can do. But that isn't exactly sustainable, and FaZe happily collect the victory. I think obviously the biggest name looking in this group is going to be Na'Vi for FaZe, right? It's going to be their main opponent, and looking at how these two teams started back-to-back, FaZe is going to be the happier of the bunch.
Yeah, it's going to be curious to see how it all shakes on out with the second matchups later today. You can use that little simulator that's been decided there on the interwebs, but here's the scores on the doors, how it all unfolded for everybody playing at home. Top of the charts over there was Woxic with 14 kills. And on the other side of things, it was Rain with 22. Karrigan down the bottom there, but had a fantastic round to close it all out, running into the B bomb site. I think he got 3 kills in that one, with Brokey finishing it off with a 2-piece feed of his own. But all in all, a very good showing from FaZe. Excited to see more, and it's about taking care of business for these top teams. Just get on in, get it done as quickly as you like, set your sights on the major, and grab yourself a legend spot so you can have an extra couple of days of breather to watch everybody else battle it out within that challenger stage, going toe-to-toe, slogging for a spot in the top 16.
And that's absolutely the intentions here for FaZe. And for Eternal Fire, you know, it's a rough start, but again, it is against world number 1. They have time to recover.
Yep, and we got time to recover as well. We'll go to a break, we'll come back. We're going to take Dignitas taking on Vitality, the French-Danish mix taking on the Swedes with a Norwegian in the mix.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR. It's Europe, and we're into our third game already. We're heading into Dignitas versus Vitality. Legends on both sides, some more recent than others. 6 years ago today, the core of the Dignitas side won a championship in Malmo. So it shows how long, even in Go, they've been around here. So looking forward to see if they can get back to that.
Yeah, let's start with the recent legends, I suppose. Let's introduce Team Vitality.
Loving the New Jersey with Vitality.
Loving the mustache on Apex there as well.
Yeah.
So a little bit of facial hair coming on through. But yeah, this Vitality roster is one that we've obviously seen the Danish trio with the coach right there in the background of Zonic, Dupree and Magisk joining alongside of French's best Counter-Strike player of ZywOo, Apex in-game leading, and obviously Masuda in the mix right here. Now, this is a team that hasn't necessarily hit the nail on the head since its inception, but they are hopefully on an upward trend.
Absolutely. I mean, you have the firepower, the experience. You've got ZywOo, one of the just phenoms of Counter-Strike, right? And the problem is we haven't really seen them at that level. Their opponents, of course, are looking at them on the other side of things. Of Dignitas, I think Forrest has been expressing some distaste in terms of how some of the practice has gone over the last few weeks. The results haven't been great. We've seen them at the start of the year at ESL Challenger, not looking too hot to try either.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Dignitas. Let's introduce everybody at home to the faces behind those names.
Well, Holzerk looking like a GTA 5 character, I think, coming into this one today, Chad.
I love the mullet as well. He would fit right in Australia, I guarantee you that much. The Norwegian AWP player for this squad, sitting next to Heap, the man in the middle of the screen right now. But a couple of familiar faces right there. Freiburg and Forrest of that NIP fame that you were just referencing. Now, we're going to get the veto underway. And yeah, Hauser looks like he has a bloody big personality. The fun thing with Forrest is you saw his beaming through too. Back in the 1.6 days, Forrest would not give an interview. He didn't need to. He was the best player in the world, like undoubtedly so. And you want to know something else? Forrest is still, this man right here, the highest rated player for this 5-man roster of Dignitas across all the maps, which is crazy. Crazy to think about here. Now, it's only just, right? It's only just. It's very close between him, Lekro, Heap, Hauser. They're all very similar there. It is Freiburg, the in-game leader, bringing up the rear. And we are getting the vetoes on the screen. So don't let the yellow throw you off. We've got Vitality removing Ancient and Overpass, Dust to Inferno and Mirage being removed here from Dignitas, and that's left Nuke or Vertigo. And happy to go with Vertigo here. Now, Vertigo, I believe it's Heap, who's one of the highest rated players. Doesn't seem too many surprises. I heard that the Swedes, especially the new gen, love a bit of Vertigo. I'm going to be interested to see this one get underway. But those woes I was talking about with Vitality up until this juncture, up until this point, it can all be forgotten about in terms of, not getting through the Pro League groups, having a little bit of a struggle time over there in Katowice. That can all be forgotten about if you qualify for the major. That's what this is all about. It's the biggest. It's the World Cup of Counter-Strike. It's what everybody wants to get on in, and they can start now working to what they want to be, which is a championship caliber squad.
Yeah, and within that, you've got players and coaches that have won multiple majors, the most of anyone. So, yeah, this is a lot of experience, obviously, in this Vitality side, and absolutely expectations on this team to make it there and do it in style. But for Dignitas, a team coming into this who we haven't seen a whole lot, and when we do see them, it's against weaker opposition, tier 2 teams, and they don't always even win that. So it feels like Dignitas is a big step up coming into this one today, and we have to see a level out of them that we haven't seen in a long time.
I guess this is the same conversation we just had with Eternal Fire, is the same conversation we can have, and maybe a little bit more so, with the Dignitas roster. This team was originally put together, pulling a lot of those old NIP pieces back into one squad, but then they've chopped and changed, they've brought in some newer names, and they've retained that of Forrest and Freiburg. Now, for those two legends to get back to the major stage would be massive, and I think with the hard work that's coming on through, again, I mentioned the hard work, this is all that matters. It's same story for Dignitas. It's just going to be more of an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, and they made a move, obviously, to try and be more competitive. They brought in Pita after the work that he had done with Copenhagen Flames. Don't believe he's behind them today, unfortunately, so we'll see how that pans out. Vitality, they've got plenty of utility here on the back of Magisk.
Look at Hauserk's in-game picture here. It's actually with the sunnies on. I love it. All right, well, yeah, the pistol round underway, and the T-side start for the French-Danish mix. Sounds like a bad dessert as they're lining up a B-set play. 2 smokes, one towards the left, one towards the right of the Jenny. Molly towards the default, Molly towards the back pillar, and it's open for business. This is a full retake setup being deployed here from Dignitas. They want to usher them in. They'll allow them to take the site, allow them to get that bomb on down. This is where Freiburg's smoke is going to come into play alongside the kit that Forest has wielded. They have to wait out this utility before they can even consider getting back in. And wait, they're going straight through.
They're going straight through the smoke, and Masuda and ZywOo have held it. Dupree follows up, and now it's just Holzerk and Forest trying to rattle together what they can. Dupree with a headshot, now Forest alone, and he is out of there. ZywOo takes Vitality to the pistol win.
I guess you don't have to wait out the smoke, but that's what happens if you don't. You just get absolutely dismantled right there, because Vitality only have 2 real positions that they have to watch in all of that. The smokes, right, and the flank. And either way, you have a 5v5. You're not like there's not enough bodies. You didn't do any damage on the way in. There weren't lacking individuals to be covering off those choke points. So an easy one for Vitality out the gates here. They're going to buy straight in with heavy rifle purchases. No SMGs, Galils and AKs. And speaking of an AK, early, that's a big chunky nade onto the toes of Dupree. Chipped on down, a second one to follow with lighter damage. And they're going to try and pressure this B lobby early.
Dupree. Stairway to the B side. And it's going to result in the first kill on Lekro.
Quite easy stuff there, isn't it? Dupree's one who definitely, as far as form has gone in terms of individual ability, has been shown he's still got it.
Going up, in fact, and Freiburg gets aggressive into Dupree. Will happily collect his second life of the round. A couple of shots whizzing past Forest.
They can piece this one here together. They don't have to rush into things. Vitality, they can take their time. This force buy's already done. Magisk with another nice shot, so looking like they're on form as far as the aim department goes here early. Just gonna, just walk their way in.
You know, Vitality coming into this, obviously, have had a little bit of a break, but the fact that their expectations are so high, they cannot come into this event without putting all that hard work in before. This is the most important one they've had so far. Maybe you can say the other events of Katowice probably came along maybe a little early in the roster's lifespan, but you look at the roster, you have to consider it will take time. I mean, yeah, okay, the players make sense, but the fact that they're communicating in English with a team that spoke French, a team that culturally pretty different as well. I see that they're
coaching staff as well.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot to incorporate, and I think, you know, you look at how things are done in France and Denmark, I'm sure they're going to be very different. I see that Vitality have actually been doing a lot of team building exercises during the winter, just trying to create that culture in the team. They went skiing, they did a bunch of activities together, and that, I think, is the most important thing here for Vitality, is establishing a common culture among the players.
The vibe always seems good. Obviously, we had them over there in Pro League in Dusseldorf, and they were at lunch, and they were, you know, more than happy to have a bit of a joke around. You had the clown of Apex. I think Magisk is more than happy to play into that type of role for the team as well. And the mood always seems good. I think we have 2 of the most animated players in the server in terms of reactions when things aren't going well, of Dupree and Apex. But as long as the teammates know that's just the way that they're expressing themselves, and it's not necessarily an indication of anything against them, then that's where it can be handled, right? That's where, once it bleeds, if it bothers you, if that type of stuff bothers you as a player, or those kind of remarks bother you as a player, or they're doing that before they're communicating, then you have a couple of issues. But it's always been a fun discussion topic. There's Halzerk into a scout tag for Apex, chipped on down. Nade's going to follow on through.
I'm a little sad we don't see a lot of Dignitas, because now I've just seen what Halzerk's personality might look like, and I'd love to get to know him a bit more. It'd be crazy to see him a little bit more often.
Well, they're one of the fringe teams here within the RMR Group A, right, for the European side of things. They're one of these teams that you could see squeaking through in one of the 7th or 8th spots, but it is going to be hard work, right? It is going to be matchup dependent. So something even slightly threatening here on Vertigo would be nice, and it's good that we've had a variation of maps here for the first 3 on this mainstream. Started with Ancient, went into a bit of an overpass, and now we're residing on the 51st floor of Vertigo.
All the good maps, Chad, we're getting today.
Yeah, hopefully we get Nuke up next. And
Lekro's Deeg, we know what it can do. Crosses out to the side, the double stack in front of it, swings out for the peak, and able to get something done. He's just getting flashed upon flash again. And now spammed down. They know exactly where he is. They're looking to take him out. Dupree has to deal with it. Oh, a difficult fight, actually. Freiburg, Forest, and Heap with kills in the Deegs. And suddenly, it is Magisk and Apex. They're so low. The rifle's pulling it back, though. Magisk gets away with a double. And now Apex in the 1 versus 2. Just got to force them out of their positions. He thinks one could be towards quad, but it is default in construction they currently stand. Scout being held here for Halzerk. Apex, ooh, within touching distance of death from that. And we'll get taken down even by the USP around for Dignitas.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. A great little rotation over. That util comes in. They hold them at the door. And Apex was low on HP, and you're probably scratching your head and forgetting why. That started off with the MOUZ tag at top crane with the save scout. So beautiful stuff. A massive round for Dignitas to win. Right? They lost the force buy. That is all they had. And carrying that through, they do so much damage. They put Vitality on notice very early here. That is great signs. We were just talking about them being competitive and matchup dependent. Well, screw all that. Let's focus on in here because that is a great way to kick things off. Now they just need to respond with a consecutive onto the rifles. Deep nade thrown. Smoke down the ramp. Spam on through. Heap not finding any damage whatsoever here. The nades also a little bit premature.
Dupree into a position where he can boost a player up onto the wood. We've seen Dupree get boosted himself in previous rounds.
Looks like it's been lined up here. I think they want to dissuade anybody from being close towards that Tetris white box, the one closest as you enter into the site. You can see that molly being bounced off the skybox, flushing anybody back, and they have a real affinity for this B bomb site. Pistol round, the anti-eco, trying their luck again early, and if they can condition B and force the setup to be more 2-1-2, or maybe it leaves the gap mid, maybe it makes the A defense a little bit weaker, it's going to give Vitality a couple more options, but they need to have success with this. Now they push Dupree forward. He can always swing on in and catch them off guard. Lekro towards the quad position. Caretaking towards the site is going to be that of Forest. Flashed in.
Oh, Dupree just unleashed. But Forest just takes him out, and the double setup towards this B site. Magis looks to try and break it down, but it has legs to it. Lekro finds the trade out. Advantage still sides to Dignitas, and this is forced Vitality into a rough spot.
Yeah, with low util here. Actually, no util to make this one work. Lekro, that smoke is way too late, mate. You caught in the open.
Oh, he goes down. Lekro had the advantage play, but suddenly Vitality, they've closed down the ground, and Masuda on the double kill is taking the site. Dignitas now into the 2 versus 3, and they have no utility for this.
Well, you repel the Danes, but the Frenchmen come on next, and they keep hitting shots. Apex onto Heap. It's just Freiburg right now, 1-on-3.
Sided peek, tries to throw the fake flash, and ends up just getting taken down by ZywOo. So Vitality reply, and Dignitas, they put themselves in a strong position there, just couldn't quite close it.
They have a little bit of extra cash, right, because they did win that lower buy eco round. A lot of players did have to invest fully. You can see Heap at 1.9k, Freiburg at 2.5, but Hausert can purchase and so can Lekro, and they're going to do exactly that. Lekro into an M4, Hausert going to get a signature AWP, Forest into a FAMAS, and the other two can make Deagles work with util, but they're going to have to do it on this bit more of a broken buy. The success short-lived. As Dignitas back down into the losing ways. A gap smoke being lined on up. It will be late over towards A, so space being taken. It's a change up from those B defaults.
Yeah, it's quick. Oh! Vitality, and Dupree rips open the head of Holzerk. That's the big green out.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot right there. The pre-fire on that, or the pre on the crossfire lineup. Beautiful, beautiful work from Dupree.
They happily collects that. Now the rest of Vitality filtering their way through Masuda. Good start to the game for Heap. Ooh, Deke hits the headshot on Dupree, but quickly followed up by Masuda.
Yeah, could have found a second there, couldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely could have. It felt like he was destined to do so.
Well, Lekro's going to have to save here. What are you meant to do? A 1-on-4? Are you thinking, where's the orb? Wait, what did you say, Heap? Sorry, Halberg, it's over towards Sandbag. Yeah, I think I'll leave that one. They can scoop that up. You can see Apex is doing so. Did he throw it off the map, or did he get it? I think he may have even thrown it off the map there. This is the thing, right? T side of Vertigo, you don't always need an AWP. We'll see it on the CT side with the way that ZywOo likes to play it. He'll get out towards the top of the scaffolding position, likes to peer on through the gaps. He likes to stand and fight over towards A. It is a luxury to have a player like ZywOo within your server.
Some talking points around Vitality. I mean, a lot of people worried about the roster. And I think a few talking points have been surrounding ZywOo, right? You have a great player that in recent form has just been a good player.
Yeah. Do you think it's a communication?
Could that certainly be. I mean, this is a ZywOo that has only ever spoken French, right? Never played in an international roster, never had to adapt to that, and played in a pretty similar team throughout his time. So yeah, maybe perhaps an adjustment period for ZywOo.
Well, this is an early timeout call. It looks like it is going to be a technical one, so bit of time to fill this one through. Yeah, I think the communication, I think if you ever listen to me, ladies and gentlemen at home, you know how I feel about the communication side of things. We'll bring in the stats drone. Here's Forp.
Mr. Blind and Dangerous.
Okay, well, he's killed one player while flashed. Let's see if he can keep that up. We know that lots of players like to get kills through smokes. We'll see how many he can get while blind.
I can tell you that the tech pause is already done
Damn, that was quick.
We're right back into play.
Beautiful. That's what we're looking for around here. So going to be the M4 in the hands of Lekro. The rest are going to be into these lighter pistols. We've seen them make it work before. Can they make it work again?
With the molly clear, it's close for Apex. Heap Steeg. We've seen already what it can do. Lekro, again, the player you really want them to come towards. He is playing towards B. A little bit closer towards the stairway. You can see why. Vitality have put some pressure here early. Heap, on the other side of things, has found the head of Apex.
Yeah, I think he was pushing up this gap position, right? So they are going to, well, filter on through regardless. The kill is not stopped them from taking space, but it's definitely given them the number disadvantage. Bullets through from ZywOo, not going to find anything just yet. Nades will land. Left side of smoke, site smoked off. Right side of smoke, site smoked off as well, and some nades to follow through.
And there really shouldn't be too much resistance here, but Lekro has to get it back. The dig of Heap out. They're boosting up the player of Lekro to try and peer down through the smoke. It has worked for a kill on Dupree.
There's a flank as well during all of this. 3v4.
Yes, down on the ramp, that flank is coming through. ZywOo towards short side. And now starts to spam through the yellow. No one being caught by it. Biding the time here, Dignitas.
I think they just want to do some damage. I think they realize that they can't win this round here. There is the kit on Lekro, right, which is... Oh, hold up, they're coming in. They're actually pushing. No, they go for this.
Flank is called. ZywOo, of course, checks down towards it. Oh, follows up with a second, and now, well, they're putting pressure onto him. He knows where the rifle is. And ZywOo, of course, just buying some time, pulling Lekro deeper and deeper away from that bomb. And Lekro on the way out the door. Oh, has a fight against Masuda. That's enough damage to bring him down. And Vitality do win the round, but damage on everybody there. Dignitas take down every single player of Vitality.
Okay, well, it's all right. They're going to be able to buy here again anyway, and I guess it stops Vitality from having a lot more cash than they would because they will have to have all of those rebuys. It just felt a little bit odd, didn't it? Like, even Lekro getting involved in that could have retained some cash to help them out later on, but it will be a tactical timeout call, the opportunity to have a bit of a discussion here for Dignitas. Now, they can get everything they want and more. Hounslow could go for the AWP. It would have to be more of a lighter variety, either you two are being given on up. But they are just having this discussion. The 30-second timeout has subsided. We are into freeze time now, and Hounslo's actually going to go into an AUG instead of the AWP. So, wants to have a scope out, but nothing too brutal. ZywOo on the other side of things now is into the big green. So, I mentioned before that Apex threw it away. They didn't want to retain it. Well, now he does.
It's not the best of spawns here, ZywOo. Maybe we can go towards an Apex or see what he's got in mind here. Maybe towards ramp just to post up and try and find something, maybe an overextension from Crane's side. And when you have a player like ZywOo, you can absolutely leave him here alone. You don't have to commit too many resources. And that ledge peak was a possibility.
It's going to soften up a little bit here, down to 65. So this time finding the mark.
Throws out that smoke popularized by Nafni. Now we have to look at the mid-play forward. Masuda blinded. Xantares going down and slowing Masuda, but he's actually going to commit forward through it. Holzerk's going to be under a lot of pressure. Needs to call for Forrest to try and help him out here. Holzerk on the peak. The AUG gets away with one. The scope in. Tries to get Apex, but unfortunately for Holzerk, unable to double up. So Forrest has to fill the gap and goes back for info and spots them retreating. That's big info.
Yeah, he did catch them. Oh, hold up, Magis. What's going on here?
They're just going for the fight. Magis nearly takes down two. Luckily, Forrest trades it out. And now we keep eyes on this B play. Lekro towards the back. Two players in front of him on the way up the stairway, one of which is ZywOo with the AWP. Lekro goes wide, catches ZywOo. Dupree not in a position to follow up on that. 45 seconds. Vitality in a tough spot in Lekro. Even does some chip damage to the smoke in the retreat.
I've seen him get caught off here before with the timing, but that's as he tried to lob out some utility, and Heap is confirming that it will not be the A play with all that information he currently has. But Apex, the AWP. Okay. We've seen him on the scout. He's pretty tidy. On the AWP, looks away.
Yeah, Lekro is allowed to reposition towards Generator, and Apex extends to his death, and now Dupree. Unfortunately, a long-winded spray they won't match, and Lekro will happily collect a couple of kills there. 3 picked up for the round.
Yeah, and I think you can see the pressure points that Vitality have been going for. Quite early on, they were going B a lot, right, which is going to force you to play 2 players towards B, or going to force you to play retake B. But let's say that it forces you to play 2 players B, you might cheat a player over from mid, and then we saw them go towards A in a previous round. Okay, well, now we need to deal with A. So your mid is going to be where the gap is, and that's what they tried to exploit. No AWP available for Hounslow in the previous, but he does have that retained and brought across now to put into his hands. Going to be a force buy out from Vitality. Tech 9's alongside of these rifles, and they're fast. Freiburg's down. He's past this.
He's very committed, isn't he? Around the smoke, shots whizzing past as Freiburg gets in the midst of battle. A couple of players out to his left side here, Freiburg. How long does he want to hold this? And he starts to back away now.
Yeah,
it's going to be good.
Very fortunate to get away from this. And yeah, straight on the back pocket. Apex swallows that. 50 points of health remain.
Freiburg repositions to sandbags. Molly comes in. Flash is actually going to prevent Heat from playing forward in the spam down through the metal. Gets Forrest the opening kill.
The molly actually missed here. It didn't land sandbag, so I think they're assuming it's completely clear.
Peek out. I thought it was going to be a flash play for Freiburg, but decides to go dry. And when you pick ZywOo like that, you're destined to die.
That one way that they've thrown, right? If you throw that one way, it's actually quite difficult to get the space back.
Now they're moving up through short into Heap. He'll be tested. Rifle. Oh, straight away. Tech 9 from Masuda to the head. And Holzer placed in the boosted position. Masuda now starting to take some ground back. Xantares goes down, and that will deny. Safe passage to the side for the time being, and actually alleviate some pressure for Holzer to peek wide with the AWP. Now they cross again. Forrest tries to line it up as they get to the site. The bomb will go down. Holzer tries to peek over the top, but Masuda, he's finding so much impact. Another headshot. And it's just Lycro left. He can't compete in this one. Surely not. Goes into the fight, and immediately to the headshot is Dupree. Masuda is having so much impact today.
He's having a great game, isn't he? 11 kills with him now, and his aim looks on point. He's hitting some bangers of shots, so this is really nice to see from Masuda. He's another one of these players within the team that you might worry that maybe the language barrier coming on through could cause him a couple of issues here. But if he's feeling comfortable and finding some shots like that, that's impact through and through. 6-2 the score now reads, and it is going to be back down towards the pistols here for Dignitas. They can't seem to just catch a break. They do well in a rifle round, and they lose the follow-up. So without the consecutive rounds here, the CT side is under the pump, and they're going to be studying heavy over towards B. Forrest, like he wanted to get stuck into that fight from the top of the boards, is going to be flashed off the angle. Creeping out mid, Magisk. He's got a buddy alongside him of Dupree. They stay comboed in a lot of these different scenarios, a lot of different maps. They even hold bomb sites together, the two Danes.
The flash is about to go out here for Dupree. That will set up a perfect peek. In fact, how have they dodged it? The flash missed, actually, hit off the metal on the top. And so that actually blinds Dupree, or rather, Magisk. And so Apex's flank will be everything on the backside, and 2 kills collected. A third picked up for Apex. And that is recovered really what could be a sticky mess.
Yeah, they got all the room they were looking for here, didn't they? It was a little bit unfortunate with that missed flash, but at least they've identified it against an eco that it missed. You know, it's not the end of the world here, as it is just the one-man standing of Lekro. He's been last man standing what feels like a few times already within this. Unfortunately, just been disconnected from the play. The bomb goes down towards A, and while the 40 seconds thrust onto the clock as it starts to sink on through, so does Lekro's life, spotted out by Dupree, and we will call it 7-2. Quickly up to a commanding lead here on the T side of Vertigo. Vitality.
You would expect so against the pistols, but now Dignitas bringing out the buy again. This Apex just catching that mid-flight. Able to keep himself composed for 3. And you can see Apex getting so loud. He's getting fired up here. Vitality now 7-2, looking for a good start here in Bucharest. Certainly putting themselves in a good position so far. To the default, they will run with Magis, but it's quick up the ramp for Vitality. They put some utility in play to try and challenge down Holzer, who has brought the AWP into this one. He's worried about that smoke, because that gives a little bit of a gap for Vitality to try and maneuver their way around. And Apex actually goes into the short play, charging up. Holzer gets a headshot onto Apex, but Masuda trades it immediately.
Yeah, keeping his aim sharp here is old Masuda. Another one back for him. A 4-on-4 now ensues, and plenty of time and plenty of opportunities right now for Vitality to find some gaps across the map. The rotation heavy back over towards A. Forrest is coming to help them on out here as they feel they're under the pump. It's Lekro to now deal with mid and B, and more pressure being felt as the flashes come forward.
Interesting smoke there thrown by Heap. It allows actually the push forward for Freiburg to take back position, and they get aggressive. Masuda has no idea where he's being shot from because of the A1S, and so Masuda doesn't react and goes down to Heap.
Yeah, couldn't piece that one together quick enough, could he? That's insane that they've just crept on out, and he hasn't accounted for that whatsoever. I was mentioning that one way earlier, and with the position that Masuda was in, ZywOo was in a similar one before that was actually able to punish. Setting up over towards A right now. They've got 2 smokes to work with. Can smoke either side of the bomb site, and they've actually been gifted a way in. The nade's going to be good. Going to force Freiburg back into a retake situation. That Incendiary will drop, it will stop and delay that plan if they were to go for the default side of things, and that's where Heap bullets come into play. And remember, these smokes are on a timer. They will need to get it down. The sound cue, they can note where the bomb's getting planted, but the bullet's not landing, and they get it down.
Good kill from Heap, this time on to Magis, but ZywOo has pulled back the kill on 4.
Dupree's flanking.
Have got the advantage.
ZywOo has to live.
But Dupree, he's going to call the ZywOo just to stay.
It's a good plan for him too.
ZywOo just staying up. Now the peek on Freiburg. The flank around the back. Dupree has been looking the wrong way. He'll knock one down, and now Heap Force realizes he's in a sandwich of Vitality players, and he's the meat. Oh, ZywOo tenderizes his meat, and now it's 8 rounds for Vitality.
That is crazy right there. And look at this, Apex getting real loud about things. That is a round that didn't feel like they should have been winning at all, right? They lose that opening exchange there. Masuda gets one back, but then he goes down, it's limp, and then it's ZywOo on the site. And you look at the radar, you think, where the hell is Dupree? But then it all makes sense. With the bomb planted open with ZywOo in the power position of Sandbag, he's just jousting with them, holding at bay so Dupree can come in with that rotation. And another round for Vitality now.
And that first pick that ZywOo finds from the Sandbags confirms that they will be fixated upon his position. They have to. They have to know that he has shown the willingness to peek out, and he's not going to just be sitting there. So Dupree comes around, they have no idea, and, well, perfect from Vitality in the late round. Dignitas, that's another chance for them. Go on, Chad.
Yeah, down the hole. The half has already been won by Vitality here, and it's going to be even more damage unless they can win another round with just these light upgrades. Now remember, the first round of play that Dignitas was able to pick up was with a save scout and some USPs. I think there was a Deagle in the mix there as well.
So it's definitely possible,
yeah,
but it's unlikely, right?
But this is the thing, we need more gun rounds, right? So in the next round of play, if they do pick it up with the guns, they need to be able to convert consecutive, because you're in the washing machine right now.
Flash play for Let Grow. Looks for the peek. Yeah, Dupree might get caught here by the Deagle. That's where Apex getting a pick. Dupree trying to ready himself, but Let Grow beat him out.
Yeah, that one there. Both teams struggling to land the shots. Now Magis is going to fill that void. They can't get the gun. That's all he wanted. He wanted to stop them from getting the AK-47. That's ours. You can't have any of those goodies.
Heap just jump spotting. For the time being, the smoke will sever off his information flow, and Apex has decided to maneuver his way through the smoke, putting pressure and forcing them back, and he's not stopping. He's still going with this one, Apex. Charging up, has got his teammate Masuda beside him. When these two Frenchmen are fragging, it's hard to break them down.
It's a really good position that Apex has now. They don't have to do anything. They can just bring the bomb over and wait towards ramp. Wait for this short smoke that's been thrown out to dissipate and just be prepared for the boost. He can actually see the Sandbag position here, and Apex 2 knocks him down.
Oh, he finds the angle. Heap had a chance, but Apex able to find the headshot. Now Dignitas' chances are even more slim. Good kill from Apex. Starting to get into it. 8 bullets left in the AK. That's it. 8 single bullets. Has to go to the Glock instead. He's still going. He's still trying to make it happen. ZywOo finally puts an end to it all.
I want to talk through some of the decision making there of Apex. If a player is jump spotting the ramp from that Sandbag position, traditionally on the ramp at least, they would be on their own. Yeah, maybe you have a player over towards gap, short, scaffolding, whatever you want to call it. But that ramp player is traditionally jump spotting for early info. If you're up close and you can scale that quickly, of course they're going to scamper all the way back to at least crane. So that was really great stuff. This is one of the things that Apex used to do well as an entry fragger all those years ago. When he could smell blood or understand a gap, he would always be able to take those. And now, bringing that into his in-game leadership helps them on out in a situation that, well, it wasn't too worrisome, but could have been as we go back towards A and we're fast.
It's quick, and that puts pressure onto the AWP. You cannot stick around here when Dupree looks to hunt around the corner, decides to call it off.
Probably the right call, right? Because people can't follow him through the flames. The teammates of Vitality cannot run on in with him. So it would have all been through this one avenue of the ledge next to Crane, and now they can actually establish and set up for an A execute of their own. Yeah. That one-way smoke dropped. He's actually ahead of it. He can call things clear. If they want to scale forward, they need a flash.
Well, they've got short control now too. They put Masuda into that flash peak, and here come Dignitas. They need to use the flash, otherwise Dupree's going to have an easy fight, but still, he'll lose it to Freiburg. Heap able to double up in Holzerk. Big kills here, and ZywOo left alone into the 1v4. He'll scamper back down the ramp. Ballman is back.
Lots of talking there from Dupree during all of that. Maybe he was trying to signal for a little bit of extra help, but it all is for naught, as an aggressive start here from Vitality has been stifled, and it's ZywOo, the superstar, straight up the ladder into the superstar of old, Forest. One of the gods of the game, able to pick that one up and get the third now. Dignitas 6 on the nose would be great for this first half, but they're going to need to work hard to get 3 more on the trot.
I think it's probably Dupree's intuition right there, the communication of wanting to go, because I think they sat back for a little bit too long, and you feel like when you're wasting that much time, eventually this kind of play is going to come into.
And he knows that the one-way isn't being used, so it's either going to be, hey, this is a one-way with nothing coming, or they are coming and it's coming soon. So a little bit unfortunate for the timing there for Vitality, but I like the pace early.
See what they have in their locker here, Dignitas, to try and get into this. Quazar again playing close position, but Vitality have been doing a great job at just getting this top ramp control, forcing them further and further back, and Dignitas has forced to use different setups.
They're going to throw out the same smoke. It hasn't been deployed just yet, so... Oh, the extinct that came what felt quite late, so I don't know if they're going to bite on the bluff of that.
Doesn't feel like the most convincing. Holzerk now holds. Tight line goal now smoked off, sets a flash up instead. Dupree this time is ready. He is chomping at the bit, but the flash has come around and Dupree down again. It's multi-kill after multi-kill once more for Dignitas. This time Magisk and ZywOo trying to pull it back. ZywOo then creeps forward. Actually gets the space back. Holzerk's going to reposition around the CT boosted wall instead. But ZywOo's got some ground here. He's deep already in the site.
Oh, Barrel might be spotted
Oh,
here.
he will be spotted entirely.
Felt like he was almost out of the line of sight. He just needed to be a couple more paces forward, and then maybe, just maybe, the Barrel still could have been sticking on out. But Magisk, this is going to be some clutch with 30 seconds left on the clock. Has a flash to work with here, but not sure how he's meant to get himself back into this with the bomb completely marooned and in the line sight of multiple members. Halzek still patrolling with the AWP from the sniper deck, and Forrest is ready to swing if his AWP player needs him. 5 bullets. And that
5
one
kills
right there should seal the deal, shouldn't it? The Incendiary landing directly on top, wallops the bomb, and somehow...
Little tap. But they get caught. Let's pushes forward. And Chad, I'm seeing some great re-aggression out of Dignitas right now.
Yeah, as soon as that smoke landed towards the right-hand side of site, or if it was from the CT position, I suppose it's the left-hand side of site, Freiburg thrust himself straight forward into the bomb box, right, where you can see over just the top, and Halzek went straight into immediately holding the flash. So understanding that when they're in the limbo position, transitioning up the multiple ramps towards the site, that they can take advantage of that, but they're trading quite well as well. That was 3 kills that came from 3 separate players there on the Dignitas side. It wasn't just a lineup, it wasn't just a mow down, it was individuals stepping up when they need to, and now put into a bit of a questioning situation of Vitality. They have enough to get AKs out on a few members, but right now Apex is the only one who's purchased. Dupree into a Deagle, the rest are buying the meat cleavers as well. Okay, they're going to hedge their bets, right? They're going to have this hero AK on the back of Apex. They're going to allow the 2,400 to come into their bank balance for the rest of them in the next round of play, netting them all a buy. And they're going to try and keep this economy as low as they can on the Dignitas side of things, because their cash can still be screwed next round if they end up losing a couple.
I'm sure Dupree's happy he's not just doing the same thing, getting up on the crane and getting cancelled out at the start of the round, so we'll see what he can do here with the Deagle. Vitality certainly have the firepower to make these rounds competitive, and Dignitas will be aware of that. Ramp again. Point of contest for Vitality as Apex leads the charge in front with the AK. Has spotted out Heap. Oh, long and labored, but it is Masuda that'll finish off the damaged opponent of Heap.
Yeah, this is huge stuff right there. They get a lot out of that. And yeah, you're right. It is Masuda who gets the kill, but it's Apex who does a lot of damage. And it also kind of puts Dignitas in a position where they don't know exactly what type of buy was on the other side. So you know there's a Deagle, you know there's an AK, but what else is in the mix here? How threatening is it? How much utility? And speaking of AKs, a second one lying in wait has been scooped on up. ZywOo, the man to wield that. He even has a bit of Kevlar behind it as the re-aggression comes out. Again, they slink forward. Very transitional stuff here from Dignitas. You love to see it on Vertigo.
Freiburg, is he about to catch himself a couple of kills inside of the ramp? Plays with Forrest over the top. Forrest with a double, doesn't get traded out. And so when they try and find that chance as the smoke fades away, all it does is reveal Freiburg at the ready. Dupree and Magisk once again. The Danish combo into the clutch. We'll see if they can make this one work. AK's into their hands. Magisk now make his wipe short. Oh, long and labored spray, but Dupree actually ended up taking it. Headshot to Forrest. Peek out from Holzerk. And Dignitas will not fall foul to the pistols.
And this is what we were talking about. Consecutive gun rounds here. They've been able to string a few together now. One more would make it, I believe, 4 to seal the deal here within this half. And it's great. They've been denying Vitality even getting into the site and getting the bomb down. So by doing that, they're really making this a little bit more financially rough for the French-Danish mix here, but this is really good signs now. We move into the second half. They're picking up the pistol. Now we're talking. Now we've got ourselves a very competitive map of play. You can see the only emission into the buy is going to be Apex. He had that hero AK. Now he has the Deagle, Dupree. Be careful as you round the corner here. Forest and Electro ready and raring.
Electro looks down and bullets begin to sprinkle at his feet as Magisk and ZywOo open things up.
Quick though, right? Do you just go off the back of that or do you play out the round now? Looks like they want to play out the rounds here. If you just rush on in, Freiburg is already lying in wait with the M4A4.
Sacrilege, this weapon. Well, we'll see if he's able to get something done with it. Because of that net, gives away his position. He has to reposition now after being spotted.
Oh, Magisk and ZywOo are low. Right, they are very low on HP here, so you could blow the two of them over. It is going to have to be the other three taking the brunt of the action early. Now, the hero of the A site will have to be Heap. Halzerk's transition back towards mid. Freiburg still dealing with this B play, so split up completely. Dignitas, and look at Halzerk. He's starting to have a little bit of a look towards mid here. Needs to be careful. ZywOo up towards the ladder room. The low HP is not going to matter against the AWP, and Heap getting flashed on back is going to need some support at some time soon. But Halzerk, how far do you go? Well, far enough, says ZywOo. Grabs another Masuda onto Heap, but now it's just Freiburg. Wrong site, wrong time. 1 on 5.
A4 at the ready. 35 seconds. No problem here, really, for Vitality. They know where Freiburg was playing earlier. They had confirmation of his position, and Dupree will just hold for the overextension, and Vitality take 10 rounds in the first half.
Clean sweep in that one right there. So beautiful stuff, even with the threat of damage onto Magisk and ZywOo early. And if they grab another pistol, this might just be the favorites continuing to dominate here at the European RMR Group A.
Yeah, my main takeaway in that half is just how good Masuda played in the early rounds. He was just influential in terms of getting them through the initial choke point of A. Okay, they get the ramp control, but Masuda was actually the key to a lot of the rounds that they actually got into A. So excited to see if that continues.
B-Stream over there is going quite swimmingly if you're a Fnatic fan. They have decided to get to Nuke. It was between Ancient and Nuke, and Fnatic are winning 11-4, make it 12-4, and now they're on the CT side. So
and that would be against the Legion of Gamers, right?
That's the one. Yeah, so this would be quite a curious one. Fnatic off to a flyer of a start.
We keep eyes on Vitality versus Dignitas in their debut here in Bucharest. They're using that one way to creep up closer to short. Masuda aware of this possibility. Can't really do a whole lot about it. ZywOo flashed into the peak. Oh, it's long and labored, but he has found himself one. Damage done onto the second as well. Halzerk barely alive, but he will limp away. And now we look over to B. Dignitas set their sights on the B-sided play.
Oh, U2's out. U2?
U2.
Bono. Out.
Here we go. Dupree. Found a couple. Let throw a heap down, and finally is treaded out by Halzerk. Oh, Magisk's turn. Oh, they're softened up now. Oh! Softened up so much the double HE comes on in. And Apex getting fired up again.
He's having a great time.
I would love to play a team
enjoying
of
it as well. Yeah, it's always great to have someone who's getting loud and proud when you win in the games. Yeah, that was a nice little lockdown with the Julies there, which is what I wanted to say. Somehow I said YouTube. I don't know where we got. It could be YouTube.
What's your favorite YouTube song?
There's a couple of bangers, isn't there?
There's a few, yeah, absolutely.
I know the lyrics, just not the name.
Yeah, that's the same with me, man.
Yeah, that seems to be a big problem. And once upon a time, they forced the songs onto everybody's Apple devices. They had an
that
album,
was weird.
Which, they were just like, you will have this.
You too will have this.
You will enjoy it. But
With or Without You is a good one.
There you go.
And I still haven't found what you're looking for. That's a very long song title, isn't it?
Yeah, look, songs used to be longer back in the day. So look at some Michael Jackson music.
Now it's all for the ADD, you know. We don't really have attention spans.
Well, you have to have an attention span in a round like this. Maybe some of our newer viewers, maybe some of ours who aren't the hardcore Counter-Strike fans don't understand what's going on. What are Dignitas doing? Why aren't they pushing on in? Why aren't they taking a fight? Why are they just sitting on back? Well, one of the keys right now in modern Counter-Strike is making sure you get bang for your buck. And that's even on these eco rounds. So next round they will be investing into the AK-47s with the loss bonus, but they want to weigh out all this CT utility. Haven't come up with a catchy name for it to really come up with a good definition, but Apex has seen enough.
Well, Apex waiting for it. Nothing coming around the corner. They still haven't found what they're looking for. Eventually are going to go over the top of the smoke to peer on down, and Apex Going very wide into this now. He has already pushed up. You can't
see
really
him.
see him too clearly, but you will eventually once alerted to it. MOUZ and Apex taking 2, and now shutting it all down. It's nice and clean. It's Vitality's 12th, and money in the bank for the MP9.
Yeah, this is great. And now they get a clean bonus round. So everything that they had just there, they can throw in maybe a bit more of an aggressive stance. We've seen some teams in recent history doing these really quick mid plays on the CT side where they have like a chain flash to make sure that you can first take the fight against the player playing behind the generator, second to keep him blind to scale on closer. You could be hyper aggressive over towards the A ramp, barrel on down, take some fights, flash an MP9 through, or throw multiple bodies at B, get B lobby control. Maybe a little bit of both. Smoke towards A ramp. 2 players B, mid's the gap right now, and that is currently being caretaken by MOUZ. But look at ZywOo just jumping straight into the thick of things, playing around the Nafany smoke deployed here by Dignitas, and this stalls them out almost immediately. The nade, off the top of the box. That's well placed.
That's great. It's absolutely beautiful to see that, but in the end, it is just a sprinkle of damage on top of Halsberg, but the follow-up is better, and ZywOo had a chance, maybe a better weapon. He gets a kill there, but ZywOo gets traded out. In fact, not traded out, just taken out. Advanced size now with Dignitas.
Yeah, and HP is low on 2, so these MP9s do become a lot scarier now. MOUZ off a flash could be taking a peek, and he will. Flash forward, goes down. Great shot from Heap.
Yeah, lovely from Heap. Double kill now for Dignitas, cutting open this bonus from Vitality.
Well, how do they want to play forward with this? You could leave Apex over towards Sandbag. Magisk, if he wants, can hang around to try and lure them on in. Apex also has a smoke, so the longer Dignitas take here, Dinko, this could become a very big issue. They don't have HEs. They don't even have a Molotov to deal with him here.
Yeah, you don't want to get this down to the chaotic dying embers of the round because Apex can take you out. They still have to think about it, but he walks into the open, and Apex gets 1. That's it.
Anthony's pants there, Apex, was set up for success. Now, Lekro in towards B is calling it clear, but do they drop the bomb all the way back?
30 seconds.
They should. They really should. It's safer on the other side of the map, and Halzerk, he knows it. He runs away. He scampers. He makes his way open to the wide open bomb site where Lekro is currently locking things down. dupreeh and Magisk now know that they've given up the other side of the map, and with 15 seconds left, I'm sure just scooping up a weapon of an upgrade for dupreeh should be name of the game. There's the AK.
There's a spoil award. dupreeh will take that, no problem.
And they should just save, right? It was a bonus round, but you have such a commanding lead right here. It's going to be a 6-round difference after the bomb detonates. You may as well just take your time and close this one down by the book. You can see what happens if you go for a retake that maybe you shouldn't. So being safe about things here, Vitality, and this is good, right? This is good. That means that they're still respecting their opponent enough here to make sure that they're not just going all in. This could still fall apart at any time. This is a highly contested group. I would say probably the harder of the two groups, especially with the upper end of what's available here for the RMRs. Group B, I think if you look at that one, you go, oh, it's a little bit easier. Maybe some of the names aren't as scary, but I think the middle to lower end of the pack, it's harder to separate some of those names. There's a lot more, I don't want to call them unknown quantities, but maybe closer teams than how it appears in this group, Group A. But that's a round back, and that is going to be the first gun round, round number 3 in the second half, going in the favor of Dignitas. So good stuff from them. They break their silence, not with the pistols this time, with the AKs.
Difficult round now ahead of them. The full purchase up for Vitality. Most importantly, the big green in the hands of ZywOo. Lekro put some pressure down towards the bottom of B-Stud, not committing to the fight early at all. And ZywOo, it's no secret about where he wants to play, and no secret for Dignitas, he is going to be the main player that they watched and reviewed heading into this one.
Yeah, he's got a couple of one-ways he likes to play around with as well towards the top of this A ramp, but he traditionally will just stand and deliver from the top of the scaffolding position. He plays in an angle exactly like this, and he's happy just to post on up with the AWP.
It's so difficult to deal with this. Like, even if you have preparation, you know he's going to do it, but actually dealing with it is another story.
He very infrequently backs off as well. Like he will stand and fight. He'll go for 2, whereas if he gets 1, a lot of players would jump it back. ZywOo knows if I can stall them out and make sure they don't have enough players to execute, that's the name of the game.
Well, dupreeh, because of the smoke in front of him, he can actually take more elevated position, which allows him a better angle to fire down through that wood. You can get a deeper shot, but not connecting.
Dignitas are getting what they want here. This next fight on short could be very important right now for ZywOo because an execution could be coming his way.
They need a flash, surely, and towards his position. A molly as well could force him further back. MOUZ now on top of the boxes. On the other side of things, flash at the window ready. Here they come. MOUZ looking to hold down. 30 seconds left. ZywOo has got his pick. Masuda misfires and unable to take a kill from the side. So Apex his turn and a double through the smoke. Holzerk and Freiburg out and Forrest now into the clutch. Bomb picked up. Multiple players on the other side of the smoke, and Apex, he's an Apex Predator, hunts down his prey, and Forrest is where he thrives.
Wow, beautiful stuff right there indeed. Apex with a double up through the smoke. You could see what he was trying to set up to help out Masuda. So cheeky stuff there from Apex. He's one of these players who gets so many kills through the smokes, through the flashes, not afraid. And just swarming there with Matt just picking up that final kill. So risky business has been taken care of. And Dignitas are back scratching their head. They are taking a timeout, their third timeout so far within this map. And you may as well use all 4. Make sure you discuss things, especially when the cash is on the cusp. You've got 4,500-ish for Holzerk, Heap, and Lekro who can all buy. Forrest and Freiburg do have enough to purchase as well. I think Freiburg might go into a Galil here with some util. Forrest has opted for the Deagle and util. So they still have a pretty threatening buy in a round like this, but they lose this one. I think the game starts to go down the drain. Game over there for Fnatic. Just going to have a look back. Yeah, continuing to stay to those winning ways. So if you want to check that one out, everybody playing at home, twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO if you want to watch that one on Twitch. And you can go search it out on the YouTubes as well. Watch it in 4K.
Oh, Heap. He's charged up short already. ZywOo back to playing with his one-ways in and around the ledge. Oh, he's ready for the peak to come through the smoke. He's spotted a foot and can't get the kill, though. Masuda will then follow up and cover off that hole. So this defense certainly will hold water. And ZywOo looking to fend off the flood. A couple of players now putting pressure on towards him. And ZywOo says, take that. He's taking 2. And now the bomb down. Loose at the bottom of the ramp. Molly goes through, and on the low HP of Freiburg, it's Apex's HG that's made it throw. And now Lekro, well, he's gone. He's out of there. ZywOo shuts it down, and that's what you can get when you get the big green in his hands.
Yeah, you see exactly what I'm talking about there from ZywOo. Takes 2, and then even thrusts forward, knowing the situation at play. But Apex is loving life. You see right there the tongue out celebration. It's a unique one. It's a new one. Maybe we get a bit more of that. And as I mentioned, the game probably going down the gurgler here as Dignitas are going to call their final timeout. Final one available for them to call and take a 30-second breather. But it's going to just be pistols for a round like this.
What?
Yeah, barely even sees the guy.
He just makes it look so
stuff.
easy, doesn't he?
Here's the celebration.
That's a lovely celebration there. I love the tongue movement there from Apex.
He's been practicing.
He has.
And smiles on the faces of ZywOo. We just catch it in the cam. Because things are going well. This is the type of victory you want to see for Vitality. This is the type of team you want to see fired up and ready and raring to go to push the distance here.
The thing is, the best part about that tongue movement from Apex, he's doing that just for himself because the mic's gone. So he's just making that wild noise.
Unless he's doing like a
chant?
I don't want to. What am I looking for here? Assault the ears of our viewers at home. So I'll give it to you off air later, Dinko. You'll get the full understanding of how it sounds.
We'll get it. And some matchmaking games perhaps later on today. But Holzerk, going to be starting with a smoke lineup.
Hey, Future Pros. That one is going to be deployed towards A, but it's all smoke and mirrors. Out mid they go. This was a force buy.
Masuda at the ready to hold, and hold he won't. Forrest to the headshot. Hold that. L, I guess is what people say these days. And Dupree got himself a kill on Lekro. Around the other side of the smoke is Holzerk with a bomb on his back.
Stalled out, hasn't it? They put a lot into this for space. They've had the space, but what now?
Yeah, that's the problem. They've taken space, but it's not on the site. So now you still have to go through 2 major choke points. You still have to deal with Magisk, who will happily appear behind you. 2 kills collected on Forrest and Heap. Now Freiburg is over construction. Dupree ready to deal with that, and Holzerk, he's got his cool glasses on, at least in the picture. Hasn't got them on right now, and because of that, goes down to Dupree. 15-6 map point for Vitality, looking to start off their run here in Bucharest with a strong victory over Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas made the decision there that they didn't want to contend against 15, right? So that's why they were forced for, but now they'll have to do it anyway, and with a weaker buy than if they had taken a partial. So Mac 10 for Freiburg, Galil's for 3, and Lekro will be the only one with the AK-47 in his hands. He's yet to buy armor. I think he's waiting to hear what utility needed. He will go into the head armor there with a smoke and a flash alongside. But really, what can they do? They're getting battered right now. 20 kills for ZywOo, 17 for Dupree, 17 for Apex, 18 for Masuda. What a great showing this has been from Vitality.
I mean, I think FaZe and Vitality today have had the results you kind of want to see from them. And the starts you'd hope for the teams coming into this, because
All the favorites have won so far, haven't
yeah,
they?
they have. And I mean, this is what the devs were talking about earlier today, was the fact that, I mean, everybody has to qualify now. So it's great to see the good start for the favorites, but Freiburg, he's taken out Apex.
Yeah, it can still go very wrong, can't it, for a lot of these teams, even with a good start. Now, ZywOo, yeah, he's going to oblige right there. Freiburg, if you want to hang around in my part of the map, mate, you have to pay the troll toll.
How much is the troll toll?
I don't know. I think it's always
life?
funny. It's always sunny in Philadelphia reference that I witnessed years ago. So apparently it is your life. Quite expensive. But back to B, they bound into 2. They even have a rotation point available here from mid. So that is going to be, I think, spotted.
Well, just holding the extension around the corner hasn't come through yet. As we now hit 40 seconds peak out. Oh, lovely tap from Dupree. MOUZ is able to help him out. Shoot elsewhere, making it happen. Just Holzerk, and he's down 16-6. Vitality starts strong here in Bucharest. 1 map under their belt. A celebration as they now make their life a little bit easier.
Yeah, get fired up about it, mate. Why not? Why not? They should be excited about it because it was a clinical victory in a game that I've started off in all of these series. Well, maybe besides the Na'Vi one, and that was the closest of the bunch. You're going, yeah, there's an upset chance. There's some of these names here. We haven't seen them in a while. Maybe they can perform on LAN, and then the game goes like this. So the better teams do win, and a really good solid performance from quite a few members. But glum-looking faces over there for Dignitas. Not the start that they were looking for by any means. It was quick, but going the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Vitality, a team that, maybe a few criticisms, few worries coming into the event. It's a good comfort winning best of 1 and now put themselves in a position where they've got 1 more best of 1. If they win that, they're into the best of 3s.
Yeah, so that's going to be later today. The 1-0 and the 0-1 columns are going to be going on down. And I think for Dignitas, I think fortunately, they should get an easier opponent, you would say, on paper, at least. Getting up as a Vitality or a FaZe or a Na'Vi, you're going to have to deal with one of these teams who are copping losses all around the board right now. So, all in all, a very good showing for Vitality. The same is not to be said for the underdogs throughout today, right? And that just doesn't count for Dignitas. So the only team that we've seen really made the other sweat would have been Quazar. And they were the least quantified opponent that we had here. So there's Apex, here's Mileton getting loud. Bit of one-way action for Dignitas, who did start to put up a bit of fight towards the tail end of that first half. Unable to get the 4 consecutive required to make it a 9-6. But then as we jumped into the second half of play, it was just too few and far between as far as the impact goes.
Yeah, no one dropped the ball for Vitality today. No one's really looking slightly weak. I mean, even Masuda having big entries, big moments as well throughout that. No one dropping the ball at all for Vitality. And for Dignitas, absolutely will have a chance now as they move down to their own 1. They should be getting a weaker opponent. We have elite sides here in the EU RMR, and that's the problem. When you have teams that are just a little class above the rest, it's difficult to make that one happen. As man of the match will be Dupree, taking himself 6 multi-kill rounds. Impressive performance from him.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And look, I think trending in the direction that we'd all expect. The next game that we have, however, is OG versus MOUZ. And I think Prof referred to it as a coin toss on the desk, and I'm going to have to agree with him right there. So these have all been a bit more clear-cut. I think Fnatic are probably finishing business right now against Gamer Legion, and then maybe, just maybe, we get a game that goes the distance and goes maybe the way we're not expecting.
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to that one. OG versus MOUZ. A coin toss is coming up after the break. You don't want to miss the action here at the PGL RMR in Bucharest. The EU action will continue after the break.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to the PGL RMR for Europe. We're here in Bucharest, and we've got ourselves our last set of the first 4 best of ones. We're now heading into OG versus MOUZ. This is an exciting coin cost matchup.
Yeah, so this won't be another situation of blink and you miss it. It shouldn't just be one-way traffic because it's very difficult to call a favorite. That's why we've got it labeled as a coin toss situation here. OG, they've obviously added Nexa to the team here to take over the in-game leading stuff, and MBK got thrown on out, and JDC's come on in. So he had a chance to play for them over there in Katowice because Bimus wasn't able to play. But let's get to the introductions. Let's introduce our first team.
A young roster led by the Aussie of Dexter. I mean, we have now got the Academy League players really taking to the top spots, and JDC looked good out in Katowice alongside Torshu is really starting to come into his own here in this MOUZ.
Yeah, well, Dexter didn't have kids, but he does now.
He does,
You mentioned a young roster, very young. One of the most experienced members of the team is Frozen. I think that really puts things into perspective for everybody playing at home. Bemis did have a good showing when he got to play in Pro League. That's when MBK was back in. It was meant to be their full roster. But I think a lot of the approaches that I saw from MOUZ over there in Pro League were flat. It was just slow defaults, especially on maps like Mirage. So I hope that this change, I don't know how that's going to influence their playstyle, at least is going to give them a new look here, because I'm excited for this team. I think there's a lot of talent on it, but I want to see them actually playing Counter-Strike, not just sitting on back and waiting out.
Yeah, I want to see that happen as well. We'll see what MOUZ look like coming in to head this one. I mean, you look at OG on the other side of things. May have not got their luggage yesterday, but hopefully are showing up with everything else coming into the matchup.
Yeah, you mentioned OG. We can take a look at them right here, right now, maybe wearing a jersey or two.
When you look at a tournament this stacked and realize that there probably will be some teams that you want to see at the major that will fall by the wayside, it is rough to see 2 teams that may be in that conversation starting off in a best-of-1 versus each other. OG, I think, fall into that category.
Yeah, definitely so. And it's strange when you look at the firepower on this OG team to see them have the struggles that they do manage with, right? You would expect a team like this to maybe reaching the heights of ENCE, for example. But we do have the veto on screen here. We can run you through that. Overpass and Ancient are being removed from MOUZ out the gates. I think this is a matchup that we may actually find ourselves in the middle of the map pool, like an Inferno or a Mirage. Nuke going to be taken out of the picture here. I think we should be seeing the likes of Vertigo go pretty soon as well. There it is. And now it's only leaving us with the normie maps in the pool. Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno, the final 3. Inferno goes on out, and now the choice is over to MOUZ. Do they want to take this one to Dust 2, or would they like to go to the battlefield of Mirage? Either way, it's an orange map, and MOUZ will be starting on the T side of the map choice, right? So they get to pick the map. That means OG get to pick the side. OG will be opting to start on that CT side, I'm more than certain. And I'm curious to see, because this is quite an international affair, right? We do have a lot of nationalities represented between both of these teams right here. And you can see with the odds on screen, we talked about it being a coin toss. Very close. Very close indeed. I can't call a favorite. I really can't.
I don't think I can either. I think these teams are equally matched. And in particular, you know, MOUZ a little bit more unknown as well now. JDC coming in, kind of what face they're going to bring to the table. But I'm looking forward to seeing OG out. I think Nexa, when he initially took to the roster, I wasn't really thrilled. I don't really, you know, this project didn't thrill me. I didn't expect any big differences to come. But, you know, initially it was cool to see Nexa returning back to some of that fragging in-game leadership he's capable of pulling off.
Yeah, I think if he can, you know, find his form here, you have some pillars in this team. Well, we've spoken about Volda until the cows come home, right, and how he was meant to be, or could have been, one of the next in line for Astralis. Well, he's now found himself in international waters. I think the AWPers for both of these teams can be very interesting. We were about to get this one underway, but as you can see with the admin right there, a little bit of a technical timeout, so we can talk a little bit more about some of the players on the screen. So we were just talking about Nexa. He did some in-game leading with some Australians once upon a time with the Renegades boys. He was kind of brought across by Quazar, but speaking of another Australian and an in-game leader, Dexter was down there playing for Greyhound. Renegades in Australia eventually gets picked up to come overseas and play internationally for MOUZ, and he's under a lot of pressure, I would say. He gets a lot of critique online here, so if this MOUZ Sports team continues to have its struggles, I expect him to be front and center of the community's crosshairs, whether it's warranted or not. But the team, as I mentioned, I didn't love their approach over there at EPL. I'm hoping it's a little bit more dynamic here today. I hope it has a little bit more pep in its step, because I think that this OG team definitely does, right? You've got Mantu on the AWP, you've got Flames is an awesome rifler. I love watching Flames play, and then you have those pillars of Valda and Nico, the Danish elements of this team, alongside their coach Rugger. And well, as far as Danish links go, on the other side, MOUZ have Cycron as the coach, who was the MOUZ Sports NXT coach, which is the academy team over there. But we get this underway. Straight onto the T side with some util for JDC and Dexter. It's going to be Torji into the P250 and Glocks for the other two, Frozen and BMS with Kevlar behind it.
At the ready.
3 of them here.
Yeah, it looks good for OG in terms of the numbers here, but will they be able to deal with it? Next up, smoked off, so this puts pressure on Nico towards Underwood again. Has got Flames out for the back of triple. Now the rest of the force is just running through the smoke, and hit is shut down. MOUZ not competitive at all in the pistol.
Beautiful stuff right there, and that was a defensive CT smoke drop to front ticket. I think that was to deny a push, right? Because when you see the up-down smokes on stairs and to cover off towards connector and jungle, you want to push towards CT. Well, you drop that smoke. What are you meant to do?
That,
You're not going
right?
to be pushed through that, and the CTs can play around it here. So you can see that smoke right here to the left of Nico right now, almost front and center.
P2000.
Yeah, well, you don't see these two. I think people are trying to be hipsters again. There's a lot of hipsters out there these days, M4A4 and P2K users. But a clean one. Didn't lose a kill, didn't lose the plant. And going to be looking to keep this start as Nexa up close and personal towards the A-ramp. Has Flames in tow. And they're going to shut this one down before it begins.
Coming around the corner, FaMAS deals with the first. Nexa ready for the wider swing, and that setup is perfect to deal with exactly what happened. And OG off to a good start here.
I think OG have also done a little bit of boot camping in recent times. I think the same to be said for MOUZ. So both of the teams prepping for this matchup. But for this to be the opening game in a best of one, if these two teams end up down in the 2-2 column, at least they can't play each other again, right? Because of the way that the Swiss system works. So that's a positive in itself if we're going to start looking for silver linings before we kick on off. But both of these names are going to be a threat to the bigger teams, to the bigger names in the best of ones, in the best of threes. Torji, seeing what he can do with the Deagle. 2 bullets land, but not the third. Valda stays alive, and that is a clean sweep in 2 consecutive rounds. Not a single kill done in back-to-back, and that was a MOUZ force. So now, down to an eco, where we could have the same thing happen again.
It's kind of crazy to see such a strong start here for OG. MOUZ going to take their time to get into this one. And, you know, you bring up the point about OG's boot camps. It feels like they're always boot camping.
Yeah, I get what you're saying right there. Well, look, a boot camp is a great way to kind of, when you're coming into an event like this, first of all, you're not working on your foundation, or hopefully you're not working on your foundation. Hopefully you're working on, you know, what little pocket strats you could have, or approaches that you want to have for certain matchups. You want to be adding the icing to the top of that cake.
Working this kind of setup again. Next up, aggressive, takes down 2. It's like a knife through butter.
And they have the bomb as well, so this is a beautiful start here, and JDC's gone as well.
Are we about to have 3 rounds in a row where MOUZ haven't got a single kill?
Well, not now. You just jinxed it.
Well, sorry about that, Chad. I forgot we have this power bestowed upon us.
It takes some time before we really, truly know how we can wield it. Watch a Deagle banger just hit the top right of everybody's screen in a moment.
Now you're doing the opposite, Chad, so...
That's the counter jinx.
Yes, well, if we whisper it, obviously we know they won't hear it.
Damn, the counter jinx is broken. So
it's not working today.
We can only go one way. So maybe you're the one with the power, and I'm...
You've just got nothing. You've used it all up. Well, Frozen, he's gone and cleared up, and OG do lose a single player.
I don't think they get into that M4, though. No, they are not. So they did actually lose a big gun right there. So at least a little bit of damage done, but considering how easy those first 3 rounds of play were, it's no dramas there going into the next round of play. They are going to retain 2 FaMASes, an MP9, and an AWP now out into the hands of Mantu. So that's a necessary upgrade for the AWP player to go up against Torji on the other side of things. What's the approach here from MOUZ? If this is just slow default rolls, I'm going to have real problems.
We don't want to have Chad having problems, so Mantu's gone aggressive to try and stifle them early. Goes for the peak with the AWP, and elsewhere, Frozen has opened up the round here for MOUZ.
trying to get aggressive here, and that was a dropped rifle for Nico, so he's given up the 2 deaths so far. Can OG recover with a number disadvantage? Volder pushed up this close. I don't think you'd be expecting a second member to have taken that type of a position, but as he hangs around, JDC just spams on through. That was easy.
Oh, John De Castro with a kill through the smoke. Valde out. Ooh, that's a rough start for OG.
Yeah, and trying to contend on this is MOUZ chipping on over to get in position in time. Now the smokes towards middle, flashes as well, trying to get some control here. Dexter loves these late cat lurks, but it's already a save call. You can see that even though MOUZ was there to contend, they're not even allowing to have an option to fight. They've dropped all the way back. They're going to look to retain what they have, and unfortunately it is a FAMAS and an MP9. Flames onto a kill for Dexter, so that's a rifle on the ground, but how are you going to get that one back?
Nice little save call here.
It is interesting that they went for the save call even though MOUZ was already in market. Like, even just hanging around to take a single fight from the window, a shot and fall. But they don't want to offer anything up here. They understand the importance of that big green going into the next round. And there's plenty of drops available, right? This is going to be the loss bonus, the 1,400 coming into the bank balance. While Volder, you guys did the quick maths on this one, is going to find himself at 6,800 as far as the smackaroos go. And Nico can be dropped a gun, either the MP9 from Nexa, or he can be dropped something along the lines from Flames here with the FAMA. So either way, all good.
I think OG will just call this one a failed round, right? They happen sometimes towards B. Both players go down immediately. You're not really in a position to compete too much. So I think they'll just patch that up, at least not too many mistakes. It's not a glaring hole really to fix. That should just be fixed right now heading into this round. And if you want to fix yourself some tickets for the PGL RMR Europe 2022 Major, scan the QR code and screen now to do so.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what Belgium's like. I've never been there before.
Yeah.
You were telling me about waffles?
Waffles, beer, and fries.
Okay, well, we'll have to have those with mayonnaise as per the Shock's recommendation.
And we had some Counter-Strike in there too in the mix. It's the perfect combo, really, Chad.
Let's see if this buy can be the perfect combo right here, because they've upgraded. They've been able to get the AK, and that one it goes to the hands of Nico there, so he's going to be very, very happy about that. And the AWP this time posted up towards B, which is where the problems lied in the previous. Top mid control established. They parked behind the mid box frozen. They have 3 players ready to head on out towards A, and Torji just top middle here to deal with any of that aggression. So smoke's over, flash is close, and this looks like a fake. It doesn't look like a go here. They're just looking to see what they can find.
Trying to make OG a little bit uncomfortable, maybe sweat a little bit, but not really forcing their hand too often here.
Well played, Snade.
So good on the JDC. He's down to 42 health. And now a minute left in this clock. Torji throws out some utility towards middle, but they're gathering and grouping as they go towards A.
Yeah, it's been a 4-man stack for the most of this. Nico is now just coming back to address the window gap that has been left on open. And as it's quiet, you're expecting it's a fake, but it's actually a double pump, and they're creeping on forward off the flash.
Well, Nexa now holds towards Tetris, but JDC is there for the pick. Big opening. He absolutely needed to get one there, but still, we've got the wood set up the stairs, and now Valde has to do everything as he swings. JDC is quick on the headshots here. 3 found in the round. Torji gets involved, and the Academy players making the step up. Well, they're stepping up for a round win here.
Yeah, well, they were doing that back in Katowice, right? The two of them had a lot of clutch moments, the wombo combo, and then, well, now the Bemis is back in the mix after his very good performance over there at EPL. Maybe the 3 of them could be the new fragging forces. That's a great round from JDC. 3 massive kills, and they are going to force MOUZ back into another save, but starting to sniff this one out. Patrolling top middle, Frozen the Lurk is now locked off any pushes over towards T-Spawn. On the hunt through CT will be JDC looking for his 4th kill in the round, and gravitating towards window is Dexter yet to frag. Same with BMS, but they do find their 2nd. And that was well done. A double pump in towards A. The jarring timing caught in no man's land was Nexa completely blind, and then JDC just lines those pins up. He knocks them down. And we have a competitive start here to our 4th best of 1 of the day. And that seems insane to say that we're already up to the 4th game of play on this main stream.
Feels like we've just come in, Chad, to be honest.
Yeah, the second 2 games were super quick. The Na'Vi game gave us a little bit of stop-start excitement.
There was a few rounds.
Yeah, but the back-to-back maps we just did on Vertigo and Overpass were very quick. FaZe picking up a massive win, Vitality doing the same, and Na'Vi. Those are 3 of the biggest hitters we have over here. Outsiders also picked up their opening matchup. Heroic doing the same as well. So yeah, the big names, they just keep on coming out of my mouth.
Well, MOUZ moves up. Scopes in. Spots out JDC, unable to land the shot and has to drop back. Dexter moves into position. Up towards Cat. Looks like some utility about to be thrown out. In fact, Flames boosted to deal with Underpass, but not dealing with that. Frozen is so ready. His headshot just lands immediately.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Good awareness there. Ready for that type of a peak. Just able to slap them down and give another number advantage early here to MOUZ. This is 3 rounds that they've found the opening. Right, over towards B, they were able to pick up 2. One was that onto Nico, then the second was on through the smoke onto Valda. Just then they walked in towards A, take down next. So this time around it's Flame. So a different victim every time. Regathering, retooling. The bomb now heading back over towards A. You can see Bimus in this forward position on one of the extremities, lurking on out towards Apps. They can start to initiate a little bit more through middle here. Being diligent, making sure the swings can't come on through that util towards window. We'll hold Valda at bay for now. Flash over towards and up slinking towards Cat will be Dexter. He loves this type of a move.
"35 seconds as they move forward. Frozen smokes out top of Korn. Nexa, his teammates severed off from it, so he really doesn't have the support network and has to do it all on his own. Finally forced into the wide and will end up getting taken down by BMAS. They move forward here, MOUZ in the 3v3. Commitment to the plant now for JDC. Putting in the digits, BMAS covering him up and through jungle. His victims are found. It's just Mantu left for the AWP.
Okay, well, measured stuff here. Very measured stuff indeed. The pieces of that round that are nice to see is Dexter with that move up short that I was talking about. He committed himself to B, but he's really just retaining information and space so that Frozen and Torji can push their way up through connector without too many qualms, right? They don't have to worry about that cat swing out, which is one of the biggest issues when you are splitting A through mid. So he held that territory. He does end up going on down here, but it allowed them to pressure on towards this A site. Very well done as they get 3 consecutive rounds. And starting to scratch their head have to be OG. Mantu retains the AWP again. Yet to die is Mantu. They're happy just to let him live, let him hold on to the AWP. They're obviously not too concerned or scared about it. And look at the smirk on the backline there at the face of Cyclone, the coach. He seems to be happy with how things are trending here.
Well, if you save an AWP every round, Chad, you have an AWP every round.
That's true.
When that works.
Everyone loves an AWP.
Just a pity it's not really resulted. But that is a ridiculous shot from Mantu.
It didn't feel like that's where he was aiming for it all, but all in all, you take out those. Yeah, you take those every day of the week. Now, Mantu knows he needs to get involved. He needs to get into the thick of things here, straight over towards the Palace position. But guess what? Nobody home. It's B, where this one's going down.
3 players to the CT side. Maybe, just maybe, they can find some kill success here. JDC plays on the edge of the smoke. See a lot of entries here on B apartments. Love to just get around the smoke. Gives you a little bit of a shield, gives you some information. And now the play forward. Valde blinded, still finds the head of JDC. Dexter cracks open, but will they expect Nico, the 3rd player, yet to be detected? Placed in the back corner, and they will drop in front of him. P250, good for 1. Maybe had a chance to follow up if it was a better weapon, but just 1 for Nico.
I guess who's saving again here? You can see Mantu still at CT spawn. Unless Nex can get a kill or 2 to make this one interesting, it should just be the save. Nex has found a gap. He's found a bit of a timing here.
Yeah. He slipped his way through. He's close to it. Commitment to the plank, goes into the open, and a chance potentially for the lineup, but no. Save call from Mantu.
Yeah, well done there, right, by baiting that one out, right? The fake plant, making sure that they don't get caught out by that type of a maneuver. So very good stuff here from MOUZ. 4 rounds now, and this time they actually gave up the opening to Valdez Deagle, but still no qualms in converting. One of the keys right there and why they were so suspect that the B bomb site had one more little rat in the hole was Nico was traditionally one of the B defenders, right? Flames plays or more over towards A, so that's why you can see how cautious they were. You'd expect when you kill 2 players on the B bomb site so quickly, you might run in a little bit more lazily on the clears, but not to be the case, and Mantu will retain the AWP again. Save after save after save. How long can this man survive? How many days do they have in Survivor? It was like 40 days on an island. Are you a Survivor fan? Like Prost?
No.
Okay.
But I do see you playing a Survivor game with Rush at the moment.
Yeah, I got killed by a boar last night. The night before it was a giant crab. I think that game might see if we can get a bit of a refund off the Steam store. It ain't going the way we like it. But this was good stuff here just to mop up the mess from Dexter. Great way to get him contributing. And, well, now a buy back out for the OGs. Yeah, Mantu knows he needs to get activated. Like, he's just being completely avoided right now, so he needs to find a fight.
Even when he wanted to find the fight last round, they just went to the other side. So he has been a little unlucky at times too, but this time it is looking good to be right in the middle of all of the action as MOUZ, take up positions elsewhere in the early round, but certainly starting to lean back towards A. Quite an advanced setup here for the CT side. They could deal with his ramp play early. Dexter waiting to go around the corner in towards MOUZ's crosshair. And finally, the AWP will open up the round. It'll start to get into play here. Xantares goes down, sets up Nexa, and the double to bring down JDC and Frozen. MOUZ to do a tough spot now. Bomb picked up, but still, a 2 versus 5 ahead of them.
Yeah, they have so much cash left over here, MOUZ, that they would love to do damage to the CT economy. They don't necessarily just have to go for the save. And as you mentioned, plenty of time. So if overstepping the mark, OG want to bring the fight to them, I'm sure that MOUZ would more than happily oblige here. Now, changing places. BMS has come all the way back. This is a nice little flash lineup as long as Torji hits it. Oh, and it's not deep enough there.
Oh, it's not at all.
Still gets a kill, though.
Yeah, he does. BMS doesn't need it. Goes into the fight. Throws Molly down on default to force the wider fight, and BMS continued his flight forward now, trying to catch them out, trying to find some angles, but Flames and Mantu happily collect. A 4th round for OG. Mantu still yet to die, 6-0 this time, gets involved.
Yeah, there you go. That was the impact they were looking for right there. Is BMS possessed by Kirby? Right? Like you got to wonder. Sometimes there's some wobbles on the aim.
Maybe he's just
right
had
there.
too many drinks. There's too many energy drinks. He's just all over the show.
It's a unique style of getting it done. There haven't been too many players who do the wiggles just like that. So a great response here to level things up, and that's going to be the question. Can Mantu keep reading the play to find himself in these fights?
The Wiggles are from your area of the world, aren't they?
Yeah, kids' television show.
Well, okay, Torshi just burns down. Nexa happily collects that.
I'm curious what kind of flak damage or bullets did he take in there? Because,
right?
well, yeah, you're probably bang on there. Get away from this, dancing around the smoke. Dexter takes the fight, and Mantu goes, oh, that's where you are. No worries. This is a great round. Frozen's low, JDC half HP. BMS chipped on down to 73.
Mantu holding again towards ramp, and yet to die, Mantu. Drops on down, getting aggressive now, taking an angle to clear Tetris. This
He has
is wild.
to go down here. The only way he survives is if he hard clears BMS.
He has like a death wish right now.
This is actually wild that he's decided to be this far forward, this aggressive, this jarring of a force. Unfortunately, Nexa wants to help him on out here, so combo close. BMS swinging. He's going to see him first here, BMS. And
Oh, but Nexa swings. Nexa swings out to protect his teammate.
saved by the bell.
And absolutely, JDC and Frozen now.
Maybe they will save at this point, right? In the previous, you could understand why they wouldn't want to or wouldn't need to. But now there's a conversation to be had, or at least I thought there was. Flames onto JDC. Last man standing will be Frozen with this AWP and 34 seconds to try and retain this. So bouncing back after 3 consecutive rounds, make that 4 consecutive rounds with the bomb going off and detonating. OG are back into winning ways with 2 of their own.
I wonder what the record is for not dying.
I think somebody, I think Machine and I were talking about this the other day. I don't think we were talking about exactly of maybe it was not dying or the least amount of deaths in a half. Maybe it was the similar conversation here. But there have been some players who have had very, very low deaths in a half. Some people were tweeting it my way. I won't lie, I didn't spend too much time
I think
having
Rain
a
was
look.
probably one of them. I remember a lot of massive Rain performances, particularly in Dust 2, where he just pops off and doesn't really die a whole lot. Probably up that. Seems to be a technical pause right now, but it's fixed almost immediately, so that's great. We're now 5-4, OG in the lead. Got a little worrying when the guns came out, honestly. It was a great start for OG, 3-0 up, but MOUZ, as soon as we got the guns out, were dominating the game. And now, well, OG have found some of the responses, and it has really been Mantu getting involved, so good to see that.
Yeah, the previous that just went on by was obviously Torji burning on down towards that Molotov, taking an aggressive stance as an AWPer. And that's some of the moves here that if you can note that these players like to go for these plays, right, then you can counter-strat that, or you can have a couple of little plays in mind to have that tendency negated before it can even kick off. So if you know that Torji likes to go for that type of a play, when you drop the incendiary, you're either going to get up close and personal, like we've seen them go for a couple of times, or drop that HE, because it is risky. You're always going to lose a lot of HP going for that type of a maneuver. But there's the round timeline at the top of your screen. You can see exactly what we were talking about with those bombs going off. Here it is. It was definitely the nade. So that one hurts a lot right there. So you're not going to get away with that play if there's an 8 on top 2. The flame damage as well as the HE. And Nico doesn't have a gun. Nico, get back. Nico, you need a gun. Okay, never mind. He's got back to spawn. He now has a gun. all right. Crisis averted right there. Aggressive from Flames. He's going to take a peek forward off the extinguisher. The smoke right there, and
the mid play looks to come out here from Torch. He's getting set up with the run boost in towards mid. Will peek up to window and no one fighting him. So they have control of mid for the time being. They're going to try and split this and couple this with the underpass play too. And MOUZ's gone for the advanced peek and Pal is claiming some info back.
Yeah, so MOUZ, again, being active with this AWP, but he would normally have to contend with Bemis, right? Bemis likes to play that extremity position. So as soon as Bemis is noted elsewhere on the map, or MOUZ's had enough of sitting here waiting and not seeing anything, it can free MOUZ up to rotate around. He's not over towards Palace this time. He wants starting over towards a ramp. And very worried about a push over towards B here, MOUZ. You can see just the scared nature of what could lie on the other side. A passive setup from the Danish duo on the balcony right now is clawing back some territory and putting himself back into this power position of close ramp is MOUZ and Nexa. And it's the same situation again. They're working in tandem. They're clearing on out. Bench smoke from Dexter, but it will be a B split.
Torji with a flash ready to go. JDC has been the hard entry so far for MOUZ. Can he crack them open out the window? Second play should come from Balcony, but Valde, he's benefited from the fact that the spacing's a little slow, and luckily Nico is able to help him out because Valde couldn't get the pick. Flames also drops Torji in this B hold. Well, it's strong enough. Flames and Nico stopping it. It's just Frozen on the other side of things, and that did not go to plan at all for MOUZ.
No, and Frozen was playing this rotation point to be able to deal with some of this, but they're able to get past quicker than he would have liked. The fact that they don't get into the site completely removes him from the play. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, round done. Call it 6 now for OG. Fantastic stuff. This is now 3 in a row. So they're coming in patches these rounds. Neither team really going back and forth, and some smiles on the face. I think Flames hit a couple of bangers there on the way in towards B to help out his crew. But this is looking good now for OG.
Well, Flame started his career, obviously in his own home country of Israel, but moved forward into European soil with Endpoint. Was able to clearly display the skill that he had there and quickly moved up to OG. So great to see him in this position. Definitely exciting player to keep an eye on for the future. Flames peeks out towards Con this round.
It is just this saved AK with a couple of upgraded pistols, and that's some early space taken over towards Tetris here, but as soon as it's taken, it's given. Steps on out, steps on back, hopes it baits some util, and it will. So a flash forward for a fight, a good flash, at least in terms of the placement there, to blind the eyes of peering Bemis, and that's a nice little nade too. So continuing the onslaught of damage to Torji. He's going to get chipped on down to 58.
Yeah, rough there for Torji. He's had a pretty rough start to this game, 1-7. Getting caught out by utility on ramp a couple of times. Here come MOUZ, utility coming out towards the site. Flash is being set up for Dexter to apply some pressure. And again, the weaker weapons here from MOUZ trying to contest for the site. Nexa will play back towards CT ticket box. Smoke up in his face, but he's no disgrace. And they will cross over to the right side as they commit to the bomb plant at triple. Nexa does not want to contest for that, does not want to fight it. And Torji pushed up to jungle, could get a little bit messy here. Nico comes around, quick to the kill. Luckily we'll find Torji. And now the forces of OG, they have conceded a bomb plant, but surely with the numbers they've got, are able to find their way back in. Although Dexter's Deeg has found the head of Nexa, and Valde keeping it clean on the USP. Flames in the ramp, catches Frozen coming back, and now just Dexter. Oh, they walk past. The Eagle's good for one, but Nico over the top sweeps it up for OG.
Finally a bit of damage, finally a bit of traction into a site there, and kind of just waiting out that early exchange of utility. But good stuff, right, to get the plant here. Now, it wasn't going to be too many issues. The loss bonus is starting to build, but that is going to make the buy even more potent right here. Torji can get dropped an AWP from Dexter if they'd like to make sure that the util is schmick. And a timeout called here. Cyclone needs to get on the mic to change the tune of this because since they're winning ways, well, now they're down the whole of 4. So wanting to have a conversation about the approach, maybe has a strategy or two that they think they want to run, try and reactivate the team here, get them back into the piece. And you would really love to get your star AWPer of Torji, right? Like this has been the conversation about these academy players. And this is where we actually start seeing if this type of a decision from MOUZ to promote another member from that MOUZ NXT roster was either too premature, if that LAN experience, if that big game experience is actually a factor here. And we're only in a studio LAN environment too, so yeah, it is easier in these type of environments. But remember what's on the line, right? Remember this is for major qualification here.
When you talk about the young stars and that conversation, that's often the conversation we had all last year and the year before of OG, right? That was a similar story. So a lot of parallels between these two sides as we now come out of the timeout. It is Flames down into his underpass, and MOUZ off to an absolute flyer. Dexter out of the round. Frozen not able to spot Flames out, but luckily will evade any of the peaks upon him, and Frozen goes back into the fight, and this time will come away with the life of Flames.
Yeah, timing on that there for Flames really sucked, right? The smoke and then the re-peak was initiated because of that flash, so just not finding the right time to peer on out quite aggressively, but Nexter is attempting to deal with this hole. He's just peered on down towards the underpass position. Frozen has already passed, and the reposition of Mantu now over towards B should free up Valda to rotate back on over. It's quite a limp setup to do with A right now. They think they're turning their attentions quite primarily to clear out the rats in the system towards middle in this 4-on-4. As Mantu calls B clear, they can rotate 2 players across from Ticket. Valda making some noise. Nico going to do the same. It is the right call right here, right now. But Frozen, this could be the play that makes the day.
Nico is trying to slow it further, but they have got beyond the utility already used up. They're in Tetris right now. Torji holds his position from ramp as Nico moves in front. It will be an easy kill for BMAS. Nexa trying to step up, but just a single kill from him. Now Valde under pressure himself. Molotov will force him wide. Flash catches him. Mantu and Valde, can they contest the round win here? Can they get themselves into a winnable position? Bomb not yet down. Finally, will be locked through, and Mantu's quick kill. That was one of the most decisive fights of this round, and gives them a chance back in here, OG. Torsi on the quick relocation. He's running all the way back towards Palace. And BMAS, that means he has to stay alive. He's actually going all the way around here, Torsi. He's going all the way around towards middle.
There's a smoke
and
for the bomb.
BMAS is down. They can smoke it and stick. Oh, this could be it, chat. Straight away under the defuse.
Might not. Just going to cover here. He's going to have to hit him through.
He's got an AWP, though.
How good's the lineup?
Oh, it's good. He's got the pick. Now got the second chance for
he
some wider fight this time.
Yeah.
Valde, he knows he has to go wider, and Torsi, the awareness for the headshot, knows he has to take the wide fight, and Valde hits the deck. Torsi on the long flank around is able to pull off the 1v2.
Well, we wanted that impact, right? We were talking about it. That's only his 3rd set of kills right there. So 1 coming into the round, 2 massive in that 1-on-2 situation. I thought the smoke would have been enough. I thought it would have completely denied them the chance to get back into that. But the fact he gets the slither, that little tiny gap to find that frag, does buy a lifeline in for MOUZ here. Really good stuff from Torji right there. And they've finally been able to turn this losing into some winning. It's felt like it's been a long time between rounds here.
Torji getting set up for the run boost out towards mid, perhaps fired up from his previous round. That smoke thrown down into middle to allow a corridor for connector peaks if desired, but Torji, he's gone towards Chair just to peek up in towards Nico's position. So if Nico is to drop back, he would die.
Oh, good nade exactly for that position as well. So accounting for this and on the jump on back, you're going to be brave to hang around here, aren't you? Nice little combo there too. So just trying to keep Torji at bay. In that previous round, there was a couple of details there. That info from Mantu that came through, you could see that Valda and Nico were trying to scramble to get into the site as opposed to playing retake from Ticket. That previous round really shouldn't have been so difficult for MOUZ with how that timing worked on out. But regardless, they pick it up. It's all about the little details here in CSGO. Bomb over towards B. 45 seconds. Window still under the remit right now of Nico, but just lying in wait is Frozen, doing a couple of these lurky plays. It is going to be a B finish as A-Ramp getting called clear by Nexa now. Nico makes his way back on over towards that B side. It's definitely a B split. There's no doubt about it.
They come back forward. JDC leads the charge. Good headshot. Snappy second from JDC. And the B defense is cracked wide open.
Might be a save call here unless this kill comes in. Flames has taken 1. Frozen down and a fast flank coming on through from Nexa here. There's still plenty of time for this. The bomb has just got planted. About 35 left on the bomb, but
they're not accounting for the Nexa flank cube.
Are they going to try and get this through short? I think they are. Max does not want to go kitchen.
Torji's not looking. Finally, will he kick out 40 turns and Nexa will bring him down. Now there should be an acceleration for the remaining OG players to come up through short side. And BMAS, he goes down to Mantu. It's just JDC. The opener of the round cannot close, and OG to the defuse.
Flames had a kit. Plenty of time. Sweat off the brow. A crazy situation right there. JDC just destroyed them on B. How are you meant to get back into that? But the kills just kept on coming.
That's incredible.
Oh, that's a really rough one to swallow right there. Because that would have had such a huge impact for OG and their economy goes.
There's just not the awareness up towards that flank from Nexa. Finally, Torji just at the last second turns, but Nexa had already got in a position to take him out.
He was so quick, wasn't he, Nexa? Like,
Yeah,
immediately
so
there,
quick.
the bomb was down, and he was already starting to traverse through the B apartment. So, really good response. And MOUZ, they will respond with a buy of their own here, straight towards A. They want to go. Held at bay by the initial utility, but the wave is being lined up and ready to be thrown on out. Here it comes.
It's going to be quick here for MOUZ. Nexa playing in front of the smokes as Flames up on top of the balcony. And 2 headshots line up for 3. Flames is just shutting it down. Burning them alive in the Hellfire as Torzi has to snap back. It's 2. 2 quick kills in a full minute and 30 seconds left. Torzi runs back.
Got the round to play with here. Bomb on his back, smoke to work with. And he's trying to get the jump on them right now all the way around the world. Not going to commit towards the B bomb site. Wants to try and isolate a fight over towards mid. Or maybe, just maybe, find a bit of room. Starts to walk, cuts noise, and understands that OG will have to start to address the possibilities that he's disappeared elsewhere. Eyes now have left this A site. Retake taken from Mantu over towards Ticket with the AWP. Passive as you like. Volder does not want to have any risk at all involved in this one. Playing outside the vent room and playing to deny the plant will be Nico over towards B. But after this one kicked off from Flames, this would be some clutch on the way back in. A 1-on-5 necessary for Torji here to make this one work. To get MOUZ their 6th round as he creeps on up through connector. Still plenty of time. If he scales up close on the AWP of Mantu, there is a chance to catch him off guard. A very tight angle being held here.
Torji's rifle at the ready, but Mantu will close. Flames' hard work will be put to good. And a 9th round collective for OG.
Yeah, if you're Flames there, you're sitting, you're watching, you're thinking that there's still an opportunity. You know you've done the hard work. Your team just needs to get one to seal the deal on that, and they do. So beautiful stuff from him. A massive little play right here. These first 2 were beautiful, right? The fact he gets the 3rd on the balcony play, I don't even know if he kills Dexter there, but he does. And just continuing to destroy them from up top of that balcony. Great round from him. Leaves MOUZ scratching their head and forces them into 4 Galils, a Deagle, and Light Util to try and get their 6th round of play here. This is a great first half from OG.
The Flames perhaps now ignited, looks in towards mid. Mantu throws down to pass flash into JDC, who's completely blinded by that.
I do like the fact that they have Flames playing more connected positions as opposed to just being this A anchor, right? You want somebody as skilled as him to be very fluid with things. You can have him close A ramp, like coming and helping you to fight, but you want him in connector taking duels like this. Look at him, he's just leering on out. He's taking a step, he's taking a fight. Nobody home, nobody showing themselves from MOUZ as they just cower and hope that they go undetected.
Down to pass, walk back from JDC. Are you ready for Flames? Of course you won't be. Swing up from top mid, it's frozen. We'll take out Nico. Support network for Flames now gone. Fire and ice now perhaps for Flames as he looks to duel with Frozen, but he has a pack of players alongside of him. Dexter takes him out, Mantu straight away to the kill. And now a 3v3 as we now hit the 47-second mark. They've got some control here towards window, MOUZ. Nexa now realizes to get that map control back. Needs
Beautiful
the flash
teamwork.
play to ramp, and BMAS removed. Dexter and Frozen left now in a 2 versus 3.
The comms have to be at a high level right now from OG. They're always playing with each other. They're flashing for each other. They're setting each other up. And, well, they're trying to go through the murder hole.
Good luck. On the other side is Mantu. Scoped in, ready to go. First kill is there, drops back to reposition, ends up getting caught in transition. But nonetheless, the call now made that Dexter's running towards the B site and ready and waiting. It's Valday to peek from short, and the headshot confirmed. 10 rounds at the half here for OG. Looking like the better side by a significant margin, you would say. MOUZ just getting a few rounds at the start, fizzled out as OG adapted throughout the half.
I think you'd be very surprised with a second player coming through that vent right there if you're Mantu, right? So the fact that he gets caught off guard by Dexter, you can't be too unhappy if you're old Mantu. But that is a fantastic patch of rounds to close this one out. The last 8 rounds of play, 7 of which went in the favor of OG, who managed to get the pistol with the conversions. And the smiles on the faces, I think they know they've done a great job here. But if they get this pistol, they're going to be very close to closing this one down and picking up a win here in the opening round of the European RMR for Group A.
You mentioned the comms for OG. That was one of the criticisms Alexa B had when leaving this team. He did an interview with Striker from HLTV, and you talked about how maybe some of the comms to the OG guys wasn't as great as it was now in his new team of G2. But great to see the comms are visibly solid right now for OG. So now group up towards the B side of things. Everybody over here with utility set up. Valde sends the smoke out. Follow-up comes in. It's quick here, OG. Very quick indeed. Nico hops out the window. Flash to set him up, and now goes in for the fight. It's JDC, and Frozen with the initial kills here for MOUZ. Mantu at least nipping at the heels. They need another one here, and Mantu will get it. Keeps the one bullet in, switches out as he drops on back to the P250. It's Valde fighting now.
Mantu's on 1 HP during all of this, so he needs to be very, very careful about... Oh, they're coming in quick.
They are coming very quickly. Torshi's actually pushed forward. That Itchy is going to land right on top of Nexa, but the swing out to the headshot. Nexa's Glock is good. And now Dexter trying to weasel his way through to a position with BMAX where they can pull this one back. BMAX works out the smoke, fade away, but Valde to the headshot. It's just Dexter alone in a 1 versus 2, but Valde's P250 nails them in the head.
What a sick little string right there that was. That was a difficult round as well. The rotation came in really quick, and they're getting loud. You can see them throwing some words over the fence, making sure that MOUZ know exactly how that one feels. 11-5. 5 more rounds needed to close this down and put themselves in that winner's column. Can run you through how the results have gone earlier today. We've had Outsiders, FaZe, Fnatic, Vitality, Heroic, Na'Vi all pick up wins. Winner of this will join that bunch alongside a Big versus Saw that is currently going down on our secondary stream. But this one is quick, straight out mid, straight out the gates. A nice little Molotov place to avoid any vent pressure coming on through, and they're just going to slink straight up through connector. It's going to be an A split fast. There's one man to deal with it, and it's Bemis.
Oh, Bemis is D. It's landed the first, but under so much pressure, it's unrelenting. But Nico,
they lost him.
He hasn't found him. Bemis somehow in a position with the run check. Finally, they see it with a headshot on Flames. The recovery there from Dexter as well, as the kill on Mantu comes in from behind. Valde and Nico need to recover this one for OG as the bomb goes down. Nico rattles away. Now CTP, confirmation of position for JDC. Would love this kill. The CT kill will make it much easier. Valde plays some Tetris. Nico will go into the CT fight and win it. Well, Valde's kill now puts Frozen into the 1 versus 2. And Valde closes with 12 on OG. Got a little spicy there, Chad.
That Bemis second shot, like the fact that he had a chance after already being shot at to recover and hit that banger, that was huge. But don't worry about it. It is crisis averted right here for OG. That would have been a wobbly one, right? This is the opener. Bang! And then the fact he's able to reposition is crazy. Where could he have possibly gotten off to, they wonder? He sets Flames down. Massive stuff. And then the two Danes are able to finish things off. Good work from them. It's going to post MOUZ back down to the pistols here. 13 almost confirmed. The window smoke has been missed.
Next, a run boost out. We'll see that window smoke's not in place. We'll set his own one up.
Yeah, they can throw another one, but this should be quite a calm round. 2 Deagles, 2 P250s, a USP for Torji who wants to get out that AWP in the next round of play. JDC's been very good on the entries, especially on that first half of play, but when you reflect right now in terms of the kill distribution, it's soft, mate. There's not a single player right now for MOUZ in double digits.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it?
3 of them with 8 kills, 1 of them with 9, and Torji, who won a clutch, with only 5, right? So he didn't get anything going with that AWP. Any little moves that he was going for on that T side, especially that A-ramp play through the flames that we've definitely seen him go for with the nade follow-up, it's already removed. You know, you want to get cheeky, you want to go for that. Well, it doesn't exist. All we have to do is literally throw a HE.
And that was the talking point, I think, at Katowice, because coming into the event... Oh, okay, Dexter. The smoke gets one, but coming into the event, a talking point around Torsi was he's an unknown quantity. No one really knows what you get out of him. He was the least flashed AWPer, other than, I believe, Simple.
That's right, yes.
So, I mean, you look at that, and that's a player that isn't really being countered too heavily. You don't really know his tendencies. Now people have seen a bit more of Torsi, right? And he is starting to suffer to the utility.
It's the same story we had with Rez when he was MVP at Oakland, right? It was a great performance for him, but it was the same moves. Now, speaking of moves, moving into B, JDC needs to hit a couple of bangers. All Frozen will. He's grabbed one. Volta gets the trade. Frozen has another here. It's getting dire now.
Oh, Frozen's deagle. Oh, my God. You said this round should be calm. What it is for MOUZ is they just parked the round with a round win. The pistols just light up OG.
That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy right there. Even with the opening kill towards Connector, you don't think it's going to get out of control, right? It's
never.
They've just lost one, you know. Everybody else has the rifles here, but Frozen, the first one is beautiful. And then survivability on this, they're still trying to deal with JDC, who was in the power position up towards the balcony. He's good bait, says Frozen, as he just smacks them down right there, and MOUZ are back in business. 6-round game right now. Should become a 5-round game because it is almost a full eco. Just a P250 for Mantu here.
Yeah, that was the chance though for OG to put themselves far and away. But MOUZ, they have got that prowess, don't they? They have that explosive ability with the Ds. We got to see a little bit of it from BMAS just a few rounds ago.
I had someone send me a suggestion as what to call these rounds.
Okay,
we were talking about it before. They suggested glue rounds because it's Glocks and it's for utility. I guess there's a lot of E's we could have there.
Glute.
Yeah, but glue. Like
glue.
Yeah, so utility expenditure. Glock utility expenditure.
Okay. It's not bad, actually.
No one's going to know what we said if we said it's a glue round, though. We're going to have to explain it every time. Maybe it could catch on.
Maybe.
Probably not.
No, it's not really self-explanatory.
It was a good suggestion, though.
I mean, it's cool, right? For people who know what they're talking about, it's cool.
Yeah.
I will give it to him, but or whoever. But yeah, not really going to catch on, I don't think, unless we really drill that one home.
Well, OG, by letting that one slip against the Pistols...
13-3 for Big right now versus Saw over in that B stream.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, indeed. So, Big are another one of these cusp names, right? They joined the party with the OGs, the MOUZs of the world. Fnatic, I think, also fall into that mix. So, it's going to be curious. We've got most of those getting the victories they need. And this is, I think, the most highly contested. Here we go, Torji. This is your chance.
Oh, MOUZ straight away. That headshot removes Torji's chance.
Oh, dear. Aggressive ult maneuver immediately down in the dumps. Looks like they want to actually waterfall out of the Palace position here. Bemis, can you fix this mess?
Well, he has to. Dealing with this is another story, though. He's in a very difficult position. Flash play in. BMAS goes into it. Oh, they're blind! And BMAS oh, they don't even know where he is! Nico, the comms might have misfired right there, but somehow, some way, BMAS is able to get away with a double. Now the play forward for OG. It's Nexter trying to recover this one. If he goes up con here, Valde. JDC is holding for it. He spotted him. Oh, the headshot right between the eyes of JDC and Frozen turned into just water as MOUZ will force him away.
What the hell just happened?
What a weird round,
what
Chad.
The hell just happened?
I really don't know what happened.
What's with the flash? How's Nico's fighting guys on the stairs? What the hell was that?
All right, let's take a look at this because Nico is the one player I'm confused about. So he he just runs by.
But he's taking a fight elsewhere.
Oh, great. There we go. It didn't even turn to see what happened.
That is crazy. I guess Flames is dead while completely blind, so it's not even his job to con what happened. He doesn't know what happened.
Okay, that is wild. Torsi not trying to hold out middle.
The aim from a lot of players in that round was massive. MOUZ's opener was great. That Vault, a little tap towards that cap push as well. Wow.
And that's a big round for OG to find. Now puts MOUZ on the fringe of competitiveness in this game and a chance now to just run away with it if OG take this. So, MOUZ, underpass, play into Dexter. Somehow he's come out worse for wear here. He's got Valde to back him up, and Dexter intelligently does not follow up upon that peak.
Dexter's very scared, right? He doesn't know what's top mid, so he's hoping he can get on out. A flash forward from the T's is not going to result in his death, and he can actually poke up and stay quite aggressive here. He does know he's done a chunk of damage to MOUZ with the AWP, but that's all for naught really against an AWPer who's likely to be coming in that second wave, just going to hold down some angles. There's A defense. Bemis is actually in a very key position here over towards Sandwich. And Torji playing with the AWP from Ticket is also in a great position to deal with this. But look at the util. They have a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, some incendiaries in the mix here. You can't have a missed shot if you're Torji in this situation. Otherwise, it is just onto Bemis again, and he can only do so much.
Ready to pull up at 30-second mark. It is Torji holding, flashed off the angle. Fantastic stuff here for OG, cancelling out the Hungarian sniper. But BMAS and Dexter trying to follow up. 2 kills found for them, and just the one back here for OG. 20 seconds now as they cross to the bomb plant. Oh, Dexter through the smoke. Denies Valde his access point. And gives a 2-man advantage now to MOUZ. Nexter needs to pull it back. Goes into the spray transfer. Tried to hold down M1 to take out Dexter, but can't do so. And a recovery for MOUZ as they bounce back.
Good round from Dexter, up to 12 kills here. We're talking about the fact that nobody from this team is really peeling apart from the others. Well, it's still to be the case. I think there's multiple members on this MOUZ Sports squad right now. I can even have a look at the scoreboard here. There are 4 players on MOUZ, all with 12 kills. That's crazy. 4 players on MOUZ, all with 12 frags. That is quite the impact being felt by the force of MOUZ here.
I mean, it's a team effort. Certainly is.
But when you think about the rounds that they won, like that Frozen round was a 3K, that Dexter round there was a 3K, right? So
it still is individually effort, right?
But they're staying level with each other. It's not like they're all just getting their necessary frags. So back to the Pistols here. OG, this lead, it's quickly falling by the wayside. 9 available right now for MOUZ, unless there's a foot fault against 2 Deagles.
At least if we continue this back and forth, OG will win.
Yeah, that's true.
BMS now plays in triple. Should be pretty comfortable here if he can get the up on them quickly, but they've actually slipped quite deep into the site, and so now he's spotted. BMS is about to go down. Nico's Deagle rattles away to the chest, and it's a kill. And now an AK picked up into the site. OG go. That nade goes soaring over the top of triple, and Nico preemptively throws the AK across, expecting that to happen. Torji, in the meantime, has caught himself a double. Bomb is down. Now just Matsu's Deeg is doing damage. Up the stairs they go, and eventually taken down by Dexter. In the end, it is just a 1 kill, but a bomb plant, that is a lot of extra cash.
Yeah, really good stuff there to even get that opening kill and get that bomb on down. So nice round from OG, all things considered. After that opening exchange, it feels like it get a little bit more out of control. But that position that BMS is playing, it almost feels like after OG went up ramp and they didn't see, they knew exactly what the setup was going to be, right? Because they've had really good pathing to get up close and personal. They were looking for that leering leg at the back of the triple box right there. But they get the full buy on through. And they are actually going to call a timeout here. The first timeout, you can see Rugger, the coach, and the backlines right here just starting to get involved. Because, look, they do only need 3 more rounds, but as I mentioned, this lead is falling by the wayside. There's still a great opportunity for MOUZ to come back and convert this map. They've started to whir into control here on this CT side. They've been able to pick up 4 of the last 5 rounds of play. The last 2 have come in with diffusers, but still, it is their rounds. If they can start limiting those plants, if they can start denying the rifle rebuys for OG round after round, then this is where they can truly be back in this game.
See what the call from Nexa is here for OG. Dexter deploys utility towards ramp early to deal with a possible quick flight. BMS out the window. He's charging up mid. 2 players now about to go into the fight versus OG, and that run boost. It's risky, but the flashes, they're keeping everybody up, and it's Nexa that's come away with the first kill.
Oh, Calamity!
Into the peak. BMS down, and MOUZ handed the worst start to the round possible.
Yeah, you can see there was an assist that came through of TK because they were so blind. The damage was going into the teammates here, and then stranded, caught in no man's land. You feel that as they're running up, you see the run boost, you think they're going to knock that tower down. Well, they're the ones that get sat on their ass, and now they have to get this one done in a 3-on-5 situation. Mid-control given up. B, sure. You still have a little bit of information retained here from Frozen. The AWP of Torji is out of position right now over towards Market, and Nexa is taking all the liberties in the world. He is just walking on up.
And now they're going to see Dexter because that tower's peak should come out from Nico. It will. Really good team play here from OG throughout today. Been loving the little moves that have been occurring for this OG side. And you can see some of the rewards maybe of that intense boot camping.
Yeah, it is looking really tidy for them here on Mirage. And I'm curious how much of this is prep work that they've done on MOUZ, if they have been isolating some of these tendencies that we were talking about, like types of peaks that Torji likes to go for, or setups that they like to run. MOUZ Sports, or just MOUZ, the sponsors in the grave, are really, really struggling here. 14-9.
I mean, he's done a great job at cancelling out Torji. Even if they haven't done the prep for that exact reason, it has worked out. Nonetheless, he has been cancelled out entirely. Weakest performer right now on the server.
Yeah, I think in terms of opening duels as well, he hasn't been having a crazy amount of success. And when I say he hasn't been having a crazy amount of success, what I actually mean to say is he's currently 0-3 in opening exchanges.
No success,
so yeah, no success whatsoever. Whereas Mantu, the AWPer on the other side, it was getting a little bit silly when he was saving after saving, but he found himself in the action. He also found that opening with the AK in this second half onto Torji pushing over towards that apartment's position. He's 3-0 in that department right there. Nico's having a good time of things too. 4 for him, 3 for Nexa, 3 for Flames. JDC's found the most openings so far for MOUZ, and we remember those rounds. He was pretty tidy on the AK, splitting open that B bomb site. Running out of opportunities now, MOUZ.
Run boost again being set up. Get Mantu in behind those mid boxes. Oh, I like this from MOUZ. A couple of players now pushing down towards ramp, at least setting up with an advanced setup. And Torji posted on top of Ticket. Good information set up here for MOUZ, at least information gathering. OG going into the mid default.
We saw how good a setup like this was for OG in the first half, right? But
yeah,
it was with Mantu with the AWP, so there's no AWP up close and personal. But it does facilitate this more passive setup for Torji to be able to patrol. Now, he could be very easily smoked off, right? A deep connector smoke, and then they're going to have to worry about the window play as well. And there's the deep connector smoke. It's going to be an equal exchange as far as utility goes towards that position. But what does Torji do now, right? He has to go back. He has to worry about that vent slink into a possible B flank. And OG, wow. they only have one player coming through this ramp position. And if Nico goes extremely late, as we see him start to peer on in, he might have an opportunity here. He should just bide his time, take his time. Smoke fades, missed shot. They know the setup now, surely.
Oh, the smoke was gone, but it is just down to the shot being missed. BMOUZ does find Nico, and that will maintain control of the ramp. Distraction going up connector was not enough to draw away the eyes of BMOUZ. And while they maintain this, there is still a shot for MOUZ, but Dexter forced away. Now Torji, another missed shot. They baited out of him, and now BMOUZ holding down. And finally Torji arriving to the server here in this round. Remember now, here comes JDC in the rotation. He's found Nexa, bomb now loose, and Valde's picked it up. MOUZ now going for the fight. It's Valde in the flank out from BMOUZ. The time is ticking, and BMOUZ collects the lives on the way out the door. 10 rounds now for MOUZ.
Very stressful stuff there still, right? The fact that they were fragging so evenly on the site right there, it was BMOUZ, and I thought his position was more than noted because they threw that flash out to try and facilitate Dexter on this peak, but they handle it, they make it work, and even with the AWP missing a couple of shots there, they're still able to convert this one. So good stuff from MOUZ. And this is the thing, if Nico goes later on this, you understand why he's activating. You have to. But if they were able to piece this setup together, he could have gone so late that those ramp plays would have either pushed into him or they would have been caught looking the wrong way. Deep nade onto the toes of Nexa here. Only going to do 15 points of damage as Util being lined on up. And they want to go for this 3 Palace waterfall again. We've seen this one before. And if they go for it now, there's nobody in A. They're quite passive. Look what BMOUZ is holding from.
Yeah, he's got a good spot to deal with this. BMOUZ with 1, 2, and he continues to spray. Torji elsewhere collects another, and now it's Nexa and MOUZ. This one's got off to a pretty bad start, Chad.
It looked like that setup was ready for exactly the way that the CTs were holding, right? If you're going to go for a play like that, you want to be able to jump out into the site. You get the first player kind of spamming from that jungle position or the stairs position. But MOUZ, well, he might do what he did best in that first half, save.
Yeah, we're not looking
17 kills now, so someone's activated.
Yeah, we're not looking at OG closing this one easily, as it looked like it was going to be for quite some time. So MOUZ showing up, getting into it now. And now we look at the economy of OG. What can we get out of this?
Yeah, the loss bonus into the next is only 1900, so it is very important that this is held on to.
No, it's gone. It's out of that.
Yeah, as I was saying, it was very important. Guess what? JDC steps around the corner, takes him on out, and now they have nothing.
Well, they did slip a bomb plant a couple rounds ago, right? They were able to get out towards the site, get a bomb plant. They would love to do that again, but that really is the only expectation or hope here for OG. But even then, getting that bomb plant is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get away with it again here. And their upgrades have to be extremely light. It's only 2400 as the loss bonus into the next.
Yeah, you don't even have that dig that they were used to open things up. And yeah, and it is looking very rough here for OG. Maybe just some time taken to discuss what they want to do into the next, because MOUZ is certainly in the game now.
Well, quite aggressively down through the underpass. They're not going to keep anybody waiting. That is a specky right there from Torji.
That's ridiculous.
That's nice. Maybe that'll get him back into the game here. Still a lot of chance for him to find some traction, looking for more wall banks. Did he hit it? I think.
Oh, Torji. Lovely shot. Damage done. Oh, and the nade for Frozen. He's really trying to get these wall banks, isn't he? Frozen has taken out Valde, and now just MOUZ left. Not a single player has gone down here for MOUZ, as you would expect. It's cleaned up. 12 rounds now for MOUZ, as they are 2 away from tying up this scoreline. OG have a decision to make now, and it's the buy.
Oh, yeah. The fact you mentioned it's a 2-round game here, so they're only going to get a couple more of these before it's level. Here it is again for everybody, even in slow-mo.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, just a little bit of a glimpse there, understandably.
Yeah, just a little no-scope wall.
Bang!
Yeah,
all right. Well, that's a beautiful shot right there. Now, this is another timeout called here, the second of which for OG. Now, the reason I said they're not going to get many more of these is because in the next round, they're only going to get the 2900 loss, right? So without the plant, they won't be able to buy. If they get stumped here for MOUZ, I think we highlighted this 5 rounds ago or so, that if they can start shutting rounds out, taking all the guns away, make sure that the plant isn't going down, they can put them in this position where the rebuys are few and far between. And that's exactly where OG find themselves now. So they need to start finding a little bit of traction in these T-sided rounds, or MOUZ are going to catch up and maybe even take over. It was worrisome for a while, but this is on right now. The best of ones. Got that excitement curve that everybody's looking for.
Well, there goes up for Dexter. He's going to be forced back in towards Connector as quick mid-control taken for OG. Torji this time pushed towards Palace. Nico is currently occupying Palace, but from a more passive position, so not going into the crosshair just yet. His task here is just to hold for any aggressive pushes from the CTs that maybe go beyond Palace in towards spawn.
Yeah, I guess right there with the timeout and the conversation with Raga, they've just said, hey, like, boys, let's take a little bit of pace out of this. Let's not lose anybody early. Let's make sure we keep everybody alive, hold on to the utility we need to go for a bit of a set piece. But the problem is they are unsure what lies on the other side. And as we're on board with Torji right now, it's important to note just he's been on polar opposites of the map, right? They had him posted in Palace, and now they have him posted over towards the B apartments here. So trying to keep this AWP active, make sure that he can find some impact as the mid utility at a minute will finally start to rain on through. Window smoke, connector smoke, Molly as well, making sure this is cleared on out for Flames. But who's going to be the crowbar to get them back into this one? OG, they need a hero.
40 seconds. Flames is charging. Looking to try and find the site players, but hasn't been able to find anybody for MOUZ. Frozen plays some Firebox next to has removed the first player of the round and forced into the open as BMAS. Frozen giving away his position, and now they know they converge upon him, but he's done so much. 2 kills in that spot, at least keeps them competitive.
Oh,
the flash! No! Flames pulls it back, luckily onto Torji, and now it is just JDC, and MANTU is ready for the pick. OG now head to 15, and Nexa fired up as OG are 1 round away from taking victory on their Bucharest debut.
Wow, that one there was very tense. They're going to call another timeout here, back to back, and I think that's probably the right call to make because that was a really good response right there, and it came so quick. They'd just taken the mid control, and then Flames just charging straight forward in towards the site there, able to get their way in. You thought that Frozen could have been the real thorn in the side. He's able to get 2, eventually does fall. But this is it right now. An important round. I think that everybody understands the magnitude of this one right here. Both sides, the primary AWP is into the AWPs. Both sides are going to have rifles with util behind it. But only one side is 1 round away from picking this up. We'll have the draw of all the matches that are going to follow for later today. The 1-0 and the 0-1 column for day 1 here at the PGL Major Antwerp 2022 Europe RMR for Group A. And we're back into play. This is a change-up. This is definitely a change-up here. 4 players over towards B straight away. Just 1 cell on the fake over mid. MANTU at the head of the pack here. Just in between the nade and the molly, trying to find a pick. But speaking of picks, Torzi's down towards the underpass too. This is about to get a bit freaky.
Going to clear out Carl and limit the position. Then they should be able to focus upon JDC, but he's got away with the first. He tries to jump away, but he won't get away from MANTU, who is hot on his heels on the chase back in.
Torji's flank, they're not accounting for this. They're not ready for this. This is the bomb. MANTU needs to get into the site. He needs someone to plant it.
He's throwing it down. He's giving it to someone else. And now MANTU can focus and fix it upon the flank of Torji, who goes down. And now just Frozen and BMAS, the 2 players left to try and pull this one back. And OG looking very good to try and close this one out. They're both coming in from the short side. Frozen gets boosted up. Valde surely aware of this now. And he's going to be holding for it, not extending. And MANTU not peering around the corner too deep, so no opportunities here for a kill for MOUZ. And now they go into the fight. BMS with a first, and now they spot out MANTU, and BMS has found that one as well. It's Flames having to close it here for OG. First kill is his. Flash goes out. Frozen so low. 20 HP left upon him, but he's onto the defuse. He's just holding it around the corner. He's holding it, but Flames will close. OG will take their first map win here in Bucharest, and you can see how much it means to them because this matchup was incredibly important between these 2 sides.
Yeah, such an important game to win. They are fired up about that one. We labeled it as a coin toss here, and yeah, you can see how much that meant. Taking the timeouts, making sure they were measured in closing this game on down before it got too out of control. A nice attempt to come back there from MOUZ, but good stuff from OG. Have to sing the praises there of MANTU, had a lot of impact with that saved AWP, but in the later stages, Flames coming alive. Everybody in the OG, yeah, finding some contributions in this one, and the hugs going around because they know how important it is to start off their major campaign or the qualification for their major campaign with a victory in that best of 1 column.
And the hard work is evident. The preparation was certainly there for OG, and things seem to be coming together for the side, and as you would expect, deflation there for MOUZ. Slow start into the map, and a couple of that mid portion of the game was quite one-sided for OG.
Yeah, they have a lot to prove here for MOUZ as well, right? They've made some changes, and coming into this event, those changes have been put under question by the community for sure. So it's going to be curious to see how they are able to trend forward. But this was the most tightly contested affair of all of the matchups we had today, as far as the opening games would go. So I don't think it's over just yet for MOUZ. There's still plenty of chances for them to turn this around in the Swiss system. But we do have the panel standing by to pick this one up. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Chad. Also great cast on the day, you two. And I beg to differ, Navi versus Quazar was also pretty close, but we'll talk about that later. Let's start with OG versus MOUZ, because as said already by our lovely casters, we hadn't seen them in a while necessarily, looking at what improvements they could make coming into this first day of the RMR. And they did win, especially CT Side Rider was very, very convincing. But what were the main takeaways for the rest, as it did get a little dicey there in that mid-game?
Yeah, I think OG get out of that trap quite confidently. The fact that they won both pistols obviously made a huge difference. This is best of one. That's the usual song. And also they could count on a Mantu that really showed up. I mean, that was the difference maker. X Factor, huge in the sniper versus sniper duels. He carried them on the shoulders.
Yeah, Flames was also pretty good. And adding on to that, there was that kind of a comeback. The highlight just showing up, Frozen Deagle, triple kill. That kind of gave some chance for MOUZ to bounce back. If that wasn't won by MOUZ, I feel like this is an even easier win for OG here.
We do have some sample size because they played each other in Katowice, right, in the groups, and MOUZ was able to beat OG, but that was of course famously with the stint of NBK, but that did enable Torji a lot more. He went crazy.
Sure.
How do you think they were able to neutralize him this well in this match, Maniac?
I think there are two elements to that. The first one is obviously the choices that have been made by MOUZ towards the very end were really correct. Torji tried to be in the right position. OG, I mean, completely bamboozled him. He was B when they hit A, he was A when they hit B. Torji was really struggling to find his footing. And another angle I think we have to consider was the mental aspect in which MOUZ went into Katowice, right? They had NBK, they had JDC coming in, standing for Bima, so everyone was just making the best out of a complicated situation. High five, couple of laughs. Now the situation is much different. They made a roster change that the community doesn't necessarily approve. They pushed NBK out the window. JDC has to perform, same for Torji. So this is where we actually get to see what they're made of. Can they withstand that pressure?
Of course, and even though they're not like a powerhouse name, they don't have the biggest players, they are still expected to make the major, right? That is the goal, and they are in that category, the 8 teams that should be going through. So there is pressure on them to perform, and with all of these young players, like Torji, someone that I see as potentially like a rookie of the year aside of Monacy.
All right, we're going
there. Into the year, and we saw in Katowice, I think that was the form that he had, but then Pro League wasn't that hot. Here he started super cold, 1-7. So yeah, I think he has a lot to show, but he also needs to grow and develop as more people get used to his style of play.
What I'm hearing is also, okay, there is definitely a chance for him to shine more in this RMR, certainly, right? Yeah. Going into these next best of ones as well. When it comes to Flames, who was already mentioned, he had a sick round, a 4K that we want to take another look at. And in general, he was so important on the CT side here for OG, necessarily Maniac. What is his impact when it comes to these CT sides?
I think Flame is the definition of a difference maker, right? He's someone that wants to go for the duel. He's someone that wants to go and make that difference. Even if at times he'd fight instead of hiding, but that's okay. I think it's a great quality to have in Counter-Strike, to be eager to have that fight. In that game, he showed up massively. Has a tendency to disappear at times. Not this time around.
Yeah, and that's also the difference with this exact OG with Nexa coming in and Flames getting more space, especially on Mirage, getting that connector position over Alexi B and just shining a lot more. I think that's in that rotation, you can also see just how much the positions on the map kind of dictate what the player can do.
Yeah, and of course Nexa came in here, and I feel like Nexa is someone that we're following still in kind of his journey as IGL, right? Which heights is he going to get? He famously said in an interview for HLTV as well, he doesn't think he puts the reins on anyone. He lets everyone just do what they want. In this game, it does feel that he had some work to do, right, when it came to those later rounds. What is your impression for now of Nexa for OG?
Yeah, I think Nexa fits this team quite well, just in terms of like the style of the players and the team and how he wants to play, just unleashing the young guns on the team a bit more. And but with that also comes responsibility for these young players to have better decision making, to make the most out of this freedom, right? So I think it's very interesting, and just Nexa's position in the scene and his history is kind of up and down. Like, you don't really know what to make of him based on his G2 performances and Nico and all of these stars that they're there, and the results that were good but never quite enough.
Yeah.
And if you're the IGL of Nico, you always have a chip on your shoulder, because there's always going to be a part of the community that says, listen, you only won because Nico, because Hunter, you didn't prove anything. So Nexa has a lot to prove in this next step in his career, but I also know, or I think that this G2 experience helped him know how to get the best out of a player, because when you have Nico, you cater to his needs. You try to have him have the good roles, and now that's what he's doing at Flames.
Yeah, and he has a bit to work with. Indeed, he has some players that have different tendencies and different necessities when it comes to what they need from this IGL, right? This is something that we will follow throughout this tournament, and we have a lot of other matches that were played here at the top of the day. And maybe you missed the pre-show, but our first game of the day on Stream A was Navi up versus Team Quazar, and basically what I got from my analyst was the only thing they can do is disappoint because they have to smash them completely, or we as analysts will be disappointed in Navi. And it was 16-12 on 18.
Throwing us under the bus.
How
here.
do we navigate that one, Prof?
I mean, we were kind of disappointed, I have to say. Like, I think we weren't. It wasn't super disappointing. Like, oh, we're now worried for Navi, but it isn't. We didn't get anything good out of it, right? Electronic started super slow. Of course, he came in late, so there were some extenuating circumstances for him there. But even the game, they lost a couple of eco rounds. A couple lost some post plans like 3v3s. That is where Navi, one of the best one of the best teams in the world, major winners, they should cruise past Quazar, right? They don't really need to give up these situations. And yeah, it was one of the closest games that we had in this first stage.
I think it's hard not to read too much into it, because my first reaction, my first emotional reaction is, hell, this Navi's not winning the major. Absolutely not. But that, I think, is an overreaction to what we're seeing. Right? We have to remember this is day one of a long qualification process. The job was done. Perfecto saved them in a couple of clutches. Simple's being simple. They had 4 players over 20 kills, and somehow it still was a really tight affair. So it's complex, I think, to navigate that one.
Also, you know, a situation surrounding the team. First game, they're big game players as well, right? So maybe let's take a look at all the results that we had on the first part of the day, because there were tons. And generally, I think the feeling was everyone that was supposed to win actually won, being it to varying levels of being convincing or not, right?
Yeah. I'm super surprised. I'm honestly surprised. I thought, you know what, this is the first step into qualifying for the major. There's going to be a little bit of jitters for the favorites. We're all also flying here on land. Surely there's going to be some upsets. Surely there's going to be some surprise. Actually, not that much. Favorites have acted with authority, with domination. I'm looking at big 16-5 against So. Same Heroic didn't have a lot of problem. Outsider made easy work of Unique. I'm a little bit surprised by how one-sided that first round has been.
Honestly, watching, like, I feel like the Navi game was the closest. Like, that was that was the one that was actually in danger the most out of all of these games.
It was.
Like, I feel like the OG was in control more, even though the score is the same in the end, which is just insane to say that. But yeah, FaZe Clan against Eternal Fire, we're kind of hyping that one up. Didn't really go that well for Eternal Fire. Didn't get like any entry kills on Overpass, which is their good map for them. 7-map win streak right now, but didn't really look like that when we saw them on the server.
We'll get to that in a second as well. And I asked at the top of the day, I was like, okay, what are the possible pitfalls that we can find here? And it seems that none of the favorites or the people that are suspected to perform well and get to the major have fallen in those yet. So let's look a bit more in depth at some of these results. We already started to talk about Navi, and we talk so much about, I think, Simple. He's always great, right? Electronic and Bit on LAN. Of course, Electronic came in a bit late, but it was Perfecto actually that had a couple of really great clutches and brought them home in a couple of those rounds.
I think Perfecto is an absolute luxury to have as a team. If you're Boomich, if you know that he is by your side, you know that doesn't matter how chaotic the situation is, that man is going to optimize any clutch he's in. He's like a fail-safe. He makes the right decision. Maybe we won't talk about him for having triple deagle, one-shot, whatever the hell. I don't care about that. I just don't care about it. I know that he's going to make the right choice. I know he's going to save my team when things go to hell. And in fact, that's what happened here. Perfecto saved them in a couple of these clutches. He made his worth of gold.
It can seem like a simple kill, but that trade there in the 2v1, just to ensure the round and ensure the closeout of that game is huge.
It's beautiful.
So that is the classic Perfecto, as you said. He's kind of just a player you put there. You don't give him a lot of support, but he supports you, right, with that.
He's an insurance quote.
He doesn't need a lot. And I heard he was also called the genius by Simple. That's what you told me. We don't know in which regard. Like, is he great at math? Like, what is it? What is it? We'll ask later. Moving on to FaZe versus Eternal Fire. And I think this is one where coming into the day, we thought, hey, maybe Eternal Fire can do some damage, right, with Xantares, with Woxic. But it was a bit of a walkover from the side of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, T-side from Eternal Fire, 12 opening kills for the side of FaZe, literally just walking around, getting picked off. And when you go against a team like FaZe, especially Brokey being on fire, Robs, everyone, you can't really go around expecting you to win individual duels against these teams. I think that's kind of a missing factor, and maybe something that for Eternal Fire works online and against the teams that they play at the moment, because they are individually skilled for their tier,
for
right?
Sure.
But then when you go against FaZe, no one is. I don't think you can put any team and say like, oh, we are more or equally skilled as FaZe. It's very hard to put a team there.
Yeah, I'll join you on that one. I think in hindsight, picking Overpass against FaZe, personally I disagree with it, but who cares about my opinion? It's just the way they get into the game. It's the way they approach the game, trying to slowly take map control away. Of course you're going to have people better than you in front of you, and they're going to punish you. It was really light in utility. The rhythm was a little bit slow. You have Kerrigan against you who's going to read you. You have Rain who's playing a good game. Robs obviously is shining. And I mean, we hyped up Xantares, and I think we have to see where the penny dropped. I mean, he had 5 kills in the entire game.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be the main superstar, the firepower for the Turkish side. Sorry, and he was nowhere to be seen in that game.
No, and you are up versus a side who has, I want to say 5 superstars because Kerrigan has the IGL. Of course, he doesn't always
Super
drop
brain,
that many,
let's
right?
say.
The super brain,
super
right?
brain.
But this guy also on your screen right now, Rob's had a huge impact. And I heard something in the green room, and I just want to repeat it, that both for Robs and Brokey, perhaps they're coming into their best time yet. And I think specifically when you look at Robs, you probably think, what's that going to be? And it's been great so far, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of insane looking at how good Robs has been consistently. Of course, his end in MOUZ Sports was kind of meh, not really exciting, but we all knew that team was just kind of dying out and waiting for changes. So you can understand why he wasn't maybe peak in his motivation and his form. But for Brokey, like this level is coming almost out of nowhere, and I'm really curious if he can continue with it going forward.
Feels like everybody's waiting for Brokey to slow down. Like it's impossible that he would maintain that level. Matter of fact is, since 2022, he's been excellent. MVP of Katowice, great EPL as well. He was right behind Robs also in that category, and he had a great game now. So Robs, we talk about him, I feel like he's that perfect last piece of the puzzle. He knows exactly what he's asked for by Kerrigan. He's got the roles that he shines in, and he's delivering what we were hoping to see in MOUZ at the time, which we didn't.
And we didn't. We'll talk about Vitality in a second, but it's quite interesting because I feel like both teams had puzzles, right? But for FaZe, it just works, right? So then...
Yeah, for Vitality, that's not exactly the same.
It's not exactly the same.
Like pieces missing, that kind of puzzle I was playing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the piece is under the couch somewhere. I haven't seen it
All
for a
the
couple
pieces
of
are black
years.
as
We
well.
don't know what's going on.
There's
But
no design on it.
It's interesting to compare, but obviously it's completely different stories for the two. But just to kind of tie a knot on the FaZe story so far, obviously you can only beat who's in front of you. They are expected to make an extremely deep run into the major, and we can be happy with what they've shown today.
Absolutely, we can. When they made that roster change with Robs, it was a position for position, better player, a superstar in the making, and now it's turning out. They've won 2 events in 2022. They seem to be fired up, and we can only rejoice about the major and how they're going to play there.
So now, Mathieu, let's talk about Vitality.
Yes.
So, Dignitas.
Finally, they won.
A win.
They won. Great. And I think that's kind of the story, right? Waiting to see after that good start of the year at Blast then, what could they then make up for? What big matches could they win? This versus Dignitas was actually a pretty spicy start, I think, Mathieu, but since you are the expert, let us know. What did you think of Vitality's win today?
I liked what I saw. I liked what I saw from Vitality because I came here with very confused expectations, right? The beginning of 2022 was such a roller coaster for a fan. They have a first showing at Blast. They look great. You feel like the puzzle is going to fit perfectly. And then the rest after that is just grim. It's just sad. And here, Vitality, I think, made a statement. Not only ZywOo, man that we just had right there, had a great game, but you feel like the emotions were definitely at the rendezvous. They were smiling, laughing around, high-fiving. Yeah, I'll drop a little bit of French here there. At least when Vitality is winning. So let's hope I can speak French a lot. That was what I wanted to see from Vitality. I don't think there's anything to write home about. It was clean, decisive, and ZywOo.
All right, the fanboy perspective. Prof,
There
statistical perspective.
That was oh my god, I'm going to up the ante for
it was,
fanboy.
it was very fair. It was fair, I think so.
I don't know. We also saw a good Misuta. That's really nice. Just like the main, maybe not the main trio. That's kind of a question mark. Who is the main trio on this team still? But Misuta, Dupree, ZywOo stepping up. I think Dignitas actually they really like Vertigo, and it's not like a team that felt super uncomfortable on the map. They had their own little things that they do on the CT side, fallbacks, plays. We saw like the re-aggressions on ramp later in the CT half that were pretty good. So having Vitality get such a dominant win, I think that's like a decent sign.
And the right man on our screen right here, Misuta, as well, having a very good game. And it is so important. Oh, so important. I want everyone to realize the position that Misuta is in right now in this team. When Vitality was full French, at some point he was the second superstar. He was helping them, carrying them. IM Summer is a good example. Now you move to an international roster, and he's been kind of missing. He's slowed down. He's not the Misuta that we had seen. What does that mean? You have such a large pool of players who potentially could just come and shark your position in Vitality. He needs the confidence of his teammate, and that is through performances like these.
Do you think it's connected? Because, of course, we had ZywOo starting the year off not that hot, right? Also, the adjustments to now the multilingual roster and the English-speaking in-game. Do you think it's kind of in tandem? Because we see them both stepping up, and now they both can shine. Will that be one of the keys to fixing this puzzle for Vitality?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're Vitality, you need to have at least your 2 French players, aside from Apex, who's obviously going to be incorporated in how the game is being built. You need to have these 2 performing. They have to.
Yeah, that's a kind of a key part there for them. He also was great on the entries. Like everything looked good. I think what is coming up next, some of the bigger challenges that they're going to have in this tournament are going to give us a better look at how good Vitality are.
And for them, it's about finding confidence, right? Going into that major, possibly. Some words maybe on Dignitas. I think this is a roster of which you always have the looming thought that they could do something, but it just hasn't materialized yet that much outside of Halzerk, outside of maybe even a pretty strong CT side, but it's not enough. Do you see them going far in this RMR, Prof?
I don't really expect them to be one of the 8 teams. Maybe they can pick up some wins, maybe can leave some good impressions, but I think just the caliber of position that is here, historically they haven't been beating them in the last 6-12 months. This project isn't really that new, right? They made some changes. They got Lekro, Heap came in and all of this, but it doesn't seem like they have that next gear that they would need to go into the top 8.
Yeah, I stepped out of the hype train for Dignitas, and believe me, at the very beginning, I actually believed something could happen. I thought you had Forrest, who was still coasting as an extremely strong player. You had Halzerk, who was carrying them in the first few games. I could see the pieces. Suddenly Lekro joins in, and he doesn't have to be an IGL anymore, so he's going to unlock his incredible power. These were just dreams. These were dreams. I had to come back to reality. I wish I could be surprised by Dignitas, but I agree. I think the ceiling is just, the glass ceiling is just there.
There is everything you said. It kind of feels like there is more to this team. Like Halzerk, when he came in, was amazing. Heap, kind of one of these Swedish players that is talked about a lot, even though we don't really see it. And people are saying, "Oh, he's great on the server. He's great in practice. He's a great teammate." But it feels like maybe
gotta show it.
Yeah, the Swedish talent pool isn't that great, isn't that big, and it's hard to even think, "Oh, maybe if they get this one guy."
Just attacking the whole Swedish
He
scene
says
right now.
I'm just
now.
I'm just giving
I like this color of you,
I'm
Prof.
giving them excuses as to why they're not that great. I'm actually helping them right now.
Speaking of a glass ceiling, let's talk a little bit about Outsiders versus Unique. I think Outsiders is one of those teams that are the perennial dark horse, and you really are waiting to see if they can do anything more. And with the added firepower they have, they should. I don't think we can deduct that much necessarily from this match, Prof. But where do you land?
Also, they're a team that they're going to stomp.
Yeah.
They're going to noob stomp, essentially. They're not going to
either.
lose to underdogs usually. They're pretty consistent. They make their playoffs most of the time. And then after that, that's the question, depending on who they face, how the individuals show up on the day. Some better teams are going to be better at countering their style, which is very annoying to play against a lot of the times. And I think they're just great. And like individuals like Yekindar, Flit, like they can destroy even the best teams on the game.
Look, we're not going to criticize them because they make easy out of these games, right? It's great for them. They're very consistent. As Prof said, you could count on them to play with authority when they have to. But I'm waiting to get excited about Outsiders. Like these 2-0 games when you have a big matchup coming up, and this is where they have to prove that there is a little bit more to it, which they have let me down a little bit through the years. So we'll see. For now, job is done. Cleany, Yakinder's having a good time, as he should.
That's what you want to see, Flit and Yakinder, of course. Heroic was up versus Forza, and I did think that Forza would be able to do something in this matchup, but Heroic had a pretty comfortable one. And when we talked about kind of Heroic coming into the RMR and possibly the major, they're also a team that may stumble later on, but not here, Prof.
No, not in the group stages. That is their bread and butter. No insult towards Caden. This is just how it is.
Just say what you
Their
feel,
group
bro. Just let
stages
it all
are
out.
amazing. Let's not talk about what happens later. That's it.
Yeah.
To you, Maniac.
So you know exactly all I said about Outsiders, and I'm going to do exactly the same with Heroic. That's how it is. Very strong team earlier in tournaments. Don't give a lot of space to teams they consider to be underlings. They have individuals who can make the difference. It was Tezes who went really ham in that game.
Yeah.
So that's great to see. Again, the fun is going to be.
It's such a strong word.
I want to see more
Is that too strong a word? Sometimes maybe I mess around a little bit with the vocabulary. I can just take a deep breath.
The Swiss card is being drawn here.
I can always just put it back. Second language, you know.
More serious though, in terms of Heroic, I think we didn't learn a lot either. I think Stan had a good game, had a great beginning of a game, as he always does. And is he still kind of the end-all be-all X factor for this team?
Not even the X factor. I think it's a necessity for them to be, if they want to go deep into tournaments. I don't think there can be more matches like there was in EPL where literally the whole team is like 0.8 rating. Like Stan needs to be there every game. Like he isn't simple, but he needs to be close to that consistency of like always providing, despite what is going on with the rest of the team.
Where's the scale? So X factor. And what's above X factor? Like
he's a star.
Star. Yeah.
Star.
Superstar. Yeah, that's what he is. A joke aside, he has turned into a superstar. For a while, that was the question when it came to Heroic. We'd say, oh yes, they have a deep roster, sure, they can play a funky Counter-Strike, that's great, but there's really no one that's going to step up and make the difference. I feel like Stone has been doing that very recently. He is establishing himself as the star, potentially the best player in Denmark at the moment. And it's great to see him play that Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
Do you think there's a better player in Denmark right now?
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay.
Jeez, attacking on my
And
opinions.
clipped.
No, I just want to add on, like, I agree. He's the best.
I like how you said like necessity and star. I think that combination sounds problematic for a team because like you don't want that. I don't think, right?
I mean, I think he's 20 years old. He's been playing at the tier 1 level for 3 years now,
So
right?
old.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he's
Right.
20.
He's 20. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
20.
He's
He
good.
can,
So-
he can drive a motorbike and he can drive a car. He can do a lot of things.
He can
you
do a
can
lot of
also do
things.
all of these things. I don't know why I feel bad, right?
He can carry a game. It's great, but we'll have to see for
That
Heroic.
is something he can't do, though.
What?
Carry a game.
That's because I don't play with him. Where is that coming from? All that hostility. Oh
I
my
don't know if
God.
it's me that like I've brought out the worst in prof.
Right,
but
he's
like,
like, he's such a
shooting.
nice, mild guy.
Such a nice
I'm,
guy.
I'm just saying, it's just pimp. It's pimp.
It's pimp.
It's
That's what
he's
we
rubbing
all
off
know
on
about.
it.
Okay, great. Let's also talk about Gamer Legion versus Fnatic. Fnatic, we were talking about them coming into this, that this could be a tricky game out of them. Of course, Gamer Legion did manage to beat them recently coming here. But it's really good to see that they had a convincing win against them. Where does that put you, them for you? Like on the brink of, okay, actually they should make it?
I mean, they're doing what they should do in this game. I feel like obviously their cold qualification for the RMR has been pretty shaky. A lot of things are going on in terms of like stand-ins, different stand-ins, changes, people leaving the team, the Broland situation where he was getting bought out by NIP. It really puts you in a rough position. So maybe we shouldn't look too much into that like historic matchup. Of course, Gamer Legion got destroyed here by Poison individually.
That's great.
26 frags, 11 deaths. What do you think about that? That's pretty good, if you ask me. I think for Fnatic, yeah, this is just on course towards that top 8 in the group, but it doesn't really convince me that it's going to happen yet.
Yeah, it doesn't give us much information that against a greater caliber of opposition we'd see the same. And I think Poison is right on the money, right? He's a topic that we have to address. Against a team like Gamer Legion, he'll shine, he'll outshine everybody, he'll just take over the game. He can be very aggressive, extremely aggressive when he feels like there's blood in the water. But I have seen him really struggle to have the same kind of impact against the FaZes of the world, the Navis of the world, and the Heroics and whatnot. So cool, you did the first step, you grab all your confidence, do that further in the tournament.
Okay. I make then the kind of caveat, maybe what you said, is that they had such a kind of messy start of the year, some factors out of their control, right, with Crims, with COVID and whatnot,
Sure.
but he's still on trial also. And I made a note, Poison huge, exclamation mark in this game, Maniac question mark, because I think you are consistent at least at what you were talking about during the game. You're not like completely convinced ad
By
infinitum
Poison?
about him.
Not on a consistent basis, no.
Yeah.
And I have to say, maybe that's the ex-player in me. I think it's complicated sometimes to have someone by your side who can have a game where he pops off and you are coasting, kind of winning the game. You don't really know what's going on. And then the next game, you don't really feel the insurance that he's going to do the same. So it creates this kind of disbalance when even as an IGL, you Alex, and you're trying to build a game plan and you think, okay, coin flip, is Poison going to have 29 kill or 5? 29. All right, 29 kills.
We win.
That's good.
Let's
he
go.
wins. So that's my issue. You ask me what stock do I put in Poison for the long term in this tournament? I'm not sure, but I will respect his performance today.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been some talk about him like not having that much motivation at certain points in his career, and of course, when you come into a team like this and you're on trial, I feel like if your motivation isn't on point now, then it's never going to be. So I guess this is the Poison that we want, the Poison that we remember from his like peak prime days, and I think there is more to give if he can remain consistent and motivated and just deliver like this.
Definitely exciting player to watch, but he's not alone on that team. Like now that Crims is back, the guy is always completely unfazed by literally anything.
Rock for the team,
Alex, of course, had a
Mezzi
great
really good as
game.
well.
Mezzi as well. So I think there's a lot to be excited about for Fnatic in terms of what they could do if they can break through that ceiling as well. I think we are not much the wiser, as is normal. We only saw best of ones, but the fact that they were so convincing does make me think that we will see the highest quality, I guess, of contenders going into the major. But again, day one, overreactions, right, Prof?
Yeah,
Round one as well.
Round one,
Let's
day
wait
one, round. It's
a
like
couple
a
of
half
hours.
day.
Like a couple of hours.
we
Half
love to
day.
overreact on best of ones, but like everything
That's what
went
the desk is doing.
everything went how it was kind of expected, so we can't really you know, we can't bring out any spicy takes.
Drama out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Navi's gonna qualify. Not gonna qualify.
Oh,
Like, that would be the hottest, like most reasonable hot take that we can do after these first games. So.
You don't need to do this. You don't need to throw yourself
No, I'm
under
not,
the bus.
I'm
you know,
not
like,
saying this.
I'm not
You're
asking
so good
for
right
it.
now. I'm loving it.
I'm not saying this. I'm
No,
just
it's
saying
already too late. In fact, the clip's already shipped. I've heard.
It's true.
I
Final
think
game.
you can't clip less than 5 seconds, so I'm fine.
That's good. You kept talking, so we got it. Final game we didn't talk about yet right here is Big versus SAW, which was business as usual for Big. And I think Big is one of those other teams where you go like, all right, can they do it or not? What can they show us? And their first test, yeah, great stuff.
Pretty good, yeah. I mean, SAW is one of these teams that also has been together for 2 years.
Yeah.
They made this one
crazy,
roster
yes.
change. They brought in Story to beat up and changed some things around, but then said like undo on that and just brought back Arky. And their form has been better before that change. At some point, they were like a top 30 team. Now they're just in the mix. A team like Dignitas and a bunch of these teams that are Gamer Legion, trying to make it, playing a lot online, but not really having a lot of opportunity to actually deliver on LAN or play against the best teams.
Absolutely. That big game, not too much to get out of it. Personally, I will look at Creambo's performance and Sursen's. I think these are the two players that I would keep an eye on. Sursen, because if we're talking about Stavin and a MOUZ performance, Sursen has had that mental for a very long time in Big. Anytime, if you're a fan Big and you're hoping to see a great performance, then it's going to be through Sursen. He has let down people at time, but he's still a very consistent force to be reckoned with. And Creambo, because he was brought in to replace Kido. Kido was the master of inconsistency as well. He had a good map, then he disappeared another one. Dust 2 was amazing, other maps were struggling. If Creambo can bring a little bit more consistency to the table, he had a good game here, and I will keep an eye closely on him.
Join up with Taps and Sears and also have Crimbo performing. That should spell good things for Big. We'll see as the RMR continues, and we'll see how it continues right now because we have the schedule for our second set of games.
Ooh.
Let's take a look. Oh, amazing. Yes. Vitality versus FaZe. That's great. You excited for that, Manny?
Yeah, I'm also happy I'm not going to be on the desk after that one because I feel like tears going to be on my face. So I'll be happily watching the game and I'll be rejoicing for sure. Big versus Outsider is kind of cool as well. We'll see if Sursen is able to do the same thing against James. We shall see.
Yeah, the Heroic Fnatic one, that feels like a pretty easy game for Heroic in my opinion, and out of these games maybe one of the more clear-cut ones. Actually, FaZe against Vitality, that should also go FaZe's direction.
Yeah, FaZe definitely not 149 agency ranked.
I think some
bit better.
Some things maybe
Slightly
not
better.
ideal. I think that's probably from Quazar
Yes.
from the first
That is what it is.
schedule.
Also, interestingly enough for us, the two higher seeds, let's say, that had the hardest time in OG and Na'Vi are playing each other. So you would, in a normal world, always say that Na'Vi is the favorite, and they still are. But
Sure.
get me some takes here about that.
Let's say if you're OG, now is probably the only time, if there ever was a time, to rejoice about playing Na'Vi, right? Because if we go back 2 months prior, you would probably say, nah, I'm gonna miss that game. Just don't want to play Na'Vi. Now they show signs of weaknesses here and there, so there might be an opportunity.
They're also sleepy on the first map. We saw. We were talking about the
They
yawning.
were yawning.
I think the yawning
High
is
level
going to be
analysis
out
as well.
of the system for the second game. And I mean, you
It
can
usually
joke about it,
happens
but
in the
look at Navi's first games, especially before this great run with the 2021 lineup. They was always struggling early into the tournaments. The first best of one, even the best of three, they would lose that regularly, make the lower bracket run, and come back.
We should have the Twitter sphere make a correlation analysis of yawns and kills.
Yeah.
And we shall see. Maybe there's something to be done here. I don't know. The scientists out there, maybe they can help us. Like, if you yawn, how many kills do you get?
Yeah. How many
See,
kills
there's-
have you?
I saw a great
you're
article on
making me
HLTV, so
yawn.
there you go.
No, don't. It's
There you go.
it's such a mental one. Maybe that's also it, because one person yawns,
and
they
then it
all yawn.
spreads.
Then,
Yeah.
oh my god.
Maybe you just need to go to the other team and start yawning, like fake yawning.
See,
and
I'm talking
go
about
back.
mental warfare.
I
You
think
get it.
we definitely need to take a break because we're talking about yawning and not about deep gameplay analysis. It was great, though, being on the desk with you two. We're going to take a quick break, rather, but when we come back, Banks will be taking over for the second half of the day and the banger matches that are coming up. So we'll see you in just a bit.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
most slots for the major in the most competitive region. And we're moving on to the games that will decide the fate of some of these teams and how their day may be good or bad, as we'll see some go 2-0, we'll see others go 0-2, and others hit the 1-1 mark. But you know what that means? It gets more spicy these days and moments go on. I've got Blair and Pimp joining me to cover the rest of these games today. We've got some bangers straight out the gate with all of this, and I'm just going to ask you guys straight up, which one are you most excited for? Because obviously mine was going to be the Na'Vi one.
I mean, I'm not Maniac here, but the Vitality FaZe has to be the game to watch, right? Easily. FaZe have looked incredible ever since they added ROPS. Despite all the trials and tribulations coming, top 3, winning back-to-back massive events as well, they are definitely going to be, in my opinion, one of the favorites heading into the major. They are going to be qualified for the major. I'm just going to state it out right now.
Okay.
Vitality, though, big question mark for me.
It's a reality check, right? Because if you would ask people, you know, just when the Vitality lineup came out and asked who is going to be the better team in 6 months, FaZe Clan or Vitality, I'm pretty sure most people would say Vitality. They have the most talent. They have, you know, this new exciting prospect, ZywOo, etc., etc. But fact of the matter is that Vitality have been struggling massively, whereas for FaZe Clan is probably playing the best Counter-Strike that iteration have ever played, obviously being the best team in the world. So it's kind of interesting, you know, it puts everything into context. FaZe are the massive favorites right here, but had you asked people 2 months ago, it probably would have been Vitality.
And then coming down onto this, right, got Heroic going up against Fnatic. Fnatic obviously going through their woes and their changes. Heroic staying stable. Probably going to be quite a hard time for Fnatic in this one.
Yeah, for Fnatic, I feel like, you know, the fact that Poison has kind of had kind of like a throwback to how good he could have been, right? And they've had some pretty good runs. Sure, losing Brolan wasn't ideal, but they seem to, at least that first win they had here was fantastic. But you don't, as a team like Fnatic kind of knew, you know, you don't want to go up against Heroic. Heroic aren't going to be giving you respect. Heroic aren't going to be playing textbook Counter-Strike. Heroic are going to be in your faces, going for full stacks, A stacks, 5-man stacks in a buy round. They're the worst team that as an underdog, it's kind of strange I'm saying Fnatic are an underdog, but as an underdog, you don't want to face off against a Heroic. So this is going to be much harder than the first game they had.
To beat Heroic, you need an incredible amount of talent on the server, an incredible amount of individual skill. I don't think Fnatic have that right now. Or you need an incredible amount of teamwork and, I guess, synergy in between the players. And I don't think Fnatic have that either right now. So it's going to be very tough. I'd almost go as willing as say this is probably the worst matchup Fnatic could have had against a team like Heroic, who constantly looks to play out.
What do you think Fnatic has? What do you think Fnatic has?
A great brand.
Okay, cool. There we go.
Wow, nothing to do with the game, just a great
They still
brand.
have Crims. They still have Crims.
Crims, true. That's true. But it's even Crims, right? He's a player that is exciting to follow, but we need to see him play better. He is, at least according to me, has been for many years one of the most underrated riflers out there. He has the abilities to be potentially the best player on the server, so we need to see that. And he can be, I guess, a driving force behind a Fnatic potentially comeback against the Rogue.
Then we come on to some of these loser matches as well, right, that we covered on the B stream. Eternal Fire going up against Dignitas. That's one to watch on for. Because Eternal Fire, they didn't hit the mark of what we were hoping to see in the opening game, right? It was a rough ride for them from start to finish. But against Dignitas, we think this will be a bit more even?
This should be way more even. And look, for Eternal Fire, it's kind of unfortunate that they had to go up against the #1 team on the planet right now, FaZe. And FaZe just made them look like just, I don't know, FaZe a level 9 team in all honesty. They had no idea what to do on that overpass map. They're just getting completely dominated. But then, yes, absolutely. Heading into this particular matchup, they should have a better time. You look at the players in that lineup, right? I think the earlier Des spoke about it as well. You're talking players like Walksick, you know, sure. What a star, I mean, potential star he was with Karrigan back in the MOUZ lineup a long time ago. We're talking about Xantares and all the fan clubs he's got, right? You're talking about players like Emor. This is a team which should be at least dangerous to at least be able to pull off a couple of upsets. And against Dignitas, I'm going to put them as favorites here. They should be taking this team down.
Really?
What does Dignitas really have? I mean, look, Forest can still play. It's more about the brand value they have as a team. But if you look at individuals, Electro, you're looking at Heap, Halza. Sure, if all three of them pop up, they might stand a chance. But I don't really believe in this project.
I see it as a 50-50 game, to be completely honest. I think there's flaws to both lineups. I agree on paper, Eternal Fire is looking a bit dangerous, but it's been a long time since we've seen Voxic play at that MOUZ sports level. Same goes for a player like Xantares. He's not like he's playing good, right? He's playing decent, but he's not at a level where you think to yourself, that's the guy 2 years ago, 3 years ago, everyone said he could be the best player in the world. He could be one of the best riflers out there. We haven't seen that. Calyx as well, a player that when I watch him play individually speaking, I think great talent, you know, great aim, but they haven't really made it work within this lineup, and the same could be said for Dignitas. Yes, a lot of experience over there, but do they have the firepower to match these guys? I don't know.
Now, I also want to quickly touch on the Na'Vi versus OG matchup in it, right? Na'Vi obviously going through their struggles. Electronic not feeling so well. We could see that affecting him in the opening game, but that Ancient game was a lot closer than what I would have liked to see.
Yeah, especially, look, I've got to give credit to Quazar, right? And you've sometimes seen with Na'Vi, when it comes to the first couple of games in any event, they do seem to have a little bit of teething issues, so to speak. And then again, you know, you're talking about these domestic matchups where you have seen some of the giants from the CIS region fall to comparatively unknown names. So at least for Na'Vi, I'm actually kind of happy they were able to win it, even though it was a closer affair. They should have closed it in a much more convincing fashion. Because Na'Vi secretly, you know, in a weird way, are one of the best ancient teams in the world as well. Even though it's not a map pick of theirs, like they're alongside the likes of NIP Astralis, one of the best teams on this particular map. So the fact that it was a little bit close, a little worrying, I won't lie, but I feel this is a Na'Vi that just gets better and better the more games they play.
I'll just flip it around, and I agree with you for that matter, right? They win 16-12 against Quazar, but that was with Electronic that after 25 rounds was sitting with a 3-16 score.
You never see that.
When has you ever seen that? You know, and if you can win basically playing 4 against 5 like that, then you can also win when Electronic is stepping up, which usually is a given for Na'Vi. So yes, first game of the day wasn't looking too good for Electronic, but we all tried it. We all know it. First game of the day can be a pain in the ass.
But we've seen this OG, right? And now at the beginning when this new version of OG with Nexa leading them came in, it looked pretty good. It was exciting. Then it kind of slowed down a bit. So where do we put them in this matchup?
I think they're coming into this tournament with a good amount of downtime, you know, in order to practice leading up to the tournament. They probably have time to look at some of their flaws and some of the stuff they needed to fix. As you said, they came out banging, and especially Nexa. The first 5 or 6 games he was playing at Blast, he was killing everything and everyone. So there's definitely some potential in there, but the honeymoon period is over, and now we get to see the real face of OG. In the first game against MOUZ, I think it looked solid. You know, it was a good team, a good tournament so far they played, but it's just one game. They need to deliver again here against Na'Vi and at least make the game competitive.
Exactly right. When you go back to the games they played earlier, it was like Pimp said, they had a great honeymoon run, almost having a flawless run, and then ever since then it's been kind of like ups and downs, and they haven't played an official, I do believe, in almost like 7 or 8 weeks, right? It's been quite a while, so they've had time to really prep. We know Nexa what he can do in the server. You have, you know, potential stars, like young ones, like in the form of Flames, for example, that first might be popped off. And for OG, I think they had one of the harder matchup, so to speak, heading into that first round, because, you know, it's higher seed and lower seed, and MOUZ actually put up a decent fight. But against Na'Vi, top 2 team in the world right now, that's a real test. I want to see Na'Vi push them, and I want to see what this OG lineup really has when you have to go up against the best in the world.
Well, do you know what I want to see right now? I want to see Vitality get into this game. Now, we're still not completely sure what to make of this Vitality, but this is the true test for them going up against FaZe Clan. We spoke about all the ability and what this team has as a unit, right? But so far, we've not seen it merge together correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like, if I may be allowed to use an analogy, right? Sometimes when you're making a dish, you have different ingredients, which you're like, oh, chili powder, that's great, because I like spices, and a little bit of salt, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Surprise.
But sometimes you put it in a dish, and it doesn't work, right? It doesn't quite click. And I feel like they're missing a catalyst, because as we've touched upon, as many people have said, you look at the experience and the talent on this line. If you have ZywOo, I'm not going to say anything more about it. The name is more than enough, right? You have someone like Dupree and Magisk, multiple major winners. You have Zonic as a coach, right? There you have Apex, a legend in the scene, and you have one of the most promising up-and-coming stars from the French scene, which is Masuda, who's been looking fantastic as well. On paper, you're like, this should work. It hasn't.
I'm going to stay in your dish analogy, and I'm going to say that you lack one ingredient right there. One ingredient you didn't mention, and sometimes that makes a very poor dish very good. Time. Let it simmer for a little bit. You know? Give them some time.
How long do you make a dish simmer?
You let something simmer for 24 hours, you know, you do pulled pork, and it has to be completely ripped apart before it tastes good. In this case, I think Vitality have all the needed ingredients to make a good dish. They just need a bit of time to figure it out. I think the first game we saw today was very convincing. We've also seen the worst period for ZywOo as an individual player in forever, basically. So I still think that there's way more potential than what we've seen so far for Vitality, and time is of the essence. Now, there's no excuse here. They have to qualify for the major, but when they get there, I also think they're going to be ready.
Well, time certainly is of the essence, and it is going to be a fast one if they cannot get their act together when they go up against FaZe Clan. this version of FaZe is better than any FaZe we have seen, and they just look a step above anyone else right now. It may be a best of one and maybe going up against Vitality, but for me, this is just FaZe Clan to do more of what they've been doing recent times.
The indisputable #1 team in the world, and it's not just about the individuals. Look, you just look at the individuals. You have Brokey. He's been incredible thus far. One of the best players we've had in 2022. You have Robs. What else do you want to say about that guy? We have Twist, you have Rain, you have everyone working together in synergy, looking fantastic. For me, the guy to watch for this team, ironically, has been Carrigan. The fact that he's been able to wield all these elements he's got at his fingertips and hone them into this almost unstoppable juggernaut. I mean, not complexity, but you know what I mean. Like, this team that is FaZe.
A working juggernaut.
A working juggernaut. An actually working juggernaut has been incredible to watch. So yes, absolutely. Heading into this matchup, it is going to be MOUZ as a decider, which... Ooh, okay. All right. That kind of derailed my thought
That's
there.
interesting from a Vitality perspective, right? Because that's been a very inconsistent map for these guys. They've played it for a long, long time, and I feel like it's one of those maps where you wonder, you know, is ZywOo going to play well, or is ZywOo going to have a bad time? He's not really that consistent when it comes to MOUZ, and especially taking into consideration that lately he's been struggling a little bit. I'm curious to how much they worked on this map. Not to forget, you know, are still a relatively new lineup. Magix and Dupree, when they were in Astralis, they didn't play MOUZ for 2 years. So coming into Vitality, they've had to learn it all over again. Learn the meta, learn how to call on it, learn how to make plays, etc., etc. Obviously, they had a couple of months to it, but it's interesting to see that it's a map they're willing to play against FaZe, who are notoriously known for being sharpshooters.
I can kind of see where they're coming from here, where, you know, as an underdog, you'd be like, let's go for a little bit more puggier map and let's make it work. But again, FaZe, you just have the individuals to punish you for that pick. And I'm just looking at the stats here. They played this lineup's played this map 6 times. They've lost every single time on it. The last time was against FaZe. And I'm looking at the scoreline: 16-10, 16-8, 16-7, 16-4, 16-12. And these are the teams like ENCE, Gambit, G2, Heroic. All good oppositions, don't get me wrong here. But this doesn't paint a pretty picture for me.
No, it really doesn't paint a pretty picture. So let's see how that picture is going to be developed. Let's see if Vitality have a chance here on MOUZ. And let's get with our amazing commentators in Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, boys, for the breakdown. That's right, Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through what's left of the A stream. We got opening matches all done. We got the winners game here. Vitality are not looking to hide in the shadows. They're not looking to coast past this new #1 FaZe clan. They're taking it straight to MOUZ. Straight to MOUZ.
Yeah, I'd just like to say something that Hugo said, that he said he didn't want to tell anybody because he didn't want to get hate, but he said that Vitality are not going to make it through this phase to get to the major, and he said because when you look at it, I mean, it's like one of the super scorching hot takes. He wasn't willing to tweet this, so I just wanted to make sure as many people heard it as possible. So that's out there. But the thing is, it's not a ridiculous thing to say. It's a bold thing to say, but at the same time, Vitality have been losing a lot. I mean, they're definitely underperforming like crazy right now. They have big problems. They're not good enough right now to make it far in the major, even if they did make it through. And at the last major, they literally got dragged into the Legend stage by ZywOo, and with a little bit of help from Apex and Shox at that point. But they nearly got eliminated from that, too. I mean, there was definitely a real situation where they might not have qualified, and ZywOo in 2022 started off even weaker than he did. Of course, 2021 was fantastic for him. So not a great thing for Vitality to think about, because it's crunch time. If they've put in all the work in the last couple of months, it has to consolidate and get to a point right now where it just comes together in officials on the server.
Has to be the culmination of all this work and this project and all the investment that Vitality put behind this team. This is an absolute bare minimum in terms of just making the major. Yeah. Absolute total bottom of the barrel in terms of expectations and what these guys are looking to accomplish.
You want to be proud wearing Vitality shoes when you go to the gym.
I do. Vitality did send me shoes, and I do wear them to the gym. You're right.
I didn't just make that up, yes.
You're right.
But you want to be proud when you're wearing them.
If Vitality don't make the major,
you want to wear loser shoes?
If Vitality don't make the major,
you're not going to wear the shoes to the gym.
I will stop wearing them.
You're a Fairweather fan.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. End of story. Okay.
I'm just jealous.
The
shoes look amazing.
They're pretty fire. They're pretty fire. You know what? Actually, shout out Vitality. They originally sent me the wrong size by accident, and then I said something, and they sent me 2 pairs.
Dude.
So if anybody's in Montreal and you wear an 8.5 men's. Yo, hit me up. Okay, hit me up. They sell, the name. They're like Scrawny. I'm like, bro, I need some 11.5s. Like, look. So jokes and banter aside, man, this is a hot take. Hugo's hot take, not as hot as that, but this is a hot take from Vitality to play specifically on Mirage. This is like FaZe's stomping ground. And I know Bled just mentioned like, oh, you want to walk in and try to play like a puggier map or whatever, but it's like, well, we've given a lot of time to Vitality, and we have to give a lot of respect to their individuals. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see some like isolating strategies or what the game plan from Vitality is just in general. For now, they will be on the CT side to start. That is the first time I've ever seen a player picture with a trucker hat. Masuda, groundbreaking style choices. And FaZe, groundbreaking mid control. dupreeh's going to tuck into the catwalk, gets smoked, and already we have this contest coming through connector. But CT's not over-facing. In fact, Masuda can't see. He falls away, and A-Site looking like it belongs to FaZe, but this boost over top gets caught. Nicely played by Karrigan. He's going to know that dupreeh has to be nearby, and his job, keep him busy. The Gush, cherry on top.
Karrigan playing some of the best CS of his life recently. Really destroying over at Pro League, of course at Cato. We got it together in playoffs. And there's this whole conversation about the players' ages and stuff. Of course, he's on the tail end. And my argument for why he's playing so well is simply that he hasn't achieved what he set out to do. I feel like if he had won a major, for example, which is the big goal, everyone's huge, like, the thing that's been hanging over his head for some years now, then I would understand if it started to taper off. But we've got a major on the horizon, and all of the events leading up to it, we've seen him get basically better and better. And I'm talking on an individual level. As a caller, he was actually, could be looked at as the best caller, period, for the past year or the past 6 to 8 months, something like that. But now, as an individual, too, he has really elevated FaZe just by fragging hard.
Easy pistol, not even a contest. At no point in that round did Vitality even have a chance at stopping anything. FaZe will be happy about that one. Mac 10 on Karrigan, speak of the devil. Do you think he could be like a Zeus in the sense that once he gets his major, he's just gone?
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to believe he would stick around a little while. Make like a legacy off the back of that one. Because if as experienced and as tenured as he may be, he doesn't seem fatigued at all. Not in the way he talks about Counter-Strike. He seems hungrier than ever.
Sure. I felt kind of uncomfortable with being like a Zeus because they're like, I see a perfect comparison there, but they are two different people, and we just don't know, how much would actually be enough to satiate him in terms of victories.
All conjecture.
But yeah. All right.
Rain died. He got into the ladder room, which is a great contest, but this force buy is working out. This is a 4 FAMAS force buy from Vitality, and, well, there goes the man advantage that they worked so hard for. Why? Because guys like Robson broke it. The young bloods of FaZe, the next generation of star player that this roster is currently stacked to the brim with.
Yeah,
Bomb plant off the back of it. Will the CTs retake?
I think if there's a free kill, they'll take it, but they don't have CT control, so
they're out.
Yeah, that's the actually look at
back in.
Look at the map right now. It's the weakness. If they had CT control, these T's would be very uncomfortable. Right now, Triple's going to be a strong spot because they haven't cleared this at all. And oh wow, Twist is just clipping wings.
Yeah, easy cut down on the 2 players crossing. dupreeh will find one within that site, but we've got this default commitment from Rops, and Twist's giving him cover.
So that was honestly a little surprising that they came
for that.
Just committed. I thought they would only do that if they had one big flank or one CT player, but instead dupreeh will run away with his FAMAS. But yeah, man, this Twist Brokey Rops core is real. This trio is incredibly powerful. There are actually so many situations where it's all 3 of them that end up in mid-round situations and pull out some unbelievable tactics and show some high level of cohesion. It's awesome. It's super fun to watch. And right now, Brokey's literally like the best player in the world with the op. And that explains a lot for why FaZe is #1 in the world on top of it.
dupreeh now the solo FAMAS inside A site, surrounded by pistol arrows. It's not much, but it's something for them to work with.
Discriminate again. It's going to be a weird player to spot, They might be anticipating a stack, but they can still just take it over.
ZywOo is an off angle that almost catching them, and the rifle will get nothing. Deagle from Apex. That's 1. Oh, Twist looks away. But luckily, Robs finishes up that frag. Says, thank you for the stats. Brokey ends it. 4 alive for FaZe. 3 rounds in a row for FaZe. That's good.
One thing I think it's always been really good for FaZe, 2 reasons why I think the hard part was getting to the top, but actually staying on top could be actually easier for FaZe, is because their style is pretty resilient to playing teams over and over again because they have a really good mix of structure, but also loose, scrimmy styles of attacks, like their A-ramp plays that they've just done these past couple of rounds. They'll do that very often. So I think that makes them kind of a difficult team to prepare for and then read, because you don't know which kind of phase that you're going to be getting. And then the other thing, of course, is just the expansive map pool that Kerrigan's teams always have.
Great flash. Nicely timed. Good move from Vitality. The pawn drops the king. Kerrigan will call from the sidelines. Crossing window, though, from Magisk. Will be punished by Rain, and there's a challenge that's coming out from bottom connector. Apex is just kind of floating between these spots. Twists will get the better of him. Just a matter of being pulled in 2 directions. Very dangerous decision from Apex, and he pays the cost.
Yeah, incredibly dangerous. You got to be really worried about an underpass lurk for when you're taking mid control. You know, this guy won't almost never come out unless you have also top mid, but Apex knew what risk he was taking there.
Sliding out from Ticket was ZywOo. That'll be the front runner of the A play. Knocked down, bomb not far behind it. Masuda excellently timed flank. So Vitality not shying away in these mid-round moments. Instead, it's Masuda to double down. And in doing so, leaves Brokey to the clutch. We talk about his op prowess. He's also a great clutcher.
Yes, and wasn't even always an opper, so scary combo. 1v3 for Brokey. I remember a Brokey 1v3.
They're giving him space. 2 smokes on the CT side. He jumps over. Oh, you gave him a wiggle room. Puts a smoke behind him. And Dupree figures it out.
Yeah. Missiles is a really nice spot because you can like release from there after you get your first kill pushing the CT. You're very close to it. But Smoke ends up touching him just a little bit. Probably his whole body was showing and he couldn't see anything.
So Vitality on the board. Guns make a difference. Although, that looked losable. Apex's initial opening, great play. ZywOo killing Rops on A sites, this added bonus to what was Masuda attacking both sides of tunnels. 3 casualties for FaZe down in the underground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean. Look a little bit lucky with just the timings, but yeah, a bit messy both sides there, just inside of mid-control. Both of them basically, if they were more vigilant and aware of where people could rotate from, they would have probably just got free kills. Another round to start out inside of middle. Nothing towards A. That's actually quite interesting. No one's holding a push, maybe not anticipating this to come at all, which means you've got extra resources towards the other half of the map. Wow, and they're really just taking their time as well. It's hard to see if the set piece is coming, but they're starting to put cap pressure in. Oh my god, they're fighting right into connector, and Apex switches spots with his teammate. This is so rambunctious.
Dude, he's charred as he leaves connector. Ooh, Dupree, he's going to fall to the op of Brokey. Kerrigan going to look to pinch with pressure onto this B site. Sure enough, Robs will find Masuda. That's a low-health Magisk because of that connector utility. And an easy sweeping away of this B defense. Vitality, they just get smoked by FaZe.
They look so confused, man. They look so confused in all these different positions. And I can't tell if there's like some high-level mind games going on right there, because they're like, again, that default looks strange because they don't have anyone watching ramp or palace, and that would be normal if they were going to execute really quickly. But instead, it's just a regular look on mid-control. So that means they're leaving 40 seconds where, like, even if there was the off chance that someone pushed through Halser or A-ramp, they'd have to think about that later on. And if they hadn't picked a site already, then that would be a problem. But even with that, FaZe seemed to have the exact right idea. And the way they exchanged utility inside a connector, they were just giving up like a really easy frag. And Apex saved the day by jumping through the connector smoke. But Magisk could have died there. And then their B-site players just had no idea that the attack could possibly be coming. The counter utility wasn't there at all. And they were just standing out in the open, looking pretty oblivious, honestly. So very strange. Very strange. Hard to put your finger on that, like what the exact problem was, but you could tell there was just a general layer of confusion there.
Do you think that Mirage in general could just be, a place of confusion for Vitality right now? Do you think they've bitten off more than they can chew by trying to take FaZe down here?
This is a best of one, man. They wanted Mirage. You know, if they didn't want a map, it would be banned. So they can't be confused. It's it's pretty just unacceptable in a best of one. Like, we're talking map 3 in a best of 3, then things make sense. You might not be prepared all the way to that point, or maybe you didn't even anticipate a certain ban, but not in a best of 1. You just have to give the team the benefit of doubt to believe they've got some kind of game plan, you know, for this matchup, but FaZe look way more prepared. Let's see if Vitality take advantage of this open space on the bottom half of the map.
Noteworthy save from ZywOo as well. Takes down 2 players as he hangs on to the op. So we'll see where he's unleashed here in round 6. Looking to upset the trend of FaZe beating Rifles. Gives up the peak as the smokes are soon to fade. Twists rounds that corner moments later.
Wow, what a perfect timing.
Utility over top of the A site. Twists still lurking. Has a player right behind him. So we've got 2 members of FaZe going for the window boost. And oh, this is so sneaky. They're slipping past any potential hold in middle, especially with dupreeh going down on catwalk. Magisk, good deagle kill, but still it's just the one off. No op impact for Vitality should spell disaster in round 6. We'll see. As Apex is still inside sight. Ooh, he hit that, but as he re-peeks, it's a lit Rops replaced by Brokey's op instead. Maybe Masuda can nab one. Not even. Rob's gonna keep it clean, and FaZe move to 5. Easy does it.
This is way too easy, man. Mixed buy, so yeah, they had an op, but only pistols behind it. ZywOo will get a second chance at this. Kind of curious about spawns here. He has one for window. Doesn't mean he'll take it though. And yeah, I'm very, very curious about how this rifle round will go, even based on what we've seen already. Vitality feeling a couple steps behind right now.
Oh, that's not going to help. At the very least, there's a dink on Rain, but ZywOo caught on the cat cross.
Yeah, he did take the spawn.
Apex has been the one to kind of throw himself at these mid-round moments. Here's the jump up from Kerrigan, so dupreeh's on high alert, but he better keep that gun out, and it'll pay off well. Now there's pressure on B, immediately cranking that tempo. Masuda, he is screwed, but still he takes one with him. And Robs has kind of lost him inside this smoke, so close on that spray. Masuda's going to be given another chance because dupreeh swings out from market with a double, and I don't know how he manages to hang on.
Okay.
How does he stay alive?
Yeah, not bad. Okay, well, okay, Kerrigan goes down the window. They just go forward with that B exec, and yeah, Masuda pretty lucky. Okay, you know, he wins his first duel like he's supposed to, so he grabs that, but yeah, he couldn't get chased down. You feel like Rops is the guy who would definitely kill you no matter where you were in that position, like he would hunt you down.
Spray was almost there.
So close.
Almost there.
Yeah.
There's a Masuda cutout behind Van right now.
Nice round from dupreeh, actually.
Yeah.
Opening up by killing Kerrigan, who took over window. Kerrigan, of course, wants to get in window because they just took out ZywOo, who did the jump, and dupreeh is so fast to make sure that there aren't any antics, just like we saw last round.
And it feels like the B defense of Vitality kind of leaned on that last attempt at B as well, but unfortunately because of Magisk being on 10 health from the connector Molotov, and then there was zoning mollies outside window on market, he just got stuck on dumpster, couldn't offer anything. dupreeh instead slides all the way out, swings around every corner he pleases, and so this time will fizzle out to the favor of Vitality. That's their second.
You could see that they got the kind of the player that jumped Cat, which also means that could be one of the CTs that was supposed to start Cat, and if it's the Opper, it's the flex player. So that was a read on the setup, and Kerrigan wanted to follow through. So Kerrigan, I'm sure, was about to walk through the murder hole to join with a B hit and pull off one of those art plays, the Hampus plays, and flank, but yeah, it's read too well by dupreeh. All too easy for dupreeh.
Whose French has been improving very quickly.
Yeah?
The most French out of any of the Danish players so far.
Let's go.
Which is a weird mix that I never thought we'd see. Masuda quick to the underground play. Twist seems to have no idea.
Yeah, he tucks, but he didn't hear anything.
And the timing there could actually work out because Twist can stick here forever.
They are actually calling this incorrectly, so you know there's a world where Masuda accidentally makes noise if he rotates over to A, but they get an A kill.
That'll certainly help. And Kerrigan picking up the op, unable to punish for it. Masuda hears the audio of Rain running.
Oh my god.
He'll be able to catch him and spawn all too easily. And this round goes swimmingly. Twist is like, wait, sorry.
Yeah, my fault.
My bad. My bad. Two backs turn to one another inside of the apartments.
Okay, well, it looks like FaZe aren't perfect either. They try something very loose. With that A play and the Palace play. And Vitality's main tactic this round is just support the underpass push, take over upper B control. And focus on A. I guess the funny part is that Twist is up here, but because Masuda doesn't see him, he says that it's clear.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to go back and clear everything because then he misses out on some big timing. Maybe they start to linger into B right after, so he doesn't want to push that too fast. But that information, even though it technically wasn't correct, helped the team out a lot. And I'd say not correct, but at the same time, Twist was the only person on B. So, yes, the rest of the attack was on the other side of the map.
What you're saying is that even my bad calls can be good calls sometimes.
Sometimes, if you're lucky.
Okay. It's better to be bad and lucky than good and unlucky.
Yes.
That's what you once told me. Clean example of it. Twist will save. Holds on to the Galil. And honestly, the money there for FaZe, despite 5 round wins, they're in a bit of a pickle. That round, that's a bit of a turning point here. Vitality could tie up off the back of this. We'll see.
It was expensive, and it also, I mean, they didn't kill anybody on Vitality, so there's lots of money left over here.
Potential turning point.
Got a single frag, maybe.
Round 9. What's it got in store? Kerrigan grabs a belt of utility, and that's all that they buy into. With a deagle on Rain, that's it. Brokey stopped to buy a decoy.
Yeah, going all in on the single rifle.
There it is. Can you analyze that for me?
Yeah, he's like, what do you mean I don't know the lineup?
Yeah. There's another one. This time it's a smoke.
Oh, they might have thrown the decoy to bait a molly.
There he gets taken out of this one. Rain. Smoke soon to fade. He tries to tuck his head to dodge those shots. And that's both the CTs now back within that connector. Very slow round from FaZe. We'll give it to them. Twists at a moment's notice could pop out from Palace, draw attention, draw rotate. For now, FaZe wait. 45 seconds left to work. There goes the incendiary pass, and Twists will take one. But Apex very quick to trade out Magisk. Pistol players start to swarm within mid. They'll have another challenge to this A site if ZywOo misses shots. Or if ZywOo misses timing, because they just got a few steps closer off the back of that last peak. Now he will find the Desert Eagle, leaving just the Glocks. And there's the bomb. So this one survived by Vitality with a near
Oh, you say
sheet.
that.
What?
They survived, but look, Rops is still here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Going for the Opper.
All right.
And
oh my god.
It's a Glock. Anything else and we give him a chance.
Hit him 8 times for 16 damage.
1 round closer to tying up at 5. Vitality still trail by 1.
And Twist can maybe just get the Galil again if he wants to, or just go Tech 9 nades, which is probably actually better. Because that full, you can't pick up. You're probably not going to pick up all the nades you need from your teammates, but if you're almost certainly going to be able to grab a gun. I honestly think that it makes us a ton of sense on T side to buy 4 guns on so many rounds because of how easy it is to grab from your teammates. On CD side, you might have to go to the other site to get a gun. On T side, you're like nuts to butts on every single attack, so it's usually pretty easy. But in the situation, Twist actually does grab a Galil, so they're going to be very low on utility overall, but still enough smokes here to do something. And they've already set up the attack, but look what Vitality have done. They've taken space over at B once again and done it even faster this time.
Very quick pacing. I mean, they could even...
They're going back to watch this.
They could catch them.
They're going back to watch this.
If they stay crouched, they could catch all these guys standing in the open with no guns out. Look at this lineup. Dupree, an easy first one. Nade goes deep. Now he's just confirming all the numbers. And he's going to give himself a smoke to just back up. Masuda even escorting him to safety. Oh, FaZe never thought Vitality would play it that fast.
I wonder what they were doing there. Maybe when they saw the smoke on Palace, they thought, okay, maybe someone did push. But they came back at a Palace, and like you said, no guns out.
But there's still this weird timing where Rain's going to get into the B site.
Yeah, they could get beaten back.
Yeah, maybe Rain doubles back and wraps around this. He's going to have to start being a little bit faster. And of course, he still needs a team to come join. But Dupree's going to get active. And now there's flanks on flanks with this T-spawn push as well from Magisk. Rops's days seem numbered. He's just trying to get Rain into position, but it's just 5 steps too slow.
Yeah.
And ultimately, this is Vitality to tie up off of the same play. Double underground push into the apartments. This time, 2 players actually commit fully and not just leaving MOUZ on his own.
That was really sick by Dupree and MOUZ. Sometimes it can be hard to figure out how to set up when you're like nomadic like you are on the CT side sometimes in these pushes. And that smoke was annoying. The way that MOUZ flashed for Dupree was really great. And Dupree and MOUZ complemented each other's positions very well as well. And the one threat that could have been there, existential idea that, oh, maybe someone is just lurking and my life is over in just a few seconds, doesn't seem to phase them, and they're super quick about getting the damage and getting the kills out. And just time trouble here for FaZe. FaZe could have just gone back and committed towards the A site, but it always feels like a bad idea when you know that someone's right behind you.
Back to the woes of having one rifle. Kerrigan wastes no time. Jumps to the bottom of connector, regains vision, tries to apply pressure, and he is met by the op of ZywOo. Rain, oh, twists, nice, Tech9 kill, top connector now cracked wide open, Apex attacks from jungle, and Rops with the Desert Eagle just dismantles this A site. There is the rotate from MOUZ that got beyond Rain's line of sight, but Rain's gonna have Dupree rotate right into him. So this should be the tail end cut off, and MOUZ left in a clutch where he has been able to spot bomb, but gets killed by Rops. It's FaZe with the 1 AK win. Tip of the hat to Twists, the Tech9 through connector.
Okay, but can we normalize not getting excited about Tech9 frags, no matter how nice they are?
No.
Okay.
No. I love a Tech9 kill.
They're too easy, man.
That sounds like somebody who got killed by a Tech9. That's what you'd say.
Yeah, 8 years of it, actually.
Well, that's a little freebie, huh, FaZe? Happy to add that one to the scoreboard. And now ZywOo, missing a shot bottom mid, goes back for Kerrigan before he can throw the nade to finish off ZywOo. Felt like ZywOo knew he was doomed, so he just had to do something. And Apex is still trying to help out from bottom connector, but no exit route from ZywOo. No strategy for escape.
What do you call a proactive ZywOo?
What?
Zydo.
Okay. Zai don't, please.
Okay.
What do you call a mysterious ZywOo?
Masudi is Masudu.
ZywOo. You didn't even make eye contact.
Why do you want me to laugh or something? Okay.
Yeah, partly. A little bit.
Oh. Timing. Oh, Rops gets timing. The match doubled up there on the ramp. They aren't worried about it. And the rest of FaZe's players are thinking about, hey, okay, they turn around again.
So back and forth.
Yeah. They have the top con smoke, so B splits on here. Pressure on MOUZ. He was great last time, and he's in a strong spot up in the halls. Dupree, his one piece of support, dies, and MOUZ will show himself now as they cross 2-on-2.
He knows they're both beyond him. Ooh, or maybe he didn't for a second.
I mean, he definitely did. He heard them running the entire time.
And now Magisk is going to have to pick up. Ooh. In the spotlight. Misses the jump. Gives an extra few seconds for FaZe to really just lock into their post plants. Rain's going to play behind Car. And we've got Brokey on the pillar. Fully HP'd on the op. Magisk, tough duel, but could still work with timing. Has a nade, has a smoke, has a kit. He's hoping somebody gives him a peek.
Oh, man. No, not even going to give it a shot. Yeah, they're just too
face.
far. They can pick any part of the site, and as you can see, the bomb is already almost exploded. I really think MOUZ overall, in like impact-wise, I think I don't want to say the word overrated, but I think he gets a lot of shine for the wrong reasons. Like, he's really insane spray. He gets like these 3K rounds, but consistently, like last 12 months, his stats are below average. Like, he's not actually that consistent. In this spot, though, on the B hold, I will say, you know, I think most people would default to playing back after getting their kill, maybe pushing to the back of halls and waiting for their teammate in the 2v2 and holding apps control. But I can also understand the impulse to want to take one of the players out, at least like sneakily from there, and then maybe fall back, because that would make the retake just completely CT favored. And there's probably the idea that he doesn't want to be in a position where he has to wait for too long, and then they know where he's going to re-aggress from. But yeah, that is a spot where MOUZ just doesn't really have a chance if MOUZ dies.
Twists unfazed by that smoke and underground. Just missed the timing to catch Apex by seconds, and wasting no time whatsoever is Kerrigan leading the charge to the B site. They know there's a man back bench. Didn't seem to see dupreeh. Just kind of blends in with the background. Robs will drop Masuda, but dupreeh is giving us another solid hold. Twist is going to put an end to that and the rotation from Apex. So it's ZywOo and Magisk versus Twists and Robs. And that is not a duo you want to try and challenge. Twist taps away ZywOo as he was scoped in. And now Magisk, same spot, looking for the clutch. Twists, easy pickup, but Robs' close position.
Oh my god.
Unsuspecting that Robs would be so pressed up on the catwalk, and that is another clutch the way of FaZe. Another B site falling beneath the pressure of this aggression.
Yeah, Robs is so low, but if Magisk was ready for Robs, that would have been ridiculous. Like, why are they both pushed up cat that way? Another great round for FaZe, another, you know, moment where basically Magisk has no chance on the retake, and the hold was going well enough, and then ZywOo just gets caught, just sitting on Skadoodle, and I don't know, like, nothing was actually stopping players from getting across the site. We saw that from Twist's perspective, and yeah, he walked out past Get Right off on the cat and slowly found that angle, but someone could have, I mean, I think Market Window was smoked, right? They could have just pushed across the site and cleared him anyway, incidentally. So, kind of surprised that he would be out there. All I'm going to say is that I think 9Z would beat both these teams right now.
Both these teams?
With one hand.
I think you're exaggerating.
Blindfolded. On Dust 2, of course.
Oh, well, now we're talking. Quick little up snap up from, or excuse me, AK snap from Rain. Ooh, but Apex's Deagle, good damage. Great damage, in fact. Masuda picks up another one. We got 29 health between Twists and Kerrigan. You know the saying, Deagles are deadly. Oh, but Magisk, he gets wall banged down. There's the cross around ticket, trying to set up the jungle peak, perhaps, and the jungle man strikes. dupreeh beats his chest and beats Robs' head. As now, what is left of FaZe are these low HP'd players on a low clock to boot.
Timing?
That's what it all comes down to.
dupreeh can feel it. Yeah, that's insane. Okay.
Hits the headshot as if he's got to hit the style points too. Kerrigan now opping 12 health and surrounded. He's so nervous about that jungle re-peak, but it's a reposition. dupreeh coming in from connector. Kerrigan trying to read this. He's got 5 seconds to spare, and it's despair for FaZe as Vitality will return the favor and rob back around.
Hey, shout out to dupreeh. He's fragging. The funny part was both players had 20 health. I mean, he could have just like any body shot would have been it. Instead, it had to be the slickest headshot. Off a jungle. Oh, he wrote Madagascar on his keyboard.
This one. Boom!
That's Randy, baby.
Nice shot. Pretty feeling it.
Yes.
So, some of the individual flair there for Vitality. But this round and this half will mark an end to their defense, and then we get to see what their T-side strats are. What's the game plan trying to take the challenge to FaZe on Mirage? Nice consistency in the spray there from Magisk. Double headshot for him. However, it's that ramp peak from Robs that could still turn this upside down. Utility to give cover. Rain comes out from the staircase, really trying to apply pressure to Magisk, but nobody can seem to unroot him. Robs going over boxes, caught by ZywOo. Good op headshot. Rain fears he's been spotted, and ZywOo hones in on him. Another kill from the Opper, and that's the end of the half. Vitality, solid A hold, within 1 round difference between them and FaZe.
Such a strong start from FaZe, but Vitality got it together. Dupree started fragging really well. All started with that round where he caught Kerrigan inside the market window, then got 3 kills. And after that, they started taking that space upper B that worked for him on 2 consecutive rifle rounds, I believe. Completely dismantled FaZe's attacks. So, man, I really thought FaZe was going to run away with that half, but Vitality, they showed a new face about 6 or 7 rounds in and changed the story completely. We go over to CT, be a whole new set of issues. And we'll get to see maybe if Vitality's game plan was, you know, more invested in the T side on Mirage, because again, best of 1, they wanted this map.
Of the 15 opening duels in that first half, Vitality win 10 of them. Only takes 7 rounds to their name. Ooh. All right, Dupree, sit down. And Masuda returns the favor. That's going to be a bomb plant from Apex. Easy does it. No CT challenge. Kerrigan going to try to get into the spot now. He has the support of Brokey just behind him.
Look at how much that slows it down that they got CT control.
Oh, but Kerrigan and Robs insta headshots. It may have been slow to start, but ZywOo can't get more than 2. Apex takes his place, trades out on twists. It's him versus Robs. And that quick tap, Apex doesn't buy it.
Robs is walking the whole way. Could be the 10-second stick. There might be a chance here actually for Robs, but no, Apex, incredibly sharp, 38 HP, 2 headshots to win in that 1v2.
Not half bad. Yeah.
Trust in Apex.
Big breath, sigh of relief, pistol to tie up this game at 8 rounds each and to give Vitality a little bit of momentum at the start of this T side. Ooh, that had to be a quick one.
Yeah, definitely. Robs played it well. I mean, he tapped it, immediately started walking, so he'd break any kind of internal timing that Apex had, and Apex is just thinking about this 10-second stick. It's a very obviously unlikely, but still possible. Vitality are definitely playing ball right now.
Stream flashes over Palace. Brokey trying to find timing with the Deeg, but he'll be the first casualty for FaZe this round. ZywOo keeps the gun up. Quick scramble into the T-spawn. That's Robs on the FAMAS, but he just got caught. So already being shut out of this one. All of these weapons worth their weight in gold when it comes to the follow-up. So FaZe will retreat, concede, and hope to hang on.
Who's going to win the map?
Vitality.
Oh, okay. Vitality.
Yep.
No.
Stop mocking me.
Not that good, babe. I'm pretty 50-50. I'm neutral, you know. No, neither of these teams have given me shoes.
Okay. I've got an extra pair if you want one.
If they both gave me shoes, I'd wear one on each foot.
and honestly, you pull it off.
That'd be cool, huh?
Yeah, not bad. Hey, neutral. Just twists. Come on. Oh, can't grab the gun. So the Deagle is all that's saved in the end. And ladies and gentlemen, Vitality with a lead.
Yes. Brokey's the best player in the world, but has 5 kills.
Do you have any defensive? Or do you have any defending arguments for that statement, or
I just wanted to,
just 2 statements, you know, derive of it what we will.
I just want to be like, you know, Adam bunch of numbers on Twitter just for 1 second there.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 4 kills.
Yeah. ZywOo's already out. Uh-oh, Rain. You've got 2 guns, but no hope in hell of surviving this one. He's stuck on the ladder. Apex hangs him upside down. And ZywOo just going to keep that coverage over top. Kerrigan and Brokey going to throw a wrench into the works. 250 kills. Now, it's just the Galils instead to stabilize. And Twists, 16 health. Not meant for this one. It is double digits for Vitality. 10-8 over FaZe. T-side starts strong.
Dupree is like a Mack truck, and they're like wheat.
I don't know what a Mack truck is, man. I'm sorry.
It's just some truck. It's just a company, but just a construction truck.
Okay.
Generic.
And the other team is wheat?
It's like stock photo truck, you know?
Ah, okay. Like a lorry.
Yeah.
That's what the English would say.
So what would you use for wheat to mow it down?
Lawnmower.
No, wheat.
A combine.
Lawnmower. Okay, he's like a
combine.
combine. Yeah.
Yeah, combine harvester.
Okay.
If you don't know what that is, go play some Farming Simulator.
FaZe are going to have to combine their efforts to take him out.
Oh, Rain, first up. Cleared. Oh, Brokey, he got ahead of the smoke. As he missed that first shot, ZywOo almost gave him a chance to answer with again. That quick op, man. Sometimes there's like nobody faster than Brokey when it comes to the op shots on cycle. Kerrigan peeks over Ticket, gets punished.
Okay.
Took a fight versus ZywOo. No, not even. Excuse me. That's just great cover. ZywOo protects his own IGL. This is ZywOo's round. You know, every once in a while we wait, and then we get the ZywOo round.
Yeah.
3 frags, all of his work on this A site. Vitality and his teammates just stand there and clap.
Dude, I mean, he basically stopped 3 trades that would have been totally acceptable for him to die to in a row. That's this entire sequence. Yep. Hey, a huge part of this talk about Vitality is not even that much about the team and how much court IQ they have between them. They got Zonic. They replace experienced players. Not like they have a bunch of brand new players. They know CS, you know. But the X factor started to go missing. Like ZywOo started to go missing. Like there were inconsistency among the rest of them. I think credit to Dupree. He's actually been one of the better people, even through some of the rougher patches here for Vitality. But with X factor, of course, that's when we'll see what Vitality really can do. And FaZe have tons of X factor right now, probably the most, you know, of anyone between Robs, Twist, and Brokey.
Time to show it. The lead grows for Vitality. But the guns are now rebought.
So they're trying to leave mid open for a second for this late hit. I don't know if we're going to have 2 lurks come out. One's going to go connector, one on cat maybe. Or that's the only thing I can think. But they're not going to do it with any mid utility. Now the thing is, there's 2 CTs just waiting as well. So free frag for Brokey and one inside of mid. ZywOo picks apart one half of this, however, and will draw the attention of the connector player as the A player goes down to the attack. And now Twist is sitting behind smokes.
Oh, almost able to get vision on Masuda. Enough vision to kill him.
At least he gets info for Brokey, who's coming in from spawn.
2 players for Vitality at half health. Flash here from Brokey as he challenges with the pistol. Masuda favored to pick up that duel, and Magisk also continues to crack heads. Kerrigan now on the clutch. Will get the 1 wall bang, but that is the end of it. ZywOo, just like last round, right? Getting these trades, trades, and he does it in middle with that fast frag, bottom mid.
That was ZywOo's like small moment of genius, because that's a setup right there with Brokey watching the top of mid, specifically watching it for his teammate who's watching underpass. So when he shows up, ZywOo's just ready for that, even though Brokey was his first target. Instant to the guy holding for cover, and I knew part of his mind was just thinking about the thought that like there's more to the setup than just Brokey sitting on the top of cat here. Because the reason Brokey can't. Wow, okay. He just had a pistol, right?
Yeah, but
that was okay. That's good. They didn't have anyone watching underpass like bench, for example. That's where you need to cover for someone to sit on cat with an op.
Yo, Apex is feeling it. Okay,
yeah.
You saw that pop off after the last round. He slides out mid. And now this time, just already up through connector, through the marketplace. Dude, Apex has this one read like a book, like some kind of tapeworm. Apex has just burrowed into Kerrigan's brain.
Stop that.
He's slurping on the gray matter.
No, why are you saying that?
Eating FaZe for breakfast.
That's disgusting. Whatever it takes to win, though.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
I'm with you.
But he's hitting a flow state. You know, I think it's evident. Look at that. Those hand gestures, that is a man in flow state.
Don't pretend like he's not always like this.
And I said, oh, now I have to think. Yes. You ever seen synapses fire that fast?
No, not that loudly. You got too excited about that. What's wrong with my brain right now?
He's burrowed in it too, man. It's contagious, dude. So here we have it. FaZe on the double op setup. So a little bit of an adjustment on the CT side as Vitality rack up the early T round wins.
I can't believe Hugo said publicly that that Vitality were not qualified to the major. Yeah. Unbelievable of him to say that.
Why would he, right? Why would he share that with the public? Put himself out there by choice.
make sure to tweet at Hugo and let him know how ridiculous that sounds.
He's going to hate you. But he won't say that publicly either.
Yeah. Oh, a little elbow? No, he can't see it. He can't see it. He can feel it, but he can't see it.
Sense it.
I think Rain will win.
Okay.
Who do you think will win?
Rain. Dink's there.
That's a win, I think.
Yeah, he's happy with that. Twists from Ticket. One of the 2 ops in play. Masuda has gotten ahead of the connector smoke, so he thought maybe he'd be able to best Rain. Not the case. 2 frags for Rain as the USP peek comes through from Twist. Dupree with a little bit of a wild spray. Clocks out, runs back, escapes for the time being.
Do they have extra health?
Yeah, they're like those heavy phoenixes from the CSGO missions.
They're like 50 cent right now, just full of ammo.
I'm good, bro. 17 HP. This is a tough one for Vitality. Double op, worth it.
Another question. Who will end with more kills, ZywOo or Dupree?
I'm going to say Dupree, just because ZywOo has actually been on the receiving end of majority of the opening kills of FaZe.
I'm going to say annoyingly ZywOo, just because even if it feels like Dupree's playing better overall throughout the games, I would just somehow get more kills at the end.
All right.
No basis for it.
Contractual obligation.
Yeah, right, exactly.
This one slips. I just think it's really cool, and this is, no bias. I think it's really cool that a guy like Dupree jumps into the Vitality ship. It takes a certain type of person. I mean, everybody wants to have a teammate like ZywOo, but to see ZywOo as a challenge and as a tool, right? This is like elevating Dupree all of a sudden to try and go head-to-head with ZywOo. This is a cool storyline in general. After all the woes of Astralis.
How blessed would it be, though? You leave a team with Device, you get on a team with ZywOo?
Yeah.
Chill.
Playing CS on easy mode. FaZe currently making it a little bit harder. Again, 2 ops once more. Twists re-equipped. And also repositioned. He is now all the way to the B site. That's going to put Brokey inside of Connector. So no op towards Ticket this time around. They'll play that close tuck. Robs, Rain spotted, dealt with swiftly. But do they check this corner? Oh, Robs, he's going to go out. Swings for it. ZywOo's locked in. 2 kills for Robs. Make it a third. Everything is his inside this A site, and he's trying to find a way to get more. Nearly the ace. Masuda would need an answer, but there's nothing. Robs locked that in, plays it. So cool.
What the hell? Dude, what the hell was that? No one's ever got a 3K from Firebox. Now everybody in your next matchmaking game is going to try this. It's not going to work.
This
setup
sucked.
This setup sucked.
Okay.
They had Rain by himself. No one smoked under balcony for him. He pulled out his HE, ate 2 flashes. They don't have a crossfire. They're literally on the same exact angle. Ooh. And then Robs gets 4 kills.
Yeah, but from 0 to 0, because he just got caught by this charge from Dupree inside of the Molotov. Magisk. He is nothing but a charred crisp. Like a piece of bacon that you forgot on 400. But he brings somebody down with him. And now this round is alive and kicking. Apex tucks into the connector. Bomb decides to double back through T-spawn. And FaZe, they don't want to understack this A site yet. They still feel as if something's underway.
Oh, there's an opportunity here for Masuda. They don't know about him. And the only reason they come back is because he got up here. And he'll walk through a smoke right now. Oh, the timings.
Double ops. Still up. Brokey's going to be canceled out. Apex is right ahead of it. ZywOo just 2-bullet taps into Twists. Kerrigan also dealt with, still takes one with him. It's time for the Brokey clutch. Apex plants default. Wallbang's gonna miss. Frag grenade will hit the mark, and that's substantial damage right with the wallbang. It's perfect. And ZywOo versus Brokey. AK in the hands of ZywOo. Headshot yet again. As we said, The X Factor.
The X Factor. What a shot, man. That's Brokey figured out where he was in that 1v1 and stayed alive. As soon as ZywOo shot, you would be nervous. Had to be a first bullet headshot. You know Brokey wasn't missing that one. Nasty kill. Honestly, the 3v3, though, really good from Vitality overall. That top con controls. Actually, Apex there, that's why it actually made more sense that the rotation came back towards him into the A ramp. And they did a good job of drawing an aggro both directions from both connector and A ramp, and making that very annoying to deal with as they entered onto the site. Another key kill in a key round from Zygoat. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah. What?
Yeah, these little 2-bullet bursts.
To be honest, man, sometimes I feel like he has more impact with a rifle than he does with the AWP. I'm just going to mute. I'm sorry.
That's fine. The race to the top of the scoreboard still very much on for Vitality. ZywOo closes that gap with a tremendously impactful clutch. Bank accounts bottomed out for this buy. FaZe, if they give up a 15th here and now, they could be in trouble, but Brokey, he senses no stress.
Yeah, that was a must hit.
Robs is about to find bomb. Look at this, the golden gift. Robs has caught the snitch.
Jeez.
And he's going to give all the information to FaZe. They're going to double back. Masuda not ready. Clean execution. A fast jump from ZywOo, though. Very reactionary. And now he's just scoped in on the angle, but he turned. And as he goes back, he's losing teammates. Apex shut down. Magic's going to try to lightning strike.
If ZywOo somehow gets this kill. Oh, wait, 2-on-3 now with the bomb. Recoverable. CT's coming, but slowly, and Kerrigan's going to be terrified of this. You know, it might get cleared. ZywOo dodges 2 targets like he's in the Matrix and waiting for Kerrigan to come through on the re-aggression. Talk about flow state. This looks like there's more than one from Vitality in that mode right now. And Magic is, meanwhile, camping this position on the side of Default, and they are just hoping. I don't actually know what they're hoping for, but...
Default's theirs.
Yeah, like, they have to know that A site is the site that'll be hit. Kerrigan's literally pushed at the end of halls. He's just not trying to overplay the situation. And they cut off half the site with this AWP. Powerful angle, so at least the retake will be manageable. But ZywOo's come back to kill Kerrigan.
Yeah, ZywOo versus Kerrigan, up close.
Oh my god, no way they're going to win this round.
Oh, it's not over yet, but ZywOo not going to go down without a fight. He will lose Magisk, so it's on him. 2 frags already in this. Here's the footsteps, and Twists keeps it clean.
Nice utility usage. They got Magisk out of his position.
On top of, like you said, right, that great angle cutting off of the bomb site. They just had so few options. Information was very clearly in the hands of FaZe, and even with Kerrigan dying, now you know ZywOo towards ramp. There's no Palace lock-in. And Magisk never did anything other than plant the bomb because he got zoned by all those nades.
Now the only question is, would ZywOo have won with a rifle?
Ooh. You know, sometimes ZywOo looks better with a rifle than he does the op.
You need to mute, man. I can't believe you said that.
Here we have Vitality, the solo AK. ZywOo's on one. Why not? Give the man a gun. See what happens. He challenges fast and will be shut down instantly by Brokey.
Worth a shot. That is the exact thing he was looking for.
Yep.
So, if Brokey missed, he was dead meat. Is meat always dead?
I think so. I think so.
Then it's just redundant, isn't it, to say dead meat?
Kind of. Maybe the expression, it should be spoiled meat, and then we'd all really get the point. Is meat dead? Is meat ever alive? No?
That would be the same answer, right?
Yes. This AK just exchanging hands, but no success rate here at all. Vitality 0-2 in terms of getting that AK kicking.
Twist just be open.
Kerrigan's MP9 could finish off Masuda pretty swiftly. That'd be the 3rd time that AK hits the dirt. By the time the 5th guy picks it up, it's going to jam. Full of mud and whatnot. Pickups, nice and easy. Drops, joins Kerrigan in the connector pinch, and we have FaZe clawing this back, surely enough. Round after round, 14-12. Vitality still lead. But that lead is getting smaller.
This could be one of the best maps of the day, so I wanted to go to overtime. And
okay.
We're almost there.
Almost. Yeah. You know, sometimes you don't want too much of a good thing. We've also got other interesting games.
That's true. Just one overtime.
All right.
Okay.
Window util. Ooh, hold on. Another fast face. This time, Brokey's a little bit slower. Throws the smoke up. Yeah, senses danger.
They got so many fast rotations towards B. Look at this mini-map.
Nade? Nice.
Super solid.
Very good.
Oh, this will be a tough round for Vitality. I think they're a little nervous now, too. You might see them actually cancel in a position like this. They're spotting for pushes, but they don't know completely about A right now. Some nades will be exchanged. I think Apex is going to try to make this a little bit more convincing if possible. And also, yeah, come back to search out A just to make sure. Re-smoking window.
Adding
That's
layers.
my smoke. I thought him that.
I'm sure you did.
Let's see what the reaction is here from the CT side with this window smoke coming in. Oh, I see they use it to get Magisk out of underpass. And the round grows even more complicated, just slightly. But you can see, as soon as they felt like it was going to be, that the nades are going to be too ready on the B site, they went back to try to win back control in the round on other parts of the map without sacrificing anybody. But the whole time, it's about doing this exact same thing.
What they wanted from the get-go. Brokey drops Dupree. One of the two players hit by Brokey's very nade. And the challenge towards Arch. Oh, that's two Cat players dead. Now Brokey needs to deliver. He's already gotten two. Oh, that's so fast. Magisk just gets deleted by Brokey, who's pressed up close. Oh, Jesus. The no-scope to boot. And Brokey may have a slow start, but that is an impactful round.
Yeah. Wow. Man, there was so many CTs there on the B side. It ends up basically just being Brokey to do everything. Entries almost worked out. Just before the flash 2 on that window peak.
This guy's ice cold. That's the most animated I've ever seen him.
Ever.
And just like that, FaZe staring a 14th round in the face. If that's the case, we go the distance. Jump spots from Rops. A couple Magisk misses.
Just trying to let him out.
Rain, it's an open invitation.
You know, can't write off even Deagles. I mean, all of these guys are like some of the best Deagle players, pound for pound, in pro right now.
Twist having a good op day.
Yeah.
Solid frag so far. ZywOo 1v5 with just the Deagle. ZywOo, let's wrap it up. Let's get to round 29.
We'll see. Matthew Herbert.
Mathieu Hébert. And Robin Cool ends him. So, 14-all, let's go. Mohan ordered an overtime, folks.
Yes. I won an overtime with a ZywOo top frag and a FaZe win. What do you think?
I mean, you're kind of getting what you want. What Launders wants, Launders gets. Third time, Vitality go for the tack pause.
Brokey's like awake, but he still has crust in his eyes.
Okay, yeah. I feel that's his perpetual state, dude.
Yeah.
That's the best version of Brokey there is.
Right, yes. That's true.
You want him awake, but also in his comfort zone.
Like he's negative and getting highlights every round. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Check out that scoreboard, folks. From round 22 to round 28, almost entirely that of FaZe. This T-side getting stamped out. 2 rounds left to play in regulation. Guns back up in the hands of Vitality. Double op setup. Ever since we've seen that double op setup, FaZe have controlled the CT side. And they're going to go for the B face again.
Yeah, they're going at the pace they wanted to originally now. Exec coming through, but the pre-nades are really solid. Kerrigan gets tagged. Brokey up to bat once again, but he misses his first shot. Kerrigan gets one. That helps Brokey out. Now he doesn't have to worry about his right for a second.
Definitely. Lets him recover from that first missed shot, but he is still under a world of pressure, and the rotators are being tagged up as Twists falls to 40. Brokey just pressing himself against the bricks, and as he does so, here comes Masuda. A 2K for him, and he's into the clutch. He's got the bomb, and he knows that Twist's op is back in market, so the question remains around Rops. Masuda wastes no time. Bomb in while the smoke is up, gun back out. Now that magazine only has 11 bullets, so he's going to have to keep this clean, or a reload in the middle of the clutch could cost him everything. And when I say everything, I mean Masuda is on for the ace. And as he does more damage, he just can't take it. The Twist's pistol is there, and FaZe find 15.
Man, how close that was. You can see by how emphatic Brokey is in this situation that the player in the window was the one rifling. It was Rops, and he got down to like 3 HP. Twist had an op with 41 health. Masuda would have won that round probably with that first kill. Almost locked up match point right there. That's tough that it comes down to him, but you have to give so much credit to FaZe as a unit right there, because Brokey, first of all, he trusted his teammates. The worst thing he can do in that spot is peek either right or left side of that pillar, because he took first contact and they know where he is. They're just trying to make sure he can't peek again. But the longer that Brokey doesn't peek, the more support comes in behind him. Twist picks up the market corridor and ops towards Van, and then his teammate Kerrigan jumps out the window with him to help him peek the right side so they can deal with the window and deal with anybody who might be planning the bomb. And FaZe win that round off of good counter utility, that opening kill, and some great support for Brokey after he missed his first shot. That's a situation where everybody wants to do something, but actually the best option is to hold and not show yourself at all. Kind of hiding in plain sight there was Brokey. Now we go into round 30. Still anyone's game. Lots of money here for Vitality. I don't think it'll be a problem. They don't have an op in this situation. And just like we've seen with a couple of set strats in T-side in these past couple rounds, they are going to lean into one once again, but this is getting countered. Heavy A lean with upper B push to complement it. Just what Vitality did to them in the first half.
The challenge is quick though. Masuda insta headshot. Here's Twists from the triple. And as he sees that second, he just snaps it down to Masuda. That is beautiful from Twists. And the ops have been the pain point for Vitality across the later portion of this CT side. A very quick Palace flank coming through from Rops. A fallback from Apex as him and Dupree are tasked with a massive clutch. Overtime on the line. A solid first challenge here versus the world's #1. But they're going to have to hang on despite man disadvantage. Apex seems to know. Rops, great damage. It's now 30 health combined. The frag is perfect, and Brokey's pistol ends it. FaZe will give Vitality hope, only to rip it away.
Damn, that's the right call. And it's Rops at the top of the scoreboard with his 24 kills, his insane CT side. Overall, and a hectic win. That got really crazy towards the end. That game was not perfect, I will say. That was a game that was really riddled with mistakes, but it also highlighted so many individual players. That was also just so fun to watch for that reason. Crazy antics. Again, like Brokey, negative, but getting op highlights. Rops with that 4K from Firebox. ZywOo with his 3 kind of critical rounds back-to-back on the T side, entering with a rifle. Everyone just kind of came alive.
Super slow start for Brokey as well. Props for that. Being able to turn it around. I mean, his impact on T side was near non-existent. Swapping over and just locking it in. And there was this consistency from Vitality, dude. They really wanted that B hit.
Yeah.
And every time they wanted it, well, Brokey showed them who's boss. Locks it in. Highlights in abundance across this map. I would say that, coming into it, it was fair to say there were questions around Vitality and their form. This is a good showing.
Yeah.
This is nice to see that they could take a challenge to FaZe on Mirage, something that caught at least me off guard.
Yeah, it's still a loss though.
Yes.
And they've lost pretty much everything recently, so that's at least it's promising. But every single match in this stage of the RMR is going to matter. I want to say that, and that's actually a real negative for Vitality. They almost took down the hardest team here, but they didn't win. And they have lost 2 worse teams recently. So, just because they played this well doesn't even mean they'll keep it up versus a team that's much lower. So they were feeling it today. Not getting the win might be hard to come back from, but they have to have that composure. As you mentioned earlier, it's the absolute bare minimum that they qualify for this major. But at least we see that FaZe can bleed, even though they were able to pull it out in the end.
Yeah, showing us a little bit of stability and a bit of a resurgence. Twists nearly taking the crown from Rops in terms of top frags on the side of FaZe, but 24, 23 kills between the two. Solid stuff. I feel like Twist was actually, you know, I'm looking at like solid MVP, dude. Those ticket holds, the triple hold as well in the final round. Like, Twist had those moments. We were looking at Brokey because we're getting those highlights out of nowhere after kind of having lowered expectations, but Twist from start to finish, T side, CT side, stellar showing. Yeah. And remember as well, even Vitality, they had advantage in opening kills, and we have FaZe just getting the better edge of that. So 4v5 conversions also looking good for the FaZe clan. That will be them going to the 2-0 section. And we have, of course, Fnatic versus brain fart.
Big, I think. Or no.
Heroic.
Heroic. Oh, Heroic.
Oh, man.
That's going to be nuts.
Well, we've got some content lined up for you guys. So luckily, the content team remembered who exactly is playing.
Welcome to the PGL EU RMR. I am Maui Snake, joined by Pepe Zora, Pep Zor, Mr. Pepe himself. New addition to the Fnatic roster. Actually, still on Fnatic Rising, technically, or yeah.
Yeah, I'm standing for now.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Still technically a stand-in, but a valued addition to the roster for sure. Just really quick, actually, how have things been going with the team?
It's been going great, actually. Like, for me, I've learned so much, like, just being here. Yeah, like, I'm just, like, taking in as much, like, experience as I can. And it's been really fun, yeah.
All right, so what we're going to be doing, Pepzor, is we're going to be doing a 60-second rapid-fire question series. Let's see how many you can get. It's not about how many you get, just about having some fun, getting some good answers in. So I will start the timer myself. 1 second here, getting that ready. And you ready? All right, let's do this. Okay, Instagram or Twitter?
Twitter.
Who is your favorite pro not on your team?
I would say probably like Nico.
What's your favorite program to watch demos on?
Rewind.
How long is your warm-up routine?
Probably like 20 minutes.
What's your favorite weapon?
AK.
What's your favorite map?
Ooh. Overpass.
Do you ever sing in the shower?
No.
Do you watch anime?
No.
Okay, all right, that's fine. What's your favorite movie?
Ooh, Focus, I think. It's by Will Smith.
Oh, Will Smith. Okay. All right, that's a hot topic right now. What do you like to buy on half-buy rounds?
DL Kevlar.
Nice. Okay. What's your favorite type of food?
Probably some steak and some potatoes. That's fine.
Not bad. What would you say your spirit animal is? We'll answer this one.
I don't know, Scorpion, maybe?
Oh, Scorpion. That's a pretty cool one. All right. That's good. That's it, though. That's 60 seconds reached. Thank you, Pepzor, for contributing. Great answers.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate your presence. Good luck to Fnatic and you guys. And that has been another round of rapid-fire questions with Fnatic's Pepzor. Thanks for joining us here at the PGL RMR.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Heroic versus Fnatic. That is where we find ourselves now. We got a lot of best of one action coming at you guys today for the Europe's RMR. And this one I think, I don't know, man. I've got like a little expectation that maybe Heroic just give us this straight up 2-0 dominant performance. Obviously, Fnatic has some moving parts. And, you know, we had that nice interview with Pepsor. Good to know his spirit animal is indeed a scorpion.
That was cool.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Scorpion's underrated.
They go yeah. Who?
We're finally the
no
same
one's talking
size,
about
dude.
scorpions enough.
No.
Yeah. What's your spirit animal?
Probably like a turtle.
Yeah. What's mine? Do you think? You know.
You're like an otter.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, you're like
I love an otter.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to be a ferret. It's kind of like an otter because we're sort of similar, but otters are definitely just more alpha.
The thing is, the otters kind of like ferrets, but then I get like I also have reign over the sea.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And ferrets just have to dig through dirt.
I think otters can open coconuts.
All sorts of nuts. Who knows?
Yeah.
But the spirit animals of these players, well, we're gonna find out, man, because this is an interesting clash, right? And it'll be interesting to see what map we land on. Just to speed you guys up, we had a Heroic victory over top of Force, and then we had a Fnatic victory over top of Gamer Legion.
Yes.
Both were, I would say, not total blowouts, but pretty one-sided. Nice to see that, you know, these are the teams that are definitely keeping themselves elevated. If you guys didn't join us for the Americas RMR, then I feel like somewhere, you know, we definitely had some back and forths and some little mini upsets, but so far today there hasn't been any of that.
Yes.
None at all.
I think the seeding kind of worked out so that the matches did make sense in terms of who should win and who did.
God, a region with stability.
What's
who could
that
have
like?
Imagined?
It was Nuke that Fnatic won on, which I wonder if this series could come to Nuke again.
Sure.
That would be really cool. It'd obviously be very strong for Heroic. But Poison, who has actually been quite inconsistent on Fnatic, had a very, very strong first map of the day. I think he had a 1.99 rating.
1.99.
Yeah, 1.99.
So close to 2. We could round it up.
You could, definitely. I'd give him the 2. That's big.
We should have some intro videos, though, okay? Because we got these guys looking sharp and clean and crisp. So let's check out Heroic. What a character, man. Comedian. Getting pumped up by men like Refresh. And yeah, here they are. Heroic. Love them, hate them. You got to respect them. They play some pretty damn good CS.
Why do you hate Heroic?
I don't. I'm saying it is an
What's your
option.
top 3 reasons?
It is an option. Okay? I love Heroic. Mainly, I love a guy like Shush, dude. Low-key guy.
Yeah.
Not in your face whatsoever, but then when you jump in a server, honestly, low-key, my favorite player on this team.
He's really good. He definitely shows him in moments. Heroic as a roster might be one of the scariest teams at this stage of the event. You know, like the only questions about Heroic is when we get to the playoffs.
Okay.
Okay, that's when they do not play to their own level. That's when everyone starts to fall off. Everyone except for Stown.
Yeah.
That's when that problem has still occurred, and that's the main storyline with Heroic, is just beating their land demons. Now, like back in 2017, Astralis made that key move to get Glaive onto the roster, and that's when they won their first major. Before that, they were the team that made semifinals at every single event, even though they came in almost as favorites. They were that good. But something didn't line up. When they got in front of a crowd, they choked. That was the Astralis thing. Then they made that one move, and everything changed. Now, I don't know. Heroic were one of 2 teams between them and players who didn't change a player since the beginning of 2021. And it's been really cool that they've stuck together throughout everything. But that means that they have to conquer this problem, this land problem, together as well if they're going to stick with this lineup, which means that Stown needs some help.
Stown needs help. Well, I don't know about help, but I do know about challengers. On the other end of this matchup, we've got Fnatic. we've got UKCS with a couple Swedes and now a Bulgarian thrown into this mix. Fnatic, a team and roster that's been in transition with still some question marks on the permanence of certain individuals, but have also showed us promise, man. We go back to IEM Katowice when they were playing with Smuja. They nearly pulled off some big performances to get into playoffs. They fell a little short. And now here, with a different team, they'll be looking to still punch upwards because there's no doubt that Heroic stand above them.
What do Swedes, Brits, and Bulgarians have in common?
What?
Kebab.
Sure, yeah.
That's about it, though. I don't know what
else.
After
that, I mean, I don't know. I don't know Bulgarians very, very well. They're kind of they're shadowy figures, dude.
Yeah.
Mysterious guys.
We haven't been there.
Exactly.
So, but I'm almost positive they have kebab.
Probably, and it's always good. We ban all the way down to Mirage. You can reveal the last map. Okay?
We did the math.
I crunched the numbers.
So, yeah, actually, Fnatic had the choice to bring in Nuke once again. And I thought it would be really cool to have Nuke, but at the same time, it would also be, maybe a mistake by Fnatic to try to take it to Nuke. So
yeah.
That's the tough part. You want to play a good map for yourself, but you also try to play a good map for yourself that's not also great for your opponents. Really strong odds in the favor of Heroic, and once again, I mean, until we get to like top 8, which is what Heroic are gunning for, like they did the last major, I don't have any questions about Heroic.
Nope.
I think they're going to be insanely good.
Agreed.
I don't think they have a problem starting out hot. I don't think they have a problem on like land not in front of a crowd, even though Pro League wasn't the best performance for them. They definitely still fall off a little bit, but. Yeah, at this point, versus a team like Fnatic, you got to think. Heroic favored by a huge margin. Refresh coming through to top mid. There's one behind him. The flashes are late, and Refresh doesn't get his kill. He also lets them get up connector, and they are not going to waste any time.
I feel like at this 1-0 stage, we're going to be I feel like we could get Mirage a lot. We're still feeling out the form of everybody on a day like today. Screw the tactics. Let's shoot guns. And Fnatic, shoot them hot. Carve their way into the A site, find their bomb plant in a comfortable 5 versus 2. Sure, Stown may get something rolling, but it should also come to an abrupt halt.
Yes, this will be very difficult. I don't think they don't even have a kit to pull this off. There might be one on the site somewhere. I'm not exactly sure.
If I have to highlight an X factor in this game before it really gets underway,
Mezzi.
I do want to say that I think Poison on an individual level loves a little bit of Mirage. When he took that extended break, when he was rostered on Complexity, and then returned, there was some highlights that I have still would say, like, some of his career best off of Staircase, A-Site, CT side. And Poison is one of those people who I think, even if you start slowly, it'll just be like this spontaneous burst onto the scoreboard. Like, he has real explosiveness. I want to say kind of comparable to Brokey in the sense that his time between op shots is so minimal.
Yeah.
Like, he keeps that rifle on cycle and just shreds.
Yeah. Like him and Searson 2020 were the next guys, behind Simple, ZywOo, and Shiro, who were like, okay, they might be able to break into that level of consistency, but they ended up being a lot more inconsistent. But that doesn't mean that they don't look like they're born to do it. They have the skill set. They're super quick. And, I don't know, Poison's not much of a social media guy. Which probably means he's living a happy life. But I was wondering what happened to him. Like hopefully he's staying in contact with some teams looking for opportunities.
Yeah.
And it's great to see that he did find one.
Ooh, well-timed flash. Shush still able to get around the corner. Pepsor are going to try to hunt him down. And Pepsor, another prime example of this, academy team turned main roster. Let's call it a challenge. Let's call it a test. Not everybody was MOUZ Sports in terms of academy teams and just had these like clear stars primed and ready. MOUZ Sports in terms of the actual academy league from We Play were just steps and, leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. But it is cool to still see individuals get shots. And we'll watch with bated breath. Molly for Stown. Burns him out of his position. Well-protected bomb plant. All's good. We'll get this eventual flank from Tesses. And Pepsor able to hang on. Stown's USP, that's it. With the flash, they fall back. They'll concede this second. And Alex is going to look to deny them any kind of a save. It goes well for him. He survives. And Fnatic 2-0 start.
So who will win the map?
Heroic.
And what will be the score?
16-something.
Yes. Okay.
How do you feel?
I feel the same. I feel the same. I
All
think yes. I'll slam Heroic theoretically.
Okay.
Yes. Mentally.
Also, they get style points because those were probably the best team intros I've seen yet.
That was good.
There's been a lack of props, and I think that
props.
using a water bottle, that's big.
Yeah, because everyone was resorting to finger guns.
Yes.
Because there were no props.
And I know, okay, bless the PGL content guys, but when a player brings no ideas to their intro, you just got to tell them finger guns, flexes, and logo taps.
Arm cross and look up.
Yeah. If you are an upcoming CSGO player, start thinking about your signature poses.
Hack props.
Nice little cat stack. 4 guys ready to burst forward, maybe deal with Mezzy. Crims gets 1, and the Galil, well, it's got 35 bullets, so it's also got 3 kills. Alex with a frag and an assist for Fnatic's 3-0 start.
And how come you didn't talk about Mezzy?
Because Mezzy can speak for himself.
In how are you jealous of his stash?
I think they're comparable.
Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, it's fine to have that opinion.
Mustachioed men. We don't discuss.
Mustache doesn't rhyme with pistachio. I don't know why you said that.
All right. Hey, you wouldn't understand.
Oh, it's supposed to be a quickie.
Well, it's fast.
Yeah,
he's dead.
They're not gonna do it though. They split up really quickly, and Stown. Okay, well, Stown could get caught. There's an underpass lurk. Oh, they're not gonna push it because Alex thinks there's someone in connector watching him to cover Stown. There wasn't though. It was just Stown on his own. They smoke market window off of it. There's a few things going on at once here, but at least Fnatic are making some progress. And Stown's just killing everybody.
Yeah, he's having a field day so far. Give the guy a gun. Pepsor's done a really good job of sneaking out here, but he's also lost his entire team in its entirety. Shut out by Heroic. That is a very comfortable start to the CT side once they have their weapons.
Yeah, yeah. No real way to molly connector without showing yourself at least somewhat there. So the one that I think it was Alex who tried to throw that. Somebody at the top of mid. Stown just said, "Okay, let's try to deny that." Actually shocked he walked down mid by himself. No cover in connector, no one in, on cat even. And still just killed everyone.
Fast peek from Poison. Sees nothing.
Worth a shot. Down not on a spawn quick enough to do the exact same thing as last round. This time Cadian's off cat.
Ouch. Mezzy dunked on by that frag grenade, so that's 2 players now for Fnatic walking wounded.
You know, Heroic don't respond well to map control. And I mean that in a positive way, in the sense that they see it being taken, they usually don't just sit around. And I think they've spotted inside of B apps. They're going to start rotating over, go for some sort of gamble. And Mezzy, oh my god, will he get caught? Yeah, he will.
Stown finds him, turns into connector. There's a second player in Alex, and that one just looks way too easy. Stown, comfortable as can be, will die to Crims, who we also haven't actually had a chance to talk about just yet.
You ever seen a bald egg fly?
Personally, no.
Not watching enough Fnatic.
We don't often get to cast them, you and I.
It's true.
It's a real treat.
Yeah. Because Crims is just nuts.
Poison hearing that drop, knows there's a player close, but he's still nervous about stairs, and he should be. Crims here to support. Ticket player. Whizzing a couple shots over top. There's refresh to deny Crims, as Poison will connect the op shot. He's just been canceled out at this point. 10 seconds left over. He's just going to look to hold on to that AWP, and he will be chased. Refresh is coming for the gun.
Oof.
And that's feeling quick.
Yeah, super
Refresh,
quick.
round MVP.
Yes, they do it. 2 rounds in a row. Those were not super convincing from Fnatic. Really early deaths in the default. Just trying to establish on mid control. And all the Heroic players winning their duels. Stown with another solid one, rifling off connector while Cadian, I was calling him Canadian. Cadian ops off Cat.
I see Deagles, I see Tech9, I see a P250 Flash. That's what Fnatic will be working with.
Worth a shot. Say some nice words about PepZor.
Nice words about PepZor?
Yes, our Academy little bro.
Yeah, I mean, somebody who within the Academy League definitely was shining on Fnatic Academy. Don't know if I would have labeled him as ready for the come-up. Feel like he's filling shoes, and that is a challenge and a half to really take on. Sometimes you want to be ready when the challenge comes, but you don't get to decide when the call to action is offered to you.
Yeah.
So what I will say nice about him is that for somebody who's young and inexperienced, he's been stepping up.
I agree. I think he's been doing some good stuff. Yeah, he's not the same level as some of the other Academy players that have been more blockbuster moves for their teams that have picked them up.
Yep.
But he's stepped up to the challenge, basically, to come onto the main roster. And Alex does find this jackknife kill inside a middle.
There's a little life on this one.
They spot another in CT, and the rotations are going over towards A. Alex, oh, he'll get spotted jumping across the window.
They're going to try to charge this forward. There's still definitely time for a plant, especially if they do it for Connector and Cat. Krim's Molotov won't spread to him, so the bomb plant's still very safe. Alex is prepared for that Cat peek, but Refresh comes out on top of the fight, and now all of a sudden the T set scrambling. One runs back towards ramp. Krim's offers up a Deagle kill, but that is all she wrote for Fnatic. A bomb plant's not half bad. 3 kills is okay, but it is a tie game. 3-all.
Damn, I think any of those 3 kills would have been made it impossible to pull that retake off. But they couldn't do it. F1 peek from Refresh off Cat. Takes down Alex. And
did he have DRS enabled?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, well, you brought up F1.
Did I? Oh, I said F1 peek. Yeah, true. I mean, F1 peek. Do they say that in F1?
I don't think so. Let's make it happen. Doesn't feel to me like Fnatic have had to really fight for middle at all. You know, sometimes we got Stound peeking in Connector maybe, but this time it's
they
open.
They definitely have lost middle. Cadian walked to the top of mid. Down did the last round. They kind of just lost it fast. Maybe that's, yeah. They kind of just got owned in it.
It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah, no, it totally is.
Oh, that one's going to sting. Poor Alex. Thought he was safer than he really was. Quick B play from Heroic. Gives them all the information in the world. They've got 2 guys towards Ticket. Molotov, blinding flashbangs. That utility timing, that setup, the numbers event, just mwah, 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 mwah.
Yeah.
Beautiful A setup from Heroic. And it's just the timing. Sometimes it's just so comfortable. It's like we do what we want when we want to. And look, it works.
No, the flashes, like you're saying, it was like a fireworks display right there. Crisscrossing over each other, popping in all the right places.
Now you're flexing, Tessus.
Poison's just dead.
Oh, double
Everyone's
ops.
just dead.
All good for Heroic.
4 in a row, right?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
I had to open the web page.
Saved it.
Alex just delivers himself like a coconut falling out of a tree.
Those kill people sometimes.
That's true, yeah. We had this conversation the other day with somebody who's not from Canada, where it's like every year icicles fall off buildings and kill human beings in Canada. And that's just like the Arctic version of coconuts out of trees. Yeah. It's the human experience. Damn you, Gravity. Gravity brings the smokes onto the stairs and the jungle cross. Fnatic get across. Heroic will send him a message. Peel 2 players off of the post. And we've got pistols up. Alex, he's got Kevlar and a helmet, so he's going to take the challenge to the top of the stairs. And with the Tech-9, he tells them where he's at. They'll kill Mezzi in return, making Alex's position all the more important. Fnatic aren't just looking for a bomb plant here. They wanna put a dent in Heroic. Hit him with the pain train, but Tesses instead runs in both kills with the defuse, and that is Heroic 5 in a row.
5 in a row. No deaths for Heroic. Lots of money here.
Damn.
And the 2 ops continue forward.
Meanwhile, top right corner, Stream B, we've got double overtime.
Double overtime?
Do I sound like that?
No, no, no.
Okay.
I was just being like a weird echo.
Hello?
Hello.
Not quite. Quick tack pause for Fnatic. You lose 5 rounds in a row, you take a tack pause. That should be the rule of thumb.
Say again?
If you lose 5 rounds in a row, you should take a tack pause.
Oh, yes. That would be a nice measure. Because then, I mean, you'd use all 3, especially if you got 50 node.
Yep. Honestly, it's mathematics.
Save 1 for OT.
Yeah. Cadian's down double op.
Not many openings here. Still waiting to see if Fnatic can just
handle this,
not die in the default, because right now they're getting beaten up.
Hot stuff from Stown. Puts it out, scopes it up, and holds for the top mid play. But
they're going to hear, I mean, they see that instant disrespect of the smoke inside a connector. Stown's just been very annoying about this. And Cadian gets opt, but only maybe through the wall, looks like. Maybe in the leg. Oof, that would have been a nice opening. And look at, again, like,
it's just no
Heroic
respect.
just do not respond friendly to map control. Yeah, can't. Setting up the window smoke, they know that the instant re-aggression on mid is being taken now, and that's just a 1-2 punch with Stown getting that communication on the walkie-talkie seconds later.
God, it's just so heartbreaking to play against a team like this if you're Fnatic.
Yeah.
You've got to control everything at all times, or else suddenly there are CTs pushing into all the nooks and crannies.
FaZe.
He's got Stown behind the smoke after he does topple 2. A little bit of life here, 45 seconds. You know, this would be one of those miraculous rins, and Stown just shoulder peek, ices it out. Who do you put in that clumping of teams that will disrespect map control like Heroic?
Furia, FaZe, Imperial.
Okay.
Any Fallen teams, honestly.
Sure.
Okay, they do a good job of that. That's pretty much where
that's an interesting
where it
answer.
all came from, honestly. It was Fallen's teams.
Okay. So a select
like
few.
who will take it back right away?
Yeah.
Yeah, not that many.
It's a select few, right?
Yes.
Very, it's unique. And we had this conversation as well whenever we're casting Furia, where it's like, even if you know it's coming, that doesn't mean you can stop it.
Yes.
You know, there's this whole idea of like, oh, you know, fake strats, fake this,
Hugo,
fake that.
Hugo brought that up on the desk, right?
Yes.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turns out the guy's got good points.
Yes.
But he also doesn't think Vitality will qualify for the major.
Never respected him until he stood on that apple box.
Double ops continuing to show their value here on the CT side for Heroic. We've got the apartments
Oh my
engulfed
God.
in flames.
They're getting actually body bagged right now.
Oh, left, right, left, right. Now the uppercut down the middle.
Dude, the scary. I mean, Stown has just been all of middle, all alone by
He's
himself.
14-4.
They aren't even doing 3 mid ever. He's just literally running up mid with an op.
And unlike this FaZe Vitality matchup that we just had, where, you know, in this group, I believe there are 4 legend spots up for grabs. Unlike the Americas RMR, where we had 1, EU.
Yeah.
Turns out they kind of deserve more. 4 legend spots. You put Heroic in that category without even thinking twice.
Sure.
You know, and Fnatic, hey, I wouldn't be shocked to see them at the major at all. But are they a top dog contender? I wouldn't have expected so, and now we're seeing why they're not.
Wait, oh my God, that last flick was nuts. Wow. When he just came out of the thing, he was aiming at the ground.
And just,
yeah.
Like that?
Wow.
That one's through smoke?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Alex is gonna try to run away.
Oh, he's just gonna walk back. They didn't peek him, so.
There we go. Tucks right back in.
It's kind of nice. They won't. Maybe they won't expect him. Uh-oh. I don't know if he showed it all. I don't. Oh, okay. Now
he's found it. Can't hang on. Now this time it's not Stown on the kill feed. It is the rifles that start to shine and glow. Crims will chime in. Deagle runs top mid. That draws out the offer. Support. And it's just the pistol kill needed here from Stown. That is Heroic racking up CT victories, 8-3. Nothing since the 3-0 start for Fnatic.
A long time ago, Stown said he just like loved playing with Cadian specifically because he loves the. They're both kind of crazy with the aggressive game plans and stuff, and they're both like kind of hybrids. You know, both good with rifles and ops. So I think that's the key kind of combo on this roster. But yeah, just kind of enabling each other. This is a tough one, especially from an IGL, because there's not really a bad strat right now, but they need to be able to refrag a player like Stown, especially if he's by himself in a number of these spots.
8-3 at the current moment for opening kills. Heroic over Fnatic.
Yeah.
Happens to be the round count as well.
They need to be able to, like, literally, it's at the point where they just need to say, we need to be able to win connector once. The fact that, I mean, he's not, no one's even smoking for him and stuff. Like, when he gets molly, he's just dealing with it himself. And I'll find a new way to start out. Are they going to come through? No, okay. Oh, man.
I wouldn't peek that if I was you. As he puts out the fire. Frag goes deep.
Oh, he's low.
Chunky nade damage on that one. Mezzi, 19 health. Still just stranded behind those boxes. His teammates are going to come try and help him from underground.
This draws attention away from Cadian. You know, he just ran out of the window.
He clambers down the ladder silently. Keeps eyes primed top mid. Fnatic going to start to just leak out to the bottom of connector.
Oh, the late smoke as well. They'll try to get inside of that. Oh, Cadian, what a shot. That's Mezzi down in mid.
Clean.
And you can see, I mean, they're just trying to get, like, you know, mid control into that connector, and these ops are just everywhere. Stown. Oh, man, that's so unfortunate.
Alex.
Dude.
Found out. Smoked out. Stown.
Oh, my God,
he's
another.
He's just spotting barrels. He'll miss a shot this time around. Pepsor puts a fire on his feet. Refresh lending a helping hand. Stown serving up a great distraction. Poison 2 kills. Finally get to talk about him. But there comes Cadian through jungle, dropping bomb, leaving Crims in the 1v3.
They're playing so well. I hate to put this all on Fnatic, and I won't, because honestly, Heroic are just so tricky right now, and like the way that they're moving around with these ops, it looks so scrimmy, but honestly, they're putting a lot of thought into each of these engagements. They're hunting people down in all these different spots. Yeah, and yeah, there's like, you know, a couple of nice shots here, very, very small openings with what Stown and Cadian are able to see, but they're putting themselves in good spots for chances to see them. And there's a moment finally where Fnatic get up connector and they still lose. Yikes, man. Sounds already 18-5. We're not even done the half.
He's going to run right back towards top mid. Finds Mezzi. Mezzi's just like, bro, please leave me alone.
Why are you hunting me?
Can you just back up a bit? And no. Stown comes over top instead. Cadian gets a kill from beyond the grave with the grenade. And now Stown has slipped past Alex, who's going to be stranded in the apartments. There's a little bit of pressure coming out onto this A bomb site. Pepsor's just looking for a bomb plant. Guys, can we meet in the middle?
Interesting spot, actually, because they're starting to work out B, but they're going to run into Stown in just a few seconds. Oh, man. Pepsor was clearing that, you know, as best as he could. And now Poison gets spotted, and the one out they have is the B player, but they can't connect back with the bomb.
Poison finding Cadian's op. There's a chance he hangs on to this. I mean, you know, silver linings, not half bad. Alex will sneak up on Tessez.
Still got to go back all the way through spawn. I don't even know.
It's not going to happen.
They just don't have time. I guess they're going to give it a shot.
You know, barring Stown giving away this kill by overfacing.
Oh my goodness, he could if Stown like wiggles at all, you know. Maybe he saw him. Maybe he did. But there's just not even any time.
Right there.
He's probably going to start jiggling soon, right?
He won't though.
3, 2.
This is a master class of aggression. Oh. I tried to give you extra props, Stown. I was gonna say, you know, all this aggression, all this proactive play, and then he goes completely still when it matters. And then he peeked.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the round was over, right? So I was like, okay, why not?
Go for it. Performance like this.
Can't tell him to sit around. Look at his kills.
Yeah.
He's got to keep this going.
Wild stuff. Grim's blown to smithereens. Stound locked in T-spawn. And Heroic will get those double digits. That's 10 consecutive CT round wins. Fnatic just trying to hang on for dear life.
None of his teammates even have 10 kills, and they have 10 rounds.
He's 20-6.
Wow. And he's done it with just different guns. Not even just opping, not even just rifling. We've got a wounded Fnatic, scared. Going slow, and I mean, dude. Craziest part is he has, you know, he's been everywhere, but he's also been a connector a ton. Like, they know they can find him there at some point in the round. Glorious moment as they find mid open. As he's going to try the lurk play into connector. Joining hands with his next closest teammate.
Shush gets the incendiary out.
Ooh, did they see the trajectory? Ooh. Oh, doesn't matter. Pepzor has that covered.
Good hang on, man advantage. It's down inside of the stairs. Oh, that's Mezzi jumping into his own death. Cadian offers up a frag. Stound, just unstoppable animal. A
Jesus
beast
Christ, man.
On this A site. Between him and Cadian, it's the full house. And Heroic show no signs of stopping.
How's this kid so good? Honestly, when I watch Stound demos, I'm just like, I'm shocked. It's like even more. Yeah, this is what a game, dude. He's actually so insane. Cadian has been helping a ton too, especially with the mid control and drawing aggro away from him, putting in a couple of frags and just like not letting him know which op is where. So they work together on that front. But damn, I mean, it feels like Stound alone is just on a different level than Fnatic. Does Mezzi always sit like that? That's like when you like. That's how I would sit when I would be like pretending to game hard for fun.
Sure.
You know. But that's got to be bad.
But that's
gotta be bad for upper back, right?
Yeah, you'd think so. You better have a stretch routine, you know.
Yeah. Watch some Elige IRL demos.
That's what happens when you have walk on mouse 1.
Yeah.
Shots towards top mid. Mezzi finally seems to find a little bit of sanctuary. Meanwhile, quick burst from Fnatic to attempt an A hit. Final round of the T side. 11 in a row for Heroic. And Pepzor blinded, but you know what? So is Shush. We've got an opening here. Oof, and that definitely helps. Crim's quick headshot onto Stound. The king is dead. The kid is not invincible. Utility over top. Man advantage in the post plant. Fnatic looks like they've got a lifeline. But can they hang on? Heroic with nothing to lose here. Retake gets rolling. Insta double kill in from Refresh. Mezzi's position's going to be revealed. Or is it? No, Crims, excuse me, comes out from the Palace instead. So Mezzi, he's still got a play to make. Flashbang is going to be indicative of where he's at. And we get 2 clean kills for Fnatic to close. A 4th round on this T side at the very, very end. On both extremities, a little Fnatic win. But in the middle, that's a whole lot of Stound.
Yeah, that's just stole the show right there with that entire half. Not that much support, super creative. Hard to track down. He was just flowing.
Do you think it's boring if you're Stound's teammate in a game like this?
Yeah, man. They all, like, round 13, none of them had over 8 kills besides him, so. Leave some space.
It's like everybody's just a B anchor in this case. That's how little action the rest of Heroic got on that CT side. But at the end of the day, with competition...
Yeah, actually, until that moment, that Refresh got 2 kills, none of them had 10.
I haven't seen him. It's literally a one-man army.
He was the only player on the entire server with over 10 kills.
Yeah, he's just playing a different game. And now Heroic get to take to the T side of Mirage. They're already starting to burst their way onto this B bomb site. CTs come outwards from the market, flooding in. And looking to split the pistols. Heroic 3v3 turned upside down. It needs to be Tessus. Oh, and Pepsor with poison. Couple of P's. Locking in B.
Yeah. Back at it, just like that. I mean, overall, I mean, it still could have been a worse half. Like 4 rounds is not great, but flipping it over with the pistol is not too bad either. So
they've got a chance.
Yeah, I think they definitely do. It's not one of the worst situations. It just so much had to do with that one player.
Stown ends that half at 152 ADR.
62. I think it was 62, wasn't it?
162?
I mean, whatever.
152.
Why'd I even? What's you know?
Why do you correct me?
What do I? Yeah. What do I even gain from correcting 1080?
Oh!
Wait, what?
Jumping block!
Oh, another dink.
As much as Stown may be impressive, I feel like Tessus just wields the baloney. You know what I mean? If there's something crazy going on,
What
it's
did
Tessus.
you just say?
He wields the baloney.
We don't. By the way, anyone wondering, we don't say that in Canada. This is like when Freya said cheese logs about an insect in the UK. Nobody says wielding the baloney.
I wanted to say bullshit, but then I kind of, you know, I scared away from it.
Okay.
Now I'm coming down because honestly, I realize how foolish bologna sounds. Also, if you're eating bologna sandwiches, and if you're eating one right now while you listen to this, put that down.
That's okay, right? Why not? No, pick it up. Eat. Eat.
Bologna.
What's wrong with bologna sandwiches?
Man, don't get me started.
Okay.
It's even worse if it's bologna and ketchup.
Yeah, that's not a real combo. That's just people who like sugar.
See if Fnatic can continue to convert. Getting both pistols, you know, they give themselves a chance at least.
True.
Heroic have layers. We've got 3 players outside of the A site already. Cadian still back in T-spawn, just throws out this mid-window smoke to try and lend a helping hand to Stown, who's going to be the one guy coming in from mid eventually. So this is one of those moments where Stown is actually relying on the rest of his team to do something.
Yeah, they don't know if it's going to be a B split on Cat because they don't have vision there. But they take out Shush inside of the Palace. He frag from Crims. He pushes in, and they're not exactly prepared to deal with losing him this early. So now getting stuck at Tetra seems to be what the issue is, and Stown is actually about to walk out of B, which means the bomb can make its way back now. Oh my god, he is making that play. And the site is completely open.
Because the rest of his team couldn't exit A. They couldn't get the job done.
They're actually rushing to cut this off.
Good rotate.
Okay, but you know, this happens so much now. Oh, I don't know.
Are they ready?
Oh, he's chill. But they didn't see the bomb, so they know there's one more. Oh, Poison stops him.
Let's go.
Nasty stuff.
Stown finally going to get a chance to do something, but it's way too late. Bomb's nowhere to be found. He's going to have to forfeit this one.
That is such a natural move these days. It used to be something really cool, getting into underpass to stop that big rotate back from A. That now, Tees will expect it and go clear it out. But in that position, Fnatic actually doubled up. So if Poison died, they even had one more out to stop it.
Mom, can we buy Tessus? Honey, we have Tessus at home.
Tessus and Lil Tessus.
Solo AK on Stown.
Oh, we're just comparing Danes to Swedes.
Yeah.
I think that's like a crime.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, there are pitchforks being sharpened.
Now we must go to Yale.
Yale. Smoke over to the ramp. Tessus is out. I feel like at a moment's notice, dude, he's just going to blow Pepsor's head off, and then boom, we've got an A-site play. But the bomb is also pretty far away. There is the opening
Please
frag.
miss!
25 kills for Stown.
Just once.
Nobody can stop it.
Uh-oh.
Op shot dropped by Poison. Cross being held by Alex. AK then posts up. Refresh is going to get the Deagle frag as Stown continues.
Hey, okay, they can't actually plant that easily because they can't plant opposite triple. Oh my god,
Don't
they bait another op shot. Poison thinks he still might be fire. It's
Poison,
not true. Oh, Stown goes on top of fire, dude. Somebody stop this man.
He's unstoppable. They're all trying, and they can't.
And that CT control. And what the hell are they doing? Guys, you got to plant. They're getting a little too crazy.
Why do you need to plant if Stound's going to kill everyone?
All right, now this could come down to him because he's in spawn with that AK.
As he's looking to split the difference, walks up on refresh. Stound's on default, Cadian towards Ticket. The scope's going to draw Mezzi's attention. Maybe this is Stound's chance to continue to shine. He's got 2 kills. Refreshes Deagle, robbed him of his 3rd. Oh, and there's Mezzi. Good job of at least clearing that bomb site. Cadian's going to find himself in the clutch, fully HP'd. And the CTs, they're sticking it.
Oh my
All
God.
the way. They stick that, defuses. There's, oh, a second after the fact.
Damn. Nice.
Cadian, it's close, but it's a Fnatic victory nonetheless. Remember, that was a solo AK on Stound that did all of that damage and planted that bomb.
With the one Deagle, nice Deagle from Refresh in the jungle. But that was, yeah, they gave Poison the hardest time in the world. We jumped on the back of the firebox. That was too much. He did that from the in front of default, jumped up on default, ran over the firebox, I think.
Cadian going to be a little disappointed that he didn't land that shot on the first one.
Hey, it's still up. 11-8. Alex will get caught on his way out, but they take Stound down. Just crossing cat.
The beast is dead. Tell the village people they can come out again.
I think my video froze.
Heroic are just statuesque at the moment.
Yes. Who's going to use the first nade?
There's your answer.
Okay.
Smoke to the apartments, not going to be a problem. Cadian's going to throw one over top of the A site. And the hit gets going. We got Pepsor on top of balcony. We got Poison scoped in, but oh, he gives it up, and as he goes back, oh, the Cadian
sick boost.
Boost peek into CT, but still, Pepsor does move forward. Now remember, he's only using the MP9.
They're still missing one on A, so it could be Firebox, could be Palace Push. I think it doesn't seem like they're worried about it too much, but Pepsor seems nervous that they are.
They're
keeping fair play, yeah, they are.
Oh, but now Crim's going down. That's not going to make this any easier for Pepsor. Mezzi's frag through smoke certainly could help. Oh, Tess is going to get that frag. Now Pepsor comes to activate. 5 seconds, but he doesn't shoot the bomb plant. And Tess turns for the headshot. AK bests the SMG.
It's a little tough. It's a little tough. I think they did plant with Palace in mind. Planning on the inside of default. Could he have shot him before he got there? It was like kind of hard.
Kind of maybe.
Yeah, a little hard. Just got to hope that no one's coming back to clear that, basically.
This was sick.
Yeah. Also, if he killed the guy top stairs randomly with that long-range MP9, other guy's dead too, so close call.
Very close.
Nice boost on the A ramp. That peak was cool.
Would otherwise keep Heroic on the edge of their seat, but the fact that Fnatic's economy is busted means this could be that turning point, as we saw in the first half, where Heroic run away with just like 11 rounds straight. We're about to find out. But also props to Mezzi. Finding 2 kills from Catwalk through that smoke made it seem so much more possible compared to whether, you know, Pepsor just peeks Palace 1v4 with MP9. Tried to set him up, but the gun betrayed him. Just wasn't enough. Refresh is going to feel the contact of the apartments play, and his flashbang makes them fall back. We got Stound stomping on Catwalk, ready to try and challenge into window. Alex just pressed up close on the top of connector. Gets iced out by Tess. There's his second, so A site wide open for the taking, and Heroic get through this anti-eco unscathed.
Oh yeah. It's freer than samples at Costco. Everyone goes down all across the map. No chance in hell there for Fnatic.
You have a Costco membership?
I've actually never been to Costco.
Okay. You know, I knew there was something there. Yeah. I'm going to expose you all day long. This guy's a phony. Poor Fnatic. goes from bad to worse. Now we're talking total USPs. And Heroic with a read of the situation. They're just going to come stomping out. The Zeus from Pepsor. The AK upgrade. Imagine he's able to offer us something else. But it's very quickly quelled. Shush gets dinked. That won't be comfortable. But neither is playing with only USPs. That's more damage. Fnatic racking it up. Heroic cooling their jets. They back up.
Wow. They're actually pulling out. And I mean, it's the right move to make, and there's no other push here, and there's not enough utility, I guess, for Fnatic to do anything interesting with this, even if they know it's going to be like this emergency rotate out to B. And instead, they'll just join back up mid, which means they could potentially walk up Cat and take some fights if they want to. And I don't know if Katie is going to drop this molly off or what the deal will be. Should just the Eagles going to spot one at the top of connector. Can't kill him though. But they'll get poisoned out. Now it turns into the Cat play. But some more USP damage coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it all adds up. At the end of the day, it all adds up. And this whole time, Crims is still sitting back Van. Oh, 35 seconds. Drops the bomb. Finally, a kill goes the way. He's going to plant on top of it. Shush gets the op shot. Doubles down with the sniper.
Everyone hops on this team.
And finally, it feels like it's all done, but the AK gets picked up, and Alex, 1 versus 3 from Cat. He taps, he clutches. Just USPs.
Let's go, Alex.
Vanilla pistol.
Damn, all that chip damage amounted to something. And that recovered AK in the 1v3 for Alex, and he didn't even have armor.
You could feel it slowly adding up. And props to Crims as well, dropping bomb towards Van.
No, he did have to kill most of the players on this team by himself. Low HP, no armor, but he did it.
Battle of the IGLs to end the 1v1, and Alex, the very first 1vx win of this match. Hell of a time to clutch. Keeps this game competitive. 4 rounds the difference. Economy shifts back to Fnatic. Double ops. Double ops. This one's not over just yet. Crims quickly to the ladder room. And B-site will be held from Marketplace. Mezzi, 1 of 2 snipers this round.
Boosted for some time there on the ramp. No one came back to peek. Alex will have a look. It's a bit rickety on A for the meantime.
Tessa's looking to join up the catwalk. That could put Crims into a power play position. All the while, Mezzi also activates.
Yeah, but honestly, there's a lot of emphasis on Mezzi, and he hits a really tough shot.
Well done.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jesus.
But that's not going to help him whatsoever. If Crims is able to cut off Tessas, then the catwalk becomes the support of Mezzi. Instead, he is the entirety of this structure. All that B has to offer is Mezzi.
And they're flanking him.
Tessas, a second kill on this round. Stound's able to split out through the murder hole. Bomb's now running back underpass. And Fnatic, they have been fed a ruse. Mezzi may have been a problem at the B site, so just go A.
Wow. With that, 30 frags down, finds a hole in the window room. Picks both the A player and the B rotator. Damn, dude. A lurker too. Wearing all the hats.
His 30th frag, 22 rounds deep. Mezzi hangs on for now, but looks like they're coming to hunt him. There are still costs here, especially knowing that they just lost to USPs in the previous round.
Yep, for sure.
This is actually a very important save for both teams at the moment.
Yeah, they don't want to have to deal with this Mezzi off next. Okay, all right, 31.
Stound gets it. Unstoppable beast. Cadian's left-hand man.
That was nasty. Holy hell.
Yeah.
What a pre-aim.
TeSeS reminding us that he is just as capable of a rifleman. Now, Cash bottomed out for Fnatic, so all of the glory and benefits of winning that USP round forfeited. Heroic will be looking for 15 off the back of a force buy. Poison, Alex, instantaneous deaths. A site begins to fall. Pepsor could still try and resurrect it. Utility all over the place, and just the Desert Eagle. Now he's been found out, so all of these T's facing him, pummeling him with shots. No chance in hell he survives that spam. Another wave of utility onto his position. Messi's going to try to slide out from Ticket. Maybe this can give us something, but nah, he gets found by Bench.
Oh!
Nice kill. Nice kill. You got to respect it, but Cadian's sniper signs off. Heroic, 6 match points.
Yeah. And 1 USP rounds that they won in like the past 6 rounds or so. And that's about it. Fnatic can't even get to 10. Ugh, tough. There are levels.
Layers. And legends. That's what Heroic are looking to fight for. The title they want coming out of Group A of the Europe RMR. Or rather, Europe RMR A. Fast one into the B site, looking to end it quick.
Oh, I think we spotted 2. Oh, TeSeS, okay.
Crips gets 1.
Get right goes down.
Smoked out. TeSeS going to just continue to apply this pressure. The scout now taken out. It's a CZ and a Deeg, and the back of Alex's head popped wide open. Down up to 32 kills in regulation. Oh, and it all comes crumbling down around them. That's it. Heroic. Dominance off of the back of Stown in the first 15. A little bit there from Fnatic. You know, we'll give them respect. They tried to keep it competitive, but that's such a difficult individual level to try and stand up to.
Yeah, he's having the, you know,
life
game. So it's tough. I mean, that's like, if you do the interview, you have to go, well, Stown is playing absolutely out of his mind. And there was way more behind that. I think Heroic were definitely still the better team as well. And even individuals outside of Stown had some big moments. So it's just unfortunate that all those things had to coalesce at the same time for the hardest map of Mirage of their damn lives.
Hardest, man. That one's going to leave a bruise on Fnatic. But that sends Fnatic down to the 1-1 pool, and that's going to be Heroic moving forward 2-0 after their best of ones on opening day. Good form for Heroic to be showing us on their opening day. Shows that, you know, they're not coming in slow. There's not any stutters. It's just, you know, really gunning for one of 4 legend spots at this European RMR. No doubts around Heroic at the end of this one.
Yeah, I don't think they could very easily top their group, or just win basically this RMR. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of great teams here, of course. That's why Europe gets so many spots, but Heroic will absolutely be a top contender for one of these positions. Form looks great. Don't have any questions about the way they organized, and again, from an individual perspective, extremely sharp. I guess it comes down to who can Fnatic beat, because, like you said, I think there is still a chance for Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure.
And this would be one of the natural teams to lose to, but again, doesn't mean that they're going to keep losing.
Yeah, Heroic, I mean, they're 100% gunning for the flawless run to the major. They want to make this as easy as possible, have as much time off as they need to prepare. 140 ADR. No doubt for anybody that this is the man of the match. 9 multi-kills, just standing above everybody else. Like you said,
He had 12 op kills and 20 rifle kills.
Crazy.
Just good at everything.
Mad stuff. So Heroic, they skate by. Fnatic, they'll be sent back into the middle of the pack to look to carve their path to the major itself. Up next, of course, we will have Navi on the big stage. All right? We've got a content piece with Simple primed and ready for you guys. So please enjoy. We'll see you soon for the next match.
I'm Maui Snake here at the PGL EU RMR. I'm joined by Simple of Natus Vincere, and today we're going to build your ideal team using $15. So are you ready, Simple?
Yeah, it's easy, to be honest.
Okay, it's easy, he says. All right, so first things first, who's going to be your opper?
I mean, I'll just pick me and Monazi. It's $8. Then we need IGL is Boomich, 9. Perfecto Clutch Minister, 10, okay. And the Electronic 14.
Okay, all right. So you're basically building Navi, but you're adding Monacy.
Yeah, because there is no beat, right?
Yeah, there's no bit.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean,
I can play second op and Monazy main op, so it's okay.
You're gonna have Monacy be the primary opera over you.
I mean, if you want, I can change him.
No.
Team.
No, you can build it however you wanted to build it. So.
Okay, but yeah, basically, yeah, just it was the easiest one. But if you're gonna think, I think it's good if you pick, for example, ropes. It's $5, yeah.
Okay.
Then it's electronic. It's 9.
Mm-hmm.
Then you PGL. For example, we take for this international team, who we take? Campus.
Okay.
So it's 11.
Yeah.
Then I would say they need some clutch, ropes with clutches, right?
Yeah.
And they need upper. So it was ropes with Nico, it's 10, plus Boomage 11, upper, Monazy 14, and good mood, Jack Z guy.
Yeah, Jax is going to bring up the attitude a lot. Okay, so you built 2 teams. Appreciate it. I think they both would do incredibly well. So really, thanks for jumping in. I think the first team would be a little better though, personally.
Definitely.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Simple. Appreciate it.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
reigning major champions. That's what we've got for you guys. Coming up next, it is Navi versus OG. Launders, you are the longest standing OG fan in the existence of its CSGO division, and I want you to sell the people, right down that camera, a reason for why they can win this.
Navi plus OG can be made nog. Okay. Eggnog is a drink that is drunk on Christmas.
Yeah.
Christmas is like Easter that just happened.
Okay. Okay.
You can't spell beast.
I'm sold.
Without Easter.
Okay.
Simple is a beast. But Nico is the player that almost beat them out of the last major.
All right. It's a stretch, man. It's a stretch. But let's take a look at the Navi highlights while you guys digest all that. All right? That's an intimidating intro for an intimidating team.
Yes.
And if Perfecto's going over notes, then you know that they're here to play.
Dude, these guys got 16 rounds on Quazar. So.
The unthinkable.
Yeah. I mean, they finished that.
They finished it, and they finished it quick.
Electronic. People were tweeting me, Launder's doing unlucky or bad on Electronic. And I was like, wait, what happened? And they still won the map, but Electronic was 3-18 or something.
Tough day.
Yeah.
Electronic's still recovering from an illness, of course.
Yeah.
So we'll give him a break.
Yeah, I'm not going to do unlucky or bad. It's just almost didn't make it here. So he has a total good excuse for not playing super well. But hey, that might be something that OG can lean into for this match.
Yes. Nobody other than OG. The contenders on the other end. Can they look more intimidating? Let's find out.
I hope they had enough ammo for all these finger guns.
Yeah, you got to keep them loaded. Listen, intimidation, maybe not, but charming? I'm sold.
Yes.
And that's this. OG, they want to put you underneath their charm. They want to persuade you to give them openings, to give them chances so that a guy like Nexa can figure things out and just rock your world.
They had a hard starting match.
Yep.
They had to play against MOUZ, and it was kind of close in the end, but overall, OG were solid, really solid. The roster is really good, man. I mean, they're kind of like, they're kind of a Moneyball roster. I mean, they never really made any expensive buyouts or anything occur. They secured Nexa through transfer by trading him with Alexi. They I think they bought Nico from Heroic, but that was a weird situation where it probably wasn't even like, full price, if any money. They got Montu early on, probably for pretty much free. Yep. I think Flames is the only guy from Endpoint that they probably spent real money on, and that's obviously not even buying him from a Tier 1 org. So overall, I think people have always OG's been a very popular team, but actually never one that has had to have superstars transfer over.
Yep.
So I think have actually achieved quite a lot considering that. But the only thing that will matter in this matchup is that they win, and oh my god.
I'm shocked.
3 times in a row.
Mirage.
Like I'm watching FPL.
I almost can't believe my eyes.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Here we are. It'll be a good one, though. It'll be a good Mirage.
And again, we're talking 1-0 teams for the last 4 BO1s. We're now, this is the 3rd after the initial round. Mirage is just a place you go to size up individual levels.
I mean, it's also just happens to be a common ground between these teams. Yep. Like all these teams that actually almost make sense.
Yeah.
Definitely some rosters that it wouldn't have, ended up lasting, but
so far so good.
Yeah.
OG's Mirage.
OG have always played Mirage. Nexa playing on G2, always played Mirage. They're coming over. That's a natural fit. And then for Na'Vi, you could even argue at one point it was just their best map. Like, they were just the best map in the world on Mirage. So, best team in the world on Mirage, excuse me. Which is no easy feat when it's a sea full of Mirage players everywhere.
They're all over the place.
So, this will be a good one.
What are the win conditions for the upset that would be OG over Na'Vi?
Definitely MOUZ, opping, of course. Really good calls here from Nexa. And I think that's the two that stand out the most to me. And also just think like a flamesy good game. You know what I mean?
Could be it,
because he's a superstar in the making, man. He's insane. He's one of the players you watch him play, you're like, damn, he's playing a different version of CS than you see anyone else playing. And he makes it work at a pretty high level. But he's still young, still has room to grow. Now playing under a new kind of tier 1 IGL in Nexa. So we'll see how much he benefits from that. But he was always good even when he was playing just on Endpoint. Of course, they had good IGL on Endpoint as well. So I don't want to take anything away from them. But with IGLs who have tier 1 experience, just two. There's two of them.
Could this slow performance from Electronic to start the day also sort of leave the door ajar for an OG upset? Is he as essential on Mirage as he is
Quazar
elsewhere?
gets 12 rounds, and OG should get like 18 or something, right?
Okay. Yeah. Mathematically, I've crunched the numbers.
Yeah. We'll see if Electronic will have 2 bad maps in a row. I think that's the only way it's really possible. But it's not a perfectly stable Na'Vi right now.
Yep.
It's not. It's just the state of the world right now. It's just not going to be the Na'Vi that we know from last year. That's just what it is. They're the ones going through it. We're the ones that just watch. But I think it's important to have measured expectations about the team, given the situation, and just like see what they can offer up. Obviously, they have still the pieces, the experience, all of that stuff. But I mean, headspace might not be completely there. But it is time to play the major, and I wouldn't say, even though FaZe have kind of taken #1 from them in the world, it's not been a long period of time. We're not like suddenly it's a FaZe era or anything like that. So I think the major will dictate a lot. Like we look at when Team Liquid in 2019 made their run, Grand Slam, into the break, into the major, and then they lost a major to Astralis. So suddenly it's Astralis story all over again. You never know if Na'Vi could spring up as soon as the major hits and just win it back to back. I think it's impossible, even if it's unlikely.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I feel just on like the individual levels, the certain key pieces. Guy like Simple's not going down without a fight.
Yeah.
He's going to fight tooth and nail every single step of this way.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's looking at a team like OG, and with everything in the back of his mind, he focuses forward, as we will too. Mirage, yet again, folks, here on the A stream of the RMR Europe A event. 4 legend spots on the line. 2 challengers, 2 contenders. 16 teams and half the pack not going to get those tickets to Antwerp. Simple's peek off of the flashbang, supportive from Bit, who then also decides to hit the head of Flamesy. A little bit labored, but Simple's going to get there. Just such a nuisance. Nobody can get him out of this position, and now this looks locked in from Na'Vi to kick off their CT side.
Yeah, not bad. And they're all here on B site waiting for this attack to continue. And they don't have a molly to flush Simple out, and they have Bit right beside him to take first contact, and Bit will peek up, get hit in the head. They really need that headshot on Simple, though. He's been the pain point. He just... What the hell? Dude, what? He just got 4 kills. Okay. So...
Easy does it.
Yeah. That was nasty. Yeah, really well done. Like, he takes the first peek, and the flash pops in the inside of Halls. Yep. As soon as they're flashing over top of it, it couldn't have been any better. Great timings. Looking sharp.
Picturesque performance in the pistol from Simple.
Idyllic.
How's the A1S A4 ratio for Na'Vi? I know last time we saw them, it was kind of in flux.
Yeah, so I think Bit was like infecting people with his M4 A4.
Yep, the A4 is contagious.
Yes, and it was working for a second, but maybe it swung back.
Ooh, quick little 2K there from Simple. No matter where they go so far, it's Bit and Simple. Electronics MP9 going to be thrown forward here to try and rack up some cash. Wonderful second round from Na'Vi. OG, back to the drawing board.
Okay. They're like, whatever, let's buy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let them have that.
Good round, go next.
But no deaths, even on the pistol. Minimal amount of money made. Wow, alliteration.
Did you just impress yourself?
I do be surprising me.
Bit's going to drop to the underpass. Ugh, awkward. Nexa, an antagonizing push to the bottom of connector. Got a 5v4 immediately here for OG. Flash around the cat corner. Electronic's still just going to be tucked in window, so he's calling if this is happening, but Perfecto with a FAMAS has to do a lot of work. Frag's going to be sent forward. Negligible. Electronic catches Nexa inside murder hole. And Nico will clear B. That's a bomb plant off the back of it. We get this quick flank from Simple all the way around through the apartments. Boomich challenging through catwalk, sees nothing. And OG are doing an excellent job of keeping their heads tucked while Navi's get popped. Down goes the cat peak. And Navi forfeit a round as OG easy does it. First gun by, first round win.
That was pretty sweet. Fast mid control. Yeah, and they got bit down early. That's the key one. But I love how they just moved right into that B split so well. The double flash off cat too. Simple's just going to try to stop them from exiting if possible. Can't upgrade his gun here. OG chew through that one. Easily, like a bite of Wagyu, you know?
Wagyu. You know, I don't know if the majority of our viewers have had that, Launders.
It is an experience.
Next round's on you. Oh, yes. Oh, Nico fired up.
Nexa can escape OG, but he can't escape Nico.
Nope. Branded on the back of his head. Nico, wow.
Oh, Valda from behind.
Not bad at all. That's bit dead off cat.
Love the explosiveness.
Yeah, real aggression coming out of OG's T side at the start. This back-to-back bottom connector challenge. Perfecto with a slightly different spot. Nico getting into connector, trying to cut a path around the Molotovs and smoke. Nico versus Boomich. Oh, Boomich is going to take up the corner, gets the better of the first bit of that fight, and finishes off Nico. Nobody here to trade for OG. So a 4v4 made possible and a rotation off the back of that, but a little bit of ambiguity here. Electronic moves back towards Ticket. Perfecto's going to stay posted. A flash for Apps could be very well timed. Oh. Yes, excellent. Flames drops his Molotov as he gets blown away into round 5. Cat Peak will find nothing for the moment. They're not exposing themselves. Simple goes out. Ooh. Quick snap into Nexa. The in-game leader's dead. And OG on the retreat. I believe Simple would have just spotted that.
So close. Yeah, it seemed like at least a sleeve there.
And if he didn't, soon they'll know this is open. This OG just disappear and dissipate. Checking out the underpass, seeing nothing, and maybe just weighing up the save. 25 seconds to make that final decision.
They ain't going anywhere. How many kills will Simple get before dying?
Before dying. 11.
Okay.
Is that bold? I was thinking 13.
I will take 12.
Okay. It's not The Price is Right.
It is.
No. It's exact rules, all or nothing.
Exact all or nothing. Okay.
Yeah, if it's not 12 or 11 or 13.
You can't have two numbers.
Well, I need a bit more of a chance.
Okay, then I get 10.
All right, deal.
I get 10 and 12.
Deal. Done.
He's looking good, man.
He's looking like Stown at the moment.
All the shots were, yeah. He's looking like Stown on Mirage.
I'm looking for that 32 kill performance from Stown or from Simple. Oh my God, from Simple, with none of his teammates on double digits.
Look at this counter utility, so good.
Dude, he just slides that through Nexa.
Yeah, that was nasty.
All right, strong start from Navi.
Remember when Simple, after he won the major, he gave away his mouse pad, his mouse, and his keyboard.
Yeah.
And then he didn't have any peripherals to stream the next day.
You get a peripheral, and you get a peripheral, and I need a sponsor.
I don't know how his apartment wasn't stocked, with just all the free stuff.
To be honest, bro, even I have a backup mouse in my closet.
I have so many things.
I realize I'll probably never need it. Or at least not as badly as you think Simple would.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a Liege probably has 8 backup mice.
Yeah.
Like a closet of peripherals ready to go.
Yeah.
I love when they zoom in on Elijah's mouse hand, and you get to just see his mouse decked out with like grip tape and skates underneath.
Yeah.
You know, if mice were Beyblades, Elijah's on the top of the world.
You'd have the metal one. I have a few. I have probably like 4 or 5 mice. I used to buy every mouse.
Weird flex.
I think I've tried every one.
Okay. You should start a YouTube channel.
Yeah, but then
some reviews.
I can't beat Rocket Jump Ninja. His videos are too good. How am I supposed to compete with that?
We must sit and wait. Boomage deep in reflection.
There we are, back into it.
All right, OG. Don't get smushed. Don't get smothered. Give us a fight.
Ooh, similar tactics.
A lot of
skipping all the formalities in mid, just getting down to connector. I love that.
Yep. Straight to the third date. Frag under window. Not a problem for OG. They're already starting to work their way up connector. This could be timed really nicely. Simple's going to miss his shot and fall to 22 HP. Electronics looking to hold the line for him. Mantu will get Boomich off of the top of Palace. Electronic throwing out grenades enables the walk up the stairs. Flamesy. He's got players incredibly low. Both Simple and Electronic a shot away from death.
Yeah.
Bomb planted. Not a comfortable retake.
Not at all. But enough utility. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov.
Mantu dodges the flash.
Oh, he's going to see that.
Perfect versus Perfecto. Oh, Electronic just got underneath the smoke, though. Oh, but he can't pick it up because he's just so low. Mantu, 3 kills.
Well.
4 on the round. He has done everything here.
Don't call him an opper.
And just like that, we've got OG with the second round win. He can chase the ace if he wants to. But it looks like Simple will slip away with the sniper unless Valda's peek from ladder finds it. Yes. No? Please?
He has to actually, he can't actually kill him because he has to crouch to get through. Just keeping our predictions alive. Not dying.
Oh, man.
That's hilarious.
That is such evidence of, like, the fear that Simple strikes in people's hearts.
Yeah, everyone's terrified. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think that's why they missed on the pistol. When you know he got the first 2 kills. They, like, instantly gush bit and, like, Simple, they can't kill him. He's in the same spot the whole time. They're doing the same thing, and, okay. Yeah, OG have been trying this a lot. And, honestly, it's awesome. I love it.
About time it gets called out.
Yeah, about time it gets called out.
They've also thrown Simple into ladder room, so he's looking for the fallback. Looking to send OG back down to the doldrums of the pistol
so close.
save.
Oh, they're not that close, actually.
They see it. Ooh. Simple.
Ooh.
Down for the count.
Well done.
7-1.
That's actually a very tricky way to approach that.
I feel like it's the only way they can get up on that ledge without Simple seeing it.
Yeah.
Or without giving him a better peek. So really nicely pieced together from OG. That's like one of those little, you can't call it a highlight, but it deserves to be highlighted. Nico trying to piece together this ace situation. He's got a player down in sandwich right next to him. Electronic's just going to be locked into the firebox. This could be false confidence drawing OG to the A site. Meanwhile, Bit and Perfecto just kind of fumbling around B, and they've got a potential flank on the apartments behind them, so they'll have to be worried about that. 25 seconds. Mantu kills Perfecto on Cat. That's Bit still pushing upwards, but Electronic and Boomich with a kill apiece. They stop this round entirely. It comes to a grinding halt. Just the kills, that's the only way back in, and these 2 counter-terrorists are just going to stay locked in their cubbies, in their corners. They will hide and survive to succeed. A 4th for Na'Vi off of this forward A setup.
Yeah, it's well handled. A sit and pause there for OG as they take over mid-control again and take out Simple inside of the ladder room. That should have been the frag. that makes the big difference. And Simple does have his first death, actually, so that was just a very, very hot 7-0 start, but that's where it ended. Yep. Great sight holds overall from Na'Vi from what we've seen on both sides of the map. This one's no different. Wonder if OG will try the same thing again, at least in the early portion of the round. Maybe they could start off with a double nade connector in case that aggressive peak comes out from Electronic again. But then Blade goes, they're going to try a double nade connector this round, so what we'll do instead.
I feel like Blade would be such a good chess player.
Yeah.
He actually functions days in advance.
Yes.
Not rounds, not maps.
That's why he always looks so bored, because he already know what happens today.
Yeah, nothing is entertaining. Yeah. I just love his like unquenchable thirst for perfection. Nothing's good enough for Blade. And I like that attitude. Makes for a good coach. Electronic will succeed in this mid play once more. They're going to boost an op to try and find him. Mantu gets hit by shrapnel. That'll slow him down. Valda just trying to press up close to the smoke. Looks like Boomish wants to make a play here. He's got Electronic with him. And they're going to try to trade out Valda within ramp. Insta headshot from Valda. Clean as can be.
But will they expect a double player close-up? Because Electronic wasn't peeking down the ramp, so we'll
all
see.
About putting him here, right now. Drops bomb.
Oh, there's still one on
easy
site.
Pickup.
And I think they're still worried about potentially getting ops, so they don't come out and trade it right away.
They'll pause for a second, and that's just going to give more time for Perfecto to arrive. Throws his smoke towards ramp. Now Valda, there's a huge gap in that one.
He couldn't line it up. Just wanted to give it a shot. Still remove some angles, but let's see if Valda just wants to try to test this. He can get this bomb back now.
He heard the shots underneath, so he
my
knows.
Goodness, he had a dink Electronic, and then hit him 58 times.
Electronic making that one really obvious. Spams the whole magazine through the floor.
Nobody clears Firebox at this point in the round.
Simple's just going to wait here. Looking for the highlight, looking for the play. Valda crosses over, communicating everything. There's the bomb on Nico. He's just going to tap it to the side of the head. Or spray into the side of the body. Valda still behind the firebox, comes around. just
Valda walked around like Simple didn't watch him go all the way over there, you know? That's so well done. I don't think I've ever seen Simple play there in my life, actually.
Oh
my
no,
God.
Dude. And that bit with the insta headshot, freebie op swap out. That one's going to be dropped over.
That's nicely done.
Dude, Valda.
This is nice, too.
That's like Simple as like playing hide and seek with his nieces and nephews, you know?
Yeah.
The walkout for Valda did work in killing Electronic. A little frustrated, huh?
Yeah, the bricks didn't protect him.
He told me these were bulletproof bricks. It's freaking false advertising, huh?
Bring me the map grade. I want to talk to him.
Just pistols.
He's not Italian. He's not Italian. That's Perfecto.
Yes. Just pistols, man. Poor guys. They don't even have a flash. They don't have a smoke. Gonna juggle some Glocks. That's a meta strat. You don't know about that one yet.
Interesting hobby. I think he got the right skin.
Yeah, if you do decide to pick up juggling, please don't do it with guns.
Oh, he's just making it sound like the bomb.
Oh. Oh, we're real deep. We're real deep in the playbook then. That's like back page stuff. Unfortunately for OG, nobody even hears it. So suddenly there's this burst of pistol players trying to get out from the apartments, and they're going to be sent into the meat grinder. We're having bologna for dinner. Mantu finally arrives back to the pack, but last man standing. This is a nice 6-2 CT side lead for Na'Vi. Everything looking real comfortable so far. It's just that explosiveness towards mid that have caught Na'Vi once or twice. But this one, no contest.
Honestly, if Na'Vi rotated off that, they'd be the worst team in the world. But, maybe if Mantu jumped out at afterwards, just for a second, they might pull someone off. one position for half a moment. That's about it. Well, you should also have known it's an eco. Worth a shot, though.
I respect creativity in a 5 Glock round.
Yeah.
I thought he was running back to try and like buy like a last-second flash or smoke, like he forgot a piece of utility.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gaming with audio today.
You ever play with music?
Not during live games. Like deathmatch with music, sure.
I'll play like Men I Trust because it's like quieter.
Sure, sure.
Chill.
I'll put on
still hear most stuff.
I'll put on some drum and bass if I'm racing, but not on FPS, man. You got to sweat it out. I need to hear the feet.
You love feet.
Gotta hear the feet and the footsteps. And the pounding of my enemy's heart. Bit. Shuts down Nexa. He was just looking for that ladder room control, trying to cut off. Look at this rotate. CT's coming over. Would have been huge if Nexa could have got his hands on it, but it's just electronic. Racking up kills, trying to be alongside Simple. MOUZ with a little spice on this one. Valdo 1v4, blind as a bat. Recovers vision, kills Simple. Knows that there's another nader down here in CT spawn, so try and hunt that head. But there's actually 2 players over here.
Oh, but he runs out of bullets.
And Perfecto sweeps him away. So 2 survivors for Na'Vi, 5 rounds the lead. OG's T side back to the pistols.
Back to the pistols.
Send them back.
Banish them.
I've sent your grandfather to the Shadow Realms, Yugi boy. My card players are going to get that one.
That's good.
My people, they're out there.
Well, I play Magic Cylinder.
Magic Cylinder, yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad. Simple. Ooh, missed an op shot.
It was all a fake.
A washed shot. Actually, I take that back. He's 12-2.
He's just trying to give Electronic some shine because he had a bad start to the day.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. It is nice to see that even within the European region, we do still have a gap, you know, in the fabric of competition.
Yes.
I want Na'Vi to dominate these middle-of-the-pack teams. I want Heroic to just smash their opponents, because then I know that when they get those legend spots, and as the major tournament itself in Antwerp will roll forward,
yes,
you know, the level of competition will rise.
Yes.
That's what we want. It's all about the future. This is a qualifier. It's important, nonetheless, and there will be surprises. There will be shocks and awes. But no wizards in this one. No black magic. Na'Vi just doing what they do. Playing some great CS and keeping OG at arm's reach.
Oof.
But rinse and repeat. We go back to the bottom connector control. Mid is the heart of Mirage. And OG trying to pull it out. Simple in position. Drops the op shot.
Yes.
Woo.
Oh,
There's
Jesus.
the fallback. Finishes off Mantu. Boomage, good damage. Perfecto's dead, though. So Simple, just... How does he make that look so easy? It's not too easy, seeing his bomb site still falls, but fire on the feet of the planter. Valda comes out of it, will take Boomage with him, but the fire is still enough to finish the job. It's Nico's chance to clutch. Both remaining players coming in from Cat. The first one is his, the repeak is there, but Bit's gonna win the gun duel. Na'Vi win another round, and that lead grows to 7.
And there's definitely some Na'Vi magic going on. Some of these shots are crazy. Yep, Simple missed one off Cat, but he absolutely made up for it right there on the hold. Read that next duel perfectly. Even though it was a no-scope, it was a very nice pre-aim, actually, too. How wide he was. Na'Vi on fire, and yeah, honestly, it feels like OG are not playing that badly, but Na'Vi are just a little bit ahead, like a little bit sharper, a little bit more nuts, because we saw a couple nice rounds out of Valda. Montu had a nice rifle round. We've seen some nice shots being hit for sure for him, OG, but the overall trade game is definitely in favor of Na'Vi, and they're doing really good against these very explosive attacks with their counter flashes, especially. Denying that early top mid presence that seems to be the core of the game plan for OG.
Look at that no scope. It's coming. It's coming.
Damn.
It's here. Right here. Oh, it was just like just half a second before before he gets cleared. Leave it to Simple to always take another one with him. But that is the first bomb plant in quite a bit of time for OG, so silver linings and progress. That's what's going to get them closer to Navi's 9 rounds. Buyback on the table. Looks like the A1S has taken back over Navi, barring Bit.
And once again, because the fast top mid control, this play makes sense, and he's waiting for his smoke to come up. He's going to spot one crossing. And now OG's pace is more reasonable now because, yeah, that's all these plays Electronics have been making, all these different ways, have been just shutting down everything at the top of mid fast. And you can't go underpass just as fast as top mid, so in a moment like this, it's the appropriate reaction for OG. Change up the tempo, be a little bit safer.
Oh! Incendiary to the back of the head. That's a concussion.
He donked him.
Flamesy jumps us up. Oof. Flamesy jumps on boxes. So fast.
Got him blind. Holy shots.
He's just not missing.
Oh boy.
Sees the back of the cat player, but Mantu's still able to get away with 2 kills before Simple will put him to his end. All the while, Valdes slipped into jungle, but it seems like the rotator's on high alert, well aware of the possibility. Bomb stuck on stairs, so it's not even though like Valdes can just get this 1 kill and run for his life. He's stuck here. And Navi, that is going to be double digits found. 10-2.
I think Simple's score is already more impressive than Stoun's. What the hell?
17. Especially because Electronic's right there with him. Like, this is a 2-man army. And I'm sorry, Electronic.
I think he fell asleep there.
God, OG, this is so boring. Simple trying to chase the kill, but it will be an escape from Valda. He'll hang on to the AK. We've still got 3 rounds on this T side from OG. That's enough to recover.
I mean, we look at these explosions. Right when they happen, a counter flash comes out every single time. They're coming out the top of the connector. And Simple doesn't peek dry. He has a flash ready from his teammate to make sure it's safe.
The procedures from Navi, it's all in place.
Yeah, and they're very quick too. I mean, it's hard when a team is explosive to set up flashes because you don't want to be pulling out your nades when someone's swinging on you. And those guys were damn near about to peek into Tetris, so they have to be very sharp about that. But they're committed. They're believing in the timings.
Simple wasting no time running over to this B site. It is the proper direction. Kills Nico on the immediate cross. Perfecto down by Arch. Guns down Flamesy. Bit also throws himself into the mix. And it's just this like omnipresent presence of Simple and Bit rotating where they please, when they please.
Yeah, they're just always right. They're just always right.
Must be nice.
Navi looks pretty sick, right? I mean, they look
really good.
Yeah.
They look sharper than they did to start the day.
Yeah.
You know, everybody needs a warm-up. (11-2) looking inevitable. Ooh, man just got wall banged. See ya, sucker.
See ya, sucker.
Next up, also dead. Electronic edges him out at the bottom of connector. 11-2, a 9-round lead.
A 9-round lead.
And an excellent-looking Navi.
19-3.
19-3.
19-3.
Buy back in from OG. Flamesy is not the X factor today.
Not today.
Could have been. Should have been. Is not.
He killed Simple that one time.
All right. He's got that going for him. Here comes Simple.
Oh my god, he's hunting.
He's fired up. Looking to destroy OG in this 1-0-1-0 game.
Wondering how he's going to get out of that. I know once you're still top boxes. Ooh, meaty grenade. Laid it on thick. Simple continues to just roam. Looking for his next target.
Remember, OG beat MOUZ to get here on Mirage, 16-12. Navi, same score. Ancient versus Quazar.
Yeah, OG definitely. I mean, they beat a very respectable team, and it was kind of close, but looked very solid overall. And that opening game today.
European RMR so far has just had no upsets.
Yeah.
At least not on A-Stream. I don't know what's going down on the B-boys, but...
Oh my god. I thought he was going to shoot.
Yep. Could've.
Should've.
Didn't.
What? Wait,
what is that?
What is that?
How does he know?
What just happened?
He just sensed it.
Oh my god.
He peeked it. There was nothing.
Oh,
he
man.
re-peeks, pre-fires, 2 kills, dude.
Oh, man.
That is the mind's eye of Bit. Imagine living in his head. He's got that blade effect, dude. He's already in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nico in the clutch. 1 versus 3 with the bomb planted. It's a little something to play with, but no, it's denied. Simple. Finishes that off. Bit. How?
I can't even imagine that would have been a pre-fire, but it was so fast it feels like it must have been. You know what I mean? Like in that position, if you were to re-peek, would you pre-fire?
No.
Towards Cat? I don't think so, right? So, but it just looks so fast that how could it not be? I mean, what the hell is this? I don't know. Did he see anything? He must have saw something. I just can't even. That's just so crazy. That's just so redonkulous.
I want that replay again so bad.
It's just bonkers. It's just silly. It's Laffy Taffy.
He saw nothing. There was nothing on my screen.
Yeah. And you have glasses.
And I'm really close to the TV. My mom would be mad.
She's
Final round.
watching.
Final attempt. This is all OG've got left to work with on the CT side. If they can get
moving.
a third, they're
good.
good.
Oh my god, no way, dude.
Next
he
up.
just stood there. He literally just stood there after shooting. Holy hell, man.
Smokes aren't walls, brother.
22-3.
Crazy. Putting such a huge gap between his team and OG is simple. And Electronic, the right-hand man, 16-6 as well. Locked into the ticket booth. Another post plant on the A site for OG. Back-to-back post plants, and this time they've got themselves an edge. But is it ever enough? Perfecto's trying to set up the peak from jungle. Valdo gonna just quickly end Bit. So simple, little to lose.
Oh, never mind.
Snaps it back down onto Nico, kills the first, and then gives himself the AK to try and finish this, but he's got 16 HP, so it seems like OG find 3. That is the case. They'll end the T side with at least 1 more. But what a performance from Simple. 23-4, 167 ADR. On a whole other planet than OG right now.
Now I know why he picked himself on Maui's Dream Team segment. Makes perfect sense. Thought it was all ego at first.
Look at this.
Does he see it?
Okay, he does.
He did. Okay.
He did.
He had to, dude.
Wow. But that's in super slow-mo. Right there.
Yeah, okay.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah. Well, he is literally really close to his monitor, too. Okay. That looks so...
Oh. Thank goodness.
I was like, I reported
Thank
someone
goodness.
in matchmaking
Yeah.
yesterday for doing that same thing.
Yeah. All right.
He saw him.
All right, it all makes sense. Everybody calm down.
People secretly think that casters are trying to hide cheaters that are pro. I get emails from people who think that we think all pros cheat.
Yeah, man, I'm in on it.
Yeah.
They pay so well. Of course not. I'll be the first to call them. Whoop. What are we doing down here? We got 2 guys boosted. We got 3 guys down there. Wow, they're gonna hold that, huh? I mean, honestly, weird thing to deal with.
That is very weird, yes. Like, if you're on the desert stage in Mario and you saw those things for the first time, you might actually...
Like, I don't know how to handle this problem.
Go for a different star.
But they do walk back in. And OG walk out. They'll be playing 3 players at the tippity top of connector. Simple, he's crept out from A ramp. Oh, they're going to look to just smash these CTs as they try to hold on to the jungle. Next up, Mantu. Everybody's giving in
Wow.
work. That is perfect.
I'm telling you, OG are owning right now.
Well, they won that one.
That was good.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Pistol round in their back pocket. Navi looking for the rebound. 2-man underpass boost.
Yes. I think you looked it up for me once, but it was like the totem pole guys in Super Mario 64.
Yeah.
I forgot what their name. They had a weird name. I can't remember.
You want to know again?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Oof. Perfecto. Half his health is gone. He's just looking for the Eagle headshot. And Nico with the MP9.
Okay, I actually didn't know the MP9 bullets could do that.
Easy does it.
Can the observer? Okay. Can the observer fly through this wall? Who's observing right now?
I believe it's Jakey, main observer.
I actually have never looked inside that wall to see how thick it is, because I always wondered about that wall bang.
We've also got cinematics, man. We got a team, dude. Observers, they come in packs. They're like wolves.
Yeah.
Or hyenas.
I hope they eat you one day.
Jesus.
Alive.
Brutal. Wrecked.
Oh. How thick? It's not very thick, is it? Oh, it's just literally this tiny piece of wood. Oh. Okay, it's actually very thin. Okay. I always thought that was...
Thank you, guys.
I always thought that was a lot thicker for some reason.
Man, production's
making more
back.
sense. That's great.
Got our back. Casters are nothing without observers.
That's facts.
Ooh, good damage.
Yikes.
Nice. Boomich picks that one up. Flamesy just zoned out of the situation. Perfecto's Galil wins the fight towards Palace. And despite 4v5...
Did he had an AK on the floor right beside him. Oh, his teammate died.
Teammate.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he's dual wielding, bro.
Yeah, I was like, why do you want the Galil first?
They're learning.
Yeah.
Nico's not going to spot Bit unless Bit backs up.
Yeah, Bit's in a very good spot, really. I mean, he can't be in a better spot, especially the A-split's coming on. Oh, no. Montu shoots.
Bomb leans B.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bit's going to cut off all the rotates in jungle, but there's that is
he
still
has
a
to kind of
2v2
listen
on
and
B.
fall off. Bit's in a weird spot. He's actually really good if they go A, but yeah, he has to take a risk and start clearing things out. He's going to spot one now. Montu goes down, and actually that's the guy who's just on Palace.
Oh,
so they know it's going to be a B rotate.
Bit will reopen the door, though.
Oh, they're still going to go B.
No way.
One more here, one more.
That's a tough one. Tough shot to land if you're Nico. 2 players, 2 elevations, and both of them moving targets. A little bit of wishy-washiness in that situation.
Well, they just kept following.
Yep.
They kept following leads.
Follow the trail.
They had a good. That was smart. I mean, you would rotate back after they killed Montu. It's like if everyone's on B.
Follow the breadcrumbs.
But then they got the market kill, and then they're like, okay. Then they see Nico, but they're already out. Bingo, bango, bongo.
8 rounds now. That's the difference, and it should be 9, seeing as OG are working with the bare bones. But we have already had a 5 USP round win here on the main stream today. That'll be a reminder that anything's possible. Flamesy tries to embody it, kills Bit towards Cat. Boomich, quick trade. Valdez slips by. He's got that P2 Fitty. And Perfecto smashes him with the MAC-10. So a very quick 14th round win from Na'Vi, wasting no time at this B site. OG's CT half going to be cut short if Na'Vi continue like this. Something funny?
He just jumped off the stairs just to be able to peek from the right side again.
That right eye peek.
Is there a Zeus in here? No. Oh my god, diffuse. Never mind.
Not gonna happen. 14 in the bag. Na'Vi looking to end this one lickety-split. And to put themselves alongside FaZe and Heroic in the 2-0 pool.
Yeah. Hey, if all the favorites win, I mean, things just get even more interesting.
I like following the expectations on day one.
Agreed.
I like upsets.
Because you really mess up the bracket permanently forever.
Exactly. When it comes to those last few spots at the major, okay, give me those upsets. But when it's,
I know what you're saying, yeah.
It is as it should be at the moment.
As hard as possible, for good reason.
We don't want to stray too far from the script,
Are they... Okay, they're not pushing. Thought they would.
They're just going to hold inside ramp. So
yeah.
2 CTs within it, 1 on jungle. Flamesy could have offered us something, but instead Boomich gets the quick entry. Mantu's going to 180. Try and lock in some kind of control towards A. But OG do have this pocket deep on ramp.
Yeah, no, they're not in a position to plant, but they know that it's ramp. Now, they can still deal with this. They have... Oh, they actually let on grenades? No, they have a molly here for ramp as well. So they can just take their time to approach, and they're not rushing it. And they do the reverse smoke on A ramp. That's really great from Bit, honestly. And suddenly those CTs are just locked out.
No way to stop the plant. Valdo will still find Perfecto. That's something to work with here. Going to keep the numbers in the hands of OG. Soon the smoke fades ramp. And Na'Vi maybe looking to make a play. They could go jungle, window, connector for the post. Boomich a little bit nervous about MOUZ and Nico because he just had that Desert Eagle. Isn't able to get the better of Bit. Boomich will take down one player with him. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Simple's got a Molotov lineup over top connector. This is fire. Literally lit.
Done. Let him have it. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Money nades from Na'Vi to get 15 rounds on the scoreboard and give themselves 10 match points.
Love to see that. Don't even have to peek. Of course, the threat is if they smoke, then, you know, anytime it's planted back triple, they'll try to smoke. But yeah, that situation. Molly secure the round. Don't even have to fight with your guns. That's CS at its best.
Unfortunately for OG, never had the ball rolling here versus Na'Vi.
They're too good, this team, Na'Vi.
It's a buy at the very least for OG to end on. No whimpers.
Montu op. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Boomich.
It was a shining light for OG, 18 and 14, you know.
Yep.
Really did have a few highlights here.
You know, we said X factors. You did list MOUZ.
Yeah.
Or not, excuse me, not X factors, but win conditions rather.
Right.
But not quite the one-man army.
Op is unrecoverable.
Not exactly simple. 26 and 6.
Tantalizing to take A, knowing that there's no op back in CT spawn, no op in jungle. So much pressure on these riflers. Back Nexus relying on Flames to hold on to connector. Everything's being attacked right now.
It's all under siege.
Bit approaching this duel.
Walks
Next
down.
one will be cleared, and oh wow, he just doesn't expect him. Just walk off a balcony like that. And Bit does find a way to get ahead of Flames. No way.
Wow, they made body contact inside smoke and it still got owned. So Na'Vi, ladies and gentlemen, very clearly still cut from a different cloth. A closer performance versus Quazar and a knife.
God.
Oh, it's insult to injury. One headshot is all they need, and Boomich body bags it. 16-5. Wow. World-class performance from Simple.
Yeah.
And a total dismemberment of OG.
Insane bounce back from Electronic within a day.
Yep.
And whole team looks good. I mean, that was just nasty. I honestly think like OG had some cool stuff. They got to positions where they like got towards sites. The counter utility was just so good from Na'Vi. Like on top of all the frags that got made, starting from that pistol round where Simple was supported inside of the B halls, they flashed for him. They did that a number of times versus very, very fast rounds, which again, the windows of timings on those fast rounds are very hard to counter, and they pulled it off. So, I mean, I didn't watch the Quazar match.
Sure.
But after watching this, I'm sure it was just first match of the day syndrome.
Nice to see. Nice to see. Na'Vi again putting themselves alongside FaZe and hold on. That was not a little upset there, Electronic. Nice to see the fire. That last second turn saved Nico's life for a second, and then Valda creeps around box, dies. But yeah, excuse me. We have FaZe and Vitality, really the closest games of the 1-0 group. Which is nice to see as well, right? It just means that of the 1-0 teams, FaZe had their hands full with Vitality, who are looking like, a good stack of challengers. But here it is, man of the match. I mean, no spoilers, folks, but no argument either. 26 and 6. It is Simple. He just makes this game look easy.
Yeah. 100% opening kill success.
10 multi-kills?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and there was what? 21 rounds? So 1 and 2 rounds essentially is Simple getting multi-kills. I mean, he was everywhere at all times. Just the freedom of roaming too, especially CT side, right? Yeah. Every decision, every move always seemed correct, and that's what we've just come to expect from Na'Vi. Unfortunately, they weren't able to meet those expectations as of late, and again, slow start to the day kind of put a question mark on them, but that question mark now replaced by an exclamation mark.
Yeah.
Case in point, that's just beautiful stuff. Of course, we've got one more best of one still for you guys here on the A stream. It is going to be Outsiders versus Big, and Big looked really good earlier today.
New Big is awesome. Looking forward to that.
So fingers crossed, we get a nice competitive one. But we've got a little bit of content from that Big team before the game gets rolling. We'll see you guys in just a second. Please enjoy this. Maui Snake's been killing it with this kind of shoulder content.
We are at the PGL RMR for Europe, and I am a completely unbiased interviewer with Tabson. Welcome, Tabson, to Bucharest.
Hello, welcome.
How are you liking the hotel?
It's really, really good hotel. I'm enjoying it so far. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here, and I'm grateful to be here as well.
All right, well, we're lucky to have you here. And what we're going to be doing today is seeing how many questions you can answer about yourself in 60 seconds. Are you ready?
I hope so. We will see.
It's not a contest. Let's just see what we can find out about Tabson. All right, ready? Go. Are you a city or a country person?
City person.
Would you rather read Twitch chat after a bad game or the Reddit comments?
Twitch chat.
What is one of your hobbies outside of CS?
Playing Dota.
Okay, nice. Do you like to travel most by car, plane, or train?
Car.
Okay. If you could live anywhere else in the world, where would you live?
On an island.
What island?
On a beach.
Okay, all right, nice. All right, what is your spirit animal?
Skip.
Okay. Do you prefer deathmatching, retake servers, or executes?
Deathmatching.
What's your favorite type of food?
Steak.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I could use one. What music are you deathmatching to right now?
CS frag movies, like it's like kind of metal, rock, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, so like 2010s frag movies.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. All right. That's gonna be it. Appreciate it so much, Tabson. Really. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that was pretty good. I think you got maybe like 12 in.
Yeah, I tried my best, but easy questions. So. No.
Sometimes those are the hardest.
Yeah, of course.
Well, either way, pleasure to have you.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
The European RMR are well underway, and here we are, one step closer to the end of the day. This time it's Outsiders versus Big. Now, Outsiders looked really good to start the day.
Yeah.
Didn't skip a beat, you know, and we definitely put them in that grouping of teams alongside Na'Vi, FaZe, etc. And for this reason, I look at this versus Big, and I think great for Big to show us an awesome performance. Some of the statistics coming out of that team look a little crazy. You know, it's a great first showing from them, but is that great first best of one from Big enough of an indicator to believe they're going to take it to Outsiders? That's the question. Of course, the answer will be found out soon enough, but first we got to take a look at what Outsiders had to offer us coming into this game. Yakinder throwing punches in the intro. He's going to be throwing punches in the server as well. That's a star player here for Virtus Pro who's hard to hold on to.
The best entry fragger in the world.
Yeah. The best?
Oh, yeah.
Hands down?
Easily.
Easily?
Yeah, easily.
Okay. I like it.
No one's stats are even close to his.
I like it.
Go ahead, throw someone out.
Nah, I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that.
It's not even close.
No challengers.
He's just literally the best entry fragger.
Damn. You know what scares me? Jame wearing anime, okay? He's got anime on his shirt.
Picture? Yeah.
You know he's taking it to a whole new level.
Yes.
So we got to be cautious with this roster. The fact that, again, they began the day so successfully just means that they really are looking to, again, throw themselves at the top of the group and just show that they are not here for a contender spot. They want to lock in Legends. They want to keep that major run short. But a team who may be fighting just for a spot at the major, a little bit hot and cold at times, but definitely hotter than expectations this morning, was Big Clan. Big now sporting Crimbo, a call-up to the main team. Crimbo put in some numbers earlier today on Ancient versus Saw, but that's the reality of this situation. We saw Big put gaps between themselves and Saw. We saw Outsiders just destroy Unique. And I feel like this best of one, this 1-0 round, is where we really get a gauging as to where Big are truly at.
No Mirage!
No Mirage. You really got that off your chest. Are you sick of it?
Yes.
You're being polite. You were being polite with the Mirage maps.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Okay.
Anymore.
We still got Overpass. We still got... Oh, no. Okay.
So now I'm going to go home later and then
Overpass.
play Mirage.
We're playing Overpass. I know it.
It's... No way, dude.
Dust 2.
Oh my god, the next best thing from Mirage.
We're not Mirage, but we're also not that far.
Yeah, no, it is actually, these two teams are sick at Dust 2.
Yes.
Jame is so good on this map. Big Clan overall are really, really sick on this map too. So this will be a really, really good Dust 2. I think this is a sick battleground for the two of them.
Just Jame versus Searson. Sign me up.
Yeah, I think Jame is insanely good, especially at cutting off that middle of the map on T side, shutting down rotators, making it scary as hell for the CTs to move back and forth between sides. I think that's where they shine the most.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to be looking for with Jame. And then for Big Clan, it's their super, super solid long control. And overall, yeah, they just move extremely well on this map, and we'll get to see them play with Crimbo. And listen, you don't get the call up to the big main roster without learning Dust 2, okay? Inside and out.
Yeah, that's a GOB B mandatory ruling.
Yep.
The Crimbo. Let's see what he's got in store for us. We also had some pretty heavy numbers from Searson versus Saw. Nice to see Searson on LAN, studio environment. James drops out from the window. Kinder's dead on car, so that's an open B site. Clean. They thought maybe Buster in the back site would throw a wrench in the works, but the efficiency of Big knows no bounds.
Excellent. So Crimbo was the IGL of the Big Academy roster.
Yeah, and the Star Fragger.
And the Star Fragger.
He basically was Big Academy.
All-in-one player. And I can totally see where he might be able to fit in with the main roster if he can be a second IGL to help out Tabson.
Okay.
If he has ideas.
I wonder if he'll be even asked to. You know, I feel like if you're leading Big Academy, it's because you got to have an IGL.
Yeah.
I wonder if bringing him in, if he's really going to be that vocal, or if it's just kind of giving all the reins still to Tabson. I'm curious. Maybe Maui State can make something out of them in the interviews, or our desk. Whoever gets the chance to talk to Big. I want to know more about the Crimbo.
Crimbo slice.
Right? Oh man, I was saving that.
Oh.
Everybody at home, pretend you didn't hear it.
If he gets a dually 2K, a Crimbo slice.
A Crimbos. Don't burn all the good ones fast.
Okay.
Searson's Blue Spruce. One of, if not the best scout player in the world.
Most iconic scout right there.
The only challenger is probably Launders himself. Little left-right flash to fall down into the tunnels. The Zeus of Yakinder is good for one. No weapon pickup off it. Not bad, those Zeuses. 200 bucks. 200 bucks a pop.
Always on sale.
Insta-kill. It's crazy. There's an insta-kill weapon in CSGO.
Yeah.
The problem is it has a range of about 2.5 feet.
Yeah. I mean, for an extra 4,400, you get the op.
Hell of a deal.
4,550 extra. Okay, sorry.
Let's walk into the tunnels, can maybe catch somebody with a back turn. And even if they don't, there's an AK here. Oh, it's a Galil. I've been fooled. But I do love that they're still staying tethered to the front runner. Tizian looking top mid, just turned, gets it back under control. But now that he's throwing utility, there's a second peek from Buster, and the USP betrays him. Simply not strong enough. Outsiders, they're going to let Big convert this. 2-0, back to the B bomb site, back to winning ways, back-to-back rounds for Big.
Whoever wins this map is the better team.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Because they're both so good at Dust 2. And I think right now they have, I think Outsiders have respect for Big right now, based on what we just saw. And this new pick. I like this. I like what we saw. Sample size is insanely small. So I'm just going to overreact to that best of one that we saw earlier and say, Big are going to win Cologne.
Big are going to win Cologne, yeah. You've been drinking Maui's Kool-Aid. Bomb pop, 4 survivors. 1 Galil will be saved by James. If he can save, he will.
Yes.
So he'll hold the Galil into the next one.
You know what time it is.
James time, baby. New jerseys for Big. Just want that noted.
Tabson's got that perfect hairstyle that is always the exact same at every point in history.
Consistency.
Yes.
Yeah. German efficiency.
In and out.
So the buy-up from Outsiders. Full-fledged A1S purchase, barring James Galil. He says, if I can save it again, I can get an op. Smoke towards mid. Searson's still on scout as well. Don't forget about that either. See if that has any impact on this round. But we're already starting to get a heavier lean towards B from Outsiders.
So heavy, man.
Stacked.
Oh, my God. And
jacked.
They're just so wrong right now.
On the attack.
And they're not going to push. Man, this is quite a commitment. Late long control. Beautiful option. I mean, this is actually nuts. I can't believe they stacked this hard. This early with this little information. On a full buy.
I'll give them credit for decisiveness.
Leave it to Flit. Oh, never mind.
Slapson destroys Flit on the A site. Now it's wide open for the taking. You just got to cross. Simple as that. You just got to get across. Tizian going to get one versus Yakinder. And now that transitions Outsiders into an immediate save. They tried to go for the fast B stack. They tried to call it out straight up. And instead, it's that 3 consecutive round wins for Big on the board, fast as can be.
Big didn't know that they stacked.
Nope.
But Big as the T-sided team, they just pick a site. Sometimes you don't know how many people are there. If they had run into B, we'd be talking about how genius Outsiders are, you know. So, the inverse of that is, of course, I'm going to point out that that was a pretty risky stack to do. Now, on the upside, they saved 3. They don't have to think about that. And they seemed very concerned about B. But you can see sometimes there's situations where teams are actually just gambling blind. It doesn't always look this severe, but this is one of those extremist situations. And maybe if they had gotten the 1 kill with Flit, then they'd be comfy in the retake. But he got pieced up by that scout of Searson.
Just an insta-kill too. Headshot. Never stood a chance. Kicker going to be coming in with some input. Again, I think you said it best. Had that gone to B, Outsiders would be getting praised. I do like the decisiveness early, though. You know, don't wait for it to keep happening. Just try to get ahead of it in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just go for it.
It wasn't a real issue, at least for a couple of rounds there.
I would genuinely rather see that than watch a team just let something slip by 1, 2, too many times.
It's true.
So it's very early days. Plenty of time for Outsiders to recover, and now we get something far more default, already throwing Flit down into the pit, already pulling a player back from long, and we have moving pieces within this A site, a boost to keep eyes on target. Very meticulous position. But look at this. Seems to me like Big want B.
Who would stack twice?
Currently, not Outsiders. There's also movement back from Big. Take a quick little glance into the tunnels, decide, no. We'll head back towards mid, and now Cat becomes the point of contact, in which case this boost on the A site, which has been held for like 30 seconds now, could genuinely work out. But he doesn't take the far more aggressive one. He's going to give them that extra 10 feet to come up. And maybe he did the right thing, because Searson is so locked in on that spot. If Jane was to the right, he'd be a dead man.
Yeah.
But they actually forego the boost just as the execute comes through. This is going to be a very tremendous push here from Big, trying to just run right through. Kicker takes a second. Crimbo to a crisp. And Tizian's looking for the next contact. James patience. But a drop shot gives them a little bit more wiggle room. Only 10 seconds left. A jump up here from James. Another flash. Nope. There. It's finally thrown. And then it's just a second too late. Favin and Searson will win it. That's nuts.
He could have tucked. They didn't know. They are so lucky. Holy hell.
And I mean, that just
that Favin spray transfer?
The second headshot?
No way. He did that. He saw them both, got blinded, and still hit that spray transfer.
But delayed flash from James.
He messed it up.
He didn't throw it the first time. Exactly. He fumbled the flash. And that matter of just that extra second and a half is what lines up Favin for a beautiful 2K spray.
But like literally, Yakinder could have just hit and they'd still win.
Nope.
Nope.
Wow. Big with a little bit of magic.
That spray transfer was so sick.
Yeah.
Wow. Insane. That was insane.
There's the
what a shot
pop.
too.
Watch this second
He sees
one,
them both, gets blind. Oh man, that's disgusting. That is so disgusting.
And then Yakinder found in the no man's land. But Big have to know that got dangerously close. Clock included.
That's when you're the most excited, actually.
Okay. Like, yeah, we had that in the bag the whole time.
The biggest pop-offs are only when you felt like you could have lost.
Tabson's going to charge down the corner. There's a P90 on kicker.
Wow, that speed.
Get that out of here.
It was a P90.
He had a P90.
Oh, man. That's a little awkward.
So far, sick Big.
Great Big.
And that's a timeline I am happy to be on.
Yes.
It's been a long time we've seen Big have like this flash of success. Normally, I always say Big is best at Blast because they're a partner team, and it just seems like within those group stages, they always qualify for finals, and then they're always irrelevant once they get there.
That's good luck.
Now here they are with a strong start versus Outsiders, but James still equipped. Misses the op shot, so that's not going to be the kill that they would hope for. And remember, this is a straight up buy. So Flit dying gives another chance for Big to just rack up 5 consecutive round wins on this T side. And they're playing this in a very tempered pace.
They don't even know how many op shots they're missing. You know what I mean? Like, they're so close to getting opt in all these situations. They just, like, I think someone's butt stuck out on the side of the default box, and that baited Jame into shooting. Right there, he sees one bald head peek up from the ramp, barely misses that shot.
Meanwhile, Big not stressed about it.
Yeah. They don't even know. They haven't seen Jame.
Just sipping their beers and wearing their lederhosens.
Yeah. Also, German airports have good beer.
Sure.
Some airports don't.
I always take layovers in Germany. Three saved. 3 saved for the Outsiders, so they're just moving enough pieces forward, but I mean, where are the kills? We've got 2 on Kicker, 1 on Jame, 1 Yakinder. We're 5 rounds deep, and there are 4 frags total for Outsiders. And like you said, they've been given chances. These op shots have been so close.
So close. I mean, this will go down as the most awkward 5 rounds in history. I'm just overreacting today.
That's fine.
Okay.
Overreacting Andy.
Yep.
I feel like usually it's me. So, you know, a little role reversal. Let's do it. Keep the people on their toes.
Freaky Friday.
I want to say great film, but that would be a lie.
That would be, yes. That's Cope.
Oh, the walk-in. This could work out, or...
For who?
I was going to say Outsiders, but numbers advantage, and then they just kind of jump the gun with 2 missed shots.
That was awkward.
Yakinder's looking for the smoke grenade to stop them, and they will respect it. They hold. Because you know what? Big are playing a very tempered pace.
That was a doubt. That was... Maybe Buster didn't want to stand there. Maybe he felt like he had to, like they were going to swing no matter what. Maybe if he gets the kill, they still actually can escape. I don't know. That was a little bit awkward. But Big have been just careful enough. I mean... They haven't wide swung into any bad duel.
This is them playing to their plan and not letting anything Outsiders do disrupt that.
They kind of got to go a little fast now, but there's no one here at all.
Yep. They've left a round to the wire. Similarly to this.
What if Crimbo just called this?
Yeah,
what if he just overcalled Tabson and said no?
Just egoed him?
Rap long.
Just straight up egoed Tabson? Like... the king of German Counter-Strike?
Yeah.
Step aside. Time for the next generation. Again, we got to ask these questions to Big, because honestly, this is 6-0 to start over Outsiders. I thought this was going to be like the closest game of the day on A-Stream, second grouping. By games of the day, I mean the ones we cast.
Yes, they're playing with them. Oh my god.
They met by the smoke. I mean, obviously, if you're Outsiders, you don't want to just keep saving every damn round, but that's all that Big are giving you because they're just calculating the utility perfectly.
That's their brand.
Bro, Searson hasn't died yet. Favin hasn't died yet.
Big said, oh, you like saving so much? Here, save every round.
So they let this one slip as well. 1 frag from Jame. That is all that happened this round for Outsiders. Big 6-0 start.
Imagine FaZe Big Grand Finals Antwerp.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Not as crazy as you sound right now. That's definitely crazier.
I said just imagine.
This is like the best boring Counter-Strike I've ever seen.
It's incredible.
I'm impressed, Big.
They're just like slightly outplaying them over and over again.
And they're going to do it for 10 more rounds. Oh, Crimbo picks up the kill versus Flit. Yeah. I'm very curious to see what Crimbo really has to offer us.
Yeah.
This round, a little bit of an aggressive rifling. That's cool.
Versus Saw earlier, he 1v2'd 2 rounds in a row.
I love it when new players clutch.
Yeah.
Because I feel like clutch is something that's really hard to teach somebody.
Yes.
You got it or you
don't. You can't. Yeah, you got it or you don't, 100%.
And then once they have long control, like they burst onto long control, they get it immediately, and then it's just this stalling. happy to watch. What do you got, Big? They're not rocking it back. They're not overcomplicating this, and Outsiders are in the right positions.
Yeah, they're just low on numbers. They have lots of utility, though.
Volley onto ramp. That should wait out the smoke.
Man, both teams actually have a lot of utility, but Kicker, okay, he'll find one. That's Favin out.
Boost.
Oh my god.
Shots whiz by. Just next to them. James still going to be playing scoped in. They're inside of that ramp smoke. Two players just waiting. They're starting to think that maybe these guys aren't here. Shots come over the top of the ramp.
They're flanking Cat now.
James dives back into cover. Searson. Flank could be huge. I mean, they still have cover on ramp. Searson starts to strike them down. James is fully exposed. tabseN comes in with a kill, and they have somehow like reverse pitched this.
The bomb.
15 seconds. They still have a chance to recover it, but somebody needs to take the risk. This can't be meticulous. No calculation on that. A frantic
Dude, that was really
scramble.
good. That was really good. That almost went badly, but Big were so careful about everything. They didn't peek too far up the ramp. They didn't cross too early. They sat in that smoke on the ramp with 2 players still at long. They were just so much pressure. That's bigger. That's the best. Big might be the best, like with long control, like in terms of not dropping rounds. And there they show every little piece, and then they find the one gap later on when Outsiders think it's going to be 5 long, and Searson just meanders his way up Cat slowly.
They hid inside the ramp smoke.
Yeah.
James took out his USP for a split second, thinking,
everybody's
left.
Lost patience.
James lost patience.
Yeah. They out-patienced James.
Big are reconfiguring Outsiders.
Yeah. They're getting worked. This is really nice Dust 2 right now. Wow.
This is the entry. Clearly a good flash from Tizian. Searson comes up, deals with Jane behind the Gandalf box. Oh no, it's Crimbo, excuse me. The Crimbo.
Crimbo. Oh.
7 consecutive T-round wins and that wall bang onto Buster. Favin gets out behind Blue, smokes it off. The fight is here though. Flit's gonna be trying to find it. Will.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. That streamline of flashbangs, not enough to make the difference. We've got this close push up from Yakinder, and that's what he does. Catches you off guard. Beauty of a 3K from Yakinder.
God damn.
Off angle. And we finally have Outsiders break through.
Yeah, right. He gets 3. That was nasty.
That's it, though. A moment for Yakinder to shine. You know, he's on the CT side. He's got to be a bit more tempered.
Damn.
A massacre at the top of mid. Outsiders say enough is enough. That's 7 in a row from Big, put to an end. The CT side has answered. I'm not surprised that it comes off of the back of like a Yakinder aggression.
That was crazy. He shows us the A1S is really broken.
Is that your opinion?
That it is broken?
Yep.
I think it is a bit. I mean, I think it's still
overpowered?
Underpriced.
Okay.
Yeah. Like it's not, I think it's still like a good gun. Maybe it just costs a little bit too little. Like AUG is still better, but AUG is more expensive. That's how I would look at it. Broken's probably strong language.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You're allowed to speak in absolutes.
You know, maybe if 100% of pro used it.
Yeah, Bit is still locking it down.
Yeah.
Until Bit switches,
until
no nerf
Bit
needed.
loses the major because of his A4, then.
Quick transition, dude. Bunch of grenades into this B site. Yakinder, he's gonna die. Despite bringing tabseN with him, that op is something to work with. James snaps it down onto Favin. Now there's just this wall of smokes, and the Molotov on top of them with a jump from Buster denies the bomb carrier. Now that's full control for Outsiders. And frag grenades in the face of Big as they try to hold on. Good rotation from James. Big impact.
Yeah, Yakinder's got some great eyes, too. I don't know how he figured out. There's a player swinging out there. Probably barely saw him. There was so much going on.
All right, Outsiders. Nice to see a little life because I was starting to get nervous this would be a blowout.
Yeah, 2 in a row with 4 alive on this. Okay. They're back.
Sorry, Tizian. Don't know what you were expecting.
But those were such nice rounds in a row. I mean, we're going to go into round 3 of the Outsiders. they and Big still have so much money. So much money. Racks on racks. That B-side hit almost worked.
Almost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kidder could have easily missed with all the amount of stuff happening right there. Like, he wouldn't have gone for that pick if it was a straight B rush. Maybe they just like set up a default, or Searson posts up real quick. That's probably what he was looking for. But there was tons of stuff coming in his direction. They were about a second away from peaking Buster as well, but like you said, James in the door.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like the Buster jump up could have gone south. But he timed it really nicely with the bomb player, like pressed up to the box too. Wasn't looking up.
Yep.
If it was, you know, a little bit more space between the player coming out from tunnels and the jump up, if he's pressed more towards Humvee wall, really making the most of that smoke wall, then maybe. But all maybes. At the end of the day, it's Outsiders' second. You know, they've saved enough, right? They can definitely get this ball rolling.
Oh, it's a One Piece shirt. Nice. Who's your favorite One Piece character?
The one with the spiky hair.
That is, you're trying to stereotype just because it's anime, and it could be any of them.
And he's got the.
I'm just bullying Connor because he doesn't watch anime.
He's got
finally, anime watchers can bully other people now. Oh, what a time to be alive!
What a time to be alive! Who saw this coming? I watch anime, dude. I made a Yu-Gi-Oh reference earlier.
All right. That's fine.
Thank you. You know, he's got the spiky hair and the sleeveless shirt.
Yeah.
You know the one.
Yes. Did you buy the Kaiba starting deck or the Yu-Gi starting deck?
I can't remember, man. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Smokes down. I'm curious to see if Big have more in the book. What's the, I mean, obviously they will, they do. But like, what is the next page? I'm on the edge of my seat here, Big. Again, in the slowest fashion.
Well, we have seen some excruciatingly late long control hits that actually worked out. It looks like they might be going back into that again. But actually, you know, this is Outsiders calling that out in a great way. With the op in front from Yakinder. This is a free frag for him for sure.
For what? For what?
Oh my god.
Favin, that's nasty.
No way.
Flit at this point is lucky to be alive. 1 point of health is what he escapes with. You always leave a survivor so that they can strike fear in the hearts of everybody else.
They can go back and tell the messages of what they just saw. I can't believe that Favin just won that.
Crimbo times this. Buster just made a bunch of sound on the rotation. Remember, Flit's incredibly low. They're not expecting the mid walkout. Oh, Crimbo, it's not pretty at all. Flit still able to bring it back. That is a dropped ball by Crimbo.
But he saw so many people, they're actually kind of scared. Look, they're leaving.
Kickert's tagged up too.
Yeah, they started to rotate back to B.
James could lock in Cat.
Oh, he needs that.
Good shot onto Tapson. Still, bomb's going to be planted by Favin. He's going to plant that in cover. These two players on smoke could die to pistols, but Kicker! Oh, the snap into Favin as he jumps up off that bomb plant. Searson on the clutch. Deals with Buster. Nice snap to long, but he won't expect the second peek, you'd assume.
No way, yeah.
And these players on the bomb site have such little health. Sure enough, James locks this one in, but oh, what could have been.
Yeah, that was very close. There was a few situations. Of course, Crimbo dropped the spray. If he had taken one out of CT spawn, whole different ball game. And they would. Oh my God! I can't believe Favin won that. He couldn't even really see his head. That was insane. Well, it was a good setup from Outsiders. They were waiting for late long. They wanted that to come. So, I'm half glad they won.
They're dropping shots.
A bit slow on that. Yeah.
The sharpness of Big is starting to fade a little bit. Crimbo's spray not there. Searson given a chance to the long players. Still 4v4 as the lower tunnels fight goes both directions. But at first, it was flawless Big.
It was.
Now, it's human Big. And big humans.
Yes, big German men.
waiting for
Who
maybe
would
that.
win
Yeah.
in a staring contest, Searson or James?
Searson.
Damn, really?
Oh, as I said that, he just blinked 3 times. So I take my answer back.
Yeah, that's tough, man. It's really
He's
tough.
blinking a lot.
Wow.
More smokes, more flashes. B-site, dude, this could be very easily compromised. It's just Jame. It is only Jame, and there are no rotates. Nobody's here to help him. Tabson doing a good job of keeping this pressure on the A site. It feels real. James nade, that could blow a player off of this. And sure enough, Favin's now dead. And Jame, he's on high alert. Oh! He hits the player in the front. And Searson sent packing. Jame just locks that in. A frag grenade and an op shot to deny Big round 8.
Outsiders are back.
Sure enough, round after round, they're looking alive, dude. Maybe they're just a little stunned by Big's.
That is just an outsider's moment, isn't it?
See ya.
They are just incredibly hard to beat fast. If you're gonna, you can beat them, but they will fight so hard. I mean, yeah, they never lose
the
focus.
resilience is
They're
like
down to
nobody
play
else.
30 rounds every game. Every game. Yeah, they're very resilient. Amazing.
I feel like Outsiders games last on average more than 30 rounds.
Yeah.
And I have no numbers to back that up.
Yeah. 69.4, 20% of statistics ranked them on the spot.
Oh. Well, also low numbers here for Biggs. Bye. We get the MAC 10. The P250s. And just enough utility to maybe bombard their way into the B site and lock in a post plant. Yakinder going to move that op up close again. We saw a really nice shot from him last time he did this. And he finds Crimbo. If only that collateral could have lined up, but not meant to be. Still, Tizian trades back with just the pistol. He now has his hands on the op, and Kickert's looking to deal with him. Does so nicely enough. Smoke comes down on doors, and Kickert has a decision. Does he want to challenge, or does he wait?
They have an extra player to flash through if they want. So if the bomb gets planted, it's a significant advantage for the retake if there's early aggression.
Windows engulfed in flames, and Tabson going to keep that SMG pressed close to Smoke. Another one laid down. Bomb plant means money in the back pocket of Big.
Oh, they're not going to flash through. They're going to wait the smoke out on door.
Searson still has a flash as well.
Let's see if they all go one way.
Tabson grabs an AK. That's certainly an upgrade from the MAC 10. Searson comes out from tunnels trying to play in the little pocket that is behind that smoke.
I think they missed their smoke, yeah. They gave them a little one way.
They've got another. Flash goes over. Good wallbang damage on Tabson. Searson, despite being blind, kills Jame, and then there's Tabson with the headshot. So a 2v3 looking very healthy. Kickert gets torn between both those peaks, and Big, with lesser weapons, busts through the B site.
That's the importance of keeping those smokes nice and compact. I think that was Outsiders tunnel smoke, right?
I believe so.
So they gave them a huge one-way on the outside of it, which, well, as they're coming through doors, like the worst one they could possibly have. So that was pretty much where the retake went wrong. They obviously could have attempted to take onto the site a little sooner. So the B site hit, looking like a repeat of that previous round, ends up working out very well here. Oh my god, I can't believe he hit that. I can't believe he hit that. Another tag on Buster through the door. With a fast play out long. One of the rotators is down to 28 health. Good start in round 13.
Let's split out of this one.
Yikes, that's for Carr. Well, it was.
Middle, though. Remember last time Yakinder in a round like this pushes up, plays telephone pole, gets a 3K spray?
Yes, like it was yesterday.
But nobody's doubling back from Big. They're all just stagnating on long, which is fine. Smokes for the cross, and we're going to get another clash inside A site. Yakinder in the danger zone. Jame leveraging the box, trying to get a better angle. And a smoke for Yakinder. Now he's got some possibilities. Trying to make this one awkward. Good flashbang. Yakinder doesn't entirely commit, and that's fine because he still picks up the kill versus Crimbo. Now we get this return volley and a push from Tizian through the CT smoke. But remember, bomb's still down. Getting awkward.
Oh my god, timing.
Tizian's found it.
Yeah.
Buster's only working with the USP, so it's not the best of cases. Yakinder's still fighting tooth and nail inside sight. Tabson pops his head. Kicker off of Catwalk, looking for more impact, but that is the end of Outsiders, and Big continue with a T-side success, 9 rounds over 4.
Huge round. Well done on long right there. Same amount of pressure. Jakinder and the team try something a little new with that smoke he throws behind single box on the A site. He finds a great timing to peek and spray one down, but we had one tagged on the cross, one early kill on long as well, so Big had a big advantage moving into the last 40 seconds of that round. And Tizian also got that lurk off in CT to finish Buster off finally. And for once, Searson won't hit someone crossing that door. Felt like it was every time at this point. Another late, long hit. Not that late, actually. Seems like it's about to take place. Kicker steps up to the plate.
Oh, good damage, but not enough. Headshot there could have been clean. Still time to stack up the A site. Jakinder goes towards top mid, but nothing he's going to be given. He's not alone this time. He's going to bring Flit with him. It's a field trip to the long A doors. They'll go. James going to try to draw attention towards site and an attempt not to die while he gets Tabson. Clean scout shot. But we do have T's crossing towards ramp. Little HP and the flank hits. This is still alive and kicking for the Outsiders. Crimbo, though, he just causes an evacuation route all the way through CT spawn. He's gone. Both the CTs trying to chase. There's a smoke for the CT spawn itself, and that's going to deny the vision as they get all the way up into B with the plant. Crimbo, nice moves.
Yeah.
Waste no time to run.
Yeah, going instantly was key. Now they have to flash retake. It's just rotators to the B site, and it looks like a mid-B just occurred.
Tizian sticking around. Jakinder's going to be clearing all of this, and he picks up the kill. Flit doesn't have any armor. Crimbo, your chance to clutch 2 crucial 1v2s back-to-back against the first team they beat today. Oh! And he whips it back around. Another clutch to Crimbo's name on the first day of the EU RMR.
That's 3 1v2s for him. And now versus the big dogs of Outsiders. And hey, when we look at that clutch, when he looks directly up, he has to turn around before flicking down. Because in Counter-Strike, you can't flick backwards. So look at as he spins first. That's disgusting from Crimbo.
Nice tracking.
Oh, extraordinary mechanics.
Woo!
So well done there. And doesn't overreact by shooting right away either.
Man, they've dug deep into the German scene, and they've come out with something with Crimbo.
This feeder system, the academy team's working, man. It's working.
He's now top fragging over Favant. They drop down into the lower tunnels. Jakinder gonna, of course, always be a nuisance. Finally finds a chance to get a little bit aggressive as a CT. And maybe his second highlight of this half, but it's best case scenario 5 for the Outsiders. Oh, and Tabson has other ideas. Still not so far gone that Big can't bring this back.
Man, outside of Jakinder, actually, they're really lagging behind in the frag department.
Hurting. That could cost Tabson, but no spray from the CT side. Tizian gets Flit as well from 3v5 to 3v3.
As soon as they saw that door hinge smoke, Flit decided, okay, I'm going to take a risk here, push long. And that was a 4v3. Cat wide open.
So far open that the bomb also decides to go join it. The Xbox smoke just faded. We've got a 2 CT stack towards B site.
And they're just using the lurk smoke on Cat to survey the situation. This is actually perfect to catch James. They're just holding back and spawn. They have an open play, and Searson won't peek into it, but still wins versus James.
I feel like Big just
can't
lose
big
that,
in that
duel.
door. Yeah.
Doesn't matter who's duel. Oh, another!
Oh my goodness.
Searson denies Kicker a chance to bring this back. This is a 3v5 to a 3v1.
That's like an Outsiders type round that Big just pulled off.
Yep. Spot on. Big shooting for 11 T round wins.
Oh, his whole gun sticking out, I think, there.
Yeah, he's doomed. Tabson locks this in. Yo, Big, what is this?
That's sick, man. They look great.
What is this, Big? Very cool. They got the clutches. They got the 3vX wins. And they've got Outsiders in a very awkward spot as they switch to this T side. But you brought it up, and you're dead on. Outsiders, notorious for making games, despite when they look like blowouts, always that competitive. So we'll see if
fight.
they bring it back.
Yeah, they always fight.
It'd be foolish to think otherwise. Yakinder, we saw a couple of shining moments. The push up to the telephone pole, 3K spray down top mid was definitely the best. This one in lower tunnels. I mean, Yakinder made them this what felt like locked in 5v3. He did his job. He did it wonderfully, as he always does.
Yes.
And after his 2 kills, nothing for Outsiders. Big immediately to the CT side, not looking to give them any room to breathe. They're going to be looking to pinch into tunnels, and we do have Yakinder here versus 4. Meanwhile, now there's this long play. Information for Outsiders because of this movement. They'll waste 0 time running outwards. Yakinder dies, but so be it. He confirms that this should be good, unless Crimbo can stand up right now versus 4. So far, nothing. Empty-handed. He'll die on A, and big scramble back to the site.
Yeah, they showed so many to Yakinder there. I think normally this would be a very slow approach towards long. No choice but to take that on. And I think Tizian might know there's no one Goose, which is actually kind of huge. And now that's fear will present itself again. CTs are making a lot of progress, though. Let's see how the flashes work. Oh, my God. Everyone's shooting blanks here.
Ooh.
Oh, now they spot one.
There's a chance.
That trade comes down.
No way.
2-on-1.
Kicker trying from a distance. The defuse is being stuck. Tizian doing a good job of distracting. Kicker,
no bullets.
The gun's empty. He gets the reload. Now it's desperate. Come on, Kicker. No! He can't get the kill despite all of those shots. Oh, no.
It's a Glock. It's a Glock. It's okay. It's a Glock. Oh, man, that's tough.
Oh, no.
There's going to be some dude in the comment, well, we should have done this. He should have actually shot slower. He actually shot faster. He should have ran at him. Of course, it going on. Shut up, dude.
Oh, no.
It's a Glock. It's either 2 first bullet headshots from 100 meters away or nothing.
Kicker rolled the dice and got nothing. Buy up immediate here from Outsiders. 2 AK-47s. Galil Scout. Definitely a winnable round. Kicker will be playing with the least of weapons. In fact, even though they lose, I would rather be Outsiders right now. I see way too many FAMASes to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Like, Big do have the right utility, but at the same time, they're not in the right positions to stop this cap play.
Yeah, just going to let it happen, it looks like. Oh, the jump and spawn?
Yep.
Oh, man.
That could be a problem for Searson. Sure enough, Yakinder catching him, taps and then slides out behind that smoke. So if you one and done Yakinder, I feel like you're not in the worst of spots.
Oh,
and
that
we see
utility is
great
good.
utility.
Yeah, that's really good.
Such zoning. Look at this. 3 guys stuck on Goose.
They're uncomfortable.
Oh, money nade. Now the FAMASes.
There's more.
Oh, now that one not as bad. Flit still able to fight on 54 HP. Headshot here from Crimbo. There is this walkout through middle, though, so you don't want to be stuck in the CT spawn. And Crimbo, 1 versus 2, knows that there's a player stuck behind that Gandalf box.
Oh my God, he can actually defuse it.
He's sticking it.
They can't stop him.
He's beyond the halfway
Yeah.
point. They've got to push him.
They don't even know.
It's
They
gonna
think
be
he's off for
back-to-back?
sure.
No way!
They're too slow on Cat, and he actually pulls it off.
Oh
the
my
plant
God!
isn't perfect, and he kills them.
Another 1v2.
Unbelievable. 4 today alone. Today alone, he's gotten 4. That was a 1v3 even.
And Favin's just vibing.
That was so perfect. I mean, the reason they were forced to plant there is because of that early utility as well. They were going to go in for the cat plant, and they kept getting zoned in this spot.
Dude, how long is that kid's arms?
That's awesome.
Big with the blowout. An immediate buy right back. Thank God for the Outsiders. They got that bomb plant, or else they wouldn't have these guns. Or at least not the utility all around it. Insta headshot onto Tizzy, and he's gone. And it's Crimbo in the B site. And I feel like Outsiders, man, they had to just, that was tempered aggression.
Oh my God, he can wait. Whoa, this is huge. I mean,
what happens here? He kills Yakinder, runs up into the tunnels, and sees that it's empty.
Wow, they get that upper beat. That's the Outsiders don't want to have to leave right after they could have traded an MP9 in upper. So They know they're going to have a hard fight going back to cat and long in this position, but they don't really have a choice.
They've got this site stacked now. They've got the long cross held. We've got Tabson on the wall. Oh, Searson immediate kill as well. We've already seen a corner go unchecked. Searson tries to snap to the sky. Tabson, it's all too easy.
Wow.
Big can do no wrong.
Dude, they're so good right now. Put this team in your memory.
I'm shocked.
Looking solid, I mean. Well, this is all on land, too. For a Crimbo, it's a big deal.
Nice kills from Searson. Crimbo feeling the pump. But it's buy after buy for the Outsiders. They have no other choice. Again, they're going to just limp into this with even less than they had in the last. Galil's a near non-existent utility. Oh, the nades, dude, the utility.
Yeah.
Big. Every round, somebody's just getting wrecked by frags or fire.
You know, and the funny part is that's always been their biggest advantage.
Yep.
But now it's just another advantage. Got so much firepower, it seems.
23 for Buster, 25 on Kicker. A peek from Flit, but he's not that confident to commit, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, he was so scared.
I don't blame him
Everything
one
feels
bit.
like a trap at this point.
Every turn has a frag grenade just around it.
Yeah.
2 CTs inside B site, one of which walks down here from CT spawn. That's Tabson, who's just honestly been playing very well. 15 and 9. Right there with the Crimbo.
This will be heard.
Flit's running up mid. Oh.
Maybe not. Oh my god.
Faven given a chance to just hide, and then he comes up with the kill. Remember, the 2 players of Buster and Kicker have been low this entire time.
And there's still no rotations. They have long control, dude.
Oh, that's big though.
Now the wait, actually. This is an opportunity for this long interaction, but they're gonna chill. Wow, Big not overreacting at all.
Ice cold. Searson just waiting for this peek. Lands the shot. That's Buster down. The bomb is now spotted, and Long wrapped up from Big. 15 to 4.
Nasty. Didn't, I thought like
upset of the day.
16-14, you know, like no matter what.
Yep. I thought if there was going to be a blowout here, it was going to be the Outsiders.
Yes.
And I'm happy to admit that. This is a very nice surprise from Big. To put themselves in the 2-0 pool.
Man, 4 1v2s in one day.
Kids got clutch.
For, like the literal brand new guy on your team.
The kids got clutch. Eleven match points. Kicker gonna try to pressure this B site. Nice clean headshot. Takes Crimbo down a notch, but then Faven immediately into the B site. Brings it back. Tizian just owns Jame on the smoke.
Oh, they're just trying. They just be trying things now,
dude.
They're out of juice.
Outsiders. Desperate spot to find themselves in. Yakinder's going to answer with an AK headshot. Searson welcomes them to the door peak, and Yakinder's looking for this split. He's just staying tucked. It's Faven to come down from B with another couple of kills. Yakinder will trade. 1v1. Tizian's working with the Galil, the lesser of the weapons. Oh, that's nice. Yakinder, he adds a bit of spice. It's at least the 5th from Outsiders, but still 10 rounds to go.
What a shot. The Yakinder surprise. You know, if I was in a 1v1 with Yakinder, I would just be probably just peeking too. Like, let's get this over with. I'm gonna hit a crazy shot, or he's gonna kill me. That's it. I wouldn't want to think too long versus that kid.
He'll get inside your head. 2, 3, 4.
He's just counting.
James counting sheep. And still Searson.
Sees 4, gets scouted.
Searson lands first damage. There's a tunnels push off this. If they time it right. Or if Crimbo's got a deagle that we don't know about. Oh, good
The flash is perfect, yeah.
But still not enough. Tough spot to dig Flit out of. And Crimbo just slides out just far enough to at least take Flit down.
James got tagged earlier, Buster's hit, and it's a 4v4.
Oh, Big, listen, if you're going to beat them, don't whoop them in a round like this. Big shooting for that 16-5.
Cat looks kind of nice. So I kind of like what Outsiders are doing here, letting your Kinder go for the aggressive lurk, because they can either find out it's an A stack, or if there's B presence again, they're ready to stop the push. And they can also end B if they see too many people, so. It's maybe the smartest move. Oh, Searson hit that.
Kicker's got to do it.
The Kinder's dead on the cross. They're close up on the wall. Oh my god, he jumps. He makes noise.
That's weird.
Tizian falls.
Crimbo?
Crimbo's in a weird spot, though. How could he predict? They could predict this. Wow,
Yo.
perfect crosshair placement.
Now it's James off.
Oh my god, dude.
Crimbo!
Crimbo?
This is crazy! Buster's up next? Come on. It's so close. He does great damage. He primes Searson to end this. Oh, and Buster's going to let it survive. Just another one. Let's go.
Man, he hit him with that deagle, and Searson was like, I can USP this. Should have just scouted, but wow, Crimbo.
This kid is nuts.
He is.
They found something special.
Yes.
Or at least so it seems today. He's got, you know, it's a small sample size.
No, he's good.
But it's sick. The buyback in from Big and Jame, yeah. Sit down, kid. You watch this one from the sidelines. Flit's got an MP5. Are you gonna take a headshot duel versus Cat with an MP5, Flit?
MP5.
Yeah? Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, you think that's not gonna work?
I got all my nades, though. I can buy whatever I want. Who are you to judge me?
You saw that.
I saw they were trying to do the silent jump up Cat, too. It's a little suspicious. The nades will start coming out. And Searson makes his rotation, but they take out Tapson inside a middle. I think this is where, you know, Favin's probably going to have some trouble in some seconds. But they're still accumulating on Cat, maybe hoping the rotation will be towards B, and then we'll try to punish. But Tizian's getting right side door. Wow, I mean, they might run into Searson. I think Tizian just shot, right? So they're trying to leave, but they get the kill.
Does that bring him back? 30
so many
seconds.
decisions to make. Two ops actually back on both sides. There's an op on the other side.
Favin's flashed. We're going to have a player Buster just run right through that smoke grenade. Favin better be ready.
Oh my
and
god.
He locks this down.
The
There's
bomb
20
is
seconds.
by itself now.
Bomb's going to try to get past him. Thank God Flit's been able to upgrade into the AK. Favin's just going to be locked into car. 15 seconds. Oh, and Kickert. He gets that headshot at a very crucial moment.
Jesus.
And that comes with the round win on top of it. Outsiders, a 7th.
I think he ran for an extra second. That made it clear what corner of the site he was in.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah. They have stamina.
And even
Thought
these rounds,
this was over.
even these rounds that Outsiders are winning, I'm not too inspired by them.
Yeah.
It's more like, oh, I'm sat here waiting for Big to break through.
Yeah. But weirdly, that is how it goes sometimes. Until it's overtime.
Yeah, and that's what Outsiders just survive all of these, and now we're going to look foolish for not expecting them to run 10 rounds back. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and do this one after another. 8 rounds the difference. Searson saves 1 op. Money not there for Big, so you'd think that Outsiders walk away with another.
Not much money, but the op.
So they throw it into mid. And it's gone.
They can grab it. Oh. Oh, the opportunity. Okay, I guess. Butthole was probably tiny on the way back out, yeah.
This one's all over. B is open. Take your bomb B and go. Run to the hills. And all the CTs just want to pick up that op. It's the only thing they've really got to play for. Yukinder's going to sit on top of it thinking there must be a B setup, but no, not the case. Tabson looking for them lucky dinks. Oh, and if you're going to shoot at Yukinder, you better not miss. Oh, Flick going to keep it clean. Slowly but surely, Outsiders racking these up. But these aren't the rounds the Big should be winning. So buy up, and let's see what comes next. Oh, it's the car for Dust too. That's sick. That's sick.
But which one?
I mean, the wheels are all falling off, so maybe it's not that sick.
Which car is it? Is it it's the one on long or the one on B side?
I'm gonna say the one on B side because this one doesn't have windows. The one on car still has its
What's
windows.
it on Linux?
Okay, shut up. Very vocal Tabson here. Right before the big buy. Oh, hold on. Another half. It's another half from Big.
What do you mean another half?
Another half buy.
Oh, okay. Very sound, very reasonable.
All right. They could have come in. There would have been some missing pieces. So I'm curious to see if we see maybe a double op come out after this, or if it really was just for all the extra utilities, the bells and whistles. But now Outsiders are really getting a good chance. A good chance to make this score line respectable. Walk back from long already.
Ooh, more tactics. Good amount of ingenuity here on this halfie.
You get kind of busy. Tizian.
Oh, that's 1 for 1. There's another pistol right behind him, too.
Not the worst situation. Yukitter's is going to keep it tucked. Comes back, kills Tabson.
The bomb. The bomb gets dropped on Cat Buster. Oh my god, there's
shot.
one left. No, it's just Buster. It's just Buster. Do they know where he is? They're looking for him. He's the B lurker.
Searson is just taking heads off.
Oh, Favin walks right into him.
60 HP left for Buster.
They could have watched it any way they want.
He's going to jump up, grab that gun. Searson still just working with the scout, but Searson on a scout is not just... Searson on a scout is the difference. And Big with a victory over Outsiders. Crimbo with the clutches. The 3v5s come through. This is a sick Big.
Yes, it is. The X factor is there. The firepower upgrade is evident. Clutches today over 2 different teams, you know? And we just kind of were finished up talking about how good Favin is, and he's still here, and he will get better too.
Yep.
So, yeah, really seems like they made some smart decisions recently, and the team has to be taken seriously. That was a very strong map. It was just one map, and we'll see with the outcome of the overall RMR what will happen with Big, but now it's another insanely strong team in the RMR.
I'm down.
Yeah, one more strong team in the RMR.
Add them to the mix. We said we didn't want upsets until we got to those, major deciding spots. But Big, Big, they're not just contenders. They are at times right up there.
Yes.
They'll come into events, and I feel like a BO1 on Dust 2, that's where Big are happy to play at times.
Yeah.
So sign me up. And honestly, anytime we get to watch Crimbo, I'm now just in a new level of expectation. This kid's got the clutch factor. That is evident after 1 day of competition here at the European RMR. And Searson also looking really good on the Scout impact. I mean, winning with the Scout 3K, winning with that half-buy. You saw Tabson just take the call, cool everybody off, brings in the half-buy final round, and he just shredded that final shot, exactly what they needed. So, at the very top of the scoreboard, of course, Yakinder still standout performance, 22 and 19, but not there behind him was the rest of the team.
No, he was great. Yeah, he was seriously great, and they would have probably got like 16-2 or worse if not for half the kills Yakinder got. I mean, really, don't even remember that many good rounds out of anyone else. So,
we give the man of the match to Tabson. Fair, called a great game, kept it nice and even, multi-kill impact. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
I don't really remember who. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay.
All right. We give credit where credit's due, damn it. And man like Tabson at the helm of this one, he gets the crown, okay? He gets to hang on to it.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and pass this one to a break, but we're not actually done here on the A stream. I believe we're going to take one of Harry and Hugo's games because those guys are a little behind. So enjoy this break and then come back. We've got a 0-1-0-1 match coming up after this one before we call it quits for the European RMR Day 1.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Bet you didn't expect us, neither did we, but we're back here for the last game of the day. We've just run over rooms. We're in the nice room, Harry. More air-conditioned, bigger, and we can get louder. So let's get it.
Honestly, it's going to be a treat. I'm actually really happy. I love rooms, and I love this room the most.
Yeah.
Also, you know, we got a bit of a banger here, right?
Indeed.
Unique on one side of the equation, and they're going to be taking on Source. So this is the 0-1 games. Of course, one of them going to be dropping down 0-2, the other going up 1-1, which is all right. You know, kind of like middle ground. That's how that works. We got the map vetoes flying in now. Nuke and Inferno taken out right away by the side of Unique. Nuke makes a lot of sense. Inferno, another one that they've kind of been 50-50 on, and it's a good map for Source, so I like that that's been removed. Forcing their hands down a little bit. You know, Sour's going to take out Mirage. That's their insta-ban, kind of par for the course there. Dust 2 is kind of like Sour's Inferno, if that makes sense. Like, why Unique banned Inferno is why Saw banned Dust. It's like a 50-50 map for them, good for the opposition. Overpass taken out. We're going to Ancient. We get another Ancient. Back-to-back en chance.
Oh, indeed, mon frere. Yeah, the good thing about this is I don't think we got enough Ancient in the last game. It was a very quick one. If you caught MOUZ just tearing apart Quazar, they managed to 16-4 it, and it wasn't very difficult. It's a 15-0 CT side. So let's get some more Ancient. No waiting around. Last game of the day here for the 0-1 matchup. It's Saw. It's Unique. We got the Kazakhs v the Portuguese, and we're getting in honk.
Yes, indeed. T-side start for Saw. We just saw trials and tribulations of a T-side Ancient, how rough it can be. A pistol round is a lovely way to get some free rounds up on the board on one of the harder sides in CS right now. Triple out through Donut, 2 out through main. And already that bomb going down for Unique.
Yeah, 4 retakes setup, but no kit. This could be difficult. Julies and a flashbang is all they have to wield, and wield them they will. Just moving in through CT. Flash does net something here. The Julies take down Ice, and wow, it's a beating, it's a bullying, it's a retake from Saw. Pistol round taken. Easy as that. 5-on-5 in the post plant. I'm excited to cast Unique. Team I haven't had to cast in this full roster. You know, some familiar names, especially if you're familiar with Kazakh CS. I think Winter is someone who I've always been a fan of. Seeing him mulling about in the old Kazakh region over the years. And now we get to see the fruits of the labor for Unique.
Yeah, you know, you've also got like some experienced faces on the other side in Saw. I think Mutiris is one that's going to jump out to people. I remember watching this dude years back. I think it was in Kick, if my memory holds correct. He's been around the block as this guy. Coming in as like one of the more kind of tenured names on the squad. Always sick to see. You love combinations of new meets old. Also excited about casting Duke for Sura. Because who isn't with a name like that?
Yeah, stylish. The Duke of
tried
Kazakhstan.
to get you to rebrand to the Duke that one time, Hugo.
Didn't really work, did it?
Still think you missed the trick.
No, I like my name.
Look at Duke Fasura, man. He's playing for a chance to go to the major.
I'll be the Duke if you be the
just a
Lord.
Guy. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I think you're kind of the Lord, right? Lord Byron. Literally the
Duke
name
Russell.
of a famous, I think he was a poet.
Yeah, sure.
Played a role in helping Mary Shelley write Frankenstein.
Yeah, Frankenstein was actually the name of the book, not the name of the monster. A common misconception.
Out into mid for Unique, though, right? They've gone for this little 4C-Warsy. They're creeping. They're crawling. Well, you can't crawl, but they're walking in through middle, up into red. Sat in the corner is Mutiris. Will he put a stop to this round? They checked the wrong side, and that's a mow down. Winter's going to help him out. Oh! And Roman there to close. Beautiful little claps onto the mid play. And Unique get turned to dust.
No, it's Ancient, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a BO1.
Yeah.
But maybe next series, maybe in a BO3, Harry. Those are the Elim games, of course, when you go down 0-2. But they don't want to be there. Of course, it's 2-0 instead. Saw keeping it clean. That was a force buy, right? They got the bomb plant and pistols, so we had Galils, we had an AK in there. And now, Deagles. Now, devastation, you would presume, from Saw.
Yeah, you kind of just get a little bit loose and wild with it here.
Oh, yeah.
You go a little bit off course.
Of course.
Just with a peek down the lane.
Creeping and crawling up B, Ice. Looking for the pick. But it's a Roman to start off. Roman around on the A site was Sorrow, not for long. Meanwhile, Molly going to stop this B walk, and they've got no util to pop their way back in. They just have to creepy crawl up the ramp. I think that's a re-smoke from high. And now by. That smoke was for cave from long. Dirty. Man's got the lineup. Smiley lined up by 2 in mid. And Arky with no smoke. This is a good position. Just hold on safe. He's going to get the first kill, and they waltz into his crosshair. Nice and clean for Saw. It had to be on a round like that. 5 alive, 3 on 0 up. The Portuguese beasts are keeping it clean. But what do Unique have to say going into their first gun round?
Yeah, I want to see what little ideas they've got up their sleeves. Match pause, called on in. Little tech problem. Now immediately I'm looking for the bomb.
Yes, it's there.
And it is in play. It's on Smiley's back, so it's something else. That's fine.
I'm only familiar.
Everyone thought of the same thing, all right? I'm just saying, you know, we were all thinking it. Is it there? Yes, it is. It's all fine. So
I'm
it's something
scarred
else.
for life, I think, after that round.
Also, what do you make of this? Smiley and Sorrow in the same team. What a dichotomy between the two of them.
You got to have good, you got to have bad.
The yin to the yang.
But then you have winter and ice, which is the same thing.
Two of the same, yeah.
You know.
And how does Duke Fasura fit into all this?
That's the question.
I think it was him and Colonel Mustard in the ballroom with the pipe wrench.
With the pipe wrench. We'll be looking into that one soon. But no clues, though, on who's going to win this round. Unique coming in with something. Looks like a cave smoke from Winter and Spawn. Is that one of the one-ways in middle? Yeah, it's very nice. That really denies anyone walking through this smoke and flash playing it because your legs are going to show. No one wants their legs on show. Shorts are banned in this establishment.
Very slow out of Unique, right? They're really looking to set a bit of a precedent in this first rifle round. I think they're hoping as well, what with it being a bonus, that they can catch someone making an info play. Okay. Well, no info on that one. It was just a bit of a smoke spam. It's a cold winter indeed. Some would even say ice cold as he starts to creep on through into the top of red. They're setting up to get Ice in position to cut down players in rotation. And so if they do get into B, they get these openers, suddenly he's in like pole position to have a lot of impact despite being low on health. He's delayed this push for so long. And so right now, his teammates in a 3v2 at the B bomb site. Ice needs a kill from this position. It was kind of the golden opportunity, but he's checked, he's flushed out. They don't check Ninja for Arky, who goes on a tear to close with 3. Yeah. And, you know, that's a bit of a shame. You spend all that time kind of setting yourselves up for a B play. The guy responsible for cutting down rotations doesn't get anything done. That part sucks, but it's kind of forgivable because he's at 28 HP, and it was just a nice check for Saw. This one's unforgivable. Yep. You know, you need to be clear in these angles. You've got the smokes down. Really, there's like 2 positions in that site left that you've got to worry about, and they check neither. So, yeah, you know, maybe just assuming that their plan had worked a little better than it actually had.
Oh, good nade and follow up for Just. He gets his desserts, tucks into a 2-course meal. And there's a third as well. So nice anti-eco is keeping it clean for Saw at the moment. Yeah, that cubby position on B, Ninja, Dark, whatever you call it. Man, you couldn't really hide in the corners there. You couldn't really get deep. and they can be hard to clear. He was going for the cave check instead. For now, though, they don't even get out of the B lane. They will die there. 5-0 right now for Saw on this CT side. And Unique, they call in attack. Good time for it. First gun round didn't really net anything. It looked good, right? They got a lot of space. They took Saw out of middle. They got that lurker on the B play. But Saw won every single fight. And Unique need something new. They need something, unique.
Hey, you see what he did there? You see what he did there. If you can see what he did there, you can see what we're doing here. It's the PGL Major. You can scan that QR code.
Yes.
And there's still some tickets left. So seriously, be sure to grab yourselves some of those.
Oh, I will. I'm scanning it right now.
Yeah?
Yeah. We won't rickroll you. It will be tickets on sale. Get them now. Not many left.
Would that be funny if for
No.
one of these it directed to the Rickroll YouTube video?
It
Kind of
wouldn't
just
help
seems
with
like
ticket
bad
sales.
business,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Would not help.
But, you know, it's the price you got to pay for a good bit of trolling. Duke Fasura out into mid. Lord of the Land.
Oh, this is nice. Again, the timing. What? Oh, Stadodo's going B. Not extinct yet, but this flank is open. Just does, again, spam out ice in the cave. Oh, if Duke Fasura knew he could walk all the way behind, he's going for it now. Timing is everything. The Stadodo goes back and checks it, and it couldn't have been better for him. Sees that CT flank, and this is all Unique have already shown us on the T side. They keep getting mid, they keep getting space, but as long as Saw communicate the timings, then they're ready for it. Unique now just relying on a triple B walk. Not an easy way to get back in when, again, you don't have anyone even playing in the bomb site. It's re-smoked. That lets Arky get out of dodge and go back to the short side. They all leave the bomb site. The positions that Unique usually would have to clear in Cubby, in Cave, which they will go and do, are dead angles. And Saw can afford to play a retake round. That's if it gets to it, because with no smoke except for Winter, who's inside of Cave, Saw will have an open sightline to fight for the plant. Where will that smoke go? Can lob it from Cave easily to short side or long. Short will be the aim of the game. And oh no, it bounces. That is a ridiculously bad smoke. And now they're in hot water, crossing into these open lines. The Orb does get flashed, and Arky caught trying to re-peek. Plant is allowed. Orb waiting for the rifle to walk up. Maturis does come in on the quick flank, killing Smiley. Now they've got to push, they've got to take space back. Winter does that, killing Stadodo. Orp is gone, but there's more players in CT holding on.
Oh, flash over, Winter is coming, and there's the swing, just going to get the better of him. Sorrow now, 1 versus 3. Bomb in his line of sight, but with the swing, just locks it in, nails him with the Orp. And so Saw with the defuse continue to build on this CT side. Able to successfully launch the retake there.
Yeah, dude, Saw looks solid right now. The comms are super clean. Players popping off. Obviously, CT Ancient, we saw just a moment ago in that MOUZ game how much it can steamroll. But yeah, there hasn't been a moment really where I've been worried for this this CT side yet.
Oh, Duke Fasura, it's like deja vu. It's the same round again. Him and Mutiras just walk past one another in this donut smoke that's getting lobbed in round after round by Unique. However, the Dodo's ready for it.
I mean, if there's one precedent set in 6 rounds, it's just like, give up mid and just watch it from red.
If you want to find the Duke, he'll be in middle in red. And
with the cleaver.
It's Arky holding down the long side. Nails them both. Going full ham. As Smiley is left in the 1v5.
Look, it's not your best work, but it is your work.
It is my work.
You've got to own it. You've got to stand by it. Smiley, he will stand by his teammates in T-spawn as Just comes in with a flank, and Saw keep it 7-0. Harry, what is it today with dominant CT sides on Ancient Of course, in general, that's pretty common, but these are flawless right now, just as it was for MOUZ. They didn't drop around in the first half.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, isn't it? Is it an us thing? Are we doing this?
It might be an us thing.
Because, you know, the other Ancients today have had a little more competitiveness
Na'Vi
about
got
them.
taken to 28 or something. 26.
Another tag pause for Unique. Yeah, no, dude, it's been kind of interesting. Like, Saw were kind of, you know, somewhat early adopters of Ancient, looking to get in, like, the ground floor.
Buy low, sell high.
Exactly. And, you know, their early results with this team on this map weren't very good. They were pretty bad. But it's been like a gradual progression of things getting better, you know, the ship getting tighter.
So are you saying if you're bad at something, you should persevere?
Yeah.
You should improve?
Yeah, I don't
you
think
never give up.
I don't think there's much of a, like, wrongness in that sentiment.
No wrongness indeed. Pistols at B again. Feels it's sort of like Vertigo in the sense that like B is just the easier way to get in, right? It's not a fun bomb site to fight. That's why you'll often see triple stacks on CT, but planting on A can be even more difficult.
Oh,
and they're just getting mauled by Just as he peeks in for the fourth, maybe an ace, but even he is playing safe. With 10k money, he gives up the ace to keep a 5 alive round. Respect. I wouldn't have done that. I would have sent it. But
I know, yeah, but, you know, that's why he's the guy having a great time right now. And you're the one talking about him having a great time right now.
Who's winning?
Right now, Saw is. They're 8-0, actually, Hugo.
No, you got me.
Duke Fasura, wonder if he's going to try and go middle.
No.
Instead, he's leaning B this time around, maybe looking to go about it a different way, or he's just going to try and maintain some of this lane control, deny early info. Saw only one man inside of this A bomb site, right? It's Roman, who did look really, really good to start this when Unique were kind of going more for these A plays, more for these mid to A's. Roman was picking up the pieces. It's been a while since he's had to pick up the slack. Still good for a double. Wonderful hold from Temple, right? Sometimes players kind of cool off if their site isn't hit a bunch. Ask any B site anchor player on Vertigo. They'll tell you how it feels. But Roman's still able to rise to the occasion, does his job. Ooh. Lovely shot for Duke Fasura. That's his first kill in the game. But what a kill it was. It's carved a path into B.
Oh, just heard it. That's why he stops off. He'd rather wait and retake with his team, or he could just run in off the flash. Duke Fasura takes the shot before it pops, and Sorrow's been given a carpet to B. He's going to run on it. Muddy trainers all over the place. But he's very low. He needs support. Duke comes back to help out, clear the corner for him. Now he'll be able to get that plant. Saw aren't convinced, by the way. They're still hanging around. Maturis can come in on the mid flank, and Stododo's watching that A side, but once a plant comes in, it'll be clear as day. And Unique is so careful because, you know, why would anyone give you this much room on a B plant? They're going to get it down for Cave. Flank is in, Stododo coming CT. He can lob a couple of high flashes to, you know, buy time from this spawn. Maturis got to win this 1v1, got to win this fight, put Duke down, back to 0. He turns around. Maturis fires off anyway. Oh dear, this is a bit of a mess. He's going to use his nade, lob them all in. Stododo gets a kill. Do they think that was the same player? Duke hides behind the smoke, and this could be a window for him for a round. Trying to break the streak. Missed shot, doesn't finish the kill. Sprays, but can't convert. And Maturis 10-0. The opposite problem on the other side. This guy just won't die.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta love how he's playing. Like, kind of similar story with Just up until he took a wide swing in that round there. Mutiris is just looking to be this safe pair of hands, never overstepping the mark. Seemingly, you know, is able to find that very, very fine line between aggression and taking too much of a risk. I think that's kind of the years of experience shining through right now. And it's really helping facilitate this incredibly one-sided game. Unique, you know, when all else fails, you've always got a B-rush. If matchmaking's taught you one thing, it's that. But an opener from this AWP, Stododo going to kickstart it with one.
Did he get run boosted? He's hit so quick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. incredibly fast. However, kills are coming back for Unique. Just as a man there. And he's not able to win that fight. Now that you've lost the cave player and your B site players, this starts to spiral, starts to get out of hand. The nades could be nice. There's a lot of low players here, and that's another one brought down, finished off now. Xantares in with the clutch attempt, but he can't get it done. And so his flawless game is brought to a close, as is the flawless scoreline. Unique finally get there first in round number 10.
It was always going to happen, but I didn't think it was that round, right? It's just getting caught just up close on Cave after the AWP takes a pick. It re-peaks. It didn't need to there. But even so, Unique finally convert it. 4-on-2 that even then gets awfully close. Fast out mid again. It's not Duke this time. It's Sorrow running amok, running up red.
Yeah, just a little light in the dark. Is it going to be any more than that for Unique?
Or will Saw get blinded by it and suddenly this comeback comes alive? 2 players at red. This is nice. Duke, it would honestly be worth it for him to walk alone and die, and then Saw might just turn around and discount a second player. They've never seen 2 on these mid flanks. In fact, Saw, they've got 2 on the mid flank. Both players setting up to swing together. They're going to get the spot. Oh, he saw one. He takes the other. Does he know? Doesn't look like it.
Don't buy
and this is a perfect sell. Sorrow tucked in, and he's got the gap.
Oh, Roman's going past him in middle, not turning around to check it, because why would you?
Oh,
that's the bomb, tumbling past him in middle, but he jumps over his head. Ice in his veins, good for 1, but there's got to be more on the clock, because you're running out of time. You need these openers, and Stodado with the AWP, styles upon them, 3 in the round. Saw with one hell of a response there. I mean, the timings, dude, they were hit, they were missed, then...
they were hit again.
Then, you know, up through Donut, the rotations were so fast.
Stodado also, we were hyping up that gap that Duke got by dying in mid. Sorrow walks it, you think it's perfect, then Stodado turns around and still kills him instantly. This guy on the AWP is beasting right now. We just saw a smoke from spawn. That's the B doors smoke. Look how quick it lands. If Unique went B, they would have to take a lot of risks to run through that. They'll run through the mid molly, smoking it as they do, but the pistols are running them down, and Roman smoke shots them out. We've had a lot of that for Saw this half. Trying to walk out A main, it's your only option. There's no one here but the AWP. Deep in CT, getting tagged up, but it re-peaks and wins the fight.
That's clean for Stodado, right? What a way to recover that after missing the first on the original player crossing. Ice, that Molly's given up the aim of the game, and so Roman's going to flick back and deal with him. Just Winter now. 1 kill to the good, but double swang. They just never give him the room. And honestly, I think Roman's life was saved by that Molotov. It looked like there was a bit of a gap in communication as to that a player had gotten out, because he was staring at Donut. He was not ready for a temple swing. And then the Molly sails past him from big box, and he goes, someone's there.
Yeah. Oh, what a brutal spam, especially knowing that Unique keep running through this mid and going into Donut or going up into red. Like, Roman's just shooting very, just on the mark. He knows where he's shooting. He knows the close wall angle. And Unique try and stick by it. Xantares, oh dear, might be a dead man in mid. He still wins that. The smoke doesn't favors, and he follows up, delivers 2. Roman shoots him back. They were already dead. Mid was already clear. You got to win this round now, Roman. Do it for Xantares.
Roman, the Brutus of that round, right? Ice up into the site. Crossfire set up between Long and Cave, and you never even need the Cave component.
Shot him through smoke
Roman's
again.
there to close it through the smoke.
He's just laughing. I don't even see my opponents. My teammates are my opponents. He's seeing more friends than enemies. Oh my god. Just having fun with it. Can't not at this point in the game. It is clean as can be.
Well, back down to pistols. You've always got a B rush. That was what I said last time, and they went on to win the round. They're going to try and rush it down again. This time, Arky, though, holds the line with a double. Just moves in. Not even needed right away because the Dodo's thin the herd with this orb.
Yeah.
And there he is to close. Multi-kill upon multi-kill. And Saw's CT, that was a clean fist bump too. Shout out these guys one time. Saw, you know, about to 14-1.5 if they have their way.
Look, if we've seen anything from the server, we know the synergy is there. We know the comms are clean. We know it's telepathic. Snaps is the name of the game, Harry. And they're clicking their fingers all the way to a 14-round half. One more. Not quite as good as MOUZ's run, but it will do. And run they shall. Curious, careful. Luckily, Roman's not in mid with him. He's relegated him to the B bomb site for now. Or rather, the A bomb site. It's the other one. And no one's even passed 5 kills on Unique, and we're 15 rounds in.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly enough, it's Duke Fasura, the guy with the most, and he started this like 0-8.
Yeah. B-pop. Don't stop.
I mean, this crossfire between Arky and Just has often been really good. Normally, it's done enough on its own, and Just, this is phenomenal. Out from behind the pillar, good for 3, and even though Duke Fasura's hit this timing, what does it actually mean in the round? You deal with the anchor player, but now all the rotations are arriving. You might just have to keep fighting forward. Duke Fasura trying to play around these smokes.
Nice.
Has flushed out Roman, the smoke shoot king. Ooh. Smiley able to find another with the orb, but there's the wrap through cave, and there's the 14-1. Scores on the doors at the end of that first half are looking phenomenal for Saw as they look to make a bit of a statement here in their 0-1 game versus Unique.
Yeah, they say you may put us 0-1, but we do not deserve to be here. And this is a crazy game from these guys. Unique, they got 2 rounds against Outsiders earlier on today, Harry. 2 rounds. I thought surely they'd best it. Surely they'd beat it. Doesn't seem like it. Unless we have some pistol round come in. Saw, they got 16-5 by Big. A little more understandable. You know, sure, getting wrecked by Outsiders, nothing wrong with that. Outsiders, you know, in form right now. But at the same time, this is a beating. This is not what I expected. On Ancient of all maps. Feels like whoever starts T-side does really get the short end of the stick. And Saw, they put that gear stick in 6th. They are speeding into B right now.
Yeah, I mean, winning this round wins you the game, right? So quite a bit riding on it. You just never even have to worry about a comeback.
Oh,
bomb!
bomb!
This aggro's nice. The bomb is trapped. Uh-oh! The bomb's been dropped at lane. Right now, we've had a role reversal. The T's have become CTs. The CTs are T's. And right now, Roman, all he sees is CTs. It's going to be even more. Turns on a swivel. Gets it to a 1v1. Just gets the bomb back under control and only has Sorrow left to beat.
Oh, no. He can afford to do this. He has a kit, but this is a mystery. He didn't hit the plant. He won't know. He might even think it's A. Oh, my God, he still thinks it's A. Hello? Beep. There's no beep. There's no beep. Run.
Oh, no. Now he's got to begin this big old rotation. It's all dawned on him a little too late. Just conquered the bomb plant. Now he's conquered Sorrow itself. It's 15 on the board for Saw as they managed to wrestle with them on that one to get it back under control. They lost the bomb at lane. They went 3-on-5 down, and they're able to win the pistol. At this point, this map is as good as done.
Yeah, just got to do the formalities now. Just got to get 5 more kills. A 4-0 KD for Just right now. He was the cave player in CT. He was the guy pushing in through B lane, causing commotion. And you can see the hype as well. Saw, they know that this one is done. They've just got to do it themselves. Boost up on A. It's a nice setup. But at this point, I don't have much hope in hell. Arky running it out. Doesn't clear the top. There's the bomb again, but we saw a 3v5 go the other way last time around. 2 more CTs up close, and still the fights get won by Saw. Ooh, 5-7 churning, chewing through. Smiley with 2. And Roman now has to clutch. Don't go through that one. Having a UMP, and Roman sitting in the Molotov. Jump up, it might spread. Let's see if he can bleed anything from this round. No, not today. UMP will close it, and we have at least 1 more round of play.
Yeah, chance for Unique to make this one a little more competitive, right? To save a bit of face. But can they actually pull this back? I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb.
Wait, really?
And say probably not. You know, I think at this point you really are just trying to make this look a bit prettier. And that's a horrible mindset to find yourselves in. And of course, I don't think that's what Unique are telling themselves, but you're just so far behind. How are you ever even meant to catch up? This is good. Duke Fasura often finding timings, but only going to get one from it.
Oh, no.
Sorrow being discounted. I think they just saw him back out there. They've at least dealt with Stodado over towards Cave, leaving it all on this ramp push. The timing's been missed by Sorrow. The kill is found from Mutiris' Tech 9. And Winter doesn't want to give over an engagement. They're running him down. He's getting wrapped. Missed shot for Roman with the dig. That was the opportunity to make something of that one there. And Unique are able to get it back under control. Now just an eco for Saw before they bring the rifles out in the next.
Yeah, I like that hunt there in the 2-on-2. They know that there's a player behind them, so instead of just letting Unique pick their points of contact and crunch on them, they decide to chase down that last player. But Roman fired too early, maybe thought the player was looking at him, didn't line up the headshot. With that kill, he can run CT and go A. It was a nice try for Saw. There was only Tech 9s, really. Through the mid-molly, make it a quickie, make it a cleanie, but still Glocks and P250s find a kill. Maturis, no chance as he's low, and Stodado will go back to another round as Unique find a fourth. Currently on par with Quazar, as MOUZ took them down 16-4 on this map. Can they get any more?
That's the big question, isn't it?
That is the big question.
Yeah, that's what everyone is wondering. And it's why we're watching.
Everyone's asking.
We're about to get our answers. Smiley getting to don the AWP.
Nice.
That must feel like a treat. Finally having a chance to bring this out. Will he find anything with it? Mutiris has opened the round up already onto Sorrow. An early 5-on-4 in the first rifle round for Saw on this T side. First proper rifle round, that is. Smiley's up, fires off, makes it a double. No chance at the trade, right? This guy with the bomb, Stodado, doesn't want to go peeking in to that AWP. So he's kind of just got to write these off as fat losses and look to get the hell out of there. Looking to regroup with the rest of the gang on the A play. They do trade Winter out. Roman carving a path. But Duke Fasura playing with timings again. Roman's trying to wrap CT, and hello, Smiley's on the angle. This shot from the AWP, and now he gets closer, but the second time around, he hits his mark. And at this point, it's become too clear. Duke Fasura has cleared out main. He knows the bomb's not A-ward bound. You saw Roman trying to rotate B, and so it should be obvious a double hold on this side of the map, and you shouldn't be ready for ice here. There he is, stealing that one away. 5 for Unique, 10 more needed to make this an overtime affair. But they've at least got an eco round out of Saw coming through the pipeline.
Yeah, you know, those are the size of relief for Unique, but you also can't let your guard down when Tech 9s are rushing through B Cave. As you know, these are the common eco plays on this map. Got a deagle, but mostly just running guns for Saw. Enough util to run a lot of execute. Nades into this B bomb site. They can molly off anything they want. Arky throwing the bulk of it from the corner. Could be a nice nade for Ice, especially with the timing as they group up. But now the molly fades. It's the AWP to fire off, and Ice converts the spray for 2. Going to smoke it off. Trying to keep these rounds clean as can be. Leave no room for error. No way for Saw back in, and in a round like this, it should be decided. They can reset spawn and try and squeeze a kill out of it, but Unique are good for 6, it would appear. Winter's even trapped him in spawn, and Duke is trying to close it. Easy peasy. One more, and Stodado nowhere to go.
All right. Chaining together some rounds, still a ways to go before we really get on board the hype train, but they are building back into this. It starts to feel like you're running into a brick wall a bit if you saw. Nothing's really working. Also, a part of you's going, Yeah, they're not actually going to come back, are they? Nah, these thoughts start creeping in. I still don't think you're worried yet, right? You've still got such a healthy lead, and in reality, you have only had, like, what, 3 rifle rounds so far? So you know, like, the best is still to come. That's how you're thinking about it.
Yeah, Smiley's been good on the AWP, though. He's hit his shots. He's been really solid. Like, oh, God, they're through. Oh, dear, they're through indeed. And there's a molly there. Smiley ticks on it. He has to back. Sorrow, he's being held right now, and he's been spotted. They can turn around together. Maturis, quick spin, and Roman gets the kill. Saves his teammate's life. There's another man there, though. Oh, Roman can't follow up. That's a big trade for Winter to keep this in a 4-on-4. It's a crazy push to make at this point in the game, but at least it's not just one man dead early. That is, however, this trade will not be allowed. Just coming back in, shows the bomb at B. He's going to fight it. He wants to end this map right here, right now, and that kill may have just decided it. Unique has smoked out of the site and maybe smoked out of this series.
That was always going to be the problem, right? All it would take is one of these stars that have been up. Oh, hello. Look at this position. I haven't seen anyone use that one. Spot. Yeah, the Bardolph. Stadado was up in it, but does decide to get on down. Fair enough. Kind of a gross angle. Duke Fasura, often the man hitting timings, trying to find a gap again. And his teammate has opened up onto Just. That was the hero of the round, the man who got it all started. Now it's down to the rest of the gang to finish the job, and finish it they shall. Saw 16-6 Unique with a very good-looking Ancient. Yeah, there's some consolidation rounds there at the end, but that's all it ends up being for Unique. Just delaying the inevitable. And so with that Saw now 1-1 in the group, Unique going to drop down 0-2.
Yeah, a good day in the office, right? Saw recover from an awkward early game v Big, but, you know, Big really did show themselves off today in taking down Outsiders, dominant in their follow-up game as well. You know, I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. We didn't have any massive upsets today, par for the course, and yeah, ultimately a good day in the office. Key takeaways: Na'Vi bashed OG despite starting slow, still with a win, but we have, of course, high expectations of Na'Vi. Vitality took FaZe the distance. FaZe still won. FaZe go 2-0 up, I think, at this point, and I don't think anything was too surprising. What about you?
No real surprise. Kind of par for the course day, and that's what we want out of the EU RMR, right? So yeah, man, best teams winning. The guys that aren't supposed to win are struggling their way through. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a brawl. No surprises, really. What do you make of it, James?
I make of it it was another excellent day of Counter-Strike, Hugo and Harry. Thank you very much for that. As we change things around a bit, we got to be blessed with a bit of Hugo and Harry's voice here on the A stream for today. We also got blessed with some crazy games of Counter-Strike, though, for sure, right? A lot of fast games. Maybe the closer ones coming in. When we come back to this later, we'll talk about the Vitality situation with FaZe as well. But this one right here, Saw got the benefit of playing both their games on Ancient. This time looked a lot better, but their opposition, you know, not really the same caliber.
Yeah, like if you kind of draw a parallel between what we witnessed in the Americas RMR, for example, right? We can see the skill gap apart from maybe a couple of teams like maybe Liquid and Furia and maybe MIBR. It was kind of much closer overall. Looking at today's results, 90% of the expected results took place, right? You have all the favorites come out on top, convincing wins as well. And when you say kind of upsets, it's also like those, it's like Big beating Outsiders, right? Is it really that massive an upset, for example? So no. I think it kind of played out the way it is, and that's what we expect when it comes to the EU RMR. The big dogs against the plucky underdogs, and they're being shown why the big dogs, well, are called the big dogs.
I think that's fair to say, and we did get to see Zorn in this game be the big dog. Sorry, there was never any doubt whatsoever whether or not they were the better team. Better individuals, you know, had a great understanding of how to shut down on Ancient. I'm just looking at the T side here for Unique as well. They combined for 19 kills over 15 rounds. Just a little bit above 1 kill per round on average. Simply not enough to even make the game competitive. So, yeah, well done to Saw. They played them well into the tournament now, got a win, and are now looking at a 1-1 scenario, which puts them up for a best of 1 tomorrow. And whereas for Unique, I mean, if they want to stand any chance, not even, you know, qualifying for the major, but staying alive at this EU RMR 1, then they got to play better than we saw right here.
And when we're talking about Saw, though, right, we've seen them before, other events, they've come through some qualifiers, we've seen they've got some skill set to them, but we've never really seen them break further forward. From what you've seen from them so far today, obviously, They got dominated by Big. They now dominated Unique. You put them that middle ground, but realistically, they're not really a shot in for this, are they?
Yeah, I think it would be really stretching it if you say that they are a shoe-in, or maybe, an underdog could really make their way through. But that being said, the way they completely dominated Unique, as we saw right now, that's a good sign for them, right? They're showing that, yeah, we might not be able to break through the Tier 1, but when it comes to like the Tier 2 competition, Tier 2.5 competition, we are pretty capable altogether. I think getting banged out by Big, I don't think they're going to be too saddened by that, considering Big were able to take down Outsiders a little bit earlier in the day as well. So yeah, good showing from them. Hopefully they continue it, but I feel like if they manage to make it to the major, it's going to be a massive overperformance coming up.
Of course, but it is the best saw I've seen in a long time. Coming into the tournament, you look at the results, you look at the way they qualified for the tournament as well. It's been a couple of years where this lineup has been, I guess, hitting in the shadows, in a way. The Portuguese scene have some talent, but we haven't really seen it shine through. I think Saw coming into this tournament is in the best shape they've been in a very long time. So I agree with what you're saying, right? They're probably not going to qualify for the major, but just the fact that they're here and they're going to be competitive is a good sign for them.
Yeah, to be here in the first place, right, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of skill as well. Now I'm going to show all of you guys at home exactly the results that we've seen throughout today to give you an update of how this all panned out. Now, we end up moving, because of a very slightly delayed game between Eternal Fire and Dignitas, multiple games onto the A stream, but nothing out here stands up as too crazy. You touched on it to some degree, right? Maybe the Big Outsider one would have been something where we expected Outsiders to do better, but this young star in Crimbo has been looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Big really stepping up here. That does to your map, right? You look at Big and you're like, yeah, Big and Duster historically, it's a map they're very comfortable on, but it's a map that Outsiders are great on as well, and the fact that they're able to win in a pretty convincing fashion. And Crimbo, yeah, the young kid coming in playing in not probably the biggest stage of his career, and he's delivering clutches and whatnot. So yeah, great showing from Crimbo and Big.
And this is the standings we had there as well, right? We've seen multiple teams now one match away, from getting that spot at the major. Now, I want to go back over some of the games we had today, and I want to start with this FaZe Vitality game, right? Because what did we say? We were sat there saying, FaZe, Vitality won't have a chance. It's Mirage. This is FaZe you're going up against. Well, they were fighting, Pimp.
That's what you guys said. I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of Vitality is going to be in a much better shape now. You said something, foolish about a dish and some ingredients. And
oh, wow.
I think I said something smart.
He literally took my analogy and he worked on it. And
exactly.
Now it's like
I added a little bit of an ingredient and I added the time factor into it. And I think today we saw Vitality.
So what, our match is time now, Pimp?
No. I think, the preparation they've had coming into the tournament have done them well. I think Vitality was more than competitive in that game. At one point up 14-9, I believe. They should have won, right? They should have closed out the Mirage game. But then we saw what FaZe Clan do. And that's, I guess, the new iteration of FaZe. Every single game, they can always fight back. They have like this resilience in them. Brokey starting to play well in the later stages of the game. And you just see Kerrigan. It's almost to a point now where FaZe themselves believe that no matter how bad of a start they get, they will end up winning the game. So that was nice to see. But I will say Vitality look much, much better today than I have in a long time.
Absolutely. And we have this one round, right? We're taking, I think it was in round number 10, if I'm not mistaken. We can take a look at this. I love how Vitality are approaching City side. They pushed out. It's a little bit later in the round, but you can see how much they were pressuring FaZe. They were in T-spawn. They trapped FaZe in T-spawn, and they didn't just lie in wait. They kept pushing. They kept making them feel uncomfortable. We had players pushing in, and Rain was actually flanking all the way from the apartments, right? And if they took a little too long, Rain would have come in and potentially have saved his teammates. But Vitality, they put the pedal to the metal, never let FaZe that room to get them to kind of extricate themselves out from the situation. So great rounds from Vitality, great signs. But as Pimp said, something about his FaZe team, man. Something about them. No matter how grim it looks, they always seem to get the W.
Now, I also want to say this, though, right? Because, okay, Pimp, you can have your little moment of glory over Vitality. We'll allow you to have this one for a bit of time. But, Blair, you mentioned it. We go back to Pro League. FaZe didn't start off the strongest, when they came in today. It was important for them to do better. We're saying they can fight back for sure. But are we really measuring Vitality's improvement just off what we saw here? Is it good enough?
It's a little bit too early, right? There's still a lot of games to be played out, but I think the outlook of what we saw here in the game was a much better playing Vitality. I think when you look towards them, right, the reasons they've been struggling, you look at a guy like ZywOo, who's been in the worst periods of his entire career, given it hasn't been long, but he hasn't been playing well in Vitality as of lately. He seemed okay today. Dupree had a decent game. Some of the win conditions for Vitality were at place on the server today. They were a little bit, I wouldn't say unlucky. Maybe they weren't good enough to close out the game and win it, but at least they made it to 14-9 and had a very good shot at actually taking down FaZe Clan. And had they won, James, that would have been a massive result for Vitality.
Absolutely.
It certainly would have. Now we're going to look at the Fnatic versus Heroic game in this one. And, well, for Heroic, right, Stown was just there dominating. It was 23 for 7 in the first half, literally individually just outperforming Fnatic in every way, and they didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Stown is, that's the thing with this team, right? You look at this lineup, you look at players like Tessus, you look at Refresh and you know, even Caden as well at times, and you look at this team and you're like, yeah, everyone's really strong, but Stown's able to shine despite the amount of firepower. I think they have one of the heaviest core when it comes to pure riflers in that particular team. And the fact that he's able to shine so consistently is something I feel like goes underappreciated quite often. He's a star. This young Dane is an absolute star. We can probably take a look at his graphics as well. I think he had like over 32, 33 kills in 25 rounds.
He was insane. First half, I believe it was 23 or something. He was just shutting down his opponents completely. And Stown is a bit of an underrated star in many ways. Because when you look at Heroic, you think that is all about the team. It's all about the core of the team. It's all about the team play, the synergy, etc., etc. But that's where Stown is taking it to the next level. He can be the star player. He can, even against the best teams in the world, be the best player on the server. So they had that X factor now on the server as well in the form of Stown. So he deserves a lot of credit for this performance. But in general, you remember him at the last major in Stockholm when he did fantastically well as well. There's so much firepower on this kid, and he's only getting better. Is he 19, 20? He's still young. It's great to think about.
He still has quite a few years remaining to peak, right? And I want to actually highlight a round in that particular matchup, Fnatic.
Oh, you mean the one where you were saying about like exploiting holes?
I don't think I put it across that way, Banks, but...
You know a lot about that, you know?
I think you did, yeah.
Yeah, fine, fair enough. But Heroic are much better at exploiting holds than probably you are, Banks. Anyway, this is what happened in that round, and this is how Fnatic got punished, right? We have this round where... Hopefully, it should be showing up right now. But basically, what Fnatic... There we go. Perfect. So what happens here is, if there's no minimap, but what Fnatic do is they don't have any presence towards A ramp or Palace. What does Heroic do? They know a little bit of presence towards B. They just walk in, catch Tessus towards mid. They're trying to throw the smoke towards mid, and now they know it's going to be an A hit, mid hit coming in. And what does Heroic do here? They send all the bodies up towards mid and completely dismantle the buy from Fnatic. This is a full buy from the Swedes, and they just met a stonewall. And that's what Heroic does. If you allow them any freedom, any opportunities, any angles, any avenues for them to abuse, they're going to do that. And that's how Fnatic just kind of, their T-side kind of crumbled in that fashion.
But what are we making of this Fnatic right now? Because when I'm looking at them, when I'm watching this game go down, at times I'm kind of feeling like they're not on the same page here, Pim.
It's boring, to be completely honest. You know, Fnatic is a lineup I'm having a very hard time hyping up in my own head, and I'm having a very hard time selling it to the viewers out there as well. With all due respect to all the Fnatic fans, keep supporting your boys, but the roster right now, when you look at the player material, you look at the players you have, sure, there's a couple of good players in there, right? Crims, a legend of the game, you'd expect more from him. Poison, it's fantastic to see that he's bounced back and is playing some decent Counter-Strike, but we saw him for a year in Complexity, a year and a half even. He's a good player, but he's not a player that I consider to be a guy who can elevate Fnatic back to the very top in Counter-Strike. So for me, at least my expectations with the brand of Fnatic is that should be a top 8 team. That should be a team that is at least in contention to be a top 8. And I think them qualifying for the major right now has a very, very, very long side ahead of it. So I'm a bit bored by Fnatic, I'm not gonna lie.
I have to agree with you on that. The fact that Fnatic with the legacy that's behind that name, talking about multiple major winner, right? Like they won 3 majors, and only the other teams who have done that, like it would be Astralis. Literally, that's it, right? So they have a legacy, and the fact that right now they're so lost, it looks so lost. They have some good players, as you point out. Poison is great. I think he's been showing great signs of life now. Sure. Back at his team. Maybe it's the environment. You have Mezzi, I think is really, really solid. Crims, he's pretty much done it all at one point or the other, but it's not good enough. It's good enough to be a decent team, to get a couple of wins here and there, but looking at the competition in this group, for them to make it to the top 8, I gotta say it's looking shaky. It's doable, but it's shaky, and I hope we see some of that old school Fnatic BS. That's what used to get them those wins, right? With JW Flusher back in the day. I want to see that maybe transpire.
I just want to point out one more thing, right? Yeah, just one more thing, right? They had Brolan, and he was an exciting prospect. He's a good player. He's a star, and now they lost Brolan as well. So what's left within Fnatic, right? What's getting you excited? I can't find it, and
okay,
that's my
question
problem.
then. Is it just like what you're saying, say, with Vitality? Do you believe in this roster enough where some more time will help, or are you kind of thinking already, no, this isn't the ticket?
They don't have the ingredients, you know. They have the pasta, they have the water, but there's no ingredients. There's no salt, there's no nothing. It's just going to be...
pasta and water.
It's just going to be boring, you know. It's when you're in school, you're studying, you don't have any money, you're just going to eat that pasta, ketchup, survive. But that's okay, you know, for some. But for Fnatic, it should be more, it should be better. And I guess that's my point here.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next one. And it was Na'Vi going up against OG. But in this one, I honestly expected more from OG. I know Nexa tweeted out after the game and said like he wasn't happy with his own performance. We spoke about the way he leads as an IGL, right? And how at the beginning for OG, it was something very successful, something very good. But when you're going up against a Na'Vi where Electronic, he was feeling ill at the beginning of the day. I will say also, it got later in the day, which Na'Vi prefer those matches. They came through and it was the simple and Electronic show. It was going back a few years and pure dominance from these guys.
Yeah, look, many people have been trying to come up with a name for this dynamic duo, Simtronic, Alec.
Simtronic.
I don't know.
You cannot say that.
But what happened here was on the CD side, Simple went 23-4. And like you said, Electronic had a fantastic CD side as well. He had a fantastic game overall. And Boomich, Bit, they had their moments as well. But when Simple is going to be playing like this, which he does ever so often, right? Every couple of weeks, you're like, how can he do this? This is impossible. A couple of days later, you're like, how can he do this? It's impossible. He keeps doing this time and time again. And honestly, for OG, once the game kind of started and Na'Vi started rolling along and just winning all these duels, just completely shutting them down, it never really felt like they were in this game, unfortunately. And I think someone tweeted out, like, who was it? Is that, what do you do when you see Simple playing like this? And Prof replied back saying, you lose.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. I think this game was a great, showcase of what the difference is between a team that can win the major and can potentially be the best in the world, potentially are the best in the world, let's see after the major, and a team that is just fighting to stay within top 10, that is fighting to break through and maybe perhaps qualify for the major, and maybe perhaps, make it a good tournament where you go into the playoff or where you're at least close. So I'm not really surprised, It's just good to see Na'Vi play well, because it's been a while with, again, according to all circumstances, it's a bit of a rough time, There's a lot of uncertainties going on within Na'Vi, and to see them play well on the server makes me happy.
It was definitely a good performance coming out of those guys, and, well, hopefully they can keep it going. Now, one thing, Pimp, you're saying about not getting excited about players. Crimbo is someone I'm hella excited about. We saw him at the We Play Academy League. We're seeing him do it here now. This guy was just clutching out of nowhere. Now, I'm looking at that Dust 2, and I'm thinking, all right, we know outsiders will play Dust 2, but it's been such a key pick for Big for so long. But Crimbo, he's like the missing piece for the Germans.
The exciting thing about Crimbo is that when we watched him at Replay Academy League, yeah, he was good, he was okay, he was decent, and he came in and he made Big a better team. But to think that all of a sudden he's performing at this level and being such a big impact, I didn't see that coming.
But also, mate, you got to remember, he was the IGL then. Now he's not having to be the
IGL.
Freed.
Yeah.
He's freedom to just be good.
I'm impressed.
I'm absolutely impressed with this kid, right? Look, when you look at a lot of these Tier 2 players come in and start to play, there are very few, especially someone this young, very few of them who actually thrive. They take a little bit of while to kind of grow into the role, to try to feel a little bit comfortable. He's playing on LAN against some of them. He's playing right now one of his most important tournament ever in his life, and he's delivering. And not just delivering, he's delivering in style. His clutching rounds, his target selection, and how he's approaching the game. He's not, missing a beat against some of the best players on the planet out here. Color me supremely impressed with this kid. And look, he's already withstood the first test, which is LAN studio environment. The only test right now from him is if they make it maybe to the crowd stage. That's the next test for him.
I'll say though, look at him, man. Chain around his neck, looks like a bit of a badass in there as well. He looks like he can handle some stuff being thrown at him.
I like his look, right? You look at the rest of Big, everyone's super. You have Tapson, it looks just like a cuddly, happy teddy bear. Everyone's super nice, and this kid comes in and is like, yeah, I'm here to just take names. That's how it is.
It's an upgrade for Big, right? It's an upgrade. He's playing 100%. Well, and he's elevating them right now. And for a very long time, again, like Fnatic, it was a little bit hard to get excited about Big. Obviously, with Serson on the lineup, especially online, when he's playing on all cylinders, we know he's a known quantity. Serson played well today online. Big played well today online, and it's a team that I can start getting behind. It's starting to get a bit exciting because it's not the same roster. No offense towards Keto, I just didn't think there was enough progress made in his play, or Tizian for that matter, that one of those two had to go. Crimbo coming in, and he's right now.
Don't remove Tizian. Don't remove Tizian.
I'm not saying to remove anyone. All I'm saying is that Crimbo coming in has given this lineup a bit of salt.
I really enjoy this current trend we're seeing in modern day CSGO, where we have these. Firstly, the Academy League project has been fantastic. It's been incredible for the scene, and the fact that I had my doubts. I'm like, sure, they're looking good against each other, but when you pick them up and you put them in on the big stage, can they deliver? And every single one of them seem to be delivering. You look at the MOUZ project, you look at Modesty coming in, you look at Crimbo, and at this point, I'm like, holy hell, this is amazing.
And we just get to see it, right? Because before, it was a lot of hidden talent that we didn't get to see because they weren't playing it. They were playing like Tier 2, Tier 3 teams, right? Now we're getting it in advance. These organizations have their hands on them early. You can do the training. You can get them ready. And definitely save some money, Pip. I'm glad you... I wouldn't have said cheap, I would have just said like a...
That's just the way it is.
It's an investment,
Sure, it's an investment in the future, but
by the way, Modesty wasn't cheap.
Okay, he was also a
He's
monster.
Also a freak, like a once-in-a-lifetime player, so, you know, that's there. But no, that's also good. It also makes sure that some of these players have been around for a while. You cannot be complacent, right? You cannot be complacent. Because you can literally get 5 of these kids at the same salary you're making in a month, and you can just pay all 5 of them, and they might be better.
I know James is a big fan of cheap stuff, you know. That's why I had to point it out.
You know, my clothing, my lifestyle, everything about me is cheap.
I don't think James is cheap, but okay, cool. Fair enough.
See, look, Blair's nice. This is why I like you. We'll just get rid of him tomorrow. It won't be a problem. But I do want to have a look at the schedule and what games we're going to get, because I want to see how these matchups are about to go down. And oh my.
Oh my.
Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh. Oh, this is an enjoyable day of Counter-Strike coming our way, Blair and Pim. I'm just going to touch on these last couple of games of the best of 3s, right? Heroic taking on Na'Vi, an iconic battle to qualify for the major and take a legend spot, as well as FaZe Clan going up against Big. Now, for FaZe Clan, they might think that this is going to be an easier game in a sense, right? But I will have to see. This is going to be a real test for the young man we were just talking about in Crimbo.
Yeah, for sure. That's a big game for Big, no pun intended. FaZe Clan must be happy for that draw. Let's be honest, right? To get a 3-0 game potentially right here against Big, I'm not going to say it's easy, but given the form FaZe are in right now, how they're playing Counter-Strike and Brokey firing on all cylinders, it should be no problem for FaZe Clan to win this game. That being said, though, Big have surprised us. The Heroic Na'Vi one, that's interesting, because for a very long time, it felt like Heroic were the only team in the world who could beat Na'Vi. They didn't do it, but they came so close so many times. As of lately, though, it feels like Heroic is not really firing on all cylinders. They're not really that good anymore compared to how they were, so I'm curious to see how that matchup is going to be tomorrow.
For me personally, I still stand by the fact that Heroic, despite the fact that recently, I agree with you, right? They have struggled a little bit, especially on big stage events when you have the crowd and everything. They still haven't cracked that puzzle yet, but I feel like they are still right now top 2, maybe at times the best LAN studio environment team. You know what I mean? There's no crowd, everyone's together.
Okay, so you think no crowd's going to give them an advantage this time?
I don't think they'll give them an advantage against Na'Vi, because they just lost Na'Vi in Pro League. But that's the thing. You're one of the best teams when it comes to the studio LAN environment. You look really good here today. I'll go up against Na'Vi, show me what he got, right?
Something to get excited about, something to take a look at. Also, down on the stream B we've got here, Quazar going up against Unique, first team that'll be eliminated in that, in Gamer Legion versus Dignitas. Dignitas, obviously they had that wild game, you've probably all seen it on social media, where it went with Eternal Fire. They are now fighting for elimination, and it's kind of a semi-full Swedish matchup in that sense, you know?
Yeah, very important for Dignitas to answer back to what happened today, right? We didn't even touch upon it, but the whole bomb gone missing.
I've never seen that ever.
Replaying around. No, that's mentally very hard for players to accept, but I was looking through social media, looking at Twitter, and it felt like the players from Dignitas took it, you know, with an upheld head, you know. It was a nice way of going out saying, hey, we went better, we lost the game fair and square, tomorrow the grinds begin. So I'm curious to see their response, but I think, you know, looking at Dignitas and how they played today, they should be able to nail this one in a best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because Gamer Legion, you get the lineup over there, you know, and they probably grew up watching some of the players on this Dignitas lineup. You're talking about Forrest and Freiburg, some legends, major winners, some of the best players this game has ever seen. I'm actually going to say, I might even give the edge of Gamer Legion. I feel like they're a pretty solid unit overall. It's very 50-50 in my opinion, because here's the thing with Dignitas. I'll be very real over here, right? I feel like they need a couple of changes. And look, I love Freiburg. I love Forrest. Who doesn't? Who's a fan of Counter-Strike and cannot love these two players? But I just feel like it's a lineup which isn't really going to elevate itself until there are a couple of changes.
So who do you remove, Forrest, Freiburg, or both?
You can't remove Forrest. Come on, he's still banging, boys.
I just wanted to say
no.
Listen. It's too late in the evening. I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole. Like don't tear me apart here, Pimp. So I'm gonna let that lie for now.
So what you're saying is you remove Freiburg?
No. I'm not a manager. I'm not Henry G. Just let me be.
Let you be. Okay, Blair, I'll let you be. I'll let everyone at home be as well. It's time for us to close out the show. It's been the opening day here for the European RMR A side of things. We'll be back tomorrow with more matchups and seeing our first teams qualify as well as our first teams be eliminated. We'll see you tomorrow.